PK on the road for the hockey club, 9th in the NHL. Strange because they're 27th at home. MacKinnon steps around a check. Here's a shot, and Vejmelka another save. This one on Arturi Lehkonen. If you know which doctor, call him. Time for a hex on Vejmelka. It falls for Utah. Kerfoot can't clear. Give it right to Colton. Off the post. You have to be kidding me. Right now, Utah is the Kansas City Chiefs of the National Hockey League. Just all luck. Middlestat, MacKinnon again in front. Tapped wide of Vejmelka, and that is it. Not a great night of hockey in the Mile High City. Utah got out to a 3-0 lead. They finish off the Avalanche and even the season series at one apiece by a final score of 4-1.
Who are you?
No one.
If
Utah
says her name, the man will let her sleep under a roof tonight.
Utah
Has no name.
I like it, Nelly. Yeah, last night just not good. The only way I can put it is it feels like that was a game in which you come off this great road trip. You're 4-1. You start to find something. You get a little rhythm with the goaltending. Things start to look a little bit different. You're finding confidence. And here's how I described it last night. If you're watching on the Altitude postgame show, there's been plenty of times where I take a vacation, and my vacations are always somewhere with a beach, and I can have drinks and stuff like that. And then I get home after 4 or 5 days of doing that, and I'm one of these guys. You get home from a long road trip, I walk in the house with my bag, my suitcase. I put it on the floor, and that goes untouched for like 3 days, and I just sit on the couch. I'm not one of these I get home and unpack guys. And one of those games last night, it was I'm going to get home and just leave my suitcase on the floor for a while because they just didn't have it. All that energy they expended to have this 4-1 record in 5 straight road games. You get back home, you start to feel comfortable, and then it's just not there. And so I'm not freaking out last night. I'm not, I don't think it's a huge deal. Obviously, it's disappointing. You want to win every game. Utah's not that great. You're back home. You're in front of your home fans. And the Avs record this year at home is 7-8. They're sub 500. So, like, none of that's ideal. But bottom line is, I feel like it was a game of circumstance, if you will. And so you just didn't have a lot of jam. There was a lot of side-to-side skating. There wasn't a lot of north-south. You had horrible puck luck in the game, too. I mean, the game finishes 4-1, and it feels like there was only one goal that was really given up by Wedgwood, and that was something where it's just like tic-tac-toe, perfect pass. Everything's on the tape, and it's a wide-open shot on a power play. The other 2 goals from early in the game were deflections off your own guys. What are you going to do about it? So it's not, I don't think they played like a terrible game or anything like that. I think it was a combination of you're a little worn out from a long road trip. You get back home, you just feel a little bit comfortable. You think you can exhale for a second, and you get one of these. And secondly, it's a little bit of bad luck. I mean, between the deflections off your own guys for your own goals that you've given up, and then, God, the amount of times you're right there on the doorstep and can't finish. Just one of those nights. And, you know, it's funny. The Avs seem to have some trouble against teams that don't have stars. Like, you don't look at anybody on the Utah Hockey Club and think to yourself, okay, you really need to look out for X. Look at them as a whole. Utah's a team where they have, as far as goal scorers go, I mean, Gunther's got 12 on the year. But outside of him, you don't have anybody else that's in double digits. You got a lot of players that are just solid guys. It feels like whenever they play a team like that, whether it's Utah this year, I remember Seattle a couple years ago, when you don't have a team that has a whole bunch of guys that you're really, really worried about, it just feels like, for whatever reason, a tough matchup. You know, they turn the puck over a lot in the neutral zone. Could never really find a rhythm offensively. You know, the power play is still a problem. After starting out of the gates like super hot on the power play, it started to dip and dip and dip over an extended stretch. I don't know what the numbers are over the past few games, but they've dropped from being, I think they were number 2 not too long ago, all the way down to number 9 at a 24.5% clip. But that drop is because you just haven't gotten anything over the past few games. So I'm not like worried or freaking out about this. It was good to see that Mackenzie Blackwood's in town at least. I'm blown away by the lack of teeth that man has for a goalie. You know, you're wearing a mask and he has like no 4 front teeth. As opposed, I saw Wedgwood after the game being interviewed, and Wedgwood's got like, it's almost a commercial if you were to go in for Crest White strips. Like, it's a beautiful pearly set of chompers. But I have no doubt that when the game starts tomorrow, I think they're going to throttle Nashville. It's just one of those, you had this long roadie, and the Nuggets, when they played back-to-back Saturday, Sunday, their first game is going to be tonight. Like, they got a long break, so they shouldn't have any of that stuff because they've had plenty of time to get back right. But when you play back-to-backs, and then you play Tuesday, and then you get in late, and then it's like, yeah, you got a day off, but it's just, it takes a toll. And this isn't so much like making excuses as it is like there's a reality that you have to deal with. But obviously not an ideal night last night.
And I'm glad you said it, by the way, Brett. I have no idea how a goalie is missing that many teeth. That is truly insane. He looks like Brent Burns. How is that possible?
So what I was told was recently he took a shot off the mask that somehow got him in the mouth, and I don't know how that works.
Okay, so then maybe he's missing 2, but one errant shot to the face took out like 7 teeth?
Right. I don't get it
Something's
either.
missing aside from his teeth. I don't understand how that happens to a goalie. That was crazy.
I don't get it either. Not understood, but I can't wait to see him between the pipes. Again, I thought Wedgwood played good last night. It was just a matter of some bad luck, and it was just a slow slog of a game. I mean, I was there. It's about as quiet as you're going to hear Ball Arena during an Avalanche game because there was nothing really until you got a couple of those opportunities. I mean, at the end of the second period, if it was a 2-0 ball game, if the Avs were able to get that goal that was right there underneath Vejmelka and Lehkonen could finish it, I think the Avs win. I just think they needed to see one. And over again, it's like you're right there on the doorstep, you can't finish. And again, it's just like I don't want to oversimplify things, but I just think it was just one of those nights. When you play an 82-game season, it's going to happen. You're due for a few of those a year. And that's what it was. If we got, by the way, Nelly, if we got any Bednar, I do want to get just maybe his initial thoughts after the game. But the Avs will be fine. They're in a different sort of world than I think the Nuggets live in, where you can see their steady climb back up to the Avs that we've come to know. Still kind of waiting on that with the Nuggets. But the Avs, I think they come out tomorrow and they just crush a really, really bad Nashville team. Because what they have in their back pocket is a few superstars that will not look like that on a night-in, night-out basis. McKinnon gets the one extra attacker goal towards the end of the game, but it feels like, too little, too late. Now, if they were able to get one more across, then I think Utah is probably pooping themselves in that moment. Because I'm telling you, even with the sort of dire feeling that you had throughout the course of that game that nothing was really happening, the second you got one across, it's like the crowd kind of got back into the game, was like, all right, if you can get one more, then it felt like there was an inevitability that was coming to the way of Utah. But they grab, turnover, throw it the length of the ice, get the empty netter, and it was game over. So 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. So, again, if you got it, just give me initial thoughts on Jared Bednar. I do want to get to in a second the contract extension for Garrett Bowles. I got something, by the way, on Belichick that I think he can directly thank Deion Sanders for his job, and I'll explain in just a little bit, but let's hear Bednar.
And we got better as the game went on. It looked like we were really fighting to try and find our legs today, which I think is understandable. Pretty good intentions, but, that little extra that you need to create dangerous chances wasn't there for the whole game. And then we got some really good looks. He made some saves, and we missed the net on some really good looks too, So a little bit of trouble putting the puck in the net tonight.
Yeah. I think that's it. Texter says, doesn't Hastings say the hardest game to play is the first game back from a long road trip? I would believe it. It's just difficult, especially when it's successful and you're kind of feeling yourself for a second. You get that minute to exhale, and you just didn't have it last night for whatever reason. So I think that they use that as motivation to the game tomorrow, and they put a pounding on Nashville, who is really, really bad this year. Thursday Night Football was terrible last night. Awful. But the story behind Devondre Campbell is really, really interesting. And this is a cautionary tale. If you're a team that's really good and you start to drop off a bit, keeping that locker room intact is really hard. And it's why I kind of have a keen eye on both of these teams, especially early in the season. Now, football is far enough into the year where the Niners know they aren't making the playoffs now. I mean, that was a terrible game, 12-6, no touchdowns, all field goals. But this started earlier with the Niners when you're talking about Deebo Samuel being upset about his touches. And Deebo, by the way, had an amazing game of 3 catches for 16 yards. You start, sarcasm, by the way, you have a sort of cracks that start to form when good teams don't have success, and you kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel of your championship window. And they're in an interesting spot, the Niners are, because Brock Purdy, and I've maintained this even when Brock Purdy was lighting things up, he feels like the kind of quarterback where everything needs to go perfectly for him to have success, and I think we're noticing that this year. I mean, you see that game last night. Brock Purdy was, what was the final numbers? 14 of 31 for 142 yards. George Kittle had 4 catches for 61 yards, and then your next leading receiver had 2 for 31. Now, I don't want to totally single him out because I was like that on both sides of the football, and I think Stafford's a pretty good quarterback, and he didn't do much better. But there is a certain level to team has success, team then has championship expectations, team struggles throughout the year, and can you keep it together? I don't think the Niners are doing a very good job of that.
And Brett, let me just say, when the Niners and the Rams do 7 punts in the first quarter and no touchdowns, everybody loses their mind and says Thursday Night Football sucks. But when Iowa punts it 7 times and doesn't get a single first down, everybody says that's Big Ten football, baby. Oh, I'm sorry. Why are we not using the same measuring stick, Brett?
Oh, Nelly. I have been on this kick for about 4 years. I can't do Iowa football. I can't do 7 consecutive drives that end in a punt. We're playing the field position game. It's a brutal watch. But the difference is the Niners were expected to be in the elite crown and the elite crust of the NFL again this year. And now they got guys in the fourth quarter walking to the locker room with a towel on their head. And Kyle Shanahan was asked why didn't he go in the game, and he goes, he said he didn't want to play today.
Yeah, he pulled that Colts player who retired at halftime.
Oh, Vontae Davis.
Yeah.
Well, Vontae Davis is different because Vontae Davis is like, I'm not playing because I suck now, and I'm not helping anybody, and I'm embarrassing myself. I don't know what the situation is with Devondre Campbell. Did you see what Javarius Ward said about him after the game? We'll do this real quick before we get to a break. I'm going to send you a DM real quick, Nelly, and just fire this one off whenever you get it. Javarius Ward's a very, very good corner, and the Niners' defense is still really good. But when he was asked about his teammate Devondre Campbell doing that, just walking off the field, middle of the game, refusing to sub in, he said something that I've never heard a teammate say before. Like, the more judicious way to put it is what George Kittle did. He said, it's one person making a selfish decision. I've never been around somebody that's ever done that, and I hope I'm never around anybody who does that again. That's like at least a kind of judicious way to do it. Here's Charvarius Ward.
I mean, he's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. You know, he could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some subtle shit that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, you know, D went down, and we needed a linebacker, you know, and I think Flan was banged up too. So for him to do that, that's some subtle stuff to me, in my opinion. Like, it's probably going to get cut soon, so, you know, it is what it is with that.
He's probably going to get cut soon. Exactly. I've never heard a teammate say that about another teammate. But there's a lot to get to today. Contract extension for Garrett Bowles. You have, I think there's a direct correlation between Bill Belichick and his accepting the job at North Carolina and what's been happening in Boulder. So I want to get to all that in just a couple minutes. Stick around. You know, you got to love stories like this. The worst tag that you can have outside of quitter, which I'm sure a lot of those people in San Fran have for Devondre Campbell now. But one of the worst things you can have, because it's not really your fault, but it is kind of your fault, but it's not, but it is the tag of first-round bust. You're somebody that a franchise deemed investment worthy. And you're going to be drafted most of the time at a position that really, really matters. And when you talk about cornerstone positions for Super Bowl caliber teams, you almost always have one of these. It's a great quarterback. It's a great pass rusher. It's a great corner. It's a great offensive tackle. And when you enter a situation in which maybe you aren't living up to that billing, it sucks because it's not your fault because you got drafted in a certain place, but there's also an expectation that you had to be a cornerstone piece for turning a franchise around. And that's what happened with Garrett Bowles. He was drafted in the first round, 20th overall, and we all know the beginning of his career was a roller coaster, to say the least.
Holding offense, number 72.
That was the theme for years, was that's what you associated Garrett Bowles with. Word association, I say Garrett Bowles, you say holding. And he gets to the end of his first deal. They decline the fifth-year option, but he plays so well in that final contract year that he gets an extension. And ever since that moment, Garrett Bowles has been not just a consistent piece to the lineup, because he was always that. The one thing that you could never say, even when Garrett Bowles wasn't playing well, you couldn't say that he was unreliable for being active on Sunday. Like, he was there every damn day. Might have been struggling, but that guy was always out on the field. And I love this sort of turnaround. A pariah of a franchise that the fans couldn't stand, and they're saying this guy's a bust, to not just getting but 2 different massive contract extensions. This one now a 4-year, $82 million extension. And I thought, he's a guy who's 32 years old. He was drafted at an older age. I think it was 24? Was he 25? It was something like that. He's older guy. But he's now parlayed this into big contracts and a guy you can trust. And I am happy as hell for that guy, because there's one thing you cannot say about Garrett Bowles. You cannot say he never cared. He worked his ass off. He had his struggles, but it wasn't for a lack of effort. And I got sort of soft spot in my heart for people who are like that, where it's like, it's one thing if you don't get the results because you don't want to do the work. It's another thing if you don't get the results and you're doing the work. Because then it's, what more can the guy do? Trying his best, but maybe he just doesn't have it. Well, guess what? Garrett Bowles is graded out as one of the best left tackles in football right now. He's given up 1 sack on the year. He's been really, really good. He still has his occasional moments where he gets a little bit handsy. But I am happy as hell for that guy. And I fully agree with the decision. Left tackles are a lot like quarterbacks. You can get a lot worse before you can get a lot better. I don't think anybody's going to sit here and argue to you that Garrett Bowles is some sort of, Trent Williams, Penei Sewell, Joe Alt sort of left or right tackle in the league that he's playing elite level football every single week. But you know what? Garrett Bowles is a really damn good left tackle.
I still use a metric that Ryan Harris used to say when he was on our airwaves. He used to say that with offensive linemen, you shouldn't be talking about them.
Right.
If you're talking about them, it's because they're doing something wrong. If you're not talking about the offensive line, that means they're doing a good job.
Exactly.
And for a while there, Garrett Bowles was a daily topic of conversation on this station.
Holding offense, number 72.
And for the past 2 years, I don't think we've said Garrett Bowles' name hardly any, which is a good sign.
That's the thing, is that When's the last time that you felt like Garrett Bowles has hurt you? It's been a long, long time. And let me tell you this. If Garrett Bowles were this week to have the flu and couldn't play on Sunday in this pivotal game against Indianapolis, would you be nervous? You're damn right you would be. Like, he is a huge, huge cog in this machine that Sean Payton's trying to build. And Sean Payton it was evident from the very start. He had a single goal in mind when he first got here before they were thinking towards finding another quarterback and moving on from Russell Wilson. It was, I need to fortify an offensive line to stand a chance. And look at what they've invested in, offensive line-wise. Your left tackle makes $20 million a year. Your right guard makes 18. Your right tackle makes 17.5. Your left guard makes 12, almost 13. And your center is making a rookie salary. You have to invest in the offensive line to, first of all, and this is what still remains to be seen, get a consistent rushing game that hasn't happened yet. But the Broncos' offensive line, I think it's sort of a combination of both, that they're playing at a pretty high level, at least in pass protection, and Bo Nix has really helped. But if you want to invest in a rookie quarterback, the last thing you can have is that guy pressured all the time. You want to talk about stunting the growth of a rookie QB, that's a number one. And look, I don't know if Bo Nix if he's made the category of guys who needs to be consulted when you're making a big contractual decision on offense. But I bet you if they went to Bo Nix and they said, do you want Garrett Bowles around for another 4 years? I'm sure his answer is, hell yes, I do. And I love it for him. I think this is so great for Garrett Bowles, and it's hard to find. Remember that just the vigor in which people discussed Garrett Bowles and how disappointed they were as opposed to where he is now over, the course of 7 or 8 years. It's a pretty amazing turnaround and a really cool story where if he can keep this up, this level of play, he's going to remember, or he's going to be remembered as somebody who lived up to the standard of the expectation you had for him. So I think it's great for him. Now, secondly, this game this weekend is, as we've discussed all week, such a massive and huge litmus test for what you want this season to be. You've had this great run. You're 8-3 since week 2. If you win against Indianapolis, your odds to make the postseason are sky high. Because you win this weekend, here's what needs to happen from here on out. Everybody else needs to be perfect, and you need to be terrible. That's what this season would be. If you lose this weekend, you need a lot of teams to be bad and you to be really good at the end of the year. And judging by the schedules that you have left comparatively to the other teams, yours is by far the hardest, and the other teams have really easy ones. Talk about Miami and especially Indianapolis. Indianapolis plays arguably the 3 worst teams in the league the final 3 weeks of the season. And what I'd love to see in a game like this is limited opportunities for an Indianapolis offense. Not that you're going to get burned, but I want to limit the opportunities for big plays. I want you to be able to hang on to the football, and when Indianapolis goes on the field and has their 4 consecutive 3-and-outs, which they always do, I want the percentage chance of the big-time bomb play just to be taken down over and over and over again until it would be so minuscule in the opportunities that you can run away with the game. But to do that, you have to have a good rushing game, and that's still something for all the other things we discussed. We've had elite-level defense. We've had really good level of quarterback play in a few games this year. We've never had the game where you said the running game took over. and I want it to be this week. You want to talk about different ways to win a football game? That's maybe the one way that they haven't, which is controlled the entire momentum of the game on the ground. And so I want to see that. I want it to be in a place where you gave the football to Estime or Javante or Jaleel McLaughlin, and every time they touch the football is 5 or 6 yards. I think the next sort of iteration of what you want within this offense, like when free agency hits and it's that and the draft heading into the offseason, the next step is getting like a really, really good skill position talent. But you know what this does? Because I was kind of wondering if they're going to keep Garrett Bowles around. Remember, he's 32. And he's going to be 33 before next season starts. He's going to be an older guy on this team. And I wondered if they were going to give him that deal or if they were going to try and move forward in the offseason, go try and draft somebody in the first round, whatever. And that answers this question. They think their offensive line is fortified. The only thing they need to do offensive line-wise is stack depth. But that opens up a lot of other opportunities everywhere else. And I would love to see a game in which the running game goes crazy. Now, talking to Legwald yesterday, the biggest fear you would have if you're heading into this game as a Broncos fan is Indianapolis has the ability to play terrible offensive football for about 58 minutes, and for 2 minutes, they hit a couple of big plays that burn you, and that's how they not only stay in games, but can win them. There is not going to be a consistent effort to move the football up and down the field. The Broncos have watched this. Take yourself back 13 years ago. The offense that you ran with Tebow, it's not the exact same with Anthony Richardson because he's got an absolute cannon for an arm, but it's similar. It's a lot of quarterback run. It's a lot of relying on the running game. And then you hope you hit 2 or 3 plays in the pass game deep downfield that are going to be enough to win you a football game. And with Riley Moss, again, likely not playing this weekend as he missed practice again yesterday, you're going to have to make that decision. Is it Levi Wallace or is it Abrams Drain? I hope to God it's Abrams Drain this weekend. And he is going to be relied upon to not suffer one of those. You've seen the drop-off between Riley Moss and who's next in line as far as that cornerback depth. And you got one side of the football field you aren't worried about at all. Like, I don't know if Pat Surtain's going to give up a catch this week. I just don't think Anthony Richardson's good enough to beat him. But you look at the other side, and I wonder what the strategy is going to be for Vance Joseph. If I were him, Anthony Richardson does not get sacked. He's a big guy to bring down, first of all. It's like watching Ben Roethlisberger highlights. How many times did you have guys draped around Ben Roethlisberger's legs and hips, and he'd still be able to stand up and make some sort of awkward throw? Like, he's got that kind of size. He's a behemoth. He's almost always the biggest guy on the field, outside of, like, the lineman positions. But he's like a 6'5", 250-pound dude that can move. So I don't know if the typical Vance Joseph exotic blitz packages are really going to help you. But what I will say is, if you would err on the side of caution to where you got some sort of safety that's just keeping an eye on some routes going deep, I think that's probably the proper way to play this one, because I would want to force Indianapolis to go 8 to 10 play drives for touchdowns, which I don't think they can do. But a huge game on Sunday and a huge and massive opportunity for you to get this close to punching your ticket into the postseason. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So I'm going to make Nelly sing coming up. And also, I don't think the Belichick moves happens without what Dion has done here. I'll explain next. Okay. Belichick going to North Carolina is a very shocking result. And maybe it isn't as much anymore, but it certainly would have been if this happened last year. I don't know how many people had Bill Belichick pegged as a college coach. But I think the reason why he's a college coach is because of Deion. Now, completely different circumstances. Belichick is a guy who's coached for a billion years. He knows what coaching is. Deion did not have that kind of coaching resume. And I'll argue with anybody who wants to discuss this. Deion was an experiment. The reason he was an experiment is because the coaching resume was not long. I don't include high school coaching in the conversation. Sorry, I don't. It's nothing even remotely close. And I get it. Every high school coach has to start somewhere if they want to make the jump to a bigger job. But to be just a couple of years removed from that, to be a Power 5 head coach in college football or Power 4 head coach in college football, if his name wasn't Deion, he's not getting the CU job. That's the bottom line. If he's not Deion Sanders and he's Steve Nelson coaching Jackson State the past couple of years, he's not getting the CU job. He got it because he was Deion Sanders. And I totally understand that the appeal to that matters. But all I'm getting at is,
Brett, this isn't the first time you've questioned my ability to recruit. Did I do something to you? Are you bummed that I didn't recruit you to play baseball?
I don't think you can get in the room and convince a parent. I don't believe it.
You don't believe.
I don't. Not,
you don't
not
believe,
in
boss?
Steve Nelson.
Do you believe?
I believe in Deion Sanders now. But the point is this. It was an experiment. You brought him in hoping that the things that have taken place over the past 2 years would. And I don't think anybody questioned the idea that Deion could bring a recruiting base in. But he's different from Belichick in one sense. Deion's cool. And cool matters. Deion has friends that show up to CU games that would never step foot in Boulder. That works really well in recruiting efforts. Like, I know some of this stuff. I always laugh when a presidential election comes around and it's like, did you see who Ralph Macchio endorsed? And it's like, why would I care what Karate Kid thinks about politics?
Cool, Carl.
But over and over again, you're like, you got the Springsteen endorsement. You're like, so what? Like, I can like somebody's music or acting or something like that and not give a damn what they think politically. I don't think that sways anybody. And I guess this is sort of the equivalent of that in college football, except it does matter. It does matter if you're a recruit on the sideline and Lil Wayne's walking by you. It does matter if the Wu-Tang Clan's there and it's, a September game in Boulder. It does matter that Terrell Owens and Michael Irvin are in the locker room. Like, that stuff completely does when it comes to recruiting. And that's what Deion has. Deion is cool. Cool matters in recruiting. Recruiting brings talent. Talent brings wins.
You're darn right I plan on winning.
Like, you see the steady climb up the ladder as to this leads to this, which leads to this. So all of that matters. You know what else matters is having a son who's going to be like the number one pick in the draft. That also matters. But throw that off to the side. No matter what for North Carolina, it's a no-brainer decision. It's a coach who is arguably the best in sports history that you get to sign. You get to drum up attention within your university. And there's really not a downside. If it doesn't work out, is anybody going to call you stupid for hiring Bill Belichick? Hell no, they're not. Now, I still am skeptical if this is going to truly work in the way that Bill Belichick thinks it's going to in North Carolina. But the point is, North Carolina, this is a no-brainer for them. I don't know if Belichick does this without Deion. And let me explain. Watching, and I'm going to call Deion something here, the trailblazer that Deion Sanders was, where he was ahead of the curve from the very beginning. People called him stupid. I certainly didn't call him stupid, but thought I was very skeptical in the way he was going about building a roster, which is, gosh, you're just going to ravage the transfer portal every single year, not do high school recruiting? What is this? And he was right, because now everybody is going to take what I'm deeming the Deion rule. The Deion rule is this. You no longer with NIL have the opportunity to get somebody to sit and incubate for 2 years as a backup before they start. You need guys who play right away. And if you don't, they will leave in the transfer portal. And Deion knew that before anybody else. Belichick saw that. And here's the difference. This is where I think the sway happened. Belichick saw that and said, you know what? Year one, it felt like a lot of flash without a lot of substance. Now that the substance came in, they were on the doorstep of a college football playoff appearance, of a conference championship game. It shows it can work. And I think Belichick said, if I get the money along with my resume, I can do the same thing. Again, I don't think it's going to be that simple for him or as easy as it seems to be with Deion to get talent on campus. Because there's one thing that the biggest selling point for Deion is his personality. Belichick might have it. We just haven't seen it. I think he's going to have a much harder time convincing some sort of 4- or 5-star recruit transferring from Bama or Georgia or something like that to come to North Carolina than Deion has to come to Boulder, just because Deion has that cool factor that I don't think Belichick has. But I don't think Belichick thinks this is a viable way to go about it unless Deion was successful. If Deion wasn't here in Boulder and he was still at Jackson State, I think that Belichick's still looking for an NFL job, truly. Texture says, Arch Manning is proving that wrong. No, Arch Manning is proving a classic case of the outlier. And Arch Manning has a few things that most other people don't in his situation, which is a god of a football family that probably keeps him on the straight and narrow. He doesn't have the immediate need for money that a lot of other kids do, and to get more money, you need to play. He's got a lot of outstanding factors that don't apply to 99.9% of players in college football. But I think that Deion opened the door for Belichick to be a college coach, and I'm interested to see if this is the thing that works again. The question is, do coaches in Belichick's position want to do the amount of work that it's going to take just to keep a roster together? And that, I don't know. So 303-504-0925. Can jump back to that in a little bit. We'll get to the Avs at the top of the hour. But, Nelly, get singing. Ready and his grits. Come on, everybody. Let's do it. Friday, heading into the football weekend, I give you a football lock of the weekend along with a long shot. The lock of the weekend. I truly believe this. Pittsburgh's a good football team. We all understand that. Philly has one of the best records in football, but Philly does not beat teams to a pulp. They hang on by the skin of their teeth. Over the past 4 weeks, they have 4 wins, but it was an 8-point win against the Commanders. It was a 5-point win against the Ravens and a 6-point win against the Panthers. I think that this game for them, despite being in Philadelphia, is going to be close. I don't know if they win or not, but Pittsburgh's a 5.5-point dog. I think they keep it within a field goal. So Pittsburgh's the lock, and as far as the long shot of the week, Miami is actually a 2.5-point underdog at Houston. Houston's had struggles this year with consistent offense and turning the ball over. C.J. Stroud hit a little bit of a second-year wall. Miami, their offense is averaging about 28 to 30 a game with Tua back in the lineup. I think they can easily walk into Houston and get a win, so I'd throw some down on the money line as it's plus 2.5 in favor of Houston in that game. Or plus 2.5 for Miami against Houston in that game. So that is Brady and his bets. Do it every Friday heading into the football weekend. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moshe Lombardi and Kane starts next.
McKinnon steps around a check. Here's a shot, and Vejmelka another save. This one on Arturi Lehkonen. If you know which doctor, call him. Time for a hex on Vejmelka. It falls for Utah. Kerfoot can't clear. Give it right to Colton. Off the post. You have to be kidding me. Right now, Utah is the Kansas City Chiefs of the National Hockey League. Just all luck. Again in front, tapped wide of Vejmelka, and that is it. Not a great night of hockey in the Mile High City. Utah got out to a 3-0 lead. They finish off the Avalanche and even the season series at one apiece by a final score of 4-1.
Who are you?
No one.
If
Utah
it says her name, the man will let her sleep under a roof tonight.
Utah
Has no name.
A Utah Hockey Club has no name. Look, Moj, I was there last night, too. I know that game was a bummer. I'm glad Vic is using the first few seconds of this show to get a nice inhale of Flonase or whatever that is. That's very cool.
I'm glad you guys had a 3-minute conversation of nothing while I was listening to the intro to the
You
show.
want to tell people what you were saying? Started with
I
an
was
S
listening-
before the show. You repeated that word quite a few
I
times,
was listening
actually.
to the intro to the show.
Yeah. Here's my thought, Moj. Obviously, it wasn't a good game last night.
You
but
were
here's-
there all night last night, and
I
you
was.
did the post-game
Why-
show with
why were
Kiefer
you
and
there?
Mitchie.
They had me do the postgame
What
show.
reason? Let me ask you. What planet are we on where they need you to do the
I
postgame show?
don't know what to tell you, Vic. I am now a TV star. Okay, that's the only way I can put it. No, I was doing a little bit of the postgame with Kiefer.
important.
And John Mitchell, but watching the game last night, here was my take from it. When I go on a long vacation, if I'm making one of my Mexico trips where I'm there for 4 or 5 days and I come back home.
It's the only place you go on vacation.
Correct. Do you know what I don't do when I get back? I take my suitcase in the house and I lay it on the floor and I don't touch it for a few days. I'm one of those guys. Like, I can't stand the immediate unpacking.
I'm immediate.
Well, the Avs didn't unpack last night. Like,
that was
they
evident.
had a good road trip.
No legs.
They had no legs. It was kind of like we're at home. We're playing against a meh team. Let's exhale. And they just didn't have it last night.
Are you immediate, Moj, or are you wait? I'm immediate. As soon as I touch the floor in my home, I immediately start to unpack.
Well, I rolled in the other night about 1:30 in the morning. And if you think I'm going to throw the suitcase on the bed and start unpacking while my wife is sleeping, you're wrong, bro. All right? So I tried to get some sleep, came here and saw you clowns, did my
You were
thing.
very rude to me immediately, by the way.
Sorry. And then I unpacked when I got home from the show, and then I took a nap. But actually, I take that back. I took a nap, then I unpacked. So it was less than 24 hours. I mean, I'm right. I'm right. I'm not immediate, Brett. Typically, I'm in the 24-hour period kind of unpacker from trip guy.
But they were.
But they just,
That was a
yeah.
letdown last night.
It was a
man.
big time letdown in a lot of different ways, and I think Jared Bednar addressed that in the post game.
Here's Bednar, just quickly before you get going, Moj.
And we got better as the game went on. It looked like we were really fighting to try and find our legs today, which I think is understandable. Pretty good intentions, but that little extra that you need to create dangerous chances wasn't there for the whole game. And then we got some really good looks. He made some saves, and we missed the net on some really good looks too. So a little bit of trouble putting the puck in the net tonight.
I don't think it was a care factor. I just think they didn't have it.
They didn't have it. Utah played a frustrating brand of hockey.
What is it about
especially
those
in the
teams?
neutral zone? It's just it's not pleasant to look at.
The Kraken
It's
brand?
effective. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. And part of it is, listen, you have to play as a 12-man unit. They've got very good players. Don't get me wrong. Clayton Keller's a very good player. Schmaltz can be very good. Cooley's young. Gunther's young. Krause. They've got guys, right?
Yeah.
But if they don't play as a unit, they're probably going to lose the game. If they play as a unit and they get goaltending like we saw from Vejmelka last night, they're going to win games.
I don't know what it is.
I told you that this is a team that will bite you in the butt, and it's annoying as hell.
What is it about those kind of teams that maybe don't have some sort of elite superstar, but they just have a whole bunch of solid players that the Avs really struggle with.
Yeah, a bunch of tryhards.
Yeah, a bunch of
Yeah.
try-hard guys. Like it feels like what Vic was talking. It felt like watching the game. It was like watching that Seattle playoff series
Yeah.
from a couple years ago.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Typically, the Avs are going to lose that playoff series because they lost Val, they had injuries,
Well, I
Kale got
understand, but I'm
suspended,
saying
blah, blah, blah.
the style of play
No,
those
yeah.
guys do.
Typically, if you're talking about a playoff series, the Avalanche play will win out. Okay?
Yes.
It's hard to win, unless you have more talent, it's hard to win playoff series
For
just
sure.
being tryhards every single night. Okay? That being said, on any given night, they can bite you right in the backside, and that's exactly what happened last night. Plus, listen, the first goal, Lekkonen's doing a nice job in the back check. Gunther just throws it to the low slot. It careens off his skate, butterflies backwards over the left shoulder of Wedgwood into the back of the net.
Yeah.
You know, we can talk about this now. There's a grace period you give the new goalies because if Georgie were here and that shot goes in, you know what happens, right? You know what we're talking
It's
about.
not, well, it's not his. I mean, listen.
I understand it's not his fault. It's nobody's
Just a
fault. I understand.
perception.
As
But
far
it's
as I'm
just
concerned-
the cloud that hovered above. You know what I'm talking about, right, Brent?
Yeah, whether it's his fault or not, Moj, there's
Yeah, it's
going
Black
to be.
Cloud City.
You know what it is. If that happened to Georgie last night, what would the whispers be? Oh, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, here it is.
Now, to Mosier's point, 2 of the 3 goals allowed by Wedgwood were deflections off his own guys. It's like,
Well,
what are you going to do?
I
And
would
the third one is just like tic-tac-toe, wide open power play shot.
I'm not sure if we have Jared Bednar's commentary on that or not, but if Nelly has it, I thought he laid it out there pretty effectively. I don't think Wedgwood gave up a goal.
No.
I know the power play goal is on him, right?
Got a little
Because-
out of his crease.
Yeah, but he made the correct push to cut down. Listen, he made the right play.
Yeah.
It's the penalty killers around him also. Bednar described it perfectly. Nelly, you got that, baby? Okay, let's rock and roll with Coach Bednar.
He's got no chance on the 3 goals, right? They rip it off Lecky's skate, it goes over him. He's in pretty good spot. It changes direction, changes, he's playing that pass when he passes it. So no chance. Second one hits 2 guys. I think hits Middlestead's stick and goes inside, and then hits DeHaan's shin pad and goes in. Third one, tic-tac-toe. I mean, beautiful play by them, and it's in the back of the net, right?
And here's the story. He goes on to describe, on that play, our intentions were good, but we're late to the first play. We're late to the second play. Now, guys are making the right reads. They're just a step late.
They're chasing. Yeah.
Right, they're a step late. Now, they're doing the right thing, but they're a step late, which allows that pass to come across, and Gunther one times at home into a half-empty net. So I'm not putting anything on Wedgwood. I thought he was beyond fine last night.
Yep.
I thought that Vejmelka played well. He had a couple of those push back across your crease and just get in the way saves. I don't know where the puck really is, but it's going to hit me. One of them hit him right in the head.
Yeah.
He's like, shoot, bang. Oh, I got hit in the head. I mean, it's one of those kind of deals. You're like, come on, man. I mean, the right before the end of the second period. And listen, they buried themselves, and I'll explain.
Hey,
but a great shot. It goes, hold on, Vic. It goes through Vejmelka. It lays in
Just
the crease.
sitting there.
Lekkonen comes diving in to poke it, and his stick gets knocked up, and he misses it. And then it gets kicked, and then it hits him. And then he's trying to sort of shovel it in with his leg, and it squirts behind him and by the post. You're like, that never happens to Lekkonen. Ever, ever, ever. But if you score that, then you've got 2:44 in the power play to begin the third period. You're right back in business, baby.
Yep.
But you know what? You don't get it, Vic. You come out for the third. You got 2:44 in the power play. You get no shots on goal in that power play, and that's the end of the game.
Who do you think will get more starts for the Avs, Wedgwood or Blackwood?
Who's ever playing the best, I would
So
imagine.
it's just one of those, let's see.
I mean, listen, I think they think of Blackwood maybe as their 1A.
Bednar said it when he was with us a couple days ago. He said about Wedgwood, he's a solid backup goalie. Now, I don't know if he meant that for the
another
Avs,
team or for the Avs.
but the way that I read it was Blackwood is the plan is
He's
going to
he's going to get probably the majority of your
Yeah.
starts.
Yeah.
But Wedgwood has proven himself to be absolutely fine.
And what happened to Blackwood's front doors?
Oh, apparently, it
You've
was
seen this?
Ryan
His
Pulak.
teeth?
Yeah, I don't know how a
Or lack
goalie
of?
is missing that many teeth.
That's why I talked to Riker about it last night. Ryan Pulock of the Islanders blasted him in the mask, and it actually broke his mask and hit him in the face and knocked all his front teeth out.
Could you imagine if this were the old days and he weren't wearing a mask?
Oh, yeah. His whole face would be gone. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
But anyway, so that's how hard Pulock shot it. Hit him in the mask, broke his mask, hit his grill, knocked out his grill.
Oh, my God.
Four total teeth.
To
Now
your-
he's got the full vampire going.
To your point, Moj, the Avs had opportunities last night that just for
They
whatever
did.
reason couldn't go in, like puck luck just wasn't on your side. But I'm here to tell you right now, because at the end of the second period, it was a 2-0 game. If they get that goal, I think they're winning. If the Avs finish that, whatever that thing was, where Lekkonen's just on the doorstep trying to find the puck and put it in the back of the net. Was it 2-1 or 3-1 at that?
It was
or
3-0.
3-0.
It was 3-0 at that point. It would have been a 3-1 game, but again, you got 2:44 in the power play.
Yeah.
Things feel different. They look different.
100%.
You know, and then by the way, if McKinnon scores on the, and I know they were down 3-0 and they got an early 6-on-5 goal because they pulled Wedgwood way early. But I mean, listen, if you got a couple of minutes left, it's a 3-2 game, man.
Yep.
I think that Utah starts to pucker factor.
Oh, for sure.
So I mean, you see the difference there.
I have a lot in common with the Blackwood. I chip the side of my molar chewing on chickpeas. I like to chew on chickpeas. And I
course
chip
you
the
do.
side of my molar.
You know, there's nothing you could have said that would not surprise me less than,
I like to chew on chickpeas.
no kidding. You drove me half the way across Southern California to a
Raw
Oh,
chickpeas.
my God.
though. Raw ones. Ones that aren't cooked
Brett,
or boiled.
Brett, I almost said
Good
the
save.
word. To a blanking chickpea restaurant.
Yeah.
Okay? So I get the idea that you like chickpeas, brother, and I'm sorry you broke your molar. I feel bad for you, buddy.
It's like really rough. The edges are rough.
One
I
time,
feel like a hockey player.
I've got one for you.
Okay.
It's 4th of July. About 5 o'clock in the evening.
Mhm.
You know those little mini Snickers, the little squares, little minis?
Mhm.
Well, I had a bunch in the freezer, frozen.
Oh, yeah.
Pop one of those babies in because
Good,
they're
yeah.
good.
Best.
All chocolate in the freezer is better.
Took a bite,
Broke.
had a molar break in half.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This
Oh,
happens
this
when
is-
you're old, too.
No, I was like 30. I was like 30.
Yeah, but your teeth are old.
I was like 33 years old. It had
So
a
you
filling
guys-
in it. It had a filling. Tooth breaks in half. Try to find an emergency dentist on 4th of July night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Emergency root canal. Here comes daddy. Fun time. Mother. I tell you what, man. I'm not even pissed about the root canal and breaking my tooth on a frozen Snickers. It's the timing of it all, man.
Yeah.
It's the timing.
Could be worse. You go watch Thursday Night Football, and it's nothing but field goals.
Oh, God.
What a mess.
I want to get to that in a second.
I kept an eye on that game. It was 6-3, like right before halftime. I'm like, what a
Dude, think about
What a
this.
grotesque
in
mess.
4 days, the Rams go from just a shootout where the last team standing with the ball wins to a game where, let's just snail it up and just kick field goals. It's crazy how
Niners.
the NFL works that way.
Niners are a mess, and I want to get to that in a second.
Somebody says I just sounded like Daffy Duck. Did I sound like Daffy Duck or something stupid?
Flufferin Fluckatash.
Well, that's Sylvester. I listen, Vic, I apologize for making a funny voice at your expense. But you and your, I broke a tooth on a chickpea. I think it deserves
It's like the lamest thing I've ever heard.
it. kind of is.
You ever chewed on chickpeas?
No.
I'll
If
bring
you-
it back
if you
in
said,
and see
look,
how long you go.
If you said
I
I,
don't
wrestled
like
a
them.
mountain lion on
What you
Green
do is you got
Mountain.
to get to the side of the molar to break it open, and it broke my molar.
Listen, if you said I wrestled a mountain lion on
But also
Green
just
Mountain,
make them.
and we were locked in a death throw, and I bit him in the neck and cracked my molar, that would be one thing. But this whole chickpea story is rather uninteresting.
The only chickpeas I eat are in hummus.
Well, those are soft.
I know.
These are hard. And you chew on them, and
Oh yeah.
Anyway, get back to this game in a little bit. Obviously, a huge game for the Broncos this weekend.
Hold on, real quick to finish it up. It was just a frustrating night all night. I mean, you could feel it. Kiefer and Mitchie were feeling it. I love the former players like John Mitchell and Mark Rycroft, right? Because they're feeling the same. I mean, everybody feels the exact same way. They're just human beings who know the game of hockey like we do. And it's a frustrating ass night. Excuse my language. It just.
And those nights happen. It's an 82-game season.
They do happen. I would expect a much better effort coming up tomorrow night against Nashville, although Nashville went to Dallas and won. Ooh.
There were a lot of high-scoring games last night. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
There were some numbers put up in the...
Edmonton blasted Minnesota 7-1. Ooh. But it's I tell you the irony of it all. Georgie wins for San Jose. Juice won
wins
for
too.
Nashville in Dallas. Listen, I hope it works out for everybody. I'm incredibly pleased.
That's crazy.
With what the Avs have.
303-504-0925. So I think this is really cool. Garrett Bowles gets an extension yesterday, another 4-year, $82 million contract. And not only does it prove one thing about how Sean Payton wants to build a football team, it's a pretty damn good redemption story. We'll get to it next. Hey, did you guys know that Juan Soto is now worth $750 million? And if you would like to be Juan Soto, you can just participate in Mega Millions. You can get pretty dang close to it.
What is it, $670 million?
670.
All that money that you have in your hands, and it's still less than what Soto's going to get from the Mets.
But you could be Soto. You could go buy your own suite at Mets games if you really wanted to. That kind of cash. I mean, Mose, you want the boat with the boat. We all know that. I mean, you could live life like Juan Soto.
I want new teeth.
You could get teeth that don't crack with chickpeas,
Yeah,
too.
that's what I would do, Vic. I would buy for you a spare set of chompers and just keep them over here like in a vault.
But not the extra white ones. Like
No,
Sal
not
Palantonio's.
Rex Ryan, not like the Rex Ryan ones. No, that's fine. But I would say, Vic, I would give you permission to eat anything you want.
Yep.
And break any tooth that you want to break. And you know what? You'll always have a spare. That's my gift to you if I win the Mega Millions.
Well, however big your wishes are, whether you want to be Juan Soto with a boat, or you just want to be able to eat raw chickpeas and not be scared about dental work, the Mega Millions jackpot is big enough to grant all of those wishes, so get your lucky numbers ready.
Money me.
Mega
money now.
Mega Millions
Me like
sitting
money.
$670 million. May all your wishes come true at the Colorado Lottery.
Please.
I love a story like this. When you're drafted in the first round, you are expected to be a franchise cornerstone piece. Doesn't always work out. There's a whole bunch of first-round busts, but one of the worst labels you can be given is a bust for a football team. They've invested basically a huge portion of their future in you to be a franchise player, and if you're a bust, you've failed that and you've set the franchise back. Think about the first 3 to 4 years of Garrett Bowles in Denver, and what if I just played word association? Garrett Bowles
Holding.
That's what it was. And it was so bad that they declined the fifth year option on him for his first year or his first rookie contract.
Yeah, it was basically
Holding offense, number 72.
Yeah, it was basically, hey, this is make or break time. That's what it was.
And that final year, he played so well that he got a deal done. And think about this. He was an older guy when he was drafted. Do you remember, was he 24 when he was first drafted?
24, 25, because didn't he go on?
I think 25.
He went on a mission
Yeah.
to play junior college. Am I correct?
He had a different past that brought him to the National Football League. He was older than any other pick in that draft.
But think about this. After that kind of start to his career, at a position that's necessary for success in the league, you need to have a left tackle you can trust. Everybody gave up on him. He has a good year. He gets a contract extension. And a lot of people at the time are like, are we really going to trust 1 year as opposed to all the other evidence that we have? And since then, Garrett Bowles has been one of the better left tackles in football and just got another deal.
Well, let me ask you a basic question. Again, you like my basic questions. What were your options if you're the Broncos?
That's such a good point, Vic.
I mean,
that is such a good point.
This is a fundamentally easy move to make. If you're the Denver Broncos and you're on your way up, arrow pointed up, and you have an offensive line that is downright fortified right now, they're pretty good. What are you going to go look for a new left tackle? Start over again in the draft?
Such an excellent point. I don't think that football fans, Vic, Bretsky, I don't think that they understand how difficult it really is to find a long-time, at least competent, if not good, left tackle.
Let's say you go to the draft.
It's very hard.
Let's say you go to the draft. You draft the best left tackle available, which you won't be able to given where you're going to pick. But let's say you do.
Is he any better than what you got already?
You know how long it's going to take to develop that player?
100%.
Well,
this was their only option. You pay the man.
But mamas, I'll tell you what, right now, make your babies into left tackles. Feed them peanut butter and jellies.
But let me tell you something. You're right with everything you said, Vic, but he didn't get the extension out of, well, God, what else are we going to do? It wasn't, this isn't like a
because he's
dread.
been better.
Well,
Yeah,
exactly.
no, you're right. He played better.
But my point is, he has been good enough and worthy enough to earn this extension. On top of that, I'm with you. There's two positions in football that I think this applies to. It's quarterback and offensive tackle. It's a lot easier to get worse than it is to get better. It's a lot easier. You can find a worse option at those positions a hell of a lot easier than it is you find somebody better than that. Yeah. And for all the things about Garrett Bowles, I don't think he's ever going to be in that conversation for league's best at left tackle, but he's consistent. Like, he stays on the field. He's there every single week outside of what, a broken leg? Was that last year? No, 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Outside of a broken leg, he's been on the field every single Sunday, and he's playing consistent good football now. He's given up 1 sack, according to Pro Football Focus this year.
Vic, availability, as we always talk about, is an ability.
You know, the thing about Garrett Bowles is the memories of his rookie year, of his first 2 seasons, tough to get through that, right? Because holding 72 is going to always live there. But the bottom line is he's been pretty damn good. Does he make loud mistakes? Yeah, but who doesn't at that position? I would argue that the other players on the offensive line have made more mistakes than he has. You've seen other penalties from other offensive linemen on the other side of the line of scrimmage, more so than Garrett Bowles. He had that one game where he had back-to-back penalties that were costly. Other than that, he's been fine. And frankly, don't you want to keep guys who want to be here? He loves it here. Mm-hmm. He loves Broncos country. He loves Broncos fans. He loves this team. I mean, listen to the guy.
Does Trent Williams does Trent Williams ever hold?
When I say listen to the guy, he usually means
I didn't think we had a cut. Yeah. Nobody informed me. I thought you were just saying, like, listen to what he. Oh, let's listen.
Try it again.
Let's listen to the guy.
This is a dream come true. You know, I grew up in the city. I became a man in the city as a football player, as a husband, and get to be here long term with my family means the world to me. I'm just so grateful for the Penner family and what an amazing ownership group we have, and you know, everyone on that team and the love that they have here, and the time I got to spend with them and to see them changing this place with new facilities and everything that I get to be a part of now is amazing. With I love George Payton to death. I think we have one of the best GMs in football in all the National Football League, and the relationship I have with him and the love I have for him and his family and how grateful I am. I'm grateful for, you know, Coach Payton and the love I have for him. And, you know, he came.
But anyway, you get the gist here, right? You get the gist. He wants to be here. He's appropriately paid. Could he be overpaid? That's not our money. What do you care? You need a left tackle.
I don't think he is. I don't think he is overpaid. Like somebody's asking, is this a team-friendly deal? And I go, for a left tackle for 4 years, yeah, it is pretty team-friendly. He's the 6th highest paid on a per-year basis now. The only guys higher are Trent Williams, Christian Darrisaw, Laramie Tunsil, Andrew Thomas, and Jordan Mailata.
Here's the other...
and all those guys, by the way, all those guys, they all hold at times, and they all give up sacks, okay? And they're the best in the business. It comes with the territory, but if you tried to go find a better left tackle right now through the draft or free agency, you couldn't do it.
Here's the other. I'm going to prop him up here, and this is meaningful. Drafted first round 2017. Look at all the different offensive systems that he's had to work with, all the different offensive line coaches, all the different coordinators, head coaches, quarterbacks. Think about that for a second.
Yep.
That affects everybody, including your left tackle.
Sure it does.
It's you know what? Broncos fans, you should be happy. You've got a fortified offensive line.
Well, that's the other thing that I wanted to get to. Now look at the rest of what that is. We knew Sean Payton had some sort of a thought process about how an offense needs to operate. And to him, offensive line is key. You got a left tackle making over $20 million a year now, 20 and a half. You got a right guard making 18. You got a right tackle making 17 and a half. And you got a left guard in Ben Powers that's making almost 13. And then your center is on a rookie contract in Luke Wattenberg. But that's a whole bunch of money invested in that. The only thing that I think maybe you're not getting for the money is I'd like to see a lot more consistent rushing attack.
You want to see a run game where they bust people up.
But to their credit, I think it's a combination of them playing better and the quarterback having a little bit more pocket awareness. They don't give up sacks, man. How many times do you see Bo Nix on the turf?
Yeah.
Very rarely. I mean, some of that's his own doing. His escapability is quite nice. But, yeah, they've done a fine job, and that's where it's got to start. I mean, you got to start in the trenches, and they've done a really good job. So I'm completely fine with this, and I'm thinking it's going to translate to a dub coming up on Sunday.
I did enjoy Garrett Bowles' video displaying that he was indeed re-signing. He unveiled it himself before anybody in the media had it. He had the Wolf of Wall Street thing. I can't see that enough. Now, did I connect Garrett Bowles to the Wolf of Wall Street meme? Was that hanging there? Not really, but it still worked.
A lot of guys are using that one. They have been for a while. It's a good clip, though. It's nice. I'm not bleeping leave it. Here's the other thing. Speaking of the running game, I think that's going to be incredibly important this weekend. If we're to go through the line of ways the Broncos have won, especially on this 8-3 stretch that they've been on, they've kind of done it in almost every way. They've had great defensive performances. They've had games in which they've won because their defense will take it to the house. They've had really good quarterback play, which has led them to wins. The one thing we haven't had yet is a rushing attack that dominated for an entire 60 minutes. And what I'd love to see is what Lakewell was talking about yesterday with Indianapolis. They are going to be bad for a long stretch of offensive football during the game this weekend. Can you limit the big plays that they do come up with? Because I think Lakewell said they'll play 59 minutes of terrible football and have 2 plays that are 80-yard touchdowns, and then they win a football game that way. If you can control the time of possession, run the football effectively, and don't give them extra opportunities for big plays like that, I think that you can win in a dominating type of way.
It feels like Shane Steichen finally wised up, too. All right. After the benching of Richardson, it feels like when they came back to him, because, again, this is the coach versus what the quarterback does well. philosophy, chicken or egg. He's like, okay, Flacco ain't going to do it. All right, fine. We're going back to Anthony. They really did design the offense more around what he does well and his ability to run the football and bust people up. Yeah, so, I mean, at least give them credit that they've changed their philosophy. They're not trying to turn him into something he's not yet. They can in the future. Maybe they'll change some things as he develops more and gets more dang games and snaps under his feet. But it's going to be unique. What you see coming up on Sunday is going to be a unique attack by the Indianapolis Colts. You just have to be ready for it. Don't go to sleep.
Riley Moss did not practice again yesterday,
playing.
So he's not
going to play.
Levi Wallace spoke to reporters this week, took full ownership of what happened in his last go-around, said he just wasn't prepared. Vance Joseph chimed in and said, I should have coached it up better, should have given more support. They want a do-over. It's always best to talk about a game you win in those.
Yeah.
You know, when you win a game and you can criticize the way you coached it or played it, those are the best. Those are the best.
Yep.
Because you could have said you could have won by more, whatever. So we'll see. They don't have those same issues this week because Richardson is not going to be the throw it over the top quarterback. He's not going to surgically pick you apart.
His last 5 starts, going back to October 20th, he's been, as far as passing the football, completions to attempts, 10 of 24, 10 of 32, 20 of 30, 11 of 28, and 12 of 24.
In basketball terms, he's a gunner.
You have no consistency with that offense.
How many career games does he have through college and pro total?
I think the number heading
It's under
into this
20.
year is like it's over 20 now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because he has 13 in his NFL career right now, and he had, 12 last year, or his last year at college.
I'm going to look.
It's over 20, but it's barely over 20. So, yeah, he's still like just a pup trying to figure this thing out. But let me tell you something. I wonder with Vance Joseph and the way you play him defensively, especially with Riley Moss not going to play this weekend. First of all, who gets to start opposite of Surtain? Is that going to be Wallace, or are you going to go to Abram Strain?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're correct. He's got over 20. You're right.
But here's the other thing. What is Vance Joseph's defense? It's a lot of confusing, exotic blitz packages that get pressure on the quarterback. It's why the Broncos lead the league in sacks. This guy doesn't get sacked. He is outside of, offensive lineman, he's the biggest guy on the field at any other position.
You don't have to sack him. You do pressure him as just as.
But that's what I'm getting at. He's got that Big Ben sort of trait, which is if you have him wrapped up by his hips, it doesn't mean he's going to the ground.
I mean, he's bigger than Nick Benito.
So
think about that. He's bigger than the guy. He's bigger than the guy coming at him.
That's true.
For sure he is. And so I wonder if Vance just switches it up a little bit in the sense of, do I not go super heavy pass rush blitz attack?
I think you play your defense. They've switched up their defense on a couple occasions this year, and it hasn't worked. Play your defense. Play your style.
But they couldn't play that style against Jameis because they were getting killed over the top. And so I'm wondering, do you always have sort of a safety just to keep an eye on whoever's starting opposite Surtain and make sure some guy's not running 5 yards past him?
Let's make this abundantly clear. But first of all, if I had Anthony Richardson, excuse me. If I had Anthony Richardson's body, I'd show it off all the time.
I would too.
I'd probably have an Insta where it's just me pulling the Von Miller in underwear all the time.
Yeah.
Number 2, he's got an arm.
Oh, I think he might have the strongest arm in the league.
So here's the thing. We saw Judy.
Nelly, can you pull up his touchdown pass from week 1? It was week 1 of this season.
What if he had
week 1 Anthony Richardson touchdown?
What if he had Billy Bob Thornton's body?
If I did?
Yeah.
I kind of do. It's under lock and key. It's under wraps, bro. No,
that new show that he's on, by the way,
so good.
I don't watch it.
Oh, it's
I've
so
just
good.
seen clips. Conversations with him and his daughter in the show are insane.
You got to watch it.
I don't know what that show is.
Yeah, it's kind of
so
weird.
good.
They took liberties with the talk and all
Yeah,
this
I mean, it's
stuff.
outrageous.
I noticed.
Yeah.
It's outrageous, but you need outrageous.
I like Billy Bob. I'm
I
just
do too.
saying, those clips are weird.
You know Billy Bob's been married 6 times?
Are you surprised? Yeah, look at this throw, by the way.
Here's the throw.
Watch,
So describe it, Brett.
Watch
Describe
this
it.
arm. So he drops back. He's under pressure. He slips, and he just rips the ball back, heaves it on the money about 70 yards downfield.
That's 70 yards up for a dime.
That's the
Look
only
at
player
that
in the league.
throw.
That's the only player in the league that can do that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think anybody else has it just
oh
as
my
far
gosh,
as
show me that again.
pure arm strength.
He literally is about to fall down.
Yeah,
He's getting hit.
He's under pressure at his own 30, and he uncorks a 70-yard bomb.
Look, he's got a right tackle being pushed right into his face mask, and he just heaves one on the money that far downfield.
That's insane.
Scary.
Now,
When you see that scares you.
That throw is super few and far in between, but he's capable of
So
doing
that's why we're saying when you watch Judy get off a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago almost.
How unbelievable. I can't stop watching this. Like, that is such an unreal throw.
Don't let anybody get behind you. Just play center field all day, and because he will throw a guy, and these guys will just run underneath the football, and you won't catch him. So you've got to be aware of that at all times. Anyway, he's an impressive guy. He's still so young. If he was my guy, I would hang on to him. I'd grip him and would not let him go.
Was Billy Bob married to Angelina Jolie?
He was. Remember they carried their blood around each other's blood around their neck?
What is that, by the way? What's that about?
Well, think about it. You get divorced and you've got this vial with all of her blood in it. What do you do now? I mean, it's her blood, and she's got his blood. What do?
I think you just throw it away.
Yeah, but what if the vial's worth some bread? I mean, it looked like it was all shiny and stuff.
Like if you just went to eBay one day and it's like, vial of Angelina Jolie blood.
No, you somehow, it's probably sealed, but I'd cork it open, go to the sink, just wash it out,
Ew.
get some Dove in there and just scrub it out.
Ew.
Hey, man, then melt it down, make like
You're weird.
Nice ring out of it.
Something hit me yesterday.
But real quick, that's just a side note. Who else in our listening audience has drawn blood, put it in a vial, and given it to their other, and they did the same, and they wear it around their necks?
I think 0% of people.
Well, then why did they do that?
Straw poll.
No, there's no need for straw.
Who else has been married 6 times?
Liz Taylor.
What's the record for that, by the way? 6 is pretty hefty. I mean, that's a lot of work.
I think J-Lo has more rings than Tom Brady at this point. She probably has the record.
She's not at
No,
6.
she may have collected some rings, but not married. No, Liz Taylor got married a bunch. Remember? She married that guy in rehab. That guy was a construction guy.
I mean, at what point do you say, it's me? What point do you say, yeah, I got a problem?
I'm trying to look this up.
After Billy Bob Thornton, I don't think you really give a rat's a rip, do you?
It's a good show.
It's a good show. It's a good
so he's
show.
got to keep working.
Hey, that stuff on the windmills.
Yeah, I know that scene.
Oh,
yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh, wait a minute. I got some stuff for you here.
Okay.
This from WilliamStrachanFamilyLaw.com.
Oh no.
The most married woman in the world
Mm-hmm.
was a woman by the name of Linda Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
She was married 23 times.
Of course it's a Linda. Of course it is.
You have something against Linda's?
I don't know, just Linda sound. If somebody's getting married 23 times, it sounds like a Linda.
Here's a new one. The oldest couple to divorce.
Oh no.
Both Bertie and Jesse Wood were 98 years old when they decided to call it
come
quits.
on, man.
Oh, good God!
Just gut it out.
So after 36 years of marriage, they called it quits.
Oh, so they got married in their 60s.
An honorable mention goes to an Italian couple,
Mm-hmm.
Antonio and his wife Rosa, 99 and 97 years old.
Hey, dude, if I
77 years of marriage,
you're
divorced at 99.
Vic, your grandfather just turned 100. Okay, I saw him when he was 98.
Yeah.
Okay, if I looked at him and he's like, "Yeah, I'm getting rid of the old bag," I'd be like, hey, man, hey, listen. Just he's like, I got at least 2 years left. I don't want that bag around me. Just gut it. If you're in your upper 90s, just gut it out, man.
If you're the kids,
come on,
and your parents are 99 and 97 years old, and they say we're getting a divorce, are you just like, okay,
Yeah, whatever.
yeah, fine, guys, go ahead.
I don't want her buried next to me. I mean, come on, man.
When we come back, I was thinking about this yesterday. I don't think Bill Belichick takes this job at North Carolina if it's not for Deion, and I'll explain next. All right, they do the introductory press conference for, sounds so weird to say, brand new North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick yesterday. And all the things that Belichick has been talking about, which is I'm going to use this. This is going to be an NFL model, and we're going to take guys and cultivate their talents into NFL-ready players. The one thing I couldn't shake is why would Belichick take a college job? Why would he take a college job?
I know the answer.
Okay.
Because the NFL wouldn't give him a job.
I don't know if that's true.
Well,
they didn't last year.
And he didn't want to roll the dice on it not happening again. What if he waits, no NFL job becomes available to him, and now he goes a second straight year without work?
Well, that's fine. What I thought about was I don't think this works without Deion working in Boulder. And I think there is a level to what they did this year where the flash matched the substance, which didn't happen in year one. And
reverse that. The substance matched the flash.
Yes. Where
what's the date? What's the date today?
It's the 13th.
No. What's the day? Not the date.
Friday.
Friday the 13th.
Is it really?
Vic, I've got.
I'm not all there today.
I know the amount of patience I have for your shenanigans today is very low.
I'm not all there.
Pizza shrapnel all over the place.
Pizza shrapnel.
I don't think the caffeine is hit.
Okay, well, just to finish this.
Well, you know what it is? He was sniffing that stuff. That stuff went to his brain.
Deion and his, let's be honest, if Deion Sanders was named Brett Kane and he coached a couple of years at Jackson State, is he getting the CU job? No, he's not. Like there's a sort of ladder climbing you have to do. Belichick doesn't have that. Belichick's got one of the greatest coaching resumes you can have, and it would have always been a no-brainer for North Carolina to hire him. But I think what Belichick saw was the trendsetter that Deion was, which was he ravaged the transfer portal before everybody knew this is the way to go about business.
And it wasn't just what Deion did. It's the way the college game has changed.
But Deion was ahead of it still.
Sure.
He was criticized for not like, oh, what, you're just not going to really care about high school recruiting? And Deion's like, why? Everybody's going to transfer anyway.
But he's like, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. If I can get some of these studs,
if high schoolers
right?
can play right away.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Juju Lewis.
But when Belichick is probably looking at this job, to him, the success of Deion, I think, gave him a little bit more of a push to be like, this can work. Because Deion walked in, immediately had success. It didn't take years. Belichick's 72.
Yeah, but it's also part of the rules here, Brett, that you can get good fast.
But that's the
you're
thing.
right. He's 72 years old. What he's not going to North Carolina to do is build a program from the ground up. Start grassroots and then get kids and then, my senior class and all this kind of crap. A guy's going to be divorcing at 98.
Can I ask you this question?
So, the portal allows him to do what he wants to do.
Good for Bill Belichick and some older folk that are still like all into their jobs, right? He's into his work. He's into his passion. His passion is football, coaching football. At the age of 72, what do you want to be doing?
Not that. I don't
Mark,
want 19 hours at the office.
At the age of 72, do you still want to be doing what you're doing now? Be honest. Be honest.
No, I don't know. I will say this. If you love it, just keep doing it. I saw Mick Jagger. I saw the Rolling Stones last summer over at Mile High. And Mick Jagger's like 78 or whatever he is, 79. I don't know. He still kicks major butt, man. It was great.
The answer would be, because I've heard from people, what else am I supposed to do?
Well, the late great Irv Brown said it, keep doing what you love.
What else am I supposed to do?
Yeah, but coaching is different. Like this, you could do this job at 72 and be okay. It's a few hours a day. Okay, fine.
I mean, Bobby Bowden was there till 80?
Coaching's like 24 hours.
See, coaching's different than being a talk show radio host.
Yeah.
You're invested all day, every day, and it doesn't end. It is not a lifestyle. It is a life. It's not a career. It's a life. Like, that's his life, right? That's his life.
Well, he's got...
No, that's his life. When you're coaching,
he has
that's
certain
your
distractions.
Life. Understood. Those are just distractions, though. Those are distractions. He's not taking 3 days to go see the grandkids. You know what I'm saying? You can't. You lose all of that. So when you get later in life, people get committed to this, and I hate to get to this point. Fear of death plays a role. You don't want to die. So how do you forsake death? How do you dodge death? You dive into what you've always done.
We're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing.
Now you're looking at me like that doesn't
Our
make
legacy
sense.
is nothing.
No, I totally get it. I look. There's an example.
I would like to dive into a speedboat. You know, and I don't know, like a fishing boat, or I don't know.
There's an
Folks,
example
do
I
you know
can
how
think
many-
of off the top of my head, but I don't want to say the person's name. But there's somebody who does College Game Day that I think keeps him alive.
Sure. I know exactly who you're talking about. And the thing is, do you know how many people retire from whatever they do and they've done it all their lives, and then all of a sudden their health goes downhill in a hurry?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's real, dudes. It's real. It exists. You have to find something to keep you alive.
Well, either way,
and
he
I
said,
really believe that's a factor here.
It might be, but he's got something to keep. All right, I can go to that
Yeah,
well.
enough of that.
Okay,
Yes,
I can go to
we
that
get
well all
it.
day, okay? But I'm not going to. Listen, the fact of the matter is that this guy is a football coach. He loves to coach football.
He loves it. He loves it more than anything.
And I will say this, I'm incredibly intrigued as to what he's going to be able to do there. I really am. It was interesting. Kreckman and Lindahl had, what's the guy's name? Armstrong. He's the big SMU booster guy.
Neil
right?
Armstrong.
Lance Armstrong. Stretch Armstrong?
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Bill Armstrong,
Bill
the
Armstrong,
oil baron.
The oil baron. He was on the program yesterday. He was great, by the way, with those guys.
Stretch Armstrong.
Be amazing.
We'd like to introduce Stretch Armstrong here. he's gonna teach the secondary how to defend those balls.
Yeah,
But
they got Louis Armstrong. He talked about the wonderful world of NIL.
Interceptions. Okay, the point is that he was very intrigued as to what the ACC is going to look like with Bill Belichick. And listen, he had a lot of admiration for that guy. He said, listen, I'm a Mac Brown guy. I'm friends with Mac Brown, all this kind of thing. I think he was done wrong. But I think everybody in the ACC and college football wide, they're fascinated by this hire, and they're fascinated. This guy, you can argue it, he's one of the best coaches in the history of football, is he not? Now,
history
again,
of
he had
sports,
Tom
dude.
Brady, but he also did a lot of unbelievable things.
Now, he's going to get paid $10 million. $1 million in salary, $9 million in supplements. And then he has a chance to make more based on winning.
Yeah.
All right, so he's going to make over $10 million. Is Bill Belichick coaching because of the money? No. He's got plenty of money.
Mm-hmm.
He's made plenty of money. It's not because of the money. Now, he demands that money because when you're that kind of guy.
Same thing with Deion.
Yeah. You
Deion
demand
doesn't
it.
need it.
Yeah, you demand it, though, because this is what I'm worth, right? This is what I'm worth. And who knows what he pays his associates. Yeah, I'm sure he demanded a certain salary for his assistants and all that. So this is a huge investment for North Carolina, a major investment. I mean, this might be the greatest investment in North Carolina state history because it's a state-run institution.
Inside the conference, the Tar Heels last year were 3-5. Overall, they were 6-6. What do you predict? What do you predict they'll be next
I have no
year?
idea. I literally no idea.
Yeah, you know what? They'll be better, but I don't. Does he bring with him a son who plays quarterback at an elite level? That's the big difference between him and Prime. Prime brought with him players that you knew were elite players, and it helped expedite the process. Bill Belichick in 1 year, what was Carolina's record this year? What were they? They could not have been good. They fired Mac Brown.
Well, you said 3-5.
3-5. I just told you 3-5 in the
sorry.
conference, 6-6 overall. They're going to a bowl game. Guess what bowl game they're going to?
AARP Bowl? I don't, what?
The Wasabi Fenway Bowl.
Who are they?
Against UConn.
UConn? Okay.
North Carolina and UConn. The Wasabi.
I mean, think about
Fenway Bowl. So you think old Bill's going to be there at Fenway Park going, let's see what I got here.
Think about
of course
how,
he will.
Think about how bored Bill Belichick was. It's spicy. Without a job this year. He appeared on every media show known to man. He appeared on everything. He was on McAfee's show. He was on ESPN. He was with Peyton Manning. He did those breakdowns. He was on the HBO thing. He did everything. He was all over the media. He came up with a 400-page. He wrote a 400-page. Here's how we're going to build this program. It was 400 pages. That's a book.
Yeah. I still love the idea that part of the reason why North Carolina reportedly let Mac Brown go is that they felt like he was a a little too old and didn't quite understand college football, and they got a guy who was a year younger than him. Now, again, makes total sense. I would have, if I'm a UNC fan, one concern with it. You want to run the pro style stuff, that's fine. I don't know how many college football players can get that quickly up to speed with a pro style offense. Like, the reason why these college offenses exist, it's easier. You don't have a super intricate play call, right? They're holding up signs on the sideline, and it's like, let's do a read option. You have one job, read the defensive end. If he crashes towards you, you give it. If he doesn't, then you keep it. Like, they do that for simplicity because it's hard for those guys to really understand the intricacies of an NFL offense. Can that happen that quickly?
I'm reading some of these texts, and a lot of you agree with me, and it's not fun to talk about, and it feels weird, and you don't want to go there, but it's the truth, man. A lot of these older coaches, a lot of these older folks in these jobs, they're doing it because once you let go of that practice of waking up every day with a reason to wake up every day and go to work, you die.
I'm not saying that he didn't deserve to get let go, right? I'm talking about Joe Paterno. But he died right away.
Sure. There's a lot of
cases,
other stuff.
There's a lot of cases, though, of guys
Agreed, but I'm saying
that retire from their respective jobs, and they gone.
A couple of texts here just quickly. Texter says, like Dion with blenders, Belichick is coming out with his own line of readers, which I think would be great. Another text says, look at you guys on the big screen at Monarch Casino. Hello, everybody at the blackjack table.
What up, Monarch?
Oh, look at that.
So we're in Rome at a pub last week, and this week we're up in the...
I like Monarch, by the way. You ever go there?
Is that the first one you see when you go up?
Yeah,
that's where Bambi is all the time.
Is she?
Yeah. That's what she is. She'll be there tonight. She'll be front and center tonight.
Listen,
slot gal.
Oh yeah, she's a slot. Be careful.
Yeah, I said slot. I made sure to emphasize that. What are you talking? Penny nickel? Penny nickel slots? What are we talking about?
Are you
pennies?
Bambina's a heavy hitter, bro. She's not messing around no pennies.
Dude, it's crazy. She's the most thrifty. She's the most frugal human being on earth until she gets to the casino. She's like, you need a 20? What do you?
Dude, she's awesome. Every time we're up there with the bear, she's like, let's go find Bambina. And we look, can't find her. She's very elusive.
She doesn't like to be bothered.
She does not like, no, she does her own thing.
Well, if you guys are at Monarch and you see Bambi, you leave her the hell alone. She's
Damn right.
busy.
She's awesome. She's working it.
Back after this.
Hey, it's Moj. I say the words erectile dysfunction. You're like, probably laughing it off, right? Well, listen, if you have it and it's an issue for you, it's a really big deal. It's the holidays, a time of love and joy. And if you're suffering from any form of erectile dysfunction, this season can be really tough on you, but I've got a solution. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Few things in life more wonderful than the intimacy with your partner, and these guys and gals will help you out. Their treatments work when the pills and the herbals fail. They have treatment success well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. It's pretty awesome, right? Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. Your initial visit, only $99, includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and, if medically advised, a test dose. And if it doesn't work in the office right then your visit is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work. It's 2024, almost 2025. Man, if you got an issue, take care of it. There's nothing to be ashamed of, and don't wait. They've got an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having better relations the day after your appointment. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, Thursday Night Football was terrible yesterday, but there's an interesting story that came out of it. And this is a cautionary tale, and I don't know how you handle this. So the Niners have been a team that has been kind of the model for a lot of teams around the league on how to operate and do business. Now, they've gotten lucky. They found quarterbacks where you get them for cheap prices and you're able to stack a really good team around them, but they've made a lot of really good decisions. And a lot of that's catching up with them. And I've thought forever with Brock Purdy that he's a really good quarterback when things are perfect, and he struggles when things aren't. And Brock Purdy last night was 14 of 31 throwing the football. He's had kind of a miserable year. And the Niners had a miserable year. They're out of the playoff hunt now. They're done. So the question's this. How does a team respond when they are championship level and a season goes down the tubes like this? Well, here's what's happened so far for the Niners this year. Deebo Samuel is complaining about his usage rate despite the fact that he's dropping footballs that are potential touchdowns last night. He had 3 catches for 16 yards. They got a player in Devondre Campbell, who's a backup linebacker, starting linebacker gets hurt. They said, Campbell, get in there. And he just goes, no.
Now I'm out.
Well,
And-
he
and
was,
not
but Brett,
just-
he was until he just returned from the torn Achilles.
Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw.
Greenlaw got his job back. And so Campbell went to the bench, and then he refused to go into the game. It's amazing.
So that's been rooted there. That's been simmering. Like he was angry, right? He was angry, and he was waiting for the moment to be asked to play again. You could tell.
Not only did he refuse to go in the game, he straight up walked off the field to the locker room in the middle of it, pulled an Antonio Brown. Here are the comments from his teammates, by the way, after the game. 2 of them here. Here's one that's a defensive teammate of his, Travarius Ward, cornerback.
I mean, he's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. You know, he could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some subtle that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, you know, D went down. And we needed a linebacker, you know. And I think Flynn was banged up, too. So for him to do that, that's some subtle stuff to me, in my opinion. Like, it's probably going to get cut soon. So, you know, it is what it is with that.
Probably going to get cut soon. It is what it is. Here's, by the way, the usually mild-mannered George Kittle talking about that.
Not disbelief or disconnection like as a team. That is one person who just decided not to, you know, play for his teammates. And I don't think that doesn't make our offense look at wow, man, you know, we're falling apart. It's more of a, or like the defense, hey, we're falling apart. It's more of a one person making like Mooney said, a selfish decision, and I'm with Mooney on that. And I've never been around anybody that's ever done that, and I hope I'm never around anybody that does that again.
Here's the concern. When you're a team, let's just put this in the context of some Denver teams.
They
here,
didn't
okay?
like him.
Well, that much is pretty much clear. But just in the context of Denver teams now, there's 2 teams that have won championships recently that have been in championship windows, and I think they're going to be fine. But if this season were to go off the rails for either one, the Avs or the Nuggets, it's a really difficult proposition to keep a team together when that happens and you have those expectations. And I don't know if you're Kyle Shanahan, how the hell you deal with that.
Yeah.
How do you deal with we expected to be a Super Bowl contender and we were the NFC favorite heading into this year, and we're 6-8 now?
They're fractured beyond belief, dude. When players start jumping on players like that, because normally, you know how hard it is to hear a fellow player talk ill of another in the locker room like that.
Yeah, publicly.
Usually they're defensive of each other. I mean, it's your team. You're my boy. You're my brother. You don't do this to my brother, but they're jumping on each other.
Mm-hmm.
And once you start doing that, oh my God.
Yeah.
And that's a sign that this has been happening for a while. This is not new, right?
Right.
This was not a surprise. They probably didn't like this guy for a while.
Well, if you're John Lynch, I mean, think of all the malcontent situations you've had. First of all, you're dealing with a McCaffrey injury for a couple of, I mean, he's hurt and then he's hurt again and so on. And now he's hurt and out again. The Brandon Ayuk, remember, he
the entire offseason.
I need my money. It didn't report, hold out.
Trent Williams, same thing.
Trent Williams, the same thing. Debo, remember I want to be traded. Remember this? And you're not using me right and all this.
Now Debo's, he said last week, I don't know if you guys saw this on Twitter, they have that community notes thing. You know what I'm talking about? When somebody has like a false tweet and they have the community notes that
Oh, no, he
it.
said, I'm not playing bad. I'm just not getting enough balls.
Yeah. And community notes said, he leads the 49ers in drops this year. You're like, oh boy.
He is playing. Yeah, he is playing bad. So they've just got a lot of problems there. I mean, thank goodness all those problems appear to be done here in this town. You can only watch it from afar. I'm sure people watch from afar and go to the Broncos. God, they're a mess.
But let's just say, hypothetically, there you go. Not struggling at all, just not getting the ball. Community notes. He leads the team in drops. He is struggling,
That's
is what they
pretty
say. But
that's pretty funny.
The thing is, what if the Nuggets lose 15 of 20 games?
Yeah.
There's a concern that stuff like this starts to happen.
There's
When
always
you
a concern.
have that expectation of where you should be as compared to what you actually are.
Yeah, but could you
how
imagine
do
if
you
somebody
keep
refused
it
to go in the game for the Denver Nuggets?
But all I'm saying
That's happened
is,
before.
They were
Andre Miller refused to enter a game when Brian Shaw was the coach here.
Yeah, then
and then
that was
he
a
got
mess.
suspended
Yeah.
and then traded.
Yep.
how do you keep that together? Like, that's a really difficult proposition for Kyle Shanahan of how to keep that team cohesive in the middle of a struggle when a season's going this poorly. And it's scary because you think about it, both the Avs and the Nuggets are in that area where if things did go super south, not that I'm saying that they are, but if they did, you could very easily see stuff like that happen.
This is why a locker room must police itself. This is why coaches talk about this all the time. A coach cannot be the only voice and the only authority. Locker rooms, the good ones, police themselves. And they find these guys that don't want to play or don't want to participate, don't want to row in the proper direction. You got to get out.
What was the exact quote from Michael Malone, Vic, the other day on PhD, talking about Nikola Jokic and the vocality inside the room?
I don't know what he said. What did he say?
Oh, God, I got to try to remember. If we have it, that'd be
we
great.
did. You know, it's funny. Nelly goes, "Do we need these clips?" I was like, "No, I think we've used these now." And he took it off. He'll find it in a second.
Okay. Basically, he's saying that Nikola Jokic has acknowledged that in his role, he should be more vocal right now. I mean, it's something to that effect that he's the guy in that room. You talk about the self-policing, Vic.
Yeah.
Well, he's a big part of the self-policing.
Well,
he would rather police with his game. I
Sure.
get that, but listen, when he talks, people listen.
The vocality is necessary because you think, again, we've brought this up before. Do you think that Nikola Jokic goes to the court, goes to the gym, goes to the arena wanting to shoot the ball 38 times?
Not at all.
Do you think he wants to score?
No, some guys, their
like
dream would be, give me the rock and let me huck it. No, he does not want that at all.
He's doing it because he knows he has to keep them afloat, And there are other things that are going on probably in the locker room that he has to do to keep them afloat. Here's Coach Malone with PhD the other day.
Yeah, I mean, it's always so valuable. You know, and Nikola, you know, I always want guys to be true to themselves. And Nikola's not going to be a guy that every day, every huddle, every locker room is going to be yelling and screaming. That's just not in his nature. So he picks his spots, and he's really good in terms of picking them. And he has the effect of the E.F. Hutton, where when he talks, people do listen. My challenge to him is because I open things up. You know, I know the film that we're about to watch. I know the areas that we're struggling in. I always implore our players, I want feedback. This is your team. I want you guys to have the courage to speak up. What can I do better as a head coach? What can we do better as a team?
You want that vocality from your team leaders, and obviously Jokic has a certain level of demand for effort and care. But there's another thing here. I want you guys to listen to this.
First of all, you glossed over it. You have absolutely no idea what E.F. Hutton is or was, do you?
No.
Vic?
Let's table that.
Okay.
Let's table that one.
Yeah, before we get the history lesson, can I play another clip here?
I would love you to.
This is Michael Porter Jr. He was asked at shoot-around.
No, this was me yesterday with Michael Porter Jr., if that's the same one that Nelly has.
Well, but Michael Porter Jr. speaking.
Yeah, that was me yesterday with him.
Okay.
Well, let's give Vic his full
I just
props.
want to make sure you know it was yesterday.
This is Vic Lombardi in an exclusive one-on-one.
No, it wasn't exclusive. It was yesterday.
This is Vic Lombardi in a scrum sticking his microphone in front of Michael Porter Jr.'s
What am I
face.
being corrected on again?
It wasn't shoot-around. It was practice.
Okay. This is Michael Porter Jr. Is the team panicking like the fans?
Are players, is the room always more calm?
All right, stop right there. That's a
okay, there's
panicking. Oh, my God.
It's difficult for me to just stop a hotkey like that. So can we just play it?
Restart the hockey.
So Vic is going to start this clip by asking a question, and then Michael Porter Jr. will speak.
You're
going to
give me an aneurysm today. You really are, dude.
Are players, is the room always more calm than the fan base? Like, fan base is panicking. Oh my God, they're not top 4 in the West. What's going on?
No, I think it's probably mirrored. You know, everyone sees what people are talking about. I feel like that affects, guys' level of even killedness here. I feel like but sometimes you need some tension and you need a wake-up call. So I feel like it's definitely been not peaches and roses the past couple weeks.
He welcomes attention. He understands that right now it's not pretty in that room, and it shouldn't be. Like, would you be more if I told you that the Nuggets locker room right now was ho-hum and everybody was getting along and they're talking about what they're going to do after each game and they're laughing and joking? How would you feel if I told you that? How would you feel?
Not happy.
That wouldn't be good at all.
What if I told you it was a tense setting and people were trying to hold each other accountable?
Well, then they care.
Okay, so that's the first hurdle. They do care, and you could tell messages are being sent to each other. I asked this question of Michael Porter Jr., who's undergone how many back surgeries? 3?
I think 3.
Yeah. I said, no, you don't miss games. You play. Why is it so important for you to play every game? You don't miss games. He goes, we're professional athletes. Our bodies, we're in charge of. This is who we are. Our bodies are, these are tools. This is our business. If we can't keep track of our business and our bodies, what are we doing?
The only thing that should keep you out of a game is if you physically cannot play the game. Everybody has, oh my God, I almost went full REM. That's my own fault. Everybody's got aches and pains. Everybody's got this and that. Everybody's got things they're dealing with. Everybody. The National Hockey League right now, Vic, the Avs are 31 games in. Think everybody's feeling just honky-dory all the time? No, man. You go on out and play because it's your job and because you want to win.
But a guy like...
You shouldn't be given an attaboy for playing.
Tell me what you think about Michael
Embiid.
Porter Jr., who was everyone's favorite whipping boy for a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, today when he talks, he's all grown up, man. That's some mature stuff.
You know what he is that I don't know if people could say this about him up until the last couple of years? He's a professional, right? He's a professional. He does his job. He works hard. He says the right things. Texture says, Brett, you should have said, this is me standing next to MPJ's knees. He is like, I swear to God, Vic, I think they lie about his height. He looks like he's 7 feet tall. He stands next to Joker. He's like the same height. I don't get it.
He's 6'10" and counting.
All right, so want to get back to the Avs here in a second. Obviously, a disappointing game from last night.
I want to get into Sunday, too. I'm excited about this. I'm really excited.
It's all that next.
Do you need a good attorney? An attorney with an improved track record who has done it, been there, and he's done it for 40 years. Dan Camplis Law, the one and only official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. And like the Nuggets and the Avs, Dan believes that talk is cheap. A lot of lawyers talk, but the results matter, and the record-setting results. 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Nobody's ever done that before. He's also won the largest jury verdict in a Colorado truck crash case. Record-setting verdicts help Dan win many large out-of-court settlements for clients because the insurance companies, they try to squeeze you. He's not afraid of insurance companies. Got a friend of mine who's involved in a mess right now. I recommended Dan. He said, let me handle the insurance company. Dan Camplis Law has offices set up and down the Front Range. including an amazing flagship offense right down the road here at the Denver Tech Center. If you need his help, give him a call today. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit him up at dancaplislaw.com.
You got a playoff game on Sunday. Make no mistake about it. Like, you win that game, you're this close to punching your ticket. You lose it, you're going to need help from a lot of different places. And the emphasis that you have on this game in what is, look, if you were to draw up a pretty ideal world for the Broncos to live in with a rookie quarterback in year one, this is it. The amount of teams already eliminated from postseason contention in the AFC there's a ton of them. A ton.
A lot of work has been done for you.
Yeah.
So you're just be thankful that there's such separation between the haves and have-nots in the AFC. You've put yourself also in a very, very good position.
I know that you want to weigh this as a playoff game, but in the inverse, this is more of a playoff game for Indy. This is way more important for Indy than it is Denver.
Sure.
Denver has room for error. Denver can still control its own destiny. Indy has to win or it's over. This is a playoff game truly for the Colts.
The difference, though, is, and you laid it out yesterday, Vic, the teams that are all surrounding you on the way to the last month of this season, they don't have your schedule at the end. They aren't going to have, an at Chargers, at Cincinnati, and then Chiefs at home finish to the season. They're going to have a much easier path. And so what you're asking if the Broncos lose this weekend is you've got to be perfect against that schedule, and that's what makes it really difficult.
Yes.
So, yes, technically, you control your own destiny, but it's a murderer's row here towards the end of the season, and you need to leave yourself margin for error. Because I think we all acknowledge the Broncos are a good football team. I don't know if they're we go 3-0 against those teams left on the schedule good. That's the difference.
Find me. I'm going to challenge people. I'm going to challenge anybody out there. Anybody. Not just you guys, because you guys are easy pickings. But I want to challenge any listener out there. Find me, and this is why I feel good, part of the reason, find me any, quote, expert or any NFL guy or gal or whatever. Find me anyone that picks the Colts to win this game. Because I bet you can't do it unless their name is, hi, I'm Jeff Indianapolis.
What does that matter?
Vic, people are reading the tea leaves right now as to where the Broncos are and how good they are.
But since when did the people's opinion of, I mean, how many people had the Buffs winning, what did they finish with, 9?
No.
9 wins. I mean,
okay.
what does that matter?
We said before the season the variables with the Colorado Buffaloes were so great that they could absolutely win 9 games. Hell, in my opinion, they should have been in the Big 12 title game and should be in the playoff, but that's a whole other point. You can't find anybody who's picking Indy. I went to CBS. If you go to CBS, they have all those guys, Pete Prisco and Brinson and Jamie Eisenberg, all those writers, all those NFL guys, fantasy guys, and so on and so forth. They do their picks every week. They've all picked the Denver Broncos to win this game.
And? So should they not play the game, Moj? I don't know where you're going with this.
Okay, this is where I'm going with this, Vic. You can be nervous all you want. The Broncos are the superior team.
So what?
The instinctual nature of who you think is going to win. Everybody feels the same way. I know you say so what, but there's truth to back that up.
So what?
There are physical stats to back that up.
So does this mean they don't play the game now?
No,
because
no.
I'm just saying, what does this mean?
Feel good about their chances on Sunday. If they win Sunday, Brett, playoff game. If they win, they're in.
Incredibly likely.
And end of story. If they win, they are in. That's it, baby. That's it. And then all we're worried about is, okay, where are they going to go? That's the only thing we're worried about from that point on. As far as I'm concerned.
I'm wired way differently than you are.
Apparently you are, P-boy.
The fact that everybody does believe it's a done deal makes me even more nervous.
I'm actually kind of with Vic.
I mean, I can't stand that frame of thinking. It bothers me so much when people arrive at these conclusions. Well, everybody's picking the Broncos. Why show up?
I think the difference here, Moj, is people are under the assumption, I guess some of them are, that the Colts are like the Panthers or the Jags or the Saints or something like that when you played them. I don't think that's this game. This isn't one that it's like, if you don't win this game, then you would have to throw 5 picks or something like that to lose it. Colts aren't a bad football team.
They're not a very good football team.
Okay.
I think of the glass as half full. You guys are thinking of it as half empty. You say they're not a bad football team. But you know what? They're not a good football team either. You know what they are? They're milquetoast. They're swimming in the middle. They're not great. They're not horrible. They're not any of that stuff. They don't do anything really well. I mean, think about it, dudes.
The Browns had 3 wins, and you needed a couple pick sixes to get a win last week or 2 weeks ago.
What's the difference there? What's the difference?
Moj.
The X factor is Jameis Winston. He's the difference in a game like that. Anthony Richardson is not Jameis Winston.
Moj, last Saturday, the Denver Nuggets lost to the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, it sucked.
Did you think that the Wizards were going to win that game?
Not a chance.
So what are we doing here? Why are you playing this game?
No, what I'm telling you is that, yeah, there is anecdotal evidence to back you up. Absolutely. But I feel very calm. I just feel very good about this game, and I'm looking forward. I'm choosing. Listen, I'm not going to overlook this game.
Everybody on the text line, hate it when Mosier does this. Hate it when Mosier does this because you do it every week. You do it every week before the
big
Cleveland
time
game.
win.
Oh, no chance. Every Cleveland, no chance. And yet they're there in the fourth quarter with a chance to upset the Broncos on Monday Night Football.
There's been times where I've done that with the Broncos.
You do it every week.
There's games in which I'm like, they're going to take care of business. I felt that way against New Orleans when they were super beat up. I felt that way against Carolina. This is not one of those games. Like, Indy is not devoid of talent. They run the football really well. Jonathan Taylor is still one of the top backs in the NFL.
It's your utter disrespect for the opponent.
No, I don't have
much.
disrespect for the opponent. I have belief in the Broncos.
It's your utter
There's
disrespect for the competition of the game.
I don't have disrespect for that either. I believe that the Broncos are the superior team, and we'll have a superior game plan.
Okay, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Do you think?
Hey, by the way, hold on. Let me stop you. Moshe, you do this every week.
It is a skit. People have called it a skit. You're playing a skit. It is. Just
My ass.
No, he feels this way. There's no
Dude,
doubt
I
about
said they
that.
were going to get killed at Baltimore. Did I not say that, Brett?
Yeah.
Did I say that they were going to lose at Kansas City?
You
I
thought-
was more pessimistic about Kansas City than you guys were, for God's sake.
Well, you guys were yelling at me when I said I think the Broncos have.
Yeah,
50-50
I called
shot.
you, Sanford, and DMAC crackheads. Yes, I did. Vic, you tell me when I've been wrong.
Did you have the Wizards beating the Nuggets on Saturday?
We're not talking about the stupid Wizards. You tell me when I've been wrong about this Denver Broncos
Did you have
team.
the Avs did you have the Avs beating Utah last night?
You know what? And I was wrong. I thought the Chiefs were better. That's my bad. I completely agree. But when I've looked at every other game, did the Broncos beat the Cleveland Browns?
See, but hang on. Here's the question.
Did they cover?
Here's the
I mean,
question.
just then stuff it, okay? And this is not a skit. This is not Pollyannish. This isn't anything of that nature. This is the way I truly feel about it, and I don't understand why more people don't have faith in what their football team has put forth.
I think that's totally fair. I think to have faith in the Broncos, I always have said this. It's a much better place when you're making decisions on whether you think you win or lose based on your team and not the opponent. Like, when you have confidence in your team, that's a great place to be. And I do have confidence that the Broncos play well because it's been a while since they played like ass.
Do
okay?
I think they'll win in L.A. next Thursday? No, I don't think they're going to win that game. I think the Chargers are going to get them twice this year.
Let me ask you my question real quick.
Go ahead.
If the Broncos lose, how does it look to you? How does a Broncos loss to Indianapolis look this weekend?
17-14.
No, I just say like vibe of the game. Are they turning the ball over a million times? Like,
yes, they're turning which they don't do. Do they turn the football over a lot?
Not a lot.
What's their ratio in terms of giveaways to takeaways? I mean, they're in pretty damn good shape.
They're pretty good though.
Yeah. It's an ugly. What's the weather supposed to be like on Sunday? Incidentally,
it's supposed to be good. It's really nice this weekend, actually.
Oh, great,
Yeah,
man!
Great weather.
Okay. So if the Broncos
50.
That's perfect. Perfect football weather. If the Broncos just play their game.
Broncos, by the way, +3 in turnover ratio.
There you go.
The Bills are +17.
That's pretty awesome.
So are the Steelers.
I just feel the Broncos, they have way more going their way, and I just feel good about it.
Here's where I disagree.
I'm not saying they're absolutely going to win or the Colts can't win. I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Here's where I
feel great about this game.
This is where I disagree with you. You think it would take a pretty epic failure from the Broncos to lose this weekend? I don't.
See,
I don't think it would take a disaster of a game for them to lose against
This is
the
where I
Colts.
disagree with them. The NFL is become a razor's edge league. It's become a league in where any given Sunday really is what it is. Any given freaking Sunday, something crazy can happen.
That's
We've seen
absolutely
it.
true.
So I think what you do the game a disservice when you automatically assume these type of things. Because, hell, man, he's got a team over there, the Lions. How many games have they won where they probably didn't deserve to win, and they have? They found
At least
a
a
way.
couple.
Yeah, it happens. That's all. Respect the game. Respect the competition. Why even go? Why even draw it up?
Well, here's what I keep in mind. And this is what's concerning to me about Indianapolis. It's why I don't consider them a bad football team. They're a good one that could win this weekend. I don't think they will. I think the Broncos win, but here's how they could. The Colts don't get blown out, man. They don't. They lost. I'll roll through it for you. Out of their 7 losses this year, 2-point loss to the Texans, 6-point loss to the Packers, 3-point loss Jags, 3-point loss Texans, 8-point loss Vikings, 10 to the Bills, and then an 18-point loss to Detroit. But I watched that game. It didn't feel that way. They keep games close. And when you have Anthony Richardson, who can, from the video we shown earlier, it takes one throw like that if it's a one-score game to make that even. That's why I'm not taking this as a given. Like, the Broncos need to go out and they need to play well. They need to be sound. They need to play a good game to win this weekend. I think they will.
Let me read this text.
Yeah,
and,
please
and,
do.
and it'll put my frame of reference
sounds good.
to rest.
Let's
and
do
this is why I think the way I do. And again, it's all how you're wired. Austin writes out, it's so annoying how Vic talks about this Broncos team. The Colts freaking suck. They squeaked out a W against the Patriots. Austin, how'd you feel about the Broncos-Patriots game last year at home when the Broncos hosted the Patriots with, pretty much a playoff
on the
grip
line, yeah.
Do you remember that Patriots team? Does everybody remember the Patriots of last year?
They stunk.
How'd you feel about that game, Austin? Do you remember? Did you think? How did you feel about that game?
I would say this Broncos team feels a lot different.
But
your
how did
point's
you
taken.
feel about that game,
Sure.
that particular
You
game?
thought
and that
they'd win.
opponent? Of course. Don't assume anything.
Let me.
That's all. That's all I'm saying. Do I think the Broncos will win? Yes. I don't assume a damn thing about any sport.
I don't
anywhere,
either.
anytime.
I'm not assuming it. Let me. In fact, let me adjust my perspective on this. Am I allowed to do that?
Sure.
All right. Here's new Moj.
Mhm.
This is Vic's coaching of me. Man, I don't know about this, man. I don't know. Man, you got to respect Richardson because he's 6'4" and he's about 250. He's going to bust us up, man. We're going to push too deep in our pass rush, and he's going to take off up the gap. He's going to run 25 yards, man. He's going to beat the living crap out of Benito, man. I don't know, man.
Is that what I'm doing?
Man, if they lose this game, man,
is that what I'm
the
doing?
odds of them making the playoffs are down to like 2%, man. It's freaking me out, dudes. Would you prefer that? Or would you prefer me to tell you how I really feel? I feel very confident about Sean Payton's ability to game plan Anthony Richardson and the Indianapolis Colts. No, I like the tunes there. In fact, Nelly, let me soothe people. Give me some soothing tunes.
This is what you've done.
The Broncos have a better defense. The Broncos have a better offense. The Broncos, in my opinion, overall, are a more cohesive unit. They've got the better quarterback. They're playing at home. They have a lot on the line as well. I realize the Colts look at this as their playoff game, and you lose, you go home, essentially, is what it is. But the Denver Broncos are a hungry, hungry hippo football team. They've had 10 long years of suckitude, and they see the carrot at the end of the string. And if they just win this game, they'll be able to snatch that carrot, essentially, and take a big old tasty bite out of it. They've got plenty of motivation on their own. Could bad things happen? Yeah, I could get hit by a bus walking into the parking lot to get my truck today. Could. And you know what? Hey, Brett, you always got to watch out because remember Gertrude over there at the Home Depot got ran over by a bus about 5 years ago? So it can happen. I mean, this is the National Football League. Old ladies get hit by buses all the time. I could get hit by a bus. But the odds of it happening aren't that way. Okay?
Let me ask you a couple more questions.
Yeah.
If the Chiefs played the Colts, would you think the same way?
Would I think the Chiefs would win? Yeah, I would.
Like this level of confidence?
I just feel good about it. I feel about 78% confident. Yeah.
What about if the Bills played them?
Yeah.
Packers?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all those games were close.
Oh, I know they beat Pittsburgh earlier in the year. I know they did. That was Justin Fields, Pittsburgh Steelers, but nonetheless. I hear you.
I'm just saying the games are close.
I hear you. Yeah, they're close. But that's why they're 6-7.
Okay.
And not 7-6 or 8-5.
Look, I appreciate the confidence. I just don't feel that way.
Okay.
Again, I'm pretty confident that I think they win. But this would not, if we get here Monday and the Broncos lost, it would be devastating. But
if they lose, But
I wouldn't sit here and be like, how in the hell did that happen?
I probably won't be either, but I've got to see how it happens, and then I will dissect it that way. I'm going to be on the air. Vic, you've done the show. You were in L.A. doing the show at 6 in the morning Los Angeles time, weren't you? What, about a week and a half ago?
Yeah.
I'll be on at 6 a.m. in Vancouver, British Columbia on Monday morning.
I'm on at 6 a.m. every day.
Understood. You're also not doing a game until midnight the night before.
I did last night.
I just
once in your life. Good for you.
I just want to say, as we approach this timeout, this morning, and I think our listeners will agree, so far, this has been the worst radio show from us three I've been a part of in a long time.
I don't think so at all.
This content that we've just given people, hoping, here's what I think is going to happen. Well, here's what I think. Well, here's what I believe. This is the worst kind of radio I can. It's so stupid. Who cares? Who cares what you think?
Huh? That's the entire point of the show. That's what an opinion show is.
Waste of time.
Weird.
Okay.
Who cares what you think? It's an opinion show.
You have a
It's the point, actually.
You do, man. When I knew it as soon as you came in, sleepy time for whatever reason. You're not sleep. and your polyps are bothering you up in the nose and all that.
I tell you what,
and
put
you
a poll-
come in and you shove. And
Ask-
by the way,
ask
you didn't
people
have
what
to.
they think. Ask people what they think of the show today. It's the worst show we've ever had. I think it's the worst show we've had all year.
It might, but here's the problem.
I don't think so.
Take some ownership of this because I think we're doing okay on this side. But you took that thing, and by the way, here's here's some advice.
I'm gonna take another spray.
Okay, you don't have to put it that far up.
Yes, you do. You have to go to the beyond.
When you put that in your nose, it's like you're touching your brain. Brett, have you seen how far he puts that up there?
I don't care what Vic
He's
thinks
stabbing his
about
brain.
how far he goes up there.
Look at that! Oh my God!
See, the problem was
he's buried it. Two knuckles. Oh my gosh, man!
yesterday you guys peaked content-wise with the whole discussion of what makes a genius and whether or not Einstein could play
True.
piano. So there was no way you were going to match that with whatever you talked about today.
Can the Broncos lose? Yes, they can absolutely lose if things go bad. I think they're going to win, and I feel very optimistic about it. So, what do you want to do to me? I mean, what do you want me to do? You want to lock me in solitary confinement for being optimistic? Am I the a-hole here?
Not the
Because I'm
a-hole,
optimistic.
I just didn't get
because
it.
that's what it feels like. You want me to go on Reddit? I think the Broncos are going to win. Am I the a-hole?
Good for you, bud.
303-504-0925. Listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app.
I'll tell you where you can shove that Flonase. I'll tell you.
It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com.
Here's the thing about my tooth that broke. Where is the other half?
In your colon.
Can it be restored or?
All right, let me tell you something.
Why don't you search around and find out?
I just walked in the door, and the first thing I heard, because I don't know what happened before this, was, where's the other half? And Mo said, in your colon. So I don't know what this is.
Oh, yeah. There's only two places it can be.
I lost half of
if
my.
If you break a tooth,
Half
if you break a tooth and you don't spit it out, the only other option, Brett, is it's inside of you someplace.
Hey, did you ever tell them about the time your dog ate $400 cash and
Oh,
you
yeah.
just waited for
yeah.
the
Oh,
exit
yeah.
strategy?
Hey,
How much
man.
of that did you retrieve? I mean, a dog eats 400 cash.
Yeah, like 280. Like 280.
I would have done the same.
Dude, there's a lot
What
of.
if
I
he
mean,
giving you back 800?
I'm back from vacation.
Yo, what if you got like
What if you
more?
got more?
Is there a quarter in here?
No, that little son of a gun, that's Henry. He's dead now. That little son of a gun got my wallet one time. I couldn't find my wallet. In the garage, you see my wallet. It's spread out all over the garage. I'm like, you little mother. This is different from the time my boxer loved to eat money. I come back from vacation. I got money in an envelope on the kitchen counter. He gets up there and gets it, and he eats $400.
What are you, Pablo Escobar? Why is it in an envelope?
First, so many questions. Money in an envelope, and what's the dog's attraction with cold hard cash?
I have no idea, man. He's a grifter. Anyway, there's not a problem now. He's gone, but he's a good boy. But do you know what it's like to follow your dog around for a while and try to retrieve your 20s? It's not in a 50. It's not cool, man. But when you find when you find the 50, you're like, yes, awesome. At least I got 50 bones back.
Disgusting.
It is. But what would you
disgusting.
do?
I would have followed him.
Like, what if one of your little pooches, like one of your little,
Terry, handle it.
Yeah, not the good one, but the bad one, Roxy.
Terry,
the one that
fix it.
The one that bites. Like if that little
Wasn't
dog
that in American Pie or something like that? The dog ate the engagement ring, and they had to wait for the dog.
That's what I'm saying. What if they ate like your wife's wedding ring or something? You'd follow that dog.
I wouldn't. She would.
Remember in Up in Smoke when the
dog.
dog ate Tommy Chong's stash?
Nope.
I do know dogs that have done that, by the way. You see those videos on Twitter, those dogs that they get into a secret stash you're not supposed to get into, and their faces.
No, that's good stuff, man. 100% pure stuff.
It's Labrador.
Hey, what's with the Avs at home?
Yeah, Vic, I have no idea.
Do they have a ballerina problem again here? What's going on?
If you want to lay it out there, let's lay it out there. Number one, they're 7-8 at home. Last year at home, this just shows you the difference between years. They were 31-9-1 on the home ice.
So they're just a loss away from last year's total.
They're a loss away from last year's total, which is unheard. Now, there's different reasons for that, and I think they've addressed some of that. Talking about the goaltending. You're laughing about Cheech and Chong, aren't you?
No, a texter said, Moj basically said, he stole my money. He's dead now. Moral of the story, don't take Mosier's money.
Right.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
So it's part of the reason I think it's been addressed, okay? But I don't know. They just haven't been able to put it together on the home ice. I don't know. Not only that, but they're 2-5 now inside the Central. And your bread is really buttered against your opponents inside your division. I mean, it matters in the NHL because the top three in the division make the postseason, period. Minnesota lost last night. Dallas lost last night. It was an opportunity for you to make up ground on those guys, and you didn't grasp it, right? So I'm sure they'll talk about it today. And I think there was road trip hangover. I think you get home, Brett, you talked about it. You don't want to unpack for 24, 48 hours when you get home from a road trip. And you feel like the Avalanche didn't unpack.
I think that's specific to last night. Now, overall in the year, you tell me if this is an oversimplification. And look, I say it all the time. There's excuses and then there's reasons for things. Okay, there's realities. Reality of the situation is the Avs have played a whole bunch of home games with a whole bunch of guys out of the lineup from earlier in the year.
That's also true.
They've had a whole bunch of games in which their goaltending has been subpar, and they've
That's
rectified
also
that.
true, yes.
And last night was its own unique animal of coming off a long road trip and then maybe not having the juice that you
Bill
normally
Hanslick
should.
says that all the time in basketball. The game you have to worry about at home is that first game after a long road trip.
Yeah.
And I don't know why it works across all sports, but it is the case. The legs just didn't look there.
When I look at the opponents coming up, they have a real opportunity here to the Avalanche to string some things together. You've got Nashville coming up tomorrow night. And again, they're coming off a nice win last night in Dallas. They played well. I'm guessing Onninen's probably going to start against the Avalanche tomorrow night. He won last night.
Ooh, that'd be
or maybe
so-
they'll go back to UC Saros. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll throw their number one and Brew will not throw. Hey, why if you got UC Saros, why would you throw the Juice 2 in a row? But let's say, I mean, you got to win that game. You got to get back to 500 at home before you hit the road.
I think they roll tomorrow.
Okay, Vancouver, iffy. Vancouver's a pretty decent club. But then you're at San Jose and Anaheim back-to-back to finish it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, incredibly winnable games. Then you come home before Christmas, you got Seattle in town. Incredibly winnable game.
I don't look at winnable games. This is the same team that went on the road, won 4 or 5 in games that were not supposed to be, quote, winnable. So, again, we go back to our philosophy. You win games you're not supposed to win sometimes. And you lose games you're not supposed to lose.
I'm assuming Blackwood's going to get his first start tomorrow.
I think he probably would, yeah. He appears to be healthy and happy and ready to go, and it should be fun. By the way, that was the first time that Avalanche fans on the home ice had seen Scott Wedgwood between the pipes, and I thought he was fine last night. I think he was very good. In fact, I'm kind of like Coach Bednar. I'm not putting any of those goals on him. The third goal, which was the power play goal, was as much a breakdown of the PK as it was anything else. There's not a goalie. He played it right. He played it correct. As to where the puck was, he was in proper position. The guys in front of him were just a tick off. They were a tick behind, and it was a perfect tic-tac-toe bang to the back of the net.
How crazy is it that last night the 2 goalies that the Avs let loose, Georgie and Eustace, both won for their teams?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, they're both capable. They're both capable guys. Okay? I mean, we've seen
Georgie led the league in wins last year.
I mean, he played well in Detroit on Saturday night in an Avalanche sweater. That's not the issue. The issue isn't can either guy win any given game? Of course they can. The issue is, are you going to get the same kind of goaltending on a nightly basis? And I would argue to you the Avalanche last night got just the same goaltending they did when they were on the road in winning 4 out of 5 games. Not the Buffalo game where Wedgwood came in relief, but the last 3 games, terrific goaltending.
They didn't produce on the other side.
That is correct. And there are extenuating circumstances for that. Again, you have 2 go in off your own guys. One's off Lekkonen's skate, and it goes backwards and butterflies over Wedgwood's shoulder. But what's he going to do about that? Nothing. Yeah. The one, it ticks Middlestad's stick. And by the way, if it doesn't hit Casey Middlestad's stick, it probably hits DeHaan in the shin pad enough that it doesn't go in. But it just ticks off his stick. It just ticks off the left side of his left shin pad and goes in. Because Wedgwood's right there for the save. He's in perfect position. I mean, it was a kind of a confluence of circumstances, which doesn't mean jack squat because you lose the game.
The only concern I really have for the moment with the Avs, like goaltending remains to be seen. It's just an incomplete grade. Like, I don't know. But Wedgwood's been really good since he came over. I don't really care about last night because I understand what happened. It's all the stuff we talked about. It's coming off the long road trip, didn't have your legs. You got a little bit of bad puck luck in the last night. The concern that I have is their power play has been atrocious lately.
It's been, you know what's so crazy about that?
Difficult to get a shot off. Their first one last night was all right. It was 5 shots?
Their first one was good. And they had 3 really good looks. Malcolm made a couple of saves there, man. Unbelievable.
But you're trying to get back in the game, and you got 2 minutes and what was it? 2 minutes and
2:44.
And you didn't get a shot.
No, you did not. It's bad. Yeah,
Like,
I mean, it
that's
doesn't make any sense.
The issue, like I remember, I don't know how long ago this was. Had to be 3 or 4 weeks ago. The Avs were, I think, 2nd or 3rd in power play percentage this year. They've dropped to 9th.
Well, that's like late October. The last 18 games, if my calculations are correct, they are 6 for their last 45 in the last 18 games. And, yeah, it needs to be better than that. I mean, they all know
that's where they thrive.
Again, that first power play I thought was very good. 5 shots on goal. They moved the puck well. They entered the zone quickly. Everything was set up and ready to go. They just couldn't put it in the back of the net. And that will frustrate you if you're the Colorado Avalanche.
Can I ask another basic question? You guys like my basic questions, right? Given how many awards he's cleaned up this week, Travis Hunter won 2 more last night. I don't even know. I can't keep count of all the awards he's won nationally. He's going to win the Heisman tomorrow. Is he the greatest college football player in the history of college football?
We'll get to that in a couple minutes. Stick around. Look ahead to the games over the weekend. The Broncos taking on the Colts in a giant game with playoff implications. And on the Circa Sportsbook, that number has jumped from 3.5 points to a 4-point favorite with the over-under at 45.5. And you got all of those with the weekend lines in the NFL and so much more. If you download the Circa Sportsbook and check out the best odds anywhere in the sports wagering game. That is Circa Sports, tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. You will not find better odds anywhere else, whether it's the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, college basketball in full swing right now. Download the Circa Sports app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Vic. So you asked, is Travis Hunter the best college football player ever? Right?
And some of you are reacting like that's sacrilege to ask that question. I mean, one guy says, calm down, Vic. Not the greatest ever. Otherwise, they would have made the CFP. Another person on the text line lists all the awards that he's won this week. This is just this week, mind you. All right, one man, 1 week. Here we go. Chuck Bednarik Award, nation's top defensive player. Bolitnikoff Award, nation's top receiver. Walter Camp Award, college football player of the year. The Lott Impact Trophy, nation's top defensive player. Paul Hornung Award,
hold on,
nation's most versatile player.
That's for Ronnie Lott.
Associated Press Player of the Year. Tomorrow,
And soon to be Heisman.
the Heisman Trophy. Not to mention all the Big 12 honors, all the AP, All-American honors. I mean, the list goes on and on. So maybe the question should be, is he the most decorated? I think the list speaks for itself.
Well, yeah.
Now, when you say who is the most impactful, the sport of football lends itself to the quarterback position always being the most impactful position, right? You don't win unless you're Ashton Genty in Boise State without your quarterback playing at a high level. You just don't. You got to have that, right? But who's the best college football player ever? And I ask you, has there ever been another college football player, I gave you the list of awards, that could even come close to winning that many honors?
No, I don't think it's a stupid question at all. I don't know if he is or not, but he's certainly in the conversation for what he's amounted to. And what I'll never understand is, look, there's a few people that think that Travis Hunter's overrated for whatever reason. I think they're stupid.
That's just a bias, Brett. That's not. I don't know if they truly feel that way. It's just a bias. I don't know. They don't like the Buffs. Coach Prime rubs him the wrong way. He's the byproduct of that. I don't know, Vic.
But I don't know why he has an association with Deion just because he's a player of his. Like, I don't know why it's so hard for, I guess, people to look at things individually. But I will say this. The thing that annoys me about a lot of these awards, you talk about greatest players ever, especially in football. Who's the greatest football player who's ever lived? And people tell you, like, oh, it's Tom Brady, or it's just a quarterback
They'll
list.
say, no, Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice may be the best football player.
Jim Brown.
Jim Brown,
you can
absolutely.
make an argument for all of them.
I'm telling you right now, the most dominant football players in college that I've seen, at least that I can think of in my lifetime, Travis Hunter's number one on the list.
Ndamukong Suh was one of them.
Suh was the other one. I was like, I've never seen somebody more
100%.
unstoppable than that guy.
100%.
That's
the most electrifying football player I've ever seen on a college football field was Rocket Ismail. That's me.
Sure.
I've never seen anybody with the ball in his hands have a chance to score every single time.
I want to remind somebody, too. One of the best defensive players in the history of college football was Brian Bosworth.
Sure.
He was that good.
And he gets the stain because of his NFL career.
But no one
That
has
is
ever
correct.
been this good across
And because
all
Bo Jackson
lines.
got him pretty good.
That's the difference. Never before have we seen somebody who could go across the defensive and offensive lines and say, I'm going to dominate on both sides.
But here's the other part
What
of
would
it,
Tim
Vic.
Tebow do right now?
And this is what I don't understand, is he wins the Bolitnikoff Award, and I've seen a whole bunch of tweets rattling off, like there's a guy over in California that leads the nation in like receptions, yards, touchdowns, all this different stuff. There's that really good wideout from Arizona, McMillan, that is a stud. There's obviously other guys you could argue for the individual spot. But here's the thing. If you think that Travis Hunter, and I know I'm talking to CU fans and stuff like that aren't going to argue this point, but I'm just saying in general, if you think Travis Hunter isn't at minimum top 3 or top 5 in both positions that he participates in, then you're crazy, and I can prove it to you very easily. I don't think he's playing 2 positions in the NFL. I know he wants to. I would love to see it. I just don't know if
I don't
it's
think
going to
it's
happen
physically
that way.
possible at that level.
So why would he be the first position player off the board outside of quarterback, if that were the case, if he wasn't that good at these positions?
Yeah.
Explain that one to me.
He
Because
will
NFL
be-
scouts don't care about awards that you win in college. They care about if it translates to a professional
when
level.
a player does things that other greats take notice, like some of the greatest to ever play the game, and even people playing now take notice and turn and say, oh my God, that should tell you all you need to know. That's all you need to know. I don't need affirmation from everybody. I need affirmation from people that know what it takes. Patrick Surtain, Ask him about Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Ask him.
Well, what? It was Surtain, and who else for Denver 2 weeks ago was wearing the Travis Hunter Heisman shirt?
Cortland Sutton was wearing one.
Yeah.
Peyton Watson was wearing one. It's not just about wearing a shirt. It's understanding what it takes to do it on both sides. Understanding, again, Charles Woodson tried it. Champ Bailey tried it.
But not
they
like
tried
that.
it in spurts. Spurts. Like you played a couple. Not the whole damn game, guys. This is not difficult to understand.
Even Coach Prime tried it a tiny bit. Tiny bit.
But it was like a wrinkle. It was a gimmick.
That is correct. That is correct. It's not real. He's that good at both positions. And I'll be fascinated. Whoever drafts him, I'll be fascinated to see how they view him because they're going to want him to play one side of the ball. But maybe, just maybe, you have, maybe he's a DB that sprinkles in on offense. Not all the time like he does at CU.
I think that's the most.
He's the corner that sprinkles in offensively.
When you need him.
Every third down or something like that.
Not to mention, listen, he's smart enough. Again, he's an academic All-American. The guy's a bright kid.
Absolutely.
Smart enough to understand the playbook on both ends. When you get to the
100%.
NFL, it's a full-time job.
It is.
You got to spend as much time in those meeting rooms as you do on the practice field, if not more. So that's asking an awful lot for him to get to know both playbooks well. It's going to be very difficult. I see that. I see him playing corner full-time and having shots at receiver when needed.
Here's Marcus Freeman, by the way, Notre Dame head coach on Travis.
If you had a vote this year, Coach, who are you voting for? Ashton Jeanty or Travis Hunter?
I'm going to start by saying I haven't really watched either of them play a game. I've seen highlights. Both are amazing players. But to see what Travis Hunter is doing on both sides of the ball, it's unprecedented. I know Charles Woodson did it, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to look at stats. Was Charles Woodson's stats on both sides of the ball as impressive as Travis
Never been
Hunter?
done before.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Never been done before.
To play how many plays at that high of level, but not just to play, but to impact the game. That's hard. I would vote for Travis Hunter.
So that was the Out of Pocket podcast with RG3 and I think his wife.
Yes. Never been done before is the correct answer. When
Here's
you
his
can
life,
say
though.
that about a person, I mean, it's over.
Here's his life. School and football. His gal, little one, and some video games. That's it. That's all he says. Dude, he's a total homebody. He's not at school or doing football stuff. He's home with his family, and that's it.
Well, hang on.
I love everything about this guy.
So I got to read this.
We've seen his character after last year and the Rams safety and getting together.
Yeah, the character's great. He's a good kid.
He's got everything, yeah.
But I just, from a pure football thing.
Have you seen him play pickup basketball by chance?
I have not.
My son played with him up at CU in the rec courts. He'll occasionally go over there.
Did he dunk on him?
What he does on a pickup basketball court, there's videos out there. Take a look. Just take a look. Take a gander. Tell me what you think.
Texter says Travis Hunter isn't even the most valuable player on his team. That's why he shouldn't get the Heisman. Take Travis out, and Shedeur is still slinging the ball to other receivers like Jimmy Horn. But you take Shedeur away and replace him with a mediocre quarterback, Travis becomes way less impactful as a wide receiver. With Jeanty, you take away, whatever.
Listen, we're not debating impactful. We started this whole segment by saying the quarterback position is the most impactful position on a football team. We get that.
Oh, dude, he yams.
Okay, all right, hang on.
Have you seen his handles in his three-point shot too?
Can you save it for a second? We're
No,
in the middle
I
of
can't.
something.
Oh, sorry, it's amazing, Travis Hunter.
The whole impactful thing is so annoying to me because it's like, you understand football. We all do. Quarterbacks mean the most. We get that. But I'm trying to talk about a guy who at two positions, one of them, by the way, widely seen as the most difficult position outside of quarterback, which is cornerback, doing it at that elite of a level on two sides of the ball. Like, when I tell you this is something that won't be done again, do you know how special you have to be this good at both, to be even in consideration for best in the world at this position on two sides of the ball? Like, and I don't get why this is so difficult of a concept for people to understand. Nobody's done this. Like, we didn't go to Shohei Ohtani and be like, what, Shohei Ohtani's an MVP just because he got a lot of at-bats and a lot of innings pitched? No, because he's really good at both of them.
At both.
That's the difference. He's doing it at a level that you could argue he is one of the tops in the world at doing both
why
things.
was Bo Jackson a phenomenon? Why was he
Because he was such a
interplanetary?
good baseball player and football player.
He was elite at both.
He was elite at both. They had this thing, Bo knows blank, Bo knows this, Bo knows that. I remember the commercial like it was yesterday, and he's riding this bicycle. And he goes, when is this Tour de France thing anyway? Like, and if Bo Jackson wanted to compete in the Tour de France, you're probably like, yeah, he could probably do it. I mean, listen, he was just beyond phenomenal at both.
I'm in
phenomenal.
awe of those athletes who cut across all lines and that can play multiple sports. You know, those days are limited now because athletes, especially in high school and youth sports, are being asked to specialize. The specialization of sports is criminal because you're not finding these all-purpose dudes that we used to have. One lives in town. You know, Dave Logan was drafted in all three sports. Right?
Absolutely. Dave Winfield, yep.
Dave Logan.
I know, but like Dave Winfield.
Yeah. I mean, you're drafted in three sports.
Yeah,
he
it's
was
amazing.
drafted in baseball, basketball, and the National Football League.
Yep.
Think about that for a second.
Brett, think about that for a second.
Brett, think about that.
You've met
Pretty
Dave.
impressive.
You know Dave.
Brett, think about it. Think.
Have you ever known anybody in your life drafted in three
Get your
sports?
brain around that.
No,
Put
I
your
do
brain on that.
Do you
right
even
now.
have a big enough brain to
Do you have the
conceive
brain
that?
to fathom that?
Do you have the power?
Three sports. You're good enough to play pro in three sports. You're drafted by three different leagues.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you don't.
Because I don't think you
fathom
have.
it.
I don't think you
The
have the
brain
capacity.
capacity's not there.
I'm looking at your eyeballs and the way they're staring
It's
and then
just not
twitching.
there.
I think your brain is trying to. I can see the
You slough
synapses
it off
firing,
like
but I
it's
don't.
nothing.
I don't think it's really absorbing.
They're doing that because I'm listening to you two.
Do you want to see this or do you not want to see this?
I don't really care.
What? Him playing? Yeah, this is.
Oh,
pretty-
watch this. Travis Hunter. Okay, he's just kicking around the gym.
By the way, that
Up,
rec
but
center
up,
up there is
yeah,
one of
killer.
the best in the country. Okay, that's just all right.
Oh!
Okay, all right, little handle, little lefty. Okay.
A little reverse off the kiss off the
I
glass.
do that every time I go to the gym.
Oh, would you stop it? Watch this. Sheds a man, launches for triple, glass.
He glassed a
So
three.
what? It's not his primary sport, dude. He's awesome. I would say he could play point guard for CU right now.
I mean, if he's specialized, right? I just
See, this is where I know, because you had no reaction to that. This is where I know your brain can't handle it. This is where I know you don't have the capacity to understand.
we're working with a guy that just can't understand.
We're working with a human doorknob.
I met a couple Nuggets fans at an event last night that are from Nebraska, and I should have told them we work with a guy that just doesn't understand and fathom greatness. They have no problem fathoming greatness. They know the value of Nikola Jokic. By the way, you don't want to read Chris Mannix's latest piece in SI. Don't read it.
Oh no.
Don't.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
Don't read it.
I love that. That was so good.
That is really great, actually. And Demps is not the kind of guy who does that.
I was here that day.
No, Dempsey is one of the most kind, considerate human beings I've ever met. And he's like, screw that guy.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
What is his problem? What is his malfunction?
Read the middle section of that.
Well,
There's one.
I can't find the story.
There's
What's
one
the story?
particular section.
Why
I'll
don't you
send it
read
to
it? Why don't
Just,
you
just
read it?
tell me what it's
why don't we-
about.
No,
why don't we go
it's
to
okay.
break?
Brett, whatever he writes is not very compelling. Don't worry about it.
Right, there you go.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in just a second. Stick around. I'm annoyed.
If I had the lack of capacity to understand that Dave Logan was drafted in 3 sports and sat the whole break stewing on that, I'd be annoyed too.
I'm annoyed because I just read the article Vic was talking about, Chris Mannix on Sports Illustrated. And he talks about how the Nuggets need to trade for Jimmy Butler. And this sounds a lot like.
Do you think the Nuggets should trade for LeBron James?
I love that voice.
You like getting nailed by the king?
What do you think?
It's just
do an ounce of critical thinking.
Watch the games. No, watch. See, they're not watching. It's the same guy who said, remember, that they're, what is the word? They're not compelling.
They're not compelling.
Watch, because you're not watching. You're not, like, why are the Nuggets struggling defensively this year? Tell me why they're struggling, and then
Because
I'll let
they
you read what he
can't
wrote.
defend the 3.
Now read what he wrote. And he's got some source there, some opposing coach.
Some horse feathers source. I don't know.
Because I don't want to make it look like we're just glazing Joker at every corner. But, I mean, blame the right people is all I'm saying. Don't blame the wrong person.
Jokic is having a historic offensive season. Defensively, it's been one of his worst across the NBA. Some rival coaches are privately saying similar things. Jokic's conditioning appears to be an issue. Here's the quote from an assistant coach that recently played Denver. He just looks heavy, and that makes it tough for him to play both ways. He's using all of his energy on offense. It has nothing on the other end. I thought he was trending towards being an average defender. Now he's back to being a horse bleep.
That quote is stupid. That coach is stupid. That article is stupid. And the fact that we just spent 30 seconds on that is stupid. Watch
you told
the
me
games.
to do it.
I know. I just wanted to verify how stupid this was.
Wow, bro.
Watch the games. Did you watch I was in L.A. when they beat the Lakers. Did you see how many times he beat Anthony Davis up and down the
big
court?
time, yeah.
Does he look out of shape to you?
Of course not.
Nope.
Can you score 56 in a game one night and then 48 the next if you're out of shape in back-to-back nights? Can out-of-shape guys do that? I'm just curious.
No, but it's when do the people like Chris Mannix lose credibility over their silliness?
Why would you put that in an article that he's out of shape when all you have to do is watch and understand what he's doing to putting up monumental numbers? And his defense, mind you, by the way, steals per game, 1.8, almost 2 steals a game, 12th in the league. Deflections per game, 3rd in the league. Rebounds per game, a defensive stat. Defensive rebounds important. Lead the league. Blocks per game, 67 so far, already career highs. In all those departments, defensively, career highs already. So you're telling me now that his defense is bad? And you're blaming the Nuggets' woes on his defense? Are they all intertwined? Defense is connective tissue. Defense is a team. And right now, as a team, they're all bad.
And Jokic,
perimeter-wise, they're bad.
Jokic isn't... You think it's his job to defend the 3? There are very few centers in a league that can defend the 3-point line, okay? Because you can't get out there quick enough.
Watch the game. Articles like that proves to me that there are enough media people in the country, national media, who simply don't watch Nuggets basketball.
Well, and I know that he's talking about defense here, but can I just say one thing? Jokic is averaging, mind you, 37.5 minutes per game through 19 games this year, and he's shooting career highs, well, close to career highs in both field goal percentage and certainly 3-point percentage, where he's at 50%. You can't do that if you have dead legs.
I don't know what else to say.
You don't hit threes at that clip if you have dead legs and you're poorly conditioned.
Tonight's game, a case in point on why the Nuggets are struggling. Their defensive their defense against the 3-point shot has been gross. It's been terrible. And they lost to the Clippers last time in L.A. because they were just beaten them to a pulp from the 3-point line. They gave up threes even when they didn't go in. Remember, they kept fouling dudes?
If Norman Powell goes off again tonight, I don't know what to do with myself.
I think one thing is very clear, by the way, from last year's team to this year's team. 3-point defense is worse. Why? Hang on. Why is the 3-point defense worse? KCP is sorely missed in that category.
Yes. Navigating picks? Sure.
Like the most missed you can have with KCP, because let's be honest, Christian Braun has made up for all the offensive sort of concerns that we had going from KCP to Christian Braun. Those have been taken care of, and then some. Like, Christian Braun's a better offensive player, it feels like, than what KCP was. But the perimeter defense it's amazing how much KCP kind of held that together last year.
Tell me you don't watch the Nuggets without telling me you don't watch the Nuggets. How do you write a piece on a national publication talking about what the Nuggets need, and then half of your piece goes into why they're struggling defensively, and it's Nikola Jokic. What world is this?
It's silly. The guy has a clear axe to grind, always has, and he'll always look for that. And then he'll write whatever he thinks he can get away with, but with some random assistant coach someplace. Vic, I'm going to watch the game tonight. But listen to me, Brett. I'm not sure I want to. And why do you think that would be?
Because James Harden's playing?
I don't like
Because James Harden is playing in the game.
Yeah, you don't
All right,
like
what's
his
the
style.
over? What's the over under on total free throws he'll get tonight?
On falls?
On just all the crap he pulls all the time. What's the over under?
He takes advantage of the rules like no player I've ever seen. He just does. He understands how to do it. He understands how to draw a whistle.
So what is the over-under on total free throws? 15, 16?
Total free throws taken by James Harden?
By James Harden.
I'll say the over-under is 13.
They've lost twice to him this year, which makes you feel a little bit gross. Harden in the last game had 13 free throws. In the first matchup this year, James Harden had 13 free throws. So there's your safe number.
There you go. Nice job, Vic. Right on the button. Okay, 13. You think any Nugget will shoot 13 free throws tonight?
Rarely.
No.
Although
It's just
their free throw shooting, it's funny you say that. They lost in L.A. to the Clippers because they missed free throws. They missed 11 in that game.
Yeah, they did. But watching James Harden, this is just my own personal stump. It's frustrating for me to watch him play the game of basketball. Zubats I'm okay with. Powell I'm okay with. I mean, I like some of their stuff. But watching Harden play the game and the way he takes advantage of the situation it's just distasteful. I just don't like it. It's not appealing to me.
You don't like the taste?
I like the taste.
Can hear that game tonight, 7 o'clock tip right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I want to go back
If James Harden were a vegetable, he'd be a beet.
Okay.
I don't like beets. You like beets? Some people love beets. I don't like beets
There's
at
not
all.
a single person that loves beets.
My wife loves beets.
Okay, so there's one.
She's an animal.
I don't know what they are.
I want to go to the Broncos with this massive game that we have coming up on Sunday. And just ask this question. How do you think, because Mose, you think the Broncos are going to win, how do you think it looks? Because I'll tell you what I'd like to see. I would like to see the Broncos run the football this weekend. I would like to see that aspect of the game get ramped up a little bit more. If you're indeed a playoff team, with a win this weekend, you would get pretty damn close to sealing that. You want to win a playoff game? I don't think you can do it without a rushing attack and putting all of this on the shoulders of your quarterback heading into this last stretch of the season. He's got to get some help in that department. And it's funny, in the Cleveland game, the Broncos, statistically, ran the football all right with Jaleel. He had 14 carries for 84 yards. It didn't feel that way for a lot of the game, though, because it was a lot of, sort of start and stop. And I don't care if it's Jaleel. I don't care if it's Estime. I don't care if it's Javonte. God help me. I don't even care if it's Burton. If somebody can give me a consistent rushing attack, I think that would be huge. Because it's the only thing you haven't done this year is have a game like that. Where we get on the show on Monday and we say, gosh, how about the Broncos rushing attack, huh? They are averaging 5.5 yards a carry. They were going at a great clip. They were keeping time of possession in their favor. Didn't put a whole bunch of pressure on Nix. Opened up the play action pass. They just haven't had that all year long. It's the one thing I want to see.
Yeah, the Indianapolis Colts. What do we talk about when we talk about their defense? What do we say? What kind of defense they are? They are a bend
don't break.
Okay. I think the Broncos have, if you want to get your running game going, can you think of a better opponent to do it against than the Indianapolis Colts? Yeah, you can think of one better.
What's been the Broncos' best rushing game of the year? What's been the game where they ran the ball with authority and it started and led the charge?
I don't think it exists.
Did they have a game where play action worked off the run?
Not really.
I don't think so.
No,
there was one game I remember where they established a couple nice runs and then they went to play action and it worked. Maybe New Orleans?
New Orleans.
Yes.
That's their best one. Javonte had 88 yards.
Yeah, and then combine the New Orleans, the Javonte yards with Bo's yards. Bo had a big running
I can't remember the exact number. Hasn't it been is it 29 straight games or 30 straight games now without a 100-yard rusher?
Well, I'll tell you this.
Get that taken care of.
It's hard, though. You're using 3 different guys in a game.
Yeah,
other teams get 100-yard rusher still.
The only team worse at stopping the run in terms of total rushing yards are the Carolina Panthers. The Indianapolis Colts, in terms of run yards given up this year, rushing yards given up, are number 2. They give up rushing yards, man. They give up almost $150 per game. Okay? So you may do it by committee again, and Bo may have some of those and so on. But if you want to get off on the run game, now is your opportunity to do that. One thing they don't do is the points per game. They temper that down a little bit. I like the Broncos' defense's chances of shutting down the Colts' offense way better than I like the Colts' ability to shut down the Broncos, what they want to do offensively. Again, the Colts give up plenty of yards. Their points are not super sky high because they have some nice red zone action and they hold teams to field goals and whatnot. Can do that. But the Broncos have shown a propensity when they get in that red zone. What do they do? What do they do now, Brett?
They
finish. I just think that they've got everything going for them in this game. If you want to run the ball and you want to run it down somebody's throat, this is the team to do it against.
Well, as you pointed out, Moj, their rushing yards allowed per game this year is 31st in the league. In the last 3 weeks, they have given up 5.1 yards per carry. I'm curious as to what the game plan is going to be to start for Sean Payton. For example, if they receive the opening kick on Sunday at Mile High, what are the first sort of slate of plays look like? What do they call them? The first 15 or whatever those
scripted plays?
The scripted plays. What does that look like? Is that more of a let's try and get some passes with Bo Nix going?
What does Sean Payton say after every game? It's all predicated on how the defense plays you. If the defense allows you to run the ball, then you'll run the ball. But he keeps telling us that defenses are scurrying to the line of scrimmage. They want you to pass.
I'm curious if that still applies. He said that a lot early in the season when Bo Nix was a rookie who was struggling. He's not struggling anymore. Like, you dare Bo Nix to throw the football, he'll capitalize on it.
I would dare ask you this question. Do you believe, Vic, look at my face, you and your nasal sprayed nose. Do you believe that the entire playbook has now been open to Bo Nix?
I still think they introduce different plays every week, but he has a firm grasp of the playbook now, yes.
I think he's got a firm grasp, Brett. Here's what I think. Now, the execution can be off at times, and we know that. He's still a rookie, and defenses are going to throw things at him continually. But I would argue to you that at this point in the season, 13 weeks in for the Denver Broncos, the passing game in every portion of the field, and what were we waiting for? The very last portion of the field for Bo Nix to attack.
The middle.
The middle.
And he's doing that
and not
regularly.
just the middle, not just a little baby crossing pattern. Is it a crossing pattern? Attack down the middle vertically.
Yeah.
And you know what he's done? He's done that. So I'm going to argue to you, man, that now, at least at his disposal, Sean Payton can dial up whatever he wants for Bo Nix with the confidence that now he understands this league well enough and what he's seeing well enough to give him the ability to execute it. In the early going, Vic, he didn't do that, and he couldn't do that. Now he can, and that's a big difference.
Well, I wonder a lot of the Broncos pressing the ball downfield. I wonder if that's also they want to put on tape, hey, you guys keep sliding your linebackers and safety toward the line of scrimmage.
Exactly.
We're going to prove to you that we're going to make you pay for that. So it's sending a message to other coordinators that quit playing us to stop the run because we're going to burn you. And then you start to run.
To Mosher's point, I don't think Sean Payton has a cap on the playbook anymore. I don't think there's any plays that he's waiting for, hey, a little bit more experience for Bo Nix and we can bust this one out. I think the whole thing's open now.
Well, they've had extra time for this game, too.
Yeah, he's a real boy.
No, seriously, though.
I know.
You
you remember when Pinocchio, he's just made of wood, right?
Yeah.
And he's just whatever. What's his dad's name? Geppetto. He's guy's made of wood, right?
Name.
And then what? Yeah, the whole whale, the whole 9 yards.
Has there ever been a Geppetto before?
I bet you there's some Geppettos out
Wait,
there.
hold on a second. What kind? Is Geppetto Italian? It sounds Italian.
No, it's Irish. No, it's Korean.
Hey, this Korean guy, Geppetto. Hang on.
He's Italian. Buenos dias.
Yeah. Guten Tag.
I've got to talk amongst yourselves.
So what's your point?
All right. See, Mosher's
Yeah, come on. Pinocchio, Geppetto, Stromboli. Everybody in that
He's
book
saying
is
that
very obviously
Pinocchio's
Irish.
now human.
Yes, Geppetto is considered Italian. His name is diminutive of Giuseppe. That's pretty interesting. The point is this:
Oh,
Bo Nix,
Victor
I'm
Rocco,
Geppetto.
Geppetto Lombardi.
now Bo Nix is a real boy. I mean, he's the real. He's the babiness. I'm not going to trade him with kid gloves. I've seen enough that he's a real NFL quarterback. So behave like a real NFL quarterback. You open up that playbook. I bet he has as much access to his.
Yeah.
I understand, but we've seen it get uncorked as the season has gone on. I think we're at a point where if there is any left in there to uncork, it's not much. That's my opinion.
Busted it out. After watching all the training camp, and we're wondering, God, they're sharing all these reps. They're sharing all the reps. Who's going to be the guy? And yet it's been that one guy prominently displayed every week. He hasn't, knock on wood, he hasn't given up the position. He hasn't been injured. It's his position to play, and the other two just watch. All those reps. Think about all those reps that were given in training camp that had you known that this would work out this way, they would have all gone to him.
Brett, I'm on the hill, okay? And I'm watching, again, I'll go back to my Packers story. I'm watching Jordan Love sling the pig, and I'm like, I'm panting over watching his arm. Yep. Bo Nix, I could stand on that hill forever, and I will never pant over his arm, ever.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. But damn if he doesn't get the football there. Did anybody ever pant over Joe Montana's arm ever?
His decision making, his processing, yes, but his he did throw a damn good spiral.
Are you
He
saying
did.
this about Bo?
Yes. I will never.
Bo's arm has been way more impressive than I thought it would be.
Okay, but
way more.
I will never pant over it, okay? I mean, listen.
Dude, I saw that seed to Marvin Mims. That's pretty pant-worthy. Or de-pant-worthy.
Yeah.
You watched that throw.
That's
You
clever.
Tell, you
no,
tell
it was
me.
it was a
That's
seed.
not arm strength.
It was a seed. It was yes. But we just gawped over Richardson throwing it 70 yards
he's
in
a
the air.
freak.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I pant over that. Jordan Love's arm, I pant over. It's special. But, man, it gets there, and he's got it all. And that's great. And, by the way, I'm blown away by this. In all of my years, I never, ever, ever knew that – well, I guess I should have known. Pinocchio's Italian, man.
How would you not know that?
His name itself should tell
how many
you.
Vowels are in the name. I mean,
I know.
What more do you want? What do you think he is?
I never considered it.
Pinocchio. What do you think that is?
That he was
Filipino?
Part of my homeland.
All these years.
Vietnamese?
All these years, I thought Jose Altuve was Canadian.
That doesn't make sense to me. You're a worldly man. Pinocchio, the pride of Bangladesh.
Geppetto's the symbolic meaning of Geppetto is God will increase. That's crazy. I had no idea.
You know that great Kazakhstanian Pinocchio?
Yeah.
I guess I probably should have known. I just never really put two and two together.
You know Gag Landeskog, the Colombian guy?
Yeah, the Colombian.
What was that from the sales gal?
I know.
What was, Jill. What was that?
Yeah. What was his name?
His name was like something Lopez, the Asian guy. I forget what it was. I don't remember. Anyway, the point is that I feel good, man. Have I made my case enough where you guys feel
Cuban Shohei Ohtani?
Yeah. Where you guys feel a little bit more at ease about this game? Do you feel any more at ease than the start of the show at all?
I think they'll win.
Well, then that's on you, man. I laid it out there for you the best I possibly can.
All right. Few things left to do here. I get one last preview on the games this weekend.
I got to go talk to Jill. I got to find out.
Coming your way next.
Things you ever said. Mose, you weren't there.
I wasn't there.
But during that break, you wouldn't believe how much your boy Brett here offended and insulted us old people. Old men. Gray-haired men.
I said there's a bar that I went to over the summer
was
that's really
insulting.
cool. So it's this place called Halo. It is at the top of a hotel in DTC. I forget which hotel it is. But it's the, quote, highest bar in Denver or something like that, highest elevated. Like, you can see everything from the rooftop. And I said it was really cool. But I said the issue that I had was I ordered an old-fashioned. It was like $19. And I go, all right, I'm going to stick to beer now for the rest of the night. But I looked around, and I said that bar was all gray-haired men at about 55 to 60 years old with 25-year-old women that weren't wearing clothes.
He just insulted
And nothing wrong with that. I was just saying that's what the bar was.
Yeah, that would turn me off too.
He just insulted you.
Well, those guys have bread, and listen, even if let me back up Kaner here. That is an insult. That's a jerk maneuver. But let me back up Kaner.
That reveals your character.
The insulting thing that I said was there was a whole bunch of guys that looked like Vic. That's what I said.
Bunch of hotties.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Even if I won the Mega Millions at $670 million, I'd probably be a little bit more liberal with my money. Okay, fine. I'd buy stuff. I get like battery-powered socks or whatever, this kind of stuff. But paying $19 for a drink would still piss me off big time.
Yeah.
Just because you have me in a captive environment doesn't mean the drink that costs you $1.26, you can charge me $19 for it.
If they
that
wanted
pisses me right off.
If they wanted to give me
Excuse my language,
some McKellen 20 year to make that within okay. But it was Bullet. It's like I get Bullet just for my casual drinking whiskeys, okay?
All right, can we work on
And I like Bullet. Don't get me wrong. I think Bullet's fine, but $19 is pretty steep.
Moshe's coming up with a new game plan. No more of this, $19 for a drink thing, right? When we go out to a place. I say, if you're with me, we do like we do on the golf course. What do you do?
I usually get doubles. Things I don't know what
I thought you packed your own.
No, I don't pack my own.
Oh, you don't?
Now, I might have a flask for birdies.
Oh, okay.
But I don't bring, no, I'm not one of these, I don't sneak beers and stuff on the course. I don't do that. I'll buy from the bar.
I've played with your boys and they break out this, it's a, what you call it? It's
So that's different because they sell their beer to the course. So they're like special treatment people.
I don't drink alcohol while playing golf. By the way,
you need to, by the way.
we need a golf
You're too
trip.
wound up.
We need a golf trip.
Where?
I don't know, but can the three of us go on a trip?
Let's go to Omaha.
No, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to my words. Look at my mouth. Look at my mouth. Look closely. We go play golf 2-3 days. We do the radio show beforehand. Okay? We go down, I don't care, wherever it's warm. We do the radio show.
It's not even that warm in Arizona right now.
Okay, the problem is, how do we make our schedules align? When the Avs are done playing, when is that?
Let me check.
When is
I'm open.
Yeah, you're fine. It's me and Moj. We have All-Star Weekend coming up, and I know you have 4 shots frozen. I don't know what the hell's going on. What is that? What's that tournament?
The Four Nations Frozen Four actually does line up with the NBA All-Star break. That's when you guys could do it.
I'm going to be out of town. I'm sorry.
The whole time?
Pretty much,
the whole time.
Yes, pretty much. Should we go to Scottsdale and back up Biz?
I'm not joking. Would you be willing?
Yes, but I can't do it in February. I'm sorry. And then the schedule's compact. We're going to have to do it after the Avs and the Nuggets seasons and whenever that is.
At that point, it's useless. We don't need to because it's warm here. Golf trips are useless. I'm talking about a winter golf trip now. There's no reason we can't do a golf trip with the three. You know how happy we'll be?
Yeah, we probably should have thought about this months ago, though, bro.
You
I'm tied up.
2 days. You could ask.
No.
You can ask the Bear for 2 days off.
No, I absolutely can, but I'm already committed to stuff, bro.
2 days.
Bro, I'm going to France, bro.
You sure? You sure this time, Moj?
Brett, have you ever been on a golf trip with the bros?
Maybe not a trip specifically for golf, but bachelor parties where you golf.
All right, is there anything better than a golf trip?
No.
There's nothing better. So he's telling me that a trip to France is better than a golf trip with the bros. And I'm here to tell you, You're lying through your
It's
teeth.
wrong move. Wrong move.
Whatever.
I like this from the 1, 2, 3, 3. Moj has the Rodney Dangerfield golf bag with the beer on tap.
Can we go to Ireland
How
in
good was-
golf? Can we do that? Not
Well,
now.
Even in the
obviously.
summertime, it's free. It's freezing.
So what?
bro. Hey, that was cool though. You had Rodney Dangerfield with that big old bag, and he hits the button, and the tap comes up, and he's pouring beer out of it.
Mhm.
That guy was awesome.
By the way, just to clarify something, I am not one of these heathens that brings my own drinks in the course, except for an occasional flask.
You've never brought a shooter onto the course.
I don't get shooters. I told you I'll bring a flask for birdies. So you get a birdie, everybody takes a nip of the flask. But for you to be a narc like that on the air about me is insane. That's an insane move to do to your teammate.
Golf trip solves
What do you
all
think?
this.
What do you think? Over at Murphy Creek, they're going to frisk you before you hit the first tee?
Don't call out my friends at Murphy Creek like that. You know better. They know me inside that bar. They know I'm getting double transfusions and whiskey gingers.
You don't have to. You don't have to not do that. But if you needed to go
That's
to
what
11,
the flask is for birdies.
0796. What a surprise. The Italian man is against a trip to France. Yes, I am. I am. I would never go. My wife this year went to Paris. She asked me to go to France. I ain't stepping foot inside that country ever for the rest of my life.
What did they ever do to you?
Italians don't like French. So if you're French, nothing personal. You know, Moj, you've been to
you know
both
what?
countries.
I got yelled at one time. Oh my God!
Moj, you've been to both countries. What's the better country?
I love Italy.
Thank you.
And I love France.
The end.
Italy's kind of sold me, to be honest with you. I'm kind of, because there's Mosers in it. Well, there's Mosers in France too.
Who cares?
I got yelled at one time on the border between Luxembourg and France. You want to talk about people who hate the French? The Luxembourgians who are on the borders
Everybody
with the
hates
French.
the French.
Dude, I'm on my motorcycle
Even
riding.
the French hate the French.
Into Luxembourg, and I pulled over. It's a driving rainstorm, and this guy comes. It's like one of these truck way station places. And I'm just trying to get out, like not die. This dude comes out wailing on me in French because he thought I was French.
They're rude, man.
Dude, he's wailing on me.
You got a French face.
Oh.
Before we get to drunk takes, just quickly, are we talking about the Broncos on the cusp of the playoffs on Monday?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the game means more to Indy than it does to Denver, so you have to overcome that. They're playing for their lives. They lose this game, it's over for Indy. They know what this is. The Broncos are a better team. They should win the game. But the fear of that fact is always going to be there. Stomp them early. Don't play. And you know what? You're right. They're never out of a game. Don't make it a game in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Don't make it a game.
I agree. All right, our favorite part of the week, drunk takes.
Dun, 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 dun. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane present dun, 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 dun. Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
Shout out to our friends at Lariat Lodge. Go get a brew. Go get some delicious food from either of those scenic locations. Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week with some 9.5 speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
Hey, Einstein, play me some chopsticks. Oh, this is hot. Ting, 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 ting. Tong, 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 tong. Oh, I screwed up. Oh, no, I made a mistake. I was ting, tong, tong, tong. Bang, 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 bang.
It is good. Mosher's impersonation of Einstein playing the piano.
And then we come to find out he could actually play the violin. Yeah, he could actually play.
An accomplished pianist and violinist.
My bad.
What's next?
If I'm walking down 16th Street Mall and PJ Hall kicked me in the yang, I go, who's that big guy that just kicked me in the yang? I wouldn't know who he is.
Well, he's 6'11".
That's why I said I would acknowledge that he was a big guy. Okay, tall dude. That tall dude just kicked me in the yang.
I don't think I'd call it out either. I agree. What's next?
I mean, what's next? A porn cast? I mean, we've tried everything. How about just play the game? Can you just play the game?
Welcome to our OnlyFans simulcast of Monday Night Football.
Jesus.
You freaks paying for OnlyFans. And I know you're out there too. These chicks are making like $100 million a year. Don't act like you aren't there.
Brett, I'm not just giving away pictures of these little piggies for free. You gotta pay if you want them,
Oh
buddy.
my God.
You guys are freaks. Stop paying these women that much money. What's next? When you're watching fencing in the Olympics and two guys have those little swords, what are they called? EPs or whatever they're called?
Yeah.
They both have those. You can watch
You said
that.
they have PPs? What'd you say?
I think they're called epes. Epes, sorry. See, crossword puzzle. EPEE. I don't know how to say it, but I know how to spell it.
Yeah, PPs.
It happens all the time. I know these clues in crossword puzzles, but I can't pronounce them. I don't know what they're called. What's next?
Yeah, you think Stephen Hawking's out there going, Running with death!
I'd pay to see the concert though, Moj. I'd pay for it.
Stephen Hawking World Tour covering all Van Halen and
You're so
Metallica.
funny there.
All right.
Moj, I never laughed that hard in my life with you yesterday. You're
All right,
good.
one last one, Nelly. Go ahead.
He put his mouth on our big man, and I don't like that.
So,
Do you remember when he put his mouth on our big man?
but you cannot tell me
I don't accept that whatsoever.
it was a phrasing.
Yeah, I saw Nelly make a note when you said that.
Steve Kerr, keep your mouth off our big man. Don't talk to him. He's not yours to talk to. You talk to your own guys. You stay away from our guy. End of story.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj Lombardi, and Kane if you want to find the podcast.
Hear me out on a golf trip. Just hear me out.
You don't have to
Just
convince
tune
me.
in.
You
I'm
don't have to
in.
convince me either. I mean,
I'm
if
in.
we can find a couple days off in March that works for both of us, I'd be happy to do it, buddy.
I mean, it's a nice little retreat. We get to know each other.
Have a wonderful weekend. Go
I think
Broncos.
we already do that.
Talk to you guys on Monday. Love you. Bye.
Ting, 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 tong, tong, tong.
Yes, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. He is Coach Sanford. I'm Rob Trujillo in for Alex Ryan-Emi. And Coach, I said yesterday, your like intro here gets me a little fired up.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, like I'm ready for it.
I can't take any credit for it because it was all Alex Ryan-Emi.
It's good entrance music.
It is.
You know what I mean?
What is it, Lil Wayne? It's a Lil Wayne type vibe.
You could call your dad, who actually just retired, I think, coaching high school football.
He retired.
But he could have the boys come out to the field to that.
I know.
I mean, it'd be good.
And he wouldn't have to change anything. He has the same name, the Morning Sprint with Coach Mike Sanford.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
And always the person driving the bus is always somebody with a really cool last name, like Bertinoli, Ryan-Emi, Trujillo. It's an all-name team.
I got to tell you, you nailed all three. And that's impressive because a lot of people can't say my name. So, I
give me the proper. It's not Spanish though, right? It's Italian. Yeah,
Trujillo. Yeah, but we don't have those sounds.
It's not terribly off saying Trujillo.
No, that's the Americanized version.
Yeah,
Trujillo.
It's not like calling somebody in the Spanish culture or Mexican culture that's named Jesus. It's not like saying, "Hey, Jesus."
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
I do get a lot of Trujillos.
Yeah,
you know,
we do have a Trujillo here.
We do have a Trujillo. Yeah.
So there's it's an all name staff.
You really, and you do get paired with the toughest ones. So good for you.
And then I get a KJ that I learned has a really cool name, Kamaje. And that's an awesome name. I thought it was like Kevin Jr.
I thought you were going to say Granderson, and I was like, I don't know how cool that name is, but all right. But yeah, Kamaje, I'm with you.
I haven't met a bunch of Kamajes. How many Kamajes do you know, KJ?
I'm the only one.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Super unique name.
Shout
out
this,
to
my parents. Yeah, my parents got really creative one night. Mike.
That's your dad's name too, right?
Yeah, they're like, hey, what should we name him? Let's name him your name. It's very simple.
Now wait, is one of your sons Mike?
No,
you didn't do
it. We went straight like Gen Z, whatever the heck I am, millennial. I think I am a millennial by title.
Yeah.
So we have Peyton, named after Peyton Manning, directly.
Okay.
My favorite quarterback growing up as a youngster, really as a college quarterback. Guy studied a lot. And then we have Gunnar, and that's actually named after my grandfather. It's technically Gunnar. And then we have Griffin, named after my high school mascot, the Los Alamitos Griffins.
All three good quarterback names. I'm not going to
lie. Pretty solid.
So I don't know where they're at in their athletic endeavors, but three pretty good quarterback names. There.
Yeah, Peyton, a good pitching name. Peyton, the pitcher.
Yeah.
Lefty, little southpaw.
Even Gunnar for a pitcher.
Oh, yeah.
Still pretty good.
He wants to be a basketball guy, though. Like, you better grow, buddy.
Yeah. That is less about how much you want it and more about
you better learn
those genetics.
You better learn the quick release spot up 3-point shot, young man.
Absolutely. All right, so let's talk about him. Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter, baby.
Travis Hunter.
It's a Travis Hunter type of weekend.
Listen, your life has been about college football. Since you were a kid. Your dad was a college coach. You were a college coach. You played college ball. Your life has been about college football. I have watched from afar. But to me, this is so historical. And I just kind of want to give you the floor to talk about a guy who won the Biletnikoff, the Bednarik, probably is going to win the Heisman, won the AP Player of the Year. Things that have never been done before. And he is, if he's not top one, he's top three, he's top five at the two positions that he plays. We have over 100 years of college football under our belts, and we've never seen anything like this. So I just wanted to give you the floor to talk about him.
Well, I'll start with this. First off, I love the fact that finally a bona fide number one unanimous player in a recruiting ranking prior to his time going to Jackson State is actually living up to it.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't seem like it happens, especially the quarterback position. There's so many quarterbacks that are the number one guy in the country. Look at DJ Uiagalelei that do absolutely nothing with that ranking, or just the nurture side of their journey isn't great. I love this. It's a big feather in the cap, in my opinion, for Deion Sanders, that he was the person that nurtured this journey for Travis Hunter. And now to be able, for me as a guy who's been involved in college football and knows these awards, knows the significance of a Biletnikoff award, given to the best wide receiver in college football annually. And then the Bednarik Award given to the best defensive player. If you would have told me, Rob, say 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago that we are going to live in a time where somebody is going to win both the Biletnikoff and the Bednarik in the same season, I would say you're nuts.
Yeah.
And it to me is further proof that Travis Hunter is going to be your Heisman Trophy winner. He was not the Maxwell Award winner, which I do want to ask you, how weird is that there are two like awarded players of the year and oftentimes they go to different players?
It's interesting because I feel like the Maxwell kind of gets given to the person that's, you're like, we want to acknowledge how great of a year you had, but you're not going to get the Heisman.
Well, but if you look at it, I think it's like of the last 11 Heisman Trophy winners, 8 of them have won both.
But the last 8 AP winners have all won both. And so it's I think every once in a while, those extra awards, those either AP Player of the Year or the Maxwell Award goes to somebody who, hey, listen, we want to acknowledge that you should be in this Heisman race, but you're not going to win it, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And
just weird. Because why call it the best, the best blank in college football?
But it's a different group of voters, right? Like the Heisman vote is unique because it also is all the Heisman winners vote on it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it makes it a unique award. I don't know. I mean, listen, Coach, I did want to get into Jeanty and Travis, and let's start by saying we're not going to diminish either of them because Ashton Jeanty has had a year where any other year he wins the Heisman, like running away probably. And this year he just ran into somebody who is something we've never seen before in the history of college football. And so he's not going to win the Heisman. I'm sorry. He's not a better player. He's not the best college football player. That is Travis Hunter. But Ashton Jeanty has been incredible. And so, I don't know. I mean, you being a Boise State guy, I know you've shown a lot of respect to both of them. Mm-hmm. You being a Boise State guy, are you happy with just the acknowledgement that he is incredible, or do you feel like he should win the Heisman?
Yeah, I mean, the school that I chose to go to in 1999 that had very little fanfare at the time, if you would have told me that in a quarter century, you're going to have a top 2 Heisman finalist and you're going to have the Doak Walker Award winner, I would have also said you're nuts. Yeah. Like, this is not happening in my lifetime. And it is a testament to the program and, frankly, the heavy lifting that a lot of my teammates did. Not me. I was a backup and held field goals, PATs. But it's a testament to the trajectory of that program, which has been unbelievable by all accounts. But it's unfortunate for Ashton Jeanty, the player, that he has to be in such a unicorn year.
Yeah.
And really, you could argue that Ashton Jeanty is having a unicorn running back year, a year that hasn't been replicated all that often at any level of college football. But he's going against Travis Hunter, who, once again, Biletnikoff Award winner for the best receiver, Bednarik Award winner for the best defender in college football. Like, that's unbelievable.
And you said it to me, right? Like, the numbers that we're seeing Jeanty put up, we've seen people put up before. It's rare. We see it every 15 30 years.
I disagree with that.
Like that.
A lot of that's the CU. People
you think so?
Just look at the numbers. He's going to, and you could look at it that if he does win a CFP game, that he will have played a minimum of 15 games. So it is very different to compare the yards per game in the record that Barry Sanders has.
Right.
But if Boise State wins, he's going to break the all-time single-season rushing record.
I
so you can't
that.
say that this happens with frequency because that record stood for three decades.
Okay, but
it's a terrible CU argument. I hate that argument. It's disgusting. You know what else is disgusting? The Cam Skattebo argument. I hear it all the time. Well, Cam Skattebo, if he played in the Mountain West, he would have this many yards. Well, guess what? He played in a way worse league called the Big Sky Conference in the FCS for 2 years at Sac State, and his numbers were nowhere near what Ashton Jeanty's putting up.
I don't buy that, but going back to
there's some really bad takes, and Boise State fans have really bad takes about Travis Hunter.
Oh,
and it disgusts me equally, just to add in full candor.
I don't think I think it's fair to say if you look at years like Melvin Gordon had and so on and so forth, there have been comparable years. Jeanty might have been the best of them, but compared to Travis Hunter, where we've never seen somebody do this before. You don't think that's fair to say that we've at least seen people do what Jeanty is doing before? Rarely, but we've seen it before. And Travis Hunter, we've never seen anybody even attempt to do something like this.
Yeah, and that's why Travis Hunter's going to win. And,
Okay.
and I'm not going to
All
argue that. But I'm not going to listen to any of the CU, and I love CU, but I don't love the fringes and the extremes of both Boise State. And that's my reaction.
Yeah.
That's my organic reaction. Like there's people in the Boise State Twitter sphere that are just shaming and calling it, this is not a total snaps award. This is a best player in college football award. And I'm like, you don't watch him play if you say that, because he is incredibly impactful every snap that he is on the field. And I'm talking about Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, we talk about, well, this is normal. Normal. He's going to break a record if they win in the CFP. That's not freaking normal.
Not normal.
Okay.
Not
so
normal.
let's just get that out there.
100%.
Melvin Gordon, unbelievable year.
Yeah.
Unbelievable year. But that was a bit of a unicorn year too.
It was.
But
that's
he
what
didn't
I'm
win the
saying.
Heisman.
And
Correct?
You
He
say
did not win the Heisman.
I don't think so.
No.
So you say you see it every 15 years, and that's interesting because I have seen the comparisons to other Heisman winning running backs and how much further ahead Jeanty is than them. But I mean, so like I said, ball, and what's funny about it is, sometimes we have to take a step back and realize how lucky we are here in Colorado.
Oh man,
Joker, McKinnon, Travis Hunter, McCarr. Look, honestly, take a second and appreciate. You might have a defensive player of the year, Patrick Surtain.
Lawless Abubakar. I mean, Brendan Doyle. We got them all.
You got to take a step back and realize how lucky we are, because they're not having this same conversation in Charlotte, North Carolina, right? So
no, they're not.
Not
right now.
But you are incredibly close to both these teams. You played for one, coached for one, and then coached for the other. And you have watched every game of both of them because you've been covering both of them from a media standpoint all year long. So I put it to you. Coach, knows ball, who's your Heisman Trophy winner? You, not who's going to win it, because I think we know it's going to be Travis.
So you said you. Me.
Yes. Who do you, if you were the only vote for the Heisman Trophy, who do you give it to?
Just like every one of these voters will say, certainly the previous winners of the award.
Yeah.
You come from some place of bias. You do. Whether you played running back and won the award and you want to see a running back win it. That's a place of bias. I come from a place of bias. I am a Boise State alum. I gave 6 years of my life. I bled and sweated and cried on that field. So yeah, the bias in me would vote for Ashton Jeanty.
I can't believe it.
but I qualified it. I qualified
I get it. And I'm not mad at you for it. But
remove the entirety of my bias. I would vote for Ashton Jeanty, or I said it. I would vote for Travis Hunter. I would.
And I think if you talk to a lot of people who played on that level, I think the majority would vote for Travis Hunter, because just what he's doing is just so incredible. It's an athletic feat that we've never seen before. I mean, it's crazy. So
I just love the player. I love the person of Travis Hunter. I love the player and the person of Ashton Jeanty. They're both incredible dudes. Like, you listen to a podcast of either of them, they're fun, they're entertaining, they're humble in their own way.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter is an entertainer, even more so than Ashton Jeanty. Like, watching his sellies are unbelievable. Like, he does things athletically during a celebration that I'm like, dude, there's 5 people on planet Earth that could do that.
But the humble, I think, is something that gets me for both of them.
Yep.
Travis Hunter reaching out to the Rams safety last year. Ashton Jeanty, I've heard him do interviews. I love the superstars who are like that. I have a thing in my heart for them. So,
you know what I love? The modern superstar I love is that embraces the role of entertainer on the field and even sometimes off the field with podcasts, but has the humility to do things like take a cheap shot that could have been really bad, and then go take him for a bowling. Like, to me, that's the best of the best for the modern athlete.
And even if you say, oh, it's just for social media. Yeah. Do you know how many fires he put out in between fans to just do that? So yes, it matters. All right, we got to talk about Devondre Campbell, and the Broncos have a huge game coming up Sunday. We'll get to all that coming up on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Travis Hunter, give him the Heisman now.
it's incredibly immature, and you probably will be released now. I mean, and maybe that went through his mind too. He's probably like, you know what? I'm walking out. I'm making a decision. More likely, they will probably cut me tomorrow. And if I'm the coaching staff, I'm cutting you.
It's the morning sprint with Coach Sanford, who is getting down right now.
What is today? Is it not? I mean, it's not a throwback. Or what did we do on Tuesday? YK Tuesday?
2K?
2K Tuesday.
Yeah. No, so KJ's like, oh, you're back. He like gives me the signal like, oh, you're back. I'm like, oh, I know I'm back. I'm trying to figure out what you're playing.
Hey, man, it's a vibey Friday around here, man. So, we're just playing Every Little Step by Bobby Brown because this guy took some steps, the guy you're about to talk about. He took some steps last night.
He did, right into the locker room, Devondre Campbell. And, man, it has happened more frequently over the last couple of years, but I can't remember up until, Vontae Davis or Antonio Brown, a guy just saying, I'm not playing and walking off the field. Now, listen, I think one of the differences between those two guys is Vontae Davis and Antonio Brown walked off the field and retired. Like they just said, I can't do football anymore. I don't know, and more will still come out about this Devondre Campbell situation, but it sounded like he was just angry that Greenlaw came back and he couldn't start.
And Greenlaw looked like a
He was
trained
a monster.
assassin in that first half.
God, he looked so good.
It was so fun to see him play. I'm like, Devondre, what have you done this year?
Right.
You guys have been terrible. Like, this is not the same San Francisco 49er identity on the defensive side of the ball with you playing there. And, I follow the Packers very closely. Devondre Campbell is a Packer, a big personality, certainly was at certain times of his career as a Packer, was a fan favorite, but he had a similar exit from that organization. It was like throwing shade on the way out, saying all types of things. Like, at what point do you just have to look in the mirror as an athlete and say, is it every franchise's problem or is it me?
Right.
And Devondre Campbell, it's clearly him.
Have you ever been a coach or I guess even on a team where somebody just walked off like that, Coach? Because it seems like it's happening more frequently now, but I can't remember that being a thing. And maybe I was just too young and didn't realize it. But I have abandoning your team like that. And then in the fourth quarter, Greenlaw goes out and he would have gone in and he was already in the locker room. You could have made a difference on that final drive where the Rams go down and get the field goal to make it 6 points. Like you could have changed the game, and instead you're in the locker room.
Well, he won't be on that team for the foreseeable future.
I mean, unless he comes.
I mean, did you see his Instagram last night?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, so Devondre Campbell posted out something while he was in the locker room, apparently, like leaving leaving Santa Clara, California, and getting in his whatever his vehicle is. He said something along the lines of, next franchise that will, on to the next place that will use me correctly.
Wow.
Cool. You're cut.
But what GM is looking at that being like, oh yeah, we really need to put this guy on the roster.
and while the NFL it's different and the contract language is different than, say, being an on-air host here at Altitude Sports Radio, a contract is a contract, and failure to comply with the baseline expectations is called it's negligence. It's called a fireable offense with cause.
Yeah.
And that's what Devondre Campbell gave the 49ers organization. And frankly, I think that Devondre Campbell gave the rest of the National Football League all the information it needs to have.
How is he not blacklisted after that?
I think he will be.
Yeah, I don't see. You can post on Instagram all you want. On to the next situation. It'll be in Japan.
Yeah, have fun playing in the X League for the Fujitsu Frontiers.
Right.
Better learn Japanese, buddy.
Is that an actual team?
It is.
I
clinicked with them.
I heard you talk about that the other day.
I clinicked with the Fujitsu. There's also the Obik Seagulls. I know my X League. So if you ever want to talk, do a sports talk radio show, just 2 hours on Japanese football.
Yeah.
I'm here for you.
And you're just going to name the teams? Or, just name the teams. Breaking down film of the
I think that's the only two I know right now.
Fujitsu frontliners?
Frontiers.
For Fujitsu Frontier. Listen, man, I don't know how you get a job back in the NFL like that. I don't know, what goes through your mind that you think to yourself, I'll get another chance somewhere else. after I do this, after I walk off the field in the middle of a game. And if he had been unhappy all week, why didn't he go to the coaches during the week? Because then they'll make you inactive and you guys can fight it out in behind closed doors.
So what Kyle Shanahan said in his postgame presser is that Devondre Campbell said it in the locker room or in the tunnel pregame that I won't play today, coach. You're active. You're getting paid for that game. And
Yeah.
there is a difference between active and inactive in terms of what that check looks like.
Yep.
He was an active player. He was healthy. There was no, question. He wasn't on the injury report as questionable. So it's not an injured reserve situation.
Yeah.
You tell that to your head coach. I mean, first of all, it's a massive distraction if you're a coach.
So do you think he waited until he was active to go up to him and say,
yeah,
I don't want to play today?
And maybe the conspiracy side of it would say that he was watching Dre Greenlaw throughout the course of the week and holding out hope that he was not going to indeed be fully cleared and return to play. But either way, you are who you are. And I would go the greatest superpower that you can have in any vocation is self-awareness. And if you lack self-awareness and you're a fringe player, you have no value to a coach. In fact, you have negative value. And that's what Devondre Campbell's playing out to be, a negative value player.
It's just a crazy situation to me. I don't know that I've ever seen it before.
It happens a little bit more frequently than you'd think in terms of emotions in the game of football, players walking off the practice field. One of my very first practices at the University of Minnesota, one of our offensive linemen, and I'll say he ended up being a first-round draft pick, massive offensive lineman, he just was getting tired. He's a quiet young man, comes from a different country, different culture. He was tired of getting screamed at, and he walked off the field in front of fans, and he held up the middle finger salute to the head coach. And I'm like, ooh, this is a unique culture that I just signed up for.
Yeah. Man. And those are supposed to be your boys, like on that team. That's what I go back to. And it's probably different at a professional level. So I'm sure, somebody like Tyler or something could maybe give me some perspective on it. But I think even at the professional level, like those are your boys. How are you doing that to your teammates?
Yeah. The thing I found in the last decade of coaching this generation of young athletes, different than when you and I were playing college football. You played in late 2000s?
Yeah.
So 2008?
No, 2006 is when I was on a roster.
2006, and there is a generational change. I think that in 2004 when I was playing, that happens. The players are like, well, I'm out there on the field, and I've gone through tough days, or I've been passed up on the depth chart, and then they would essentially blacklist that guy from the locker room. What I've found with coaching this generation, and these situations have come up, while the players understand that what the player did was wrong, a lot of times they're like, yeah, but that's my guy. And it's a weird dynamic in really healthy cultures that win football games. Like if that happened right now in the Broncos situation, I believe that it is culturally strong enough to be in a place where the entire locker room's like, get rid of that guy. Get him off our team. I don't want to see him again. Let's not try to make up. Let's not just get him off our team.
Listen, I've worked in offices where people have done that. Just walked out. And even there, we were like, cool, get out. We don't want you. Gone. Right? So I can't imagine that when you go through as much blood, sweat, and tears as these teams go through together, that you don't feel the same way. Like, good, get out. We don't want you here anymore. And Travarius Ward, after the game, I mean, he kind of sounded like it. He basically said, you're not going to be on the team tomorrow.
I love what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little bit different in terms of that shows me that there's also issues on a daily basis for this player, Devondre Campbell, with his teammates.
Right.
Now, if he was like he was one of the guys, they love him, and it just was an emotional outburst and he got overwhelmed, that's where I think you'll see the locker room be like, yeah, that was wrong what he did, but man, that's my guy.
Let's hear what Ward said after the game.
I mean, he's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. He could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some subtle that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, D went down, and we needed a linebacker, and I think Flan was banged up too. So for him to do that, that's some subtle stuff to me, in my opinion. Like, it's probably gonna get cut soon. So it is what it is with that.
Is what it is. Probably going to get cut tomorrow. So we'll wait. I mean, that probably will come down sometime here, not too distant future, that he's no longer on the team. For the game, Coach, I thought one of the most exciting, boring games of the year.
I'll tell you what, if you love 3-point shooting and you love great statistics from beyond the arc, this was a 6-for-6 3-point performance from both teams. 6 field goals, 4 field goals for one.
I thought it was an entertaining game still. And Dre Greenlaw was part of that. He was an animal flying around.
And the weather.
The weather was
pretty
good.
cool.
Yeah, so I don't know.
For San Francisco, which really is, you're not even in San Francisco. You're in Santa Clara, which is a pretty arid, dry climate. You don't see that type of rain very often. It was an entertaining game.
I thought it was fun.
It's cool for the Rams because I like that the Rams are trending in a good direction.
They have been playing real good ball, and since they had a tough start, they've turned it around, and I think 8-3 over their last 11.
Playing good ball. And what I like about that is that when you have a bad division like the NFC South and the NFC West kind of was this year playing into being a bad division, I hate when a team represents in the postseason that just was defaulted into that postseason spot. I like that the Rams will be competitive to make some of these postseason games better.
Yeah, and we could end up with a game at the end of the year to decide that division because everything's so tight.
Seahawks probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's neck and neck. Cardinals are in the mix.
Still alive.
Are the Niners done?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. So the Niners now fall to 6-8, and they're pretty much done. Is it a situation, Coach, where you would maybe start throwing some of these guys who have been fighting through injuries all year on IR? Because you've been trying to get Trent Williams back, but maybe you just let the man go on IR for the rest of the year and be right for next year.
Debo Samuel's clearly not right between the ears.
Fred
or whatever.
Warner's playing with a broken bone in his foot. You know what I mean? Dre Greenlaw came out at the end of the game.
Is it even worth it with Dre Greenlaw, especially with Achilles tendon?
You shut all these guys down, and who cares if we go 6-11?
George Kittle's he's been ridden hard and hung up wet to dry in this stretch, and he's been one of the few that have been healthy.
His wife's good looking, but I don't know that you need to talk about him like that.
I mean, he has been though. No, but he has been ridden hard. I mean, he's been the only consistent pass catching threat, and they ask him to be really physical in the outside zone run game. Is it better for the extension of his career to not play down the stretch? The 49ers.
He's such a competitor, though. Do you think he would stand for that?
I don't think he would.
Yeah, I don't think he would.
Iowa guy. Yeah. Yeah, I love an Iowa guy.
Iowa guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Something about just good old fashioned Big Ten West football.
Is there?
It's tough. It's physical, tough. Hey, you like field goal competitions?
That's true.
You've come to the right place.
That is true. So I don't know. Would you shut it down? Would you shut everybody down and just because listen, if you can add a top 10 draft pick to what the Niners already have, I mean, that's a good place to be in if you're John Lynch.
Who would they? What position? Probably receiver.
Maybe a left tackle of the future.
They already, yeah.
Pearsall was a first-round pick last year.
Yeah, you're right. And then you have
Ayuk's coming back,
and you long-termed Ayuk. You gave him the contract.
Yep.
Man, I don't know.
Oh, let me throw something out there. So I think this is going to be a year where there's more quarterback movement than we think. The Jaguars, I think, are going to be in a position to take a quarterback. I think you might have some movement where they look to maybe deal Trevor Lawrence and draft another guy.
Well, now that Bill Belichick's not going to be their next head coach. It's going to be very interesting. I do think that
Sam
the Jaguars,
Darnold has to land somewhere. I mean, I
think he may land right where he's at, and then JJ McCarthy gets dealt.
He might, but I just feel like there's going to be Kirk Cousins could get moved. I feel like there's going to be a lot of quarterback movement this offseason. Not necessarily free agent, but guys maybe getting traded. If you're the 49ers and you have the 10th overall pick, we've seen them before. This GM be real aggressive, moving up to get Trey Lance. Does he move up and try to get into that quarterback sweepstakes? Does he trade for a guy like Trevor Lawrence and let Brock Purdy trade him or let him walk, whatever?
Yeah, I just my crystal ball that I hold of vibes and experience. I do believe that Trevor Lawrence has done enough in Jacksonville to where he will be I think he's the future in the face of that franchise. And it hasn't been great the last 2 years, obviously.
Yeah.
Peterson's going to lose his job, but I think that he will end up being the quarterback.
The next guy that comes in, though, wouldn't you want – if I'm Trevor Lawrence, I might be pushing to get to a guy like Kyle Shanahan.
True.
You know what I mean? Because I think he needs that. We all talked about how Urban Meyer was a disaster for his rookie year. But Doug Peterson hasn't done a lot to cultivate him or make him into a world-class quarterback.
He's 2 years removed from I believe, a Pro Bowl season.
Okay, we want to talk about quarterbacks in the Pro Bowl. Mac Jones is a Pro Bowl quarterback.
You're right.
You don't have to do a lot, is what I'm saying, because there's only so many. There's 15 guys, and 3 of them got to be there at the Pro Bowl. So, yeah, I mean, okay, he's a Pro Bowl quarterback. I don't know. I feel like there could be some big changes in San Francisco, and if you can go, if you get a top 10 draft pick, that makes that situation nasty. I feel like they've been trying to piece it together all year long, and I think they might just hang it up. You know what I mean? I think they might just say that loss kind of kills us and we're dead. So I don't know. What did your thoughts on that?
I think your Bills should move on from Josh Allen. You know, what do you think about that?
I think they've cultivated him into a world-class quarterback.
You're right. You're 100% accurate on that. So are we all good? Is everything good in Bills territory right now with McDermott and, talking about, paralleling 9/11 with everything good? All sins have been forgiven. Good dude now. We love him.
I don't think Bills Mafia ever loved him. I think they loved what he did. So the whole 9/11.
Well, they love what he did if it's a first-round exit against the Denver Broncos.
That's the problem.
And you feel it.
That's the problem. And he better. Now, listen, the culture of that whole organization changed when him and Brandon Beane came in. And then they draft Josh Allen. They made the playoffs without Josh Allen. Then they draft Josh Allen. They cultivate a quarterback.
Who was the quarterback?
Tyrod Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
Made the playoffs with Tyrod Taylor. They missed it the next year in Allen's rookie year and then have made it every year since. So it's not just Josh Allen that transformed that franchise. These 2 guys transformed that franchise too, but he seems to get a little shaky at the end of games. Did you see the end of that Rams game last week, Coach?
Oh yeah, McDermott's he's a wound tight individual. I've worked with somebody that's worked with him.
Okay,
and it's not always rainbows and sunshine around in that facility.
And when the plan goes wrong, he seems to kind of lose control a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And so here you are on the goal line with 3 timeouts and around 2 minutes left. You're under the 2-minute warning. What's the one thing you can't do, Coach? Can't run the ball and get stopped. You need all 3 of those timeouts to get the ball
take
back.
a sack.
Can't do it.
Yep.
So what do you got to do? You got to throw the ball. I literally turn. If I'm in the bar with my friend and I turn to him and say, you can't run a sneak right here, even though that's your best play on the goal line. You have to have somebody on that sideline that knows it. So that's the frustration with McDermott. So I don't know. Listen. Why are you trying to get me all fired up about the Bills? I was talking about
I see the polo you got on, man. I see it. It's I'm feeling the vibes.
Okay. All right. Well, when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the Denver Broncos, who have a large playoff leverage game coming up.
We got a special guest coming from Indianapolis to set the matchup.
We do. We'll do that at around 11:30. Make sure you stick around on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the Morning Sprint. Coach Sanford here. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for Alex Ryan-Emy. And Coach, around this time yesterday, we had breaking news come out. Garrett Bowles signs a new contract, 4 years, $82 million. Really works out to be a 2-year, $41 million deal about.
Apparently you thought he overpaid, huh?
I got painted as that all day
All right,
long.
Explain your position.
So,
I have 2 middle fingers.
That was nice, KJ. Here are my thoughts on it, real quick, because nobody wants to hear my thoughts. They want to hear yours. You're spending a ton of money on your offensive line. The offensive line, I think, has been really good this year. I think Garrett Bowles is a top 10 left tackle, but towards the bottom of that top 10.
Not based off the analytics of this season alone.
I get it. And he is not only comfortable here, fits in the locker room, a great redemption story. So if you want to pay him as a top 6 tackle, even though I don't think he's a top 6 tackle, I'm fine with you doing that. I'm comfortable with $20 million. In fact, I said on the show yesterday, if you can get your left tackle for under $20 million a year, you're doing a great job. But you do have a lot of money, a lot of contracts tied up in that offensive line now. And so you better believe that they're the right guys for Bo Nix for, the next couple of years here, because I think you can go do better than some of the guys that you got, but that doesn't mean that the sum of the parts isn't better than, the individuals themselves. So it's an interesting situation to me because, I think if you would have looked at Bowles in year 3, everybody would have been trying to run him out of Denver. And the redemption arc that he has gone on has been really impressive. I think he owes a lot of money to Mike Munchak. You better get that guy a thank you card and a bottle of something.
Great football coach, by the way.
Not only a great football coach, but changed the course of Garrett Bowles' career.
Mm-hmm.
When he came in and started coaching offensive line, he is the one who helped him get together and has gotten 2 contract extensions since then. But Garrett Bowles clearly wants to be here. I mean, you saw the videos he put out. You heard him during the presser yesterday. He wants to be here, and I think that's a huge part of it too.
I felt, and having coached players that grew up in the state of Utah and understand the proximity and family piece of living in the Rocky Mountain region, I just had this feeling all along that Garrett Bowles just desperately wanted to be wanted by the Broncos organization so he could finish his career here. I said it last night on Altitude After Dark with D-Mac. We were on every Thursday and Sunday night at 8 o'clock p.m. I talked about it. If you look at his Wikipedia, it's really interesting. Do you know where he served his LDS mission, his Mormon mission?
No.
So Utah kid, played at Snow College, which is the junior college out in the middle of nowhere. My brother-in-law did a year of prison sentence in Snow College. So did Jalen Warren. A lot of really good players over the course of time.
Right away.
He grew up in Saratoga Springs. He went on a Mormon mission, and he went to Colorado Springs, Colorado. So this is like the perfect place. And if you don't think that matters for people and their families and their wife and their kids and their parents and grandparents, it does matter. And he's found this place to be his home. Anytime a microphone's been put in front of his face, he's always spoken glowingly about whatever head coach, whatever quarterback, whatever coordinator. He's just been an unbelievable team guy. And I love the fact that right now that Garrett Bowles is 4th by the PFF grades for pass blocking grades amongst all left tackles. So he's playing a really good season, and he's been available. And that's a beautiful thing when your left tackle is consistently healthy and available outside of the one year where he broke his leg.
Happens. Freak injury.
That's not like the repetitive injury. Yeah. It's not the thing that you're going to pay the tax on later.
Yeah.
This is a broken bone that heals and then you play again.
Yeah.
I'm really happy for Garrett Bowles, and I'm really happy for what Greg Penner, the Penner ownership group, Sean Payton,
George.
Hey, Georgie, where are you at?
I did the same thing yesterday, so don't feel bad.
I'm happy that they made this decision, and they just keep stringing together good decision after good decision over the course of the last 12 months. And this is, to me, a great decision because you know why? As the sicko NFL draft fan that I am, I get to start evaluating some skill players. And I love evaluating tight ends and wide receivers.
I
and
mean, that's
running
what
backs.
PhD
Yeah.
was talking about all day yesterday, is that this opens up your draft to be whatever you need it to be. And I do agree with that to a certain extent. But you also have other guys that you have to pay. And all that cap room that you've been talking about having as the Russ money goes off the books and so on and so forth, you're starting to soak into that pretty heavy here.
With quality known commodities.
Okay. And so if you're saying
that are helping you get to a playoff spot.
to the playoffs, that is true. And so if you believe that is a format of a team that can then elevate and go to a Super Bowl, then pay them. That's great. Because, yes, I think you should pay Nick Bonito, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, I think you should pay Zach Allen, right? I'm for all these things. It's just those numbers are going to keep going up.
You're exactly right.
So you better make sure that this is the core group that can make it into and win a Super Bowl. Because if not, then you're paying the wrong guys. If you don't think that they can make it there and win it. So listen, the PFF grade, to your point, Bowles, I think for pass blocking is rated 4th. His run block isn't quite as good, and it drops him down overall.
Maybe because the Broncos just don't commit to the run game, period.
Also true.
But it's hard to get into that rhythm.
The Broncos' offensive line as a whole for that PFF grade is number 1. Number 1. And so if that is the way that you want to build this team, a strong pass blocking team, you take care of your quarterback, you let him facilitate, great. But it's a little, he's not the 6th best left tackle in the league, is he?
He's playing like that this year. And
you think so?
And I would say that
this is how I got painted into the negative guy.
So I saw 2 next-gen stats, and if we've used a lot of analytics and a lot of these deep in the weeds numbers to talk about, well, Bo Nix's rookie year is not really what you think it is. It's not nearly as good as you think it is. Well, I'm going to go on the opposite side of the coin, and I'm going to point to 2 stats on next-gen stats that Garrett Bowles, he's 2nd amongst all tackles, left or right tackle, and that's his pressures given up percentage of total pass blocking stacks, 2nd in the National Football League, and pass win rate, pass protection win rate.
Just what about just eye test though?
Yeah, I like what I've seen on the eye test.
You watch.
I watched it against Myles freaking Garrett,
and
after he ate the Pittsburgh Steelers for lunch,
he had a little extra motivation for the Pittsburgh Steelers game. But yes, he did. Myles Garrett had a little extra motivation for the.
But you still shut him down. An unmotivated Myles Garrett, and it doesn't matter.
You still shut him down. So from a film perspective, you feel
I feel like
the contract's right on.
It is, and I actually do think it's a hometown discount. I do, because he's playing at a level that would be very easy for his agent to justify an asking price that is top 4 current tackle numbers, and he's not getting top 4 tackle numbers.
And that's a great point. And Nate and Andy made that last night too. It's a point where if you would have let him walk and go to the free market, he's getting at least that, if not more. So I get that. I understand it's the going rate for a tackle. It's just, I think you got to be careful about how much money you're spending on guys who helped you get here versus guys who are going to help you get to the next level. That's all. That's all I'm saying. You think he's going to help you get to the next level, Coach?
Established units of offensive line players, a unit. When you you got your 5 and they are stacking year after year together, that is as important as anything. Probably just underneath the quarterback position, which they feel good about. So yes, I think it is keeping this group together for 2025 and beyond. It's incredibly important.
Really, 2 years you're locked into now. Most of them are locked in for the next 2 years. So we'll find out. We'll find out if they can get them there. But just imagine having this conversation last offseason, right? Look how far we've come.
God, the amount of tomatoes and beers that have been thrown in the general direction of Garrett Bowles and the booze.
Yeah.
I tip my cap to Garrett Bowles. I give him a big old-fashioned attaboy.
It was the number one guy people were talking about trading, cutting for a cap hit, anything like that. It was him and Courtland Sutton. And here he is with a 4-year extension. So good for him. All right, we will have Andy Sweeney from 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan in Indy coming up at 11:30. And we'll talk more Broncos next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Colorado, it's Coach Mike Sanford. And if you're like me, you are dying to get up to the mountains. I just got back from Loveland Ski Area to check it out. And boy, was the food good, the vibes were good, the bars were good, and the snow was coming down. It's a great time to get up to Loveland Ski Area. Loveland Ski Area is it's more snow on average than any Front Range or Summit County resort. If you want to skip the traffic and lift lines and head to Loveland, where the slopes are filled with snow and not people, you got to give the gift of snow this holiday season. Season passes are still available online at skiloveland.com.
Yes, it's the morning sprint. He's Coach Stanford. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for Alex Ryan-Emmy, getting roasted on the text line for my Garrett Bowles takes.
It's all right, man. Hey, it's better to stand for something than to fall for anything.
It's just amazing how if you don't just absolutely glaze somebody for decisions that they make, then you're a hater and you are terrible. Listen, it's
I tell you what,
contract.
sports talk radio would
Contract.
suck. It would suck if everybody just agreed with each other all the time.
You know,
Be like the worst enterprise.
The text line believes that you glaze more donuts than you do anything else in this world because of your football take. I'm like, you guys got to calm down.
I do.
Text line.
Listen, I'm not a big donuts. I'm not a big sweets guy, so I'm more of a give me a turkey sandwich kind of guy.
Is the Shop Mazda text line known for body shaming?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
I get it all the time, and Twitch too. Love you guys both. Listen, I know. I also got body shamed by Nate Kreckman yesterday.
You can face shame him.
He asked if I was okay doing the morning sprint if I stretched out beforehand because he wasn't sure I could run. Coming from one of the least athletic guys on the station was an interesting choice. What I mean?
Love it.
So, for Kreck, maybe stop talking about your Little League baseball team and then you can have an opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the presence of a collegiate athlete, Rob Trujillo.
Barely. Really barely.
Stop, man. Hey, lean in, man. I love just throwing it out there that, I was the quarterback for the Boise State Broncos. Really? I'm going to check your stats. Doesn't look like you were the quarterback. Yeah, I mean, I was the scout team quarterback.
Yeah,
for the Boise State Broncos.
Hung out with the quarterback.
Yeah, he was cool. Like I signaled to the quarterback.
Yeah.
That makes me the.
Were you there the year he was on the video game, the cover?
So he beat me out. Jared
Zabransky, yeah.
Beat me out. His sophomore year was my senior year. Starting job went all the way to the very first game in terms of when they announced it.
Yeah.
They didn't announce it publicly until the PA announcer at Albertson Stadium at the time, Broncos Stadium, said starting quarterback, and like the entire who's it going to be? And I'm sitting there, I already know what it is.
Right.
I'm sitting there like head down, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna have my chest up. I'm gonna throw some sweet warm up passes. Jared Zabransky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then 2
Grab
years.
the clipboard.
Yeah. Put the backward cap on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up some.
I'm good.
Some
I'm good.
old
It's part of my
wounds for
journey.
you.
It's part of my journey.
Old wounds.
I lean in. You know that, man. I lean into the good and the bad. Usually, I kind of like to talk about the bad more.
You do. I mean, we're all a little self-deprecating here. You have to be if you're going to be a sports talk radio host. So, all right. So let's talk about this Bronco game.
Cool, Carl.
You really had to bring Kreckman into it again, KJ. Real nice. All right. Let's talk about this Bronco game. So we're in a situation where this Colts team gives up a ton of yards running the ball. Their run defense is second worst, I think, only to Carolina. And the Broncos have they haven't really committed to it, so I don't want to say that they're bad at it, but they're certainly not producing in the run game. Part of the reason that we had the conversation that we had about Garrett Bowles. So as a play caller, going into this game, Coach, I know you want to do what you do well, but how much do you think about what the other team does poorly as you're making your game plan for this week? And are you thinking about maybe featuring some more of the run game in that situation?
Yes, and if you do, please, for all of us in Broncos country, Sean, just start with Jaleel McLaughlin. I just want to see it.
It's time.
He had 84 yards in fairly limited duty. He didn't even start out as the featured back. Yeah. This guy's proven time and again that he is your best option currently to turn what is blocked for, say, 2 to 3 yards into a 5-yard gain, and does have the speed and athleticism to give you an explosive run. Like it's just so clear to me. Unless there's something with Javonte that we don't know about, that he's got a nagging injury, but he does not look explosive. There's no value there right now.
Okay, devil's advocate here.
Please advocate me.
You have two guys in Javonte and Estime who are bigger, stronger backs. Jaleel McLaughlin is not that. Okay, when you have to go play a playoff game in Buffalo, in Kansas City, in Pittsburgh, in the middle of January, are you wanting to keep those guys engaged because you feel like I'm going to have to pound the rock in a snowstorm in Buffalo in the middle of January?
As a coach, I believe that there is way too much stock put in on, I'd say, very mid-tier big backs versus really good vision and instinct little backs. And Sean Payton himself had a smaller back in Alvin Kamara. And he did a lot of really fun things in the run game with him.
Darren Sproles he had for
Darren Sproles. So I like the instincts and the ability to turn the 1 to 2 yard gain into a 3 to 5 yard gain. And right now, when you watch the film, you watch the end zone copy of the film that's available on NFL Pro on the app, the guy that's seeing it the best and making the best cutting decisions and is the toughest to tackle right now, in my opinion, is Jaleel McLaughlin. The one guy that hasn't, to me, gotten the full benefit of an evaluation is Audric Estime. It's just been choppy. And understandably so. He put the ball on the ground a few times earlier in the year.
Fumbling, though.
He did it earlier in the year. He hasn't done it recently. Okay. I don't see many NFL running backs that are just big bruisers anymore. Like this isn't Franco Harris. It's a different era. Like Derrick Henry is a big imposing figure, but a lot of his big runs come spinning off of piles. Saquon Barkley is not that style of back. He's not the guy that just runs through people and moves the pile. Show me a running back in the National Football League right now that is built like Audric Estime, maybe Javonte Williams. He's kind of a shorter, semi-thick back. He's not super powerful, but show me a guy right now that is a bit of he doesn't have elite agility, and it's just the gift of being bigger than an NFL. Are you ever bigger than an NFL inside linebacker?
Well,
never. And 258 pounds, dude.
Guess what? They're getting smaller too. Your linebackers are getting smaller too. So you can afford to have maybe the smaller back who's a little bit more athletically inclined instead of having the big bruiser like you used to have 20 years ago. That being said, so then flip to the other side of the ball. Let's talk about that a little bit. Are you more concerned about Anthony Richardson running the ball and that power rush game because he can run people over? Or are you more concerned about him hitting the deep ball over top of probably Levi Wallace, right? Or Chris Abrams-Drain, because you don't have Riley Moss. He doesn't hit it often, but when he does, it's normally a touchdown. What are you really concerned about from this Colts offense?
I think there's only been 2 real stinkers of defensive statistical performances on the entire season from the Denver Broncos. And I look at those 2 stinkers as the Baltimore Ravens game and then against Jameis Winston and the Cleveland Browns. In terms of the yards that were given up, the explosive plays. I mean, it was tough. It was tough to watch.
Yeah,
to be honest. Like you're like, what is this team? And so I'm going to have a different take here, Rob, and I hope that you kind of start jiving with my take. I'm going to worry about nothing, and I want Vance Joseph to worry about nothing with regards to AR5, Anthony Richardson, and his ability to run the football. Create havoc with your front 7. Utilize your pressure package to make the quarterback-driven game a bit of a non-factor. Hit the guy, but run what you run. Dance with the one that you brought to the prom, and that's to play man coverage, tightly contested man press coverage. Do it with Chris Abrams-Drain, not Levi Wallace, and get back to who you are as a defense. And don't freaking worry, because I think there was too much fear about Lamar Jackson and we got to play zone. Because if we turn our backs in man coverage, he's going to run for a bunch. Well, guess what? You played zone, and your zone coverage just wasn't very good.
And we did a little film breakdown on the Altitude Film Room about the zone coverage. I mean, listen, they've had 2 weeks to get it together, but you're saying forget it.
Especially on like first and second down, get AR5 behind the chains by pressuring him, even in the quarterback-driven run game. You give up a couple big hits for tackles for loss in the quarterback called runs, a play caller starts second guessing how much am I really going to run this guy if he's going to get peppered every time we call a quarterback run.
Yeah.
So that's my takeaway.
It's an interesting conundrum because he just can't do much in the passing game is the only thing.
He's highly inaccurate.
Right.
Highly inaccurate. Like the analytics on his accuracy is abysmal. Like his stats are bad. His baseline completion percentage, he's had a bunch of games where he's under 50%. He's not an accurate passer. But what he is an explosive play waiting to happen, even in the pass game. He does find big plays.
Well, and one of the things he said is he didn't care who he was going to throw at. And so Berto and I yesterday were like, please take some shots at Pat Surtain. Please throw the ball at PS2 and create some turnovers.
By all
for it.
accounts,
Yeah, like,
AR5, you have the blessing of the morning sprint to throw it right at number 2.
So it's going to be interesting. I think on both sides of the ball, and you kind of said this about the defense, but on both sides of the ball, I think you just do what you do best. And so I don't think you force feed running the football. I think you just run the offense.
Mix it.
Yeah.
Mix it. Blend it.
Right. And I love what you said about Vance Joseph. I mean, do what you do best. You've got the players for it. We've found out, right?
Yep.
And that's, getting pressure with your 3 front guys and then one of your edge rushers coming off the edge, play man coverage, trust Pat Surtain, and let your corners and safeties make plays.
Yeah,
you know
Quan
what I mean?
McMillan as a nickel, like the dude's,
Yeah.
he's proven his value as a cover player. He's proven his playmaking ability, and he's proven his ability to really impact the pass rush and or create disruption as a blitzer from the nickel spot.
It's another guy you're going to have to pay, Coach.
Good player.
You're going to have to pay him at some point.
I wonder what nickel money is.
Taron Johnson is, I think, the best nickel in the league. He plays for the Bills, and their base defense is nickel because he is so
many
good.
of them are.
It's a lot of. I mean, a high percentage of what they're running is nickel, and he got a pretty penny, man. I mean, he got a pretty penny.
It was like 12 to 15.
I think it was 15 a year.
That's pretty.
Yeah, it was a pretty penny for a nickel corner. So, but hey, listen, you're gonna have to decide on these guys as they come up. So. Like we said, Andy Sweeney from The Fan in Indianapolis coming up at 11:30. But next, we've got KJ's NFL News and Notes on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is KJ's NFL News and Notes. It's the morning sprint, and he's Coach Sanford. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for Alex Ryan. KJ, what do you got?
All right, story number one is I want to start off with some stats here. Anthony Richardson is ranked 7th in the NFL in quarterback rushing with 383 yards. Jonathan Taylor is ranked 14th in the NFL in running back rushing yards at 804. Vance Joseph talked about defending a run-first quarterback that also plays alongside a top 10 running back.
That's the history of the game, right? The running quarterbacks, they add 67 yards a game, to the offense. So it's always 180 yards rushing per game, especially with an A-plus back like Taylor there. It's complicated because of the quarterback running game. He adds a gap, and you're short because you have a high safety, in the middle of the field. You're short, but having to plan for that's going to be critical. But the runner, he's a special runner, and stopping the run, it's going to be part of our plan, obviously. But adding a QB to it makes it difficult.
Well, listen, I think we just talked about this. It equals out your numbers in the box. And the style of run that Anthony Richardson gives you, that power run game, versus most of the time when you have quarterback runs, and it's more of a finesse style run game.
Jaden Daniels.
Right, yeah. Lamar Jackson, right?
I would say that Jalen Hurts is probably the best of both worlds, I would say.
Yeah, middle ground. I think he's more of a Josh Allen type runner.
Yeah, and even Tim Tebow.
Right, Tim Tebow, right. Run a quarterback power, pull two guys on the outside and run a student body left, if you will. You know what I mean?
Want to know my best approach for Vance Joseph? He used the word, it complicates things. That was the phrase. No. Not complicating anything. Load the box with your people, your edge rushers, your backers, pressure, take away easy throws, and tee off on this big quarterback. Take away space.
Well, and especially with how comfortable you are running man coverage, like get up in their face, run man coverage, and load up that box, and I feel like you'd be okay.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You might get burned for one or two long plays, but I feel like you'll be all right.
Yeah, I don't know who sang this song, but I think it was Billy Joel. I think Broncos Country wants to sing a song to Vance Joseph, and it's, "We love you just the way you are." Just run what you run.
Well, 1982, 1970 something.
Good song though. I actually saw Billy Joel this summer.
I did too.
At Coors Field. Great show.
It was a great show.
He was rocking, man.
He was for an older guy
and
at
a good
altitude.
stand-up comedian as well.
He was pretty funny. Yeah. KJ, what's next?
If I'm the coaching staff, I'm cutting you.
Who was that?
That was Tony Gonzalez from last night.
Gonzo.
He was fed up with Devondre Campbell. And again, Devondre made the business decision of all business decisions last night as he decided to walk off the field in the third quarter of the Rams and 49ers game. This obviously came on the heels of the return of all-pro inside linebacker Dre Greenlaw, and obviously he took his starting spot back. And it just created some real friction because he did not expect his starting spot to be taken from him. Here is Kyle Shanahan, George Kittle, and Travarius Ward all just kind of laying out why this was just absolutely disrespectful to the team.
Happened with Devondre Campbell. He didn't play, and he went into the locker room at some point.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to play today.
Play today?
Yep.
The coaching staff?
He did when I asked him why he didn't want to go in. So.
During the game or before?
No, that was in the third quarter.
Not disbelief or disconnection, like as a team, one person making like Mooney said, a selfish decision, and I'm with Mooney on that. And I've never been around anybody that's ever done that, and I hope I'm never around anybody that does that again.
I mean, he's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. He could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some subtle that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, D went down, and we needed a linebacker, and I think Flan was banged up too. So for him to do that, that's some subtle stuff to me, in my opinion. Like, probably gonna get cut soon. So it is what it is with that.
It is what it is. And I would go even further in the wise words of my guy, Nick Sirianni. It's pretty simple. All this can be just broken down into 2 words that KJ knows all too well on this program. Get missing.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other thing that you could do. And KJ opened it by saying, made a business decision. If he did, it was a poor business decision.
Yeah, he's got a bad manager.
Right?
He's got a bad CFO. I'll tell you that.
Man is not going to find his way to another NFL roster.
Cost himself some bread.
Yes,
Cost
sir.
himself some long money.
Yes, sir. KJ, what's next?
If I'm the coaching staff, I'm cutting you.
Bill Belichick spoke at his introductory press conference on Thursday as the official head coach of the UNC Tar Heels football program. The underlying question has been when and if he'll ever go back to the NFL. And the reaction he got to that response was it was a little mixed.
Pat Welter, WRL. Bill, what do you say to people that fear that if you do succeed here, that you might leave for the NFL again in a year or two?
Yeah, I didn't come here to leave.
The king of the short answer.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the new version. That's the college version of we're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, and I understand sometimes media members ask questions to get an answer they already know is coming. But what did you think he was going to say to that?
You know what? Major tip of the cap from whoever that was from WREAL. That was awesome. To stand up as a local Raleigh-Durham radio talk show host and say, I love it.
All right. Well,
Pat Welter, WRL.
Would you have asked the question?
I would have asked the question. It wouldn't have been that.
Well, you would have asked him a glazing question. Bill, can you show me some of your Super Bowl rings right now? I would love to see them.
Yeah, because he's my favorite guy.
I didn't come here to leave.
Bill Belichick is my favorite guy. No, I probably would have asked him something to the effect of, there was a lot of talk about your son being the head coach in waiting and that being part of the deal that you signed here. How important was it for you for that to be part of what you're building here at UNC?
Did you watch University of Washington defensively this year?
Yeah,
it's not good, right?
I'm not saying it because I think that's a great thing that's going to happen to UNC.
Yeah.
I would want his
Just
comments
good
on
old-fashioned Nepo baby time.
Yeah.
You know what I'd say about this? The thing that I found most fascinating about the Bill Belichick piece, a lot of people are talking about he doesn't necessarily have the personality to recruit in this modern era. I think he loves the fact that he has total control of rosters and there's no salary cap and that you can get rid of anybody at any given time.
Well, and I'd love your take on this because Berto and I talked about it yesterday. I think moving forward, I don't really think this is the prime model. It's close to it, but I don't think it is the prime model. I think it might be the model, though, of college football going forward where your recruiting is completely separate from the coaching staff. He's going to hire Michael Lombardi and a whole recruiting staff to handle NIL and go recruit these kids. And then they're going to say, oh, yeah, we'll bring you in to meet coach for 5 minutes. You know what I mean?
That's what it is.
He's not going to be driving to homes or flying to visits or anything like that.
Coach Prime changed the game that way. He changed the game that way because he wasn't doing the in-home visits and people were coming to Coach Prime. And he changed the game because now Bill Belichick, if you're a quarterback and you grew up watching Tom Brady as a youngster, even just a couple years ago at the Bucs, you associate Tom Brady with Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
It's instant credibility.
Yeah. Well, but so Prime is like more of a manager, right? Like he hires coaches and lets them be the head coach of their side of the ball, right? Bill Belichick's going to be in all those meetings, breaking down
certainly
the scheme,
defensively,
right?
Defensive guy.
So that's where they differ. But as far as recruiting goes, this is the change in college football. It'll be interesting to see if it works again.
Well, and
Bill Belichick.
The beautiful thing about this whole thing, and I look at contracts when they get released, and this is the best information I was able to get, is that the contract for Bill Belichick, do you realize it has a $10 million buyout if he is to leave for an NFL or other college football job until June of 2025, and then it drops to $1 million.
Oh.
So he is a rental coach, a rental.
And then his son is the next head coach after that?
We'll just have to wait and see.
How do you feel about him bringing all his cronies back for that?
I mean, bring the people. Same thing, like Vance Joseph. Vance Joseph blitz the heck out of AR5 and play man coverage. Bill Belichick, bring your people.
Patricia, McDaniels, Lombardi. I mean, man, it is getting the band back together. All right. Right now we are joined by Andy Sweeney from 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan in Indy. He's on the Wake Up Call, which airs from 7 to 10 every morning. Andy, thanks so much for joining us, man.
Hey, guys. What's up, man? What's happening?
Hey, Andy, it was fun doing a little home and away. I was on your show this morning, talked a little bit, and now I'm going to hit you from the Colts angle of this crazy matchup that has so much implication, so much at stake. Tell me a little bit about what you see from AR5 and give the fan base here in Broncos country just a glimpse into what the journey and the experience of an AR5-led offense is going to look like.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, yeah, and it's fun to return the favor, obviously, with you guys here. You know, it's been, I was a big fan of Anthony Richardson coming out of Florida, and, they draft him, and they draft him high, and, he's a top 5 pick, and, they really felt the pressure last year to play him. And, the organization has been so down that they felt the pressure to play him, so they play him last year, and as you guys know, he got injured, and he got injured a lot, and he got injured for the season, and that went into the offseason. And so he came in this year, and we were really wondering how they would play this. How much are we going to have to worry about his injury situation? It means how much are they going to run him? The last couple games, they've obviously ran him a lot more. And so it never has really, I feel like from the outside with, you guys watching Bo Nix and Sean Payton, that at least they've settled into something, right? They're not done with each other. Obviously, Bo's going to get better, and they're going to figure each other out as the years go. You add pieces and everything else. But with Anthony Richardson, it feels like maybe now just a little bit they're starting to settle into what he maybe can be. Now, listen, as you ask about the offense, it is an inefficient offense. I don't know any other way to say it, okay? It's an offense that the stats look terrible. It's an offense where Anthony Richardson's completion percentage looks terrible. If you go the last couple games, even Jonathan Taylor, he's getting a lot of run, but he hasn't been over 4 yards per carry in 5 weeks, something like that. And so that's the kind of weird offense that it is, but it does just enough and can hit some big plays, right? And can have a drive here or there where it keeps them in these games. And then when they get up against a team like the Patriots or the Jets, they're able to go win the game at the end because they've been able to stay in it. So it has been a rocky start. It has been an inefficient offense. I will say the last couple weeks, they have made the concerted effort to get Anthony Richardson running the football a lot more, and I think that is going to be key. I think we have kind of shoved aside some of the injury stuff, and over the last 3 games, 48, 61, 30, to even go back in 45, 56, he's starting to run the ball a little bit more. So it's a tough offense at times, guys. It looks inefficient, but it does just enough to keep this team in the game.
Andy Sweeney from The Fan in Indy joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. All right, Andy. So that being the case, if you have seen defenses stop this offense, obviously, if you were trying to stop it, are you planning more for the run game and loading up the box? Or are you playing that shell coverage to make sure that AR doesn't hit one over the top and just letting him get what he gets on the ground?
Yeah, no, listen, this is why this game's interesting. I'm all about stopping the run, 1,000%. Whether it's Anthony Richardson or Jonathan Taylor, and I'm going to make Anthony Richardson beat me by throwing the football. I mean, that is the way. And then on top of it, guys, they have been, and this is the problem here, is people are just so upset about the pieces now around Anthony Richardson. You have Michael Pittman Jr., who is a very good player, got a contract in the offseason. He has been injured all year long. He's a good player. He's by himself. They took A.D. Mitchell. If you remember Ed-and-I Mitchell, coming out of Texas, played in Georgia before then. They took him in the second round, guys. Look how many good wide receivers are out there in the first couple rounds that are playing and catching. He's got 10 catches on the season. doesn't have a touchdown, dropped a big pass in the Patriot game 2 weeks ago that really nearly cost them. If they would have lost that game, we would have all gone back to that drop pass in the fourth quarter and said, hey, man, what's going on here? They are unbelievable where they don't have a running back that they can throw the ball to out of the backfield. I've never seen anything like it in my life, to not have a running back that you can say, 3-4 times a game, we're going to dump it off. He's going to 4 catches, 45 yards, might get in the end zone. That's not even a part of their offense. It hasn't been a part of their offense the last 2 years with Richardson, and then they just had the most abysmal tight ends in the NFL. They're all blocking tight ends, and they can't catch a thing. On Sunday, if you told me that the tight ends, and they'll play 3-4 of them, that if tight ends had 2 catches for 15 yards, I'd be like, yeah, that's about right. So they don't have a back who can catch it. They don't have a tight end. They have a second-round pick who can't catch the ball. They've been predicated on Michael Pittman Jr. a little bit, and then trying to hit Alec Pierce deep. And Alec Pierce has turned out to be a pretty good deep threat, but that's about all he is. He's not a possession receiver. Now they do get Josh Downs back, which is huge. If Josh Downs were not playing in this game, I think Denver would really have they would feast on the Colts offense. Josh Downs is by far their best weapon outside of Anthony Richardson. So if I'm Denver, it's easy. Put Surtain on one of those guys, have him take one of those guys away. Know that Josh Downs is going to get his underneath, but make them throw the football consistently. If you let this team run, they'll take advantage of it.
Yeah, and the other side of the ball, Andy, and hearing you talk about the tight ends and not catching the football, it sounded like you were talking here on Denver Sports Radio about the Broncos tight end situation, which been maybe a little bit better than what you described from the Colts situation. But does Adam Troutman strike a whole bunch of fear into you as a pass-catching tight end? No. But
Sure.
We're looking at the other side of the ball. This is Gus Bradley is the defensive coordinator. The defense is giving up 147 yards per game on the ground, which is abysmal in today's NFL. What do you attribute that to, and what are you seeing from the Colts defensively in terms of just being able to be in enough games and keeping the games close, but at the end of the day, being able to give teams the opportunity to control the overall feel of the game by way of the ground game?
Well, I mean, Drake May was 22. I think he was 22 of 27. Right? And that, the Patriots, were consistently one of the worst offenses in the NFL. I would say this, Gus Bradley, he could be the scapegoat at the end of the year if they do not make the postseason. And this game on Sunday is going to go a long ways, as you guys know, to seeing who goes to the postseason. And if they lose, and end up not going to the playoffs, I could always, because they're not going to fire Shane Steichen, nor should they, and then, you start talking, the hot topic here is Chris Ballard, who's the general manager, who's, been here nearly a decade and hasn't done anything. Couple playoff appearances. They don't win the South. It's been abysmal. But those guys I just don't think are going anywhere. So where do you go? You go to Gus Bradley. And while Gus Bradley has won a Super Bowl and he seemingly is a pretty good guy and the players like him, his defenses have been despicable. I mean, there's really no other way to put it. I mean, Coach, you mentioned it there. I mean, they don't stop the run. I mean, they went 2 months, this season, a month and a half talking about how they're not tackling. So they don't tackle well. I mean, usually they allow, it might be, you might have a 3rd and 10 at the 15-yard line, and you might be able to hand the ball to Javonte Williams. He might be able to dance right into the end zone without being touched. If that happened on Sunday, nobody would be surprised. So they're not a great tackling team. They play way off wide receivers, which is why Drake May and the Patriots went everything was short and quick. So obviously Sean Payton, he's going to see that, right?
Oh, he's going to be licking his chops right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, you might have they had a 3rd and short. Man, it might have been 3rd and 2 or 3. They're playing 12 yards off wide receivers against New England. And that's the kind, they're bend but don't break. But if they start to break a little bit, it's done. The Colts have no chance. They don't create a lot of turnovers. Their pass rush has been solid at times. I thought Latu actually in that preseason game, going back when we played you all in preseason, I thought he had some success. He's starting to come on. He was a first-round pick. DeForest Buckner is there. Grover Stewart is there. Kwity Paye has had an okay year. So their pass rush isn't bad, but they don't blitz. They don't tackle well, and they don't play right up on wide receivers. And so if you're an offense that can take advantage of that, I mean, go ahead, and I think Denver probably will. I'd be surprised if they didn't on Sunday.
DeForest Buckner as a human being scares me. So he does.
He's
intimidating.
big too. Yeah,
yeah. You got
Both
two
those guys.
mountains in the middle of that
Well,
defense.
well, Andy, it sounds like the vibes are just great over there in Indianapolis about your football team. So it sounds like the perfect trap game for the Denver Broncos. That
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is the predicament of this season. If they go and they make the playoffs, and if they win Sunday, the Colts have the Giants and Titans and Jags. Are there three teams that are deader in the water than those three teams besides the Raiders? I mean, think about it. I mean, those are three teams dead in the water. So if they win on Sunday, they can go to the playoffs, or they should go to the playoffs, and then it's almost like nothing will happen, like, oh, everything's okay because you made the playoffs. And I think a lot of fans are kind of like, wait a minute, if we go to the playoffs, we want to go to the playoffs, but guys, if we don't, there need to be some changes. And so, what could be bad enough here down the stretch that will create some changes? So it's a very mixed bag of we want to win, we want to see our team win, we want to get back to the postseason, maybe something cool can happen. The flip side of it is people want the general manager and the defensive coordinator gone off this team. That's the other side.
So you want us to kill you dead? Got it.
That's perfect. We will gladly
you know what would
oblige.
be the funniest thing would be, for us here, I could totally see, the Colts go and they win and then lose to, the Titans or Giants or Mac Jones or something like that, and kind of ruin everything by losing to the Jags, because they'll still need help, even if Denver, obviously if they win in Denver. But it's a very sticky situation here. This fan base is used to winning, obviously with Manning and Luck, and even, the Phillip Rivers year and stuff like that. They've been used to having a double-digit win season, and it has been anything but the last couple seasons.
Andy Sweeney, we appreciate you joining us. Thanks for all the good vibes for coming from Indianapolis. It's awesome to hear. It must be cold and it must be a gray sky. I have one final yes or no question that I need to get you out on, and this is the $1 million question across the landscape of Indianapolis. Yes or no? Would Andrew Luck, currently the general manager of Stanford football in his current form, be a better option at quarterback than AR5?
I'm going to say no just because he's been away from the game for so long.
Oh, he's healthy. He's got a clean head on his. I mean, it's so good. But hey, Andy Sweeney from The Fan, 93.5 in Indianapolis. We appreciate you joining us. It's going to be a fun game on Sunday.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it should be. You guys take care. Thank you.
That is Andy Sweeney. That segment brought to you by Mile High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs, and offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. When we come back, we got to pop some tops for the weekend. I'll take Raj's spot there. We'll pop some tops, talk about what we're watching this weekend on Altitude Sports Radio. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the Morning Sprint. He's Coach Sanford. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for Alex Ryanemi. PhD coming up next from Joe Willie's down on South Broadway. Those fellas, I heard they got good burgers down there too.
Way to go. I got to make it out there.
I know, me too.
You know what? A good burger sounds good right now.
It does. But
so Joe Willis, should I go tonight?
I mean, you
3 to 6.
You and I can right now, right after this.
Oh, it's PhD.
Noon to 3. Yeah,
noon to 3. I should have listened to my co-host.
You should have, turned on your mic and listened to what I was saying.
So other than that,
we're doing great.
Everything's great. The play is fantastic, Miss Lincoln.
So go see the fellas down at Joe Willie's. You and I can go have lunch there if you want, Coach.
Are you asking me on a date?
Yeah.
Is that a mandate?
Yeah, sure.
See what I did there? Mandate.
That's cute.
Like double meaning.
I actually can't because I have to.
So you asked me out on a date.
I know.
And then backed out within 15 seconds.
He's infamous for standing people up, Coach.
Oh,
Whoa,
man.
Whoa.
We were actually
Whoa. Let's not build a fake reputation here.
On this topic, we were just talking about that as a young man, I got engaged the year before I graduated, and then I was married a week after I graduated from college. I missed out completely on the adult dating life. And apparently I'm not missing much.
You did not miss much.
Not missing much.
You did not miss much.
I appreciate, Mrs. Sanford appreciates that advice. I appreciate that advice.
Getting catfished by a girl without a tooth? Yeah,
Has that happened to you?
I'm not confirming nor denying that has happened to me.
Yeah, but is she a good forecheck, physical player?
Right, yeah. Gets in the corners.
Yeah.
In front of the net. Absolutely.
Get post up in front of the goal.
Listen, man.
The goalie.
You didn't miss much. You found a good one, Just enjoy it. Yeah, I promise you did not miss dating.
Well, and I think the other thing, too, is I can get a little wayward. In case you haven't listened to this radio program, I need to be reeled in from time to time. I have the right one to reel me in.
Well, she's got that Italian heritage.
Oh, she will. She will not just reel me in.
Yeah.
She will smack me back right into.
Find yourself an Italian or a Latina, and they will just reel you right back in there. So
you are absolutely right on that.
All right. So the Avs took an L last night. Listen, I thought it was just a really unfortunate game. You had 2 goals that went off your own players. You had the empty net goal. They lost 4-1. Now, there's things that the Avs need to work on. Casey Middlestat isn't playing well. I know the guys on Between the Pipes talked about that a lot.
Freaking Buffalo guy.
Hey,
there's a reason. Buffalo people.
There's a
you
reason
and
they
D-Mac
traded him.
And Middlestat.
Okay, D-Mac is not a Buffalo person. Can we stop doing that? I hope he's on the headset.
How many years have you lived in Buffalo, New York?
I lived there 5 years, but I go back every year. Like I go back because my family is from there.
Your familia.
He just lived there for like 3 years and sold Jim Kelly a couple snowmobiles, and like that was, and then moved out here to do radio. So I don't know. I think he likes acting like he's a Buffalo guy until they lose.
So you're questioning the.
He likes acting like a Buffalo guy until they lose to the Chiefs in the playoffs, and then I get a phone call during their show that says, "Hey, buddy, you doing all right?" So
What do you usually say?
I say, "Yeah, I'm fine because I have a unicorn at quarterback, and I'll be back next year."
Well, that'll be fun. We can just take that soundbite from what you just said, and we can play it after the Bills lose in the playoffs this year.
Coach, you and I have a pretty good relationship. We're friends. Careful.
All's fair in sports, man. All is fair in love and war in sports.
Relative to
all is fair. If you can't hang with me just repeating history.
Listen, if you want me to give you a call after the Packers get knocked out, I'll give you a call.
Still got a great young team.
So do the Bills.
I don't know.
Oh boy. All right. Let's get to popping some tops here, KJ. So now, Coach, give me a rundown here. How am I supposed to do this exactly? Give you a couple things I'm going to watch this weekend?
Yeah, we want to give our listeners a little preview of this great weekend of football, possibly hockey, a little bit of basketball. And so I'm going to start by popping the top to tonight's matchup at Ball Arena.
There you go.
I'm excited to watch this Denver Nuggets team that's been going through a little bit of hell and back, had a little bit of a tough, long road trip, and gets a bonus game at Ball Arena tonight because of the wildness and weirdness of the in-season tournament. We have to beat the Clippers. So let's pop a top, a nice cold, icy Coors Light for the Nuggets beating the Clippers for the first time this year.
I'm all for that. They got to get off. I mean, they got to get off the schneid here. They really got to get together and put together a little win streak because they're driving me crazy. All right, in true Alex Ryan-Emmy fashion, I'll pop the top to your Colorado Avalanche playing a game against the Nashville Predators on Saturday at 7:00, which I'm sure you can hear right here at 6:30 with the pregame on 92.5. Listen, Eustace, I shouldn't say Juice because they're both nicknamed Juice. Both their goaltenders are nicknamed Juice. Did you know that? The Predators?
I did not.
Now you know. Eustace Annunen coming back to town. Now, he played last
in
night.
Saros.
Yep. He played last night, played a great game. There's a question as to if he'll play against the Avs. How do you not play that guy against his old team, especially if he just had a great game? So I hope we see Eustace Annunen and the debut of Mackenzie Blackwood. And hey, listen, they didn't really have their legs coming off a long road trip last night. Hopefully they are full steam ahead and we have a great game against the Preds. I will pop the top for that on Saturday night.
It's a cold one. I'm going to pop the top, and we're going to stay with the local flair.
Okay.
Because this is a massive weekend in Broncos country. And while I will be a working member on press row, will not be able to enjoy a cold, frosty beverage, I will be enjoying a cold, frosty beverage after your Denver Broncos dominate, absolutely dominate, 31-17,
wow,
the Indianapolis Colts.
Wow.
And secure a very likely, not secure, and put themselves in very good position.
Okay, all right.
To be breaking the 9-year drought of postseason football. Your Denver Broncos are going to be looking like a postseason contender after they eliminate the Colts and send the Colts into a direction of firing Gus Bradley in the offseason. Let's pop that top.
Now, listen, your prediction is like almost the exact same as Berto's from yesterday. 31 set, like that's
what was his?
I think he said 31-17, 31. He said they're gonna kick them turkeys, is what he said.
He said they're gonna kick them turkeys.
Yeah.
You gotta love it.
I mean, you gotta do it. I
gonna get them to turkey.
I can't do the Berto voice
Tonight.
But, yeah. All right, my last one that'll pop a top for. I don't know if this has been done on your show before, so maybe I'm bringing something new here. I'm gonna pop the top for NFL Red Zone on a second screen at 2:25 on Sunday.
Boy, there's going to be a good one too, man. You got the Steelers and the Eagles.
You got the Steelers and the Eagles, the Bills and the Lions, and then you can put Colts Broncos on the main screen and
Bucks,
watch
Chargers?
them kick them turkeys and almost secure a playoff spot. Yeah, I'm going to pop the top to Red Zone, man. Like, I want Red Zone. I want to be in a bar with Red Zone on a second screen and just be watching the whip around. The 1 o'clock slate for the NFL is not great. The 2:25 games, incredible. Incredible.
It's going to be a great weekend. And what will be your bevy of choice?
So you guys talk a lot about that Molson Gold, which I've never tried.
Michelob Golden Light.
Michelob Gold.
Yeah, be careful now.
Well, that's what I was going to tell you. I'm going.
Molson's a Canadian product.
And
I buy America.
Oh, see, and I buy Canadian because my beer is Labatt Blue.
I
Give
love
me one
Labatt
of
Blue.
There
Very
you
nice.
go.
Very nice.
There you go. Give me that Canadian Labatt Blue for old time's sake. All right, Coach. Thanks so much for having me on the show today. I appreciate you having me in.
Thanks for driving the bus. It was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. KJ does a great job behind the glass. Thank you for these past 2 days, brother. PhD coming up next, live from Joe Willie's on South Broadway. Have a good weekend, y'all.
You know, it's a Funky Friday, and we're back at Joe Willie's. I mean, can you really believe it? This gorgeous day, man. Absolutely gorgeous. Great to be back here at Joe Willie's, where there's live music every Friday night. In fact, we are sitting right where the live music happens.
Is that right?
Yeah, I was told that because the power was up here, and now it's down here. So they rock out here. So later on, like we're the warm-up act.
Wow.
For
city sidewalks, pretty hot. Okay. I suppose we could do that if you want.
I know. Dude, now this place looks like Christmas in here. I mean, look at this.
They got the Christmas music on.
They got the Christmas music on. They got
it
the
doesn't
lights.
hurt that they got little red walls, too.
They got the poinsettia right there. I mean, they're doing it all. It looks great in here at Joe Willie's. Burger Madness on Tuesdays. Drink specials all day on Tuesday. Food specials during college and pro football games. Outstanding. Outstanding plays. The end. And we're glad to I think we're driving people away right now. We're driving you away. Right, because it's too loud immediately.
Are we too loud for you?
I mean,
seriously, we'll ask this young lady.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame
She
you.
doesn't want to answer.
I mean,
Yeah.
you knew something was going to happen based on all the equipment, right? Well, they're out of here.
We
All
can't
right.
even talk. Those three loudmouths guys. Yeah, I mean, they legitimately just moved. I mean, I don't blame them, but.
I don't blame him either. I mean, get ready, 3 hours. So it's
enjoy your lunch. What about those French fries?
Thoughts on that football game last night, fellas?
Well, pretty wild situation that unfolded on the sideline.
I know. What do you think?
I wish I could say I've never seen anything like it, but I have. We actually told this story just like 2 weeks ago. Obviously, what's his name? Devondre Campbell.
Yep.
He decides he doesn't want to play last night. He tells Kyle Shanahan they've got a linebacker that goes down. He's a backup linebacker. Shanahan goes up to him, says it's time to go in the game. He says, can't do it. Don't want to do it. I'm not playing today. He walks off, pulls an Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
I've never had a player walk off the field like he did, but I was a part of a situation in Washington when I was actually rotating with the guy, and the dude was in like his 10th year, and he was over it. And he said, "Look, man, you want to play Tyler? Play Tyler." And he sat down and didn't go back in the game. So
Wow.
I've seen something relatively similar. He stayed on the team, and he was the swing tackle the rest of the season, though.
How did they get over that moment?
I don't know. Maybe we were just desperate. Maybe
Really?
there's just nobody out there.
Well, maybe I haven't checked the news here. Does this guy still have a job with the Niners? Today,
If he
right
does,
now?
if he does for the moment, it's not going to last long. Kyle Shanahan already said they're going to release him. It's just they're probably looking for a way to get out of the money, quite frankly, without releasing him.
Right. Well, okay. Scott, you ever see somebody just – well, I mean, I can think of a couple instances, really. I can think of a basketball one, man. Pretty famous one.
Really?
Well, Scottie Pippen.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
And that was a pure ego thing. You ain't calling a play for me, I ain't going in.
All right. Well, what
I don't-
was this thing last night then?
We suck. I don't want to play and get hurt.
Well,
he just killed his career because there ain't nobody else going to. You got to quit touching my buttons, brother.
Oh, Lord.
I can't hear myself.
Okay.
Ain't no one else going to pick him up. Who's going to pick him up? You quit once, or no? He's done. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, some people call it a business decision. I heard Coach Sanford talking about that. Yeah, bad business decision.
Mm-hmm.
That is not going to bring you money in the future. That's it for him. Now, he's in his 8th or 9th year, so maybe he's exactly where that dude is that was my teammate. He's just mentally checked out, and he's ready to be done anyways, because to make that decision and then actually walk off the field, you got to think that dude's mentally done to just be done with football entirely.
I did want to touch, maybe it's a little bit too serious, I don't know, but where do you put like mental health and the breaking point of athletes as pro? Oh, all right, forget it. Don't worry about it then. We can just move on. I didn't know if that was a factor.
That guy working back there in that chef thing, making $15 an hour, that's mental pressure. That guy sitting at the bar that just got released on a Friday because HR called him in on Friday.
Okay.
And now he's gonna buy a drink and wondering do I have money to buy a drink now? That's pressure.
Okay.
You're playing football. Come on, man.
Okay.
Patton slapping the soldier in the helmet. They didn't understand about that. That's pressure.
All right.
That kid had some stuff. This guy's playing football.
So we have no allowances for something else or nothing. Forget it.
Look, I'll tell you, it is something, and there probably is something.
And something snapped with that guy last night.
Yeah. Well, if it snapped at that moment, it had snapped before.
and he was too big of a coward to say something about it earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, in hindsight, looking back on football, looking back on my career, I feel the same way as Scott. Like, what the hell was there to feel pressure about, man? I mean, we're playing a kid's game, getting paid extremely handsomely to do it. I didn't feel that way in the time, though. I mean, I felt the pressure of every single moment. And I don't know if that's the same thing as what we're talking about here, like a mental health, crisis.
I don't know either. I'm bringing it up, though.
Well, and listen, and I'll soften myself. Self-check.
He's on one today.
Okay. All right.
I'll self-check.
All right.
He could have had a panic attack.
Yeah.
Could have had an anxiety attack. There was a famous story, the guy that walked out and left the stadium at halftime and just basically decided to quit and retire at halftime.
That was a Bills player, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was it was Vernon Davis's brother. I'm trying to
the
blank
guy
on
had
his
a brother
name.
in the league, too.
It was Vernon Davis's brother, and he actually passed away, just for the record.
Recently.
All right.
I don't know when it was.
I mean, it wasn't like 5 or 10 years after he did that, because I read an article about him within the last decade.
Okay.
He talked about his thought process. Listen, there are mental. Yeah. Here's where my lack of empathy comes.
Okay.
Is it's now a great catchphrase for any time you screw up.
Okay.
It's a great catch-all for I screwed. Well, I'm having some mental issues. And I'm not diminishing mental issues. I deal with them in my family.
Okay.
But there's got to be better ways. You got to grab a trainer. You got to grab an assistant coach. Dog, I'm freaking out here. Something's going on. I don't feel right. You don't just say, man, I don't play.
Well, I don't know. And listen, there probably was something going on mentally to that degree, but I think the situation's relatively similar to the one that unfolded when I was on the field. That was a veteran that was rotating, and he probably thought, why the hell am I rotating with Tyler Columbus of all people?
Well, that
Fine,
was
you want
ego
to play him, then play him. And I actually think that's what this one was as well. This guy was the starting linebacker, and then he lost his job. They brought in an all-pro linebacker, and he lost his job, and he was probably ticked off. He said, fine, you don't want to play me anyways? I'm not going to play when you feel like you need me.
Well, then that's ego and selfishness.
Yeah.
Is that part of mental health?
You tell me.
See, and that's why stories like this, and you almost got to wait and see, okay, where's this guy? If this guy comes back to what Tyler said, I was a starter, you benched me, now I ain't going to play. Scottie Pippen, I ain't got no – I'm friends with Scottie Pippen.
Right.
I had no sympathy for Scottie Pippen when he did that. That was selfish and egotistical.
Right. You want to recap that story if people aren't aware of it?
Well, they get – I don't even know who they're playing, but they're late in the game.
Playoffs.
It was the Suns' Jordan years. Might even play their Knicks, but it was the Suns' Jordan years when he wasn't with the team. And they come within one late in the game. They get a timeout. They call a play, and the play is for Tony Kukoc to get the shot. Scottie Pippen, who had a big game that game, took umbrage with it.
He was going to be a decoy.
And he was going to be the decoy, which makes me think of Ted Lasso. Over here, don't kick the ball. And he goes, no, the play ain't for me. I ain't going back in.
Yeah.
So he didn't go back in. They ran the play. Tony Kukoc still made the shot. They won the game.
Right.
And now, I don't know which looks worse on Scottie Pippen, that he made the shot and they still won the game without him, or that he was, had they lost the game, they'd have killed him. Or maybe Jackson would have got some of the blame then too. I don't know. So if it's an egotistical-driven decision, a pride-driven decision, I got a major issue with it. If the guy had a panic attack, then he needs to get help, and the franchise and the coaching staff and the players and everybody else on his team need to probably have some sort of sympathy, and now let's deal with it. What was the one golfer? Wasn't there a golfer that had like a anxiety? Well, John Daly in that one place. Remember when he had a breakdown right in the middle of the course?
I think
and he was sitting on the thing shaking. And,
he had the shakes. He was alcoholic, I believe, and was just having going through detox sort of thing.
Well, I don't think he ever stopped drinking.
No, I don't think so either.
But so those moments are real. But if I have no sympathy for egotistical and pride jumping in the way.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to have any compassion inside the locker room. It really doesn't. I hate to say it like this, but it really doesn't matter what he was going through. He's your teammate.
Yeah.
You had a game to be played. You had a dude go down. Now you're playing without any linebackers. You absolutely hurt this football team in a big way that is unforgivable. And the only option that is left is saying goodbye.
It's pretty wild. And listen, I'm not like saying he did the right thing. I'm not trying to say that at all. But it's always fascinating to see when something snaps inside of a pro athlete, and that's just the end. Because what does he think is going to happen to his career?
Well, it sucks. In one aspect, I can have a little empathy in saying, I promise you, the dude in 10 years is going to look back on it and regret it. You don't want to walk away from the game being the dude that felt like I was a bad teammate. You don't want to walk away from the game feeling like you didn't get everything you had.
Pippin's answering questions about it to this day. I mean, it's never gone away. It's always part of your story.
Well, listen, and pride and ego. Let's go back to a game I was involved in. The Pistons walking off the court with the Chicago Bulls. Isn't that a little bit of the same thing? You're not refusing to come in, but guess what? You're not honoring the guys that are still out there playing. I was one of those guys, and you're not honoring the team that finally knocked you out of the playoffs after 7 years of runs.
You're certainly not reflecting well on the organization and the fan base.
I saw Joker go out and lose an embarrassing game to the Washington Wizards, and he went over and shook every coach's and every player's hand over there after the game.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see any of that go on. And guess what they're doing? They're still answering questions to that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
you're off. I when I said I have no sympathy for mental health, I put you off.
No. I'm good.
You're off.
I think it's a fascinating story. I think the game was terrible.
I didn't even know there was a game on.
It was so boring. You missed absolutely nothing. And then the Avalanche, they didn't.
I watched part of that game.
That was another tough one. Get ready for it though, because you want to stop two great scorers like Rantanen and McKinnon. You do what Utah did. You clog everything up. You make it super boring and hope you get lucky.
Yeah.
And they got lucky.
And
they got lucky.
Ask Devon Taves every once in a while to understand how to play defense on the backside.
Oh. he's in the four-nation face-off, my man. You're taking got some beefs with Taves?
Oh, the second goal, you see, he just kind of stands
there. It was like
gets
ding-dong-ding, though. It was like a nice little tic-tac-toe.
Go and look how many tic-tac-toes have been given up by the Avalanche defense this year.
Oh, man.
Here
now
we go.
Hastings
wants a piece. Hey, hold on.
Okay,
hold on.
all right.
Hey,
Hot Take Friday.
I go to my expert, Dan Tanner. How many tic-tac-toe backside goals has Avalanche given up this year?
There's been about a baker's dozen.
At least.
Yeah.
Well, I like the fire, though. Light it up, man. Fridays, let's go. Bring that heat. Bring that holiday heat.
I had to drive in traffic today.
I can tell there's something going on.
I don't like traffic.
Anyways, we're here.
I hope the guy doesn't have a mental illness.
I do too.
I hope he didn't have a panic attack or anything. But if it is, then we all should have empathy for that. That being said, if he let his pride take over his body, if he let his, he wrote a check that his body ain't going to cash right now, I have no sympathy for that at all.
Tyler, were you on the Broncos? The guy's name escapes me, so I apologize. There was the offensive lineman the Broncos had got during the season. The Broncos go on a bye week, like at week 8.
I know what you're talking about.
And the dude didn't come
from
back.
Seattle.
Yes. And he went back to Seattle, and he never came back.
I was not on the team. His name was John.
Bill.
You're right there.
John something.
Oh no.
John M.
Wayne.
John. Yeah.
You're right there. It's something
Mitchell.
like that. I don't know it, but
Yeah.
it's close.
I was not on the team, but I know the story. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy just and he wasn't even playing.
He had a breakdown like that in Seattle also.
Right.
He had 2 of them over the course of his career.
Since we're talking about that, what about the guy that the Houston Rockets end up going ahead and drafting? That when he was playing at Iowa State, he would take buses to games because he couldn't fly on an airplane. They still drafted him, I think, with like the 8th pick in the draft.
Jeez.
And basically, I don't even know how many games he played in the NBA. I want to say he even was in part of a deal that got traded to Denver.
Wow.
And they just released him. But, yeah, his career basically ended because he's afraid to fly in airplanes.
Well, this particular guy, they go on the bye week. He was a backup. I mean, he wasn't really even playing. All he needed to do to get paid is 2 more months, bro. 2 more months. Just come into work for 2 more months. You're going to get your salary, and, that's it. And it was just – he just didn't come back.
Nope.
It was pretty wild,
John
man.
Moffitt.
John Moffat. Wow, good memory. That's absolutely right. Look up the story of John Moffat. It's weird.
I was so close.
You were right there. Meanwhile, Michael Porter Jr., Scotty, Vic Lombardi asked him a question and tried to give him an out. And Michael Porter Jr. said, thanks for the out. I'll pass on that. And here's what's really going on. You'll hear that coming up next. Hey, what's going on, C-Mac, for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? The time of love and joy is here, but if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, yeesh, that's not good. And if you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, well, give the best gift you can, and that's the gift of love by treating what's going on with your ED and restoring your relationship. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. They are the best. And where you go matters. So if you go to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even last an hour or more and bring back that intimacy. Bring back that joy into your love life. So schedule a consult. That's a good holiday gift, right? $99 includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. Hey, if that doesn't work, the office visit is free. But if you're like most men, no problems. Call them today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
and up to that point this year of beating the teams on paper that you're supposed to beat and have to beat.
Michael Malone joins us every week right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're at Joe Willie's, which is outstanding. We're getting to some of the tasty treats right now. Got a little egg roll action. The wings are fantastic. The chili here is legendary. It's awesome. Burger Madness is on Tuesdays. Live music later tonight. Yeah, drink specials all day on Tuesday. And an incredible place to watch all the games, top to bottom. Awesome neighborhood bar right here on Broadway between Iowa and Arkansas, I think. That'd be a good bowl game right there. And here we are at Joe Willie's, so come on by and say hey. Tonight, it's the Nuggets playing the Clippers. Game time at 7 o'clock. Pre-game right here on Altitude at 6:30. Scott, you on the call tonight?
I am.
What are you hanging there with Chris on the sidelines? What are you doing?
I know Chris and I, and then the road trip I will be
Yes.
sideline.
Okay.
And the first game home after the trip, 23rd.
Yes.
Sideline. Don't miss that game.
Really?
Is that right?
Oh.
Just a little teaser.
I smell a little Buddy the Elf coming on in that one.
Just a little teaser, my
I gotcha.
friend.
Well, you should be in the spirit of things.
Just a little teaser.
Yeah, well, you got to bring it in on the side of the cheeks also if you're going to do that.
Okay. Well, I don't know if that's it. I'm just kind of teasing.
If you've seen the Target commercial, that guy's got to,
Michael Porter, so Vic goes to practice yesterday and is hanging out and, just chilling and tries to give Michael Porter Jr. like a little bit of an out. Like, hey, fans are really blowing everything up, but it's not really that bad, right? Here's what Michael Porter Jr. said.
I mean, we may not be exactly where we want to be wins and losses, but considering the things we need to work on and considering, some of the lineup changes, I feel like to have a winning record is nice, but we definitely need to be more consistent winning. We've had a couple bad streaks of losing so far this year, and we need to pick that up, I think.
Our players, is the room always more calm than the fan base? Like, fan base is panicking. Oh my God, they're not top 4 in the West. What's going on?
No, I think it's probably mirrored. Everyone sees what people are talking about. I feel like that affects, guys' level of even killedness here. I feel like but sometimes you need some tension and you need a wake-up call. So I feel like it's definitely been not peaches and roses the past couple weeks.
Okay. So, see, Vic
hey, you know what? And there's another guy just throws cream out the door like it doesn't matter.
DeAndre Jordan said, quote, "We're handling it okay. We haven't splintered. It hasn't become a blame game. When you get to that point, I think the team is done, and we're not there." And he didn't say yet, but judging on those comments and what MPJ had to say, acknowledging it hasn't been, peaches and herb?
Peaches and roses.
No peaches and roses. Never mind the cream.
I hope that's true, and I believe it, but Harrison Wynn did write an article the other day that he flat out said there is a divide going on in that locker room right now, which I would be a little bit surprised if this early on there was already drama brewing. Look, when you're not having success, it's no secret that people get frustrated. I hope at that point, though.
Well, that was an interesting answer, at least to me. It's been a roller coaster. Ain't no doubt about it. What's Jamal doing tonight? Is he playing?
Yeah, I haven't heard.
Don't know?
I could check the list.
Yeah, let's.
I'm sure they'll have him questionable all the way up to game time. And if
How
he
long
plays,
has it
he'll
been? It doesn't seem like it's been that long for Jamal.
He's missed the last 2.
They've been
in
off
days.
before.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been at least a week. I mean,
it's a pretty quick recovery for a hammy, I would say.
Fine by me. Listen, I don't know what his injury, I don't know what's going on, but as far as I'm concerned, because they only have 4 games until the 23rd.
Then it starts, yeah.
And then I think after the 23rd, you got to buckle up, Buttercup.
Yeah, after the 22nd, actually, right?
Yes.
Lots of games. Then you play 22nd, 23rd back-to-back. Then you play the 25th. Then you play the 27th. Then I think you kind of game back here, the 28th. And
NBA season starts on Christmas, and here we go.
Here you go. It gets real. I'm not worried yet. I think there are things that they've got to be better at. I don't think they've been consistent in the grind, and the NBA season is a grind. And I feel like this team, me personally, feel like this team has been through the grind together for the last 3 or 4 years. Are like, are we ready to start it now? Do we want to kick that in now? And it's almost like they drove around in first gear a little bit instead of trying to put it in the second and third. But I'll still say this, and we've talked about this. Other shows have talked about it. The morning show talked about it. Aaron Gordon's a significant part of this team. He's missed over half your games.
He's hurt too.
Already. Yeah, he's missed 12 of the 22 games.
He probably came back a little too quick. And then in a move that you vowed that you weren't really going to do, you had a plan, and you said, forget it. With the minutes restrictions, because we got to win this game. Got to win that Golden State game at home. Got to win it. And sure enough, he pops up injured afterwards.
Yep. And you're going to deal with that. And it goes back to what Tyler said about hamstrings. Calves, hamstrings, those aren't.
And what's
those
the
aren't easy
desperation?
fix.
Because AG's playing the 5, because you couldn't really find somebody to take up those minutes for Jokic, even though you're kind of trying, but it ain't really working out.
The Sarge deal.
What else is there?
The Sarge deal really screwed this team, man.
Yeah, but he's also got a sprained ankle. He's been hurt for the last 3 games.
He's hurt.
If he didn't,
Vlatko's,
would anything change?
Well, right. That's a fair question, too. Vlatko's out.
He's out for the season probably, right?
And that's right. And so what are we doing here?
P.J. Hall.
You know what? If you're not going to try it now, when exactly else would you try it?
Right.
I don't know. You know, probably should have played Jay Huff a little bit last year to find it out. Not every game is end of days. It can't be. It cannot be, or you're not going to have anything left when it's all said and done. You can't be that desperate. And the Clippers, I don't know, man. I'm sick of the Clippers. I hate playing the Clippers. I don't know how you feel about them. I feel like we play them. I know we probably play them in a balanced amount with everybody else.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like that for whatever reason. I hate them. I'm sick of them, and they're annoying to me. And that's who you're facing again tonight. And they beat your doors off last time you played.
Well, but you beat their doors off the first time.
I
you
know.
played them, so.
I can't stand the Clippers.
Yeah. You got to win this game no matter what. And then you got 2-3 days of rest, and you got Sacramento, who's also in the same struggle bus that Denver is.
Do
right?
we got to win every game no matter what? Is that where we're at? We got to win every single game no matter what.
I think if you play the right way, you can go on a 5-game win streak.
Okay,
Easy.
great.
That would go a long ways to calming a lot of fans right now.
Is that with or without Jamal?
You can go on a 5-game win streak.
Okay. Okay. Well, he doesn't have to play for me, that's for sure. I'm happy to see him rest up, and we'll see you later.
If he truly is banged up, honestly, take your time. I mean, take your time. Get him back. What's the rush to get Jamal Murray? Especially, like, if he's already struggling mentally on the court for whatever reason, I think the last thing you need to do is put him out there when he's struggling physically at the same time.
Well, that's the big question. Are they better off? They're better off with great Jamal, who we know he's been. No doubt about it. But are you better off with this version of Jamal or without him till hopefully he can get back to where he's been? What are you better off?
Well, yeah, that's a great question. 2 for 9, 2 for 10 from the 3-point line. Could you find somebody else or two people else that could give you, 4 for 10, combined somehow? I don't know. But it puts more pressure, and I think Julian Strawther's the guy. And I know it's only his second year, but I don't care. It's time to be, if Julian Strawther's going to be that guy, be that guy.
Right.
I need the Julian Strawther I saw in Atlanta, not the one I saw in Washington.
We only had 2 real potential for shooters outside of Jamal, so if Michael Porter Jr. is making his living in the paint these days, come on, Julian.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that tonight is a must-win game.
Oh, did you put that on there?
No, man, but I mean, like, I'm sick of hearing things like, I got it. I got you. We'll see what happens. We'll be down there for it. You'll be on TV. You and Marlo will be doing a great job. Yeah. I'm going to be putting on my pajamas and slipping under the covers with Chris Dempsey. I think that's the name of the show, right?
Oh, I have no idea.
No.
I think it's Dempsey and Company.
It's Dempsey and Company?
I think that's what the post game. Although I think Vic's probably hosted. Listen, is it concerning? Yes. But here's the problem, and eventually, it's kind of like if you got issues personally, you can look at a whole lot of people, and listen, I went through divorce, and I can tell you this. I went through a whole lot with her fault, this, and she didn't. until you finally look in the mirror and go, oh, dude, I was pretty ugly in that situation. I didn't do this the right. I should have. And when you finally get self-reflective just a little bit, things can change for you. This team's going to be self-reflective. Tyler's brought up 2 or 3 times. Can't trade Jamal because of the extension you put on. It's a year away. Can't trade Gordon, I don't think, because he's in the same boat. Can't trade Russ until after January 15th.
I don't understand. I don't get that rule. That seems like a very weird rule that I don't even understand the point of it.
You know, just so teams don't just sign guys so you don't have the guy. I'm going to sign him so you don't have him, and then I'm going to trade him way over here.
I guess.
You know, I think it's.
I mean, they kind of got something similar like that in the NFL, but it's with practice squad guys. If you hire somebody off the practice squad, you have to keep
him on
them,
your roster,
right? And you have to keep them on the roster for I think it's a month or something.
Well,
so I think that's part of that right there. So, and I only bring those guys' names up because those are guys you could get value from if you want to trade. Well, you're locked in. So now it becomes self-reflection. You can probably trade Christian Brown around that right now and probably get some value from him.
Wow.
And Watson and Strother. And then, but now, is that the guys that's going to put you over the top, or is that going to hurt you more?
It's a good question. We'll see.
Here's a no dumb question. Is Christian Brown untouchable right now?
Oh, man, it feels like it. Is he not?
Is he not the – I mean, outside of Jokic, is he not MVP of the team right now?
He's the only guy that has scored in double figures all 22 games.
I just assumed as part of the future on a relatively low contract right now that
rookie deal.
My God, like holy cow, that would be crazy to be trading CB right now. It feels like.
But I'm saying if you want to do something without self-reflection, that means moving bodies. And so now you know who's available.
Who would replace his role? I understand.
You don't have anybody.
Well, all right.
So it had to be somebody you think that's going to come in and be actually better. And then I'll repeat the stat. He's the only guy on the team that's been in double figures all 22 games.
That doesn't feel right. We'll talk to Matt Taylor, the voice of the Colts, here in a little bit. I did want to bring up a quick story here. This Quinn Ewers story is hysterical. Ewers. I was looking him up, and he has kind of his draft stock has kind of plummeted for whatever reason. And when I say plummeted, it's still sort of the second round, 44th overall value. But he was highly considered, maybe even a top 10 quarterback maybe a year ago. And that's just not the case now. I looked up like what you would make as a second round pick, like in your rookie contract. It would roughly be, like $1.5 million a year, something like that over 4 years. It goes down dramatically. Significantly. You'd have to go in the first round to make $4 million a year, and I bring that up because supposedly he has an offer from a bit because they're going Arch Manning. They either go Arch Manning or they lose him.
Or Arch Manning goes to North Carolina.
Well, that's right. That's right.
I think that's a fascinating situation, man.
So the offer is supposedly $4 million for 1 year for a Big Ten school for Ewers to go and play one more year.
Or how about this? Hello, Bill Belichick. Hello, University of North Carolina. We've seen all kinds of twists in the NIL era. I think this would be the first twist you would have of a top quarterback who, going into the season, was considered a first-round draft pick and no longer is. If he would to move teams to improve his draft stock and make more money than he would in the NFL anyways in his rookie year.
For 1 year.
It's an absolute no-brainer that Quinn Ewers should do this. I mean, come on, what are we talking about? His entire rookie salary, if he's drafted in the 4th or 5th round, which I think is what they're talking about with this guy nowadays, if he were to go there, he might make a little bit over that in his entire rookie contract.
If he dropped that far back, sure. And, hey, man, you know how I feel about drafting quarterbacks in the second round. Usually you clean up business. Second round to me is a disaster.
Well, maybe I'm off on how far he'd drop. I don't really know.
Right now, the projection is a second round thing, but I think it's dumb to draft quarterbacks in the second. I'm sure I'm not the only one. I think he should go to whatever Big Ten school he can.
I do too, and I think we would all agree he is going to lose his spot to Arch Manning anyways.
No doubt.
So, yeah, transfer.
It's a wild story where you could make more money in college than the pros.
We all think he's going to lose to Arch Manning, and I do too, to be honest with you. But you also now put that coach, if he stays, I mean, here's a guy who's won you
Yeah.
30-some games the last 3 years, playing in the tournament this year. Who knows who said Texas doesn't win the whole
Well,
thing?
you'll
see.
you'll lose one or the other because I think Arch has been very committed to the University of Texas. We'll see how he feels if Quinn Ewers comes back.
The voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. How you feeling about this weekend? Just go to the app, press on the microphone button, and blast away. We'd love to hear from you. We'll hear from Matt Taylor, the voice of the Colts. How dysfunctional and inconsistent is that team? Details coming up next.
Holy smokes. 12 seconds left, and the Colts are looking to go on top 25-24 with a 2-point try. Colts are going for the win. Shotgun snap for Richardson, and he's trying to crash upfield, and he is across the goal line. The 2-point conversion is good. 2 points for the Colts, an 8-point possession. Give it to your best player on offense, and he delivers. Colts back on top, 25-24, 12 ticks to go.
Great call by Matt Taylor, the voice of the Colts, who joins us right now. Matt, you sounded surprised to see him go for 2 right there.
It was one of those things. I mean, you never know with this team. I mean, the Colts, all they do is play in one-score games. 11 of their 13 games this year have been decided by 8 points or less. And so, that tied the game, or I should say, put the Colts in a position to think about going for 2. It was 24-23, and then Shane Steichen from the get-go, if you go back and watch that game replay, as soon as Alec Pierce caught that touchdown pass with 12 seconds to go, he put 2 fingers in the air. He knew definitively what he wanted to do, trying to go for the win and keep the Colts' playoff hopes alive, and that's exactly what happened right before the bye week. So a really cool moment for this team, and obviously looking to keep it going coming up this weekend in Denver.
Well, what's your belief factor in Anthony Richardson now? Sits out after tapping out, comes back. He's got kind of a confusing couple games. Looks pretty good, looks pretty bad. What's your personal belief in your QB out there?
It's certainly been a wild ride for Anthony Richardson, since being drafted 4th overall a couple of springs ago. He's had some up and down moments. He's had the injury. He's had the benching, then coming back off of the benching. But I think what's clear now going forward for the Colts is they found an identity, I think. They kind of know who they are on offense, and they're going to play to their strengths, at least as of right now, in terms of who Anthony Richardson is and what he can do. Is he a pocket passer, 5-step drop guy? No, he's not that guy right now, and he probably won't ever be that guy. But, since his return to the lineup after sitting out those 2 games, they're running him about 9 to 10 times per game. I think they're calculated. Their 3rd down runs, their 4th down runs, their 2-point conversions. I think you're going to see a steady dose of him inside the red zone. So they're being calculated with him, but they're also not shying away from using him. And that was the franchise conundrum with him going into the season because of his injury last year. Injuring that shoulder on a play where he's outside the pocket, takes the hit, lands on the shoulder, out for the season, and missed out on so many games and reps and experiences to grow and to get better, considering he only had those 13 games in college coming out of Florida. So it's tough to put your thumb on Anthony Richardson as of right now, but I think what you're seeing in these last couple of games since his return to the lineup is that he's being good in terms of taking care of his body, not taking hits, but also knowing when to kind of, lay it on the line and, get an extra yard, get a first down, crash into the end zone. And he's also developing this clutch gene. Now, is it a small sample size? Yes, of course. I mean, their last 2 wins are road wins against the Jets and Patriots, who are not very good teams. But at the end of the day, they're winning those games on the road with game-winning fourth-quarter drives led by a young quarterback that's learning how to win and learning how to play his best and the team's best late in the game when that's all this league is it comes down to the fourth quarter. It comes down to the last 4 minutes of every game seemingly. And, again, in a small sample size, Anthony Richardson is coming up big in those moments for the Colts.
One thing, and I was going to ask you what their identity was, but I'll change it just a little bit. And obviously your success will hinge on how well Anthony Richardson plays. The one thing surprised me is how bad his completion percentage has been. It wasn't even good last year. Is the injury playing effect to that? Is it just is it a confidence thing, or is he a guy that you're going to have to live with not being the most efficient guy when he throws the ball?
No, I mean, that's. I think you answered your own question there. I mean, he is just sort of who he is right now. He's not going to be, a typical drop-back passing quarterback. The completion percentage was a hot button thing for him coming out of Florida. He's right around 52, 53%. And then last year, the completion percentage was kind of up and down before that injury. And then this year, if you look at his numbers this year, he's last in the NFL among qualified quarterbacks in both passer rating and completion percentage. And so you just kind of have to know that going in. Like, this is going to be a wild ride for Anthony Richardson until he's able to kind of stabilize those numbers, smooth them out, gradually bring them up. But you can't have him out there if you're not going to tap into his dynamic playmaking ability, right? His athleticism. What makes him special is what he can do to stress a defense schematically, put pressure on you with the threat of him being able to running the football between he and Jonathan Taylor should be, the focal point, the fulcrum of this offense. So, yes, I think you're going to have to, if you're a Colts fan, you have to live with the AR experience right now being up and down, and it's certainly been that, and maybe even then some so far this year. But there's no question that if the Colts want to win big in the long term, he's got to bring up that completion percentage to hopefully couple and marry that with, his ability to make things happen with his feet and just the threat of his playmaking ability to be coupled with being more efficient and overall more accurate in the passing game.
It seems to me you guys might want to be breaking out some old film of Tebow with the Broncos.
I was just going to say, Matt, we're being so polite here.
Yeah.
You realize you're trying to win with Tebow 2.0, right?
Yeah.
We're being nice here, but we've been through this, Matt. We know exactly what's going on.
But Tebow did win 8 in a row.
Okay, so, Matt, is that being discussed, that we have Tebow 2.0?
No, I mean, listen, it will be. I mean, facts are the facts, and it will be if it continues to hold up this way. It'll be the worst completion percentage for a starting quarterback in the NFL since Tim Tebow in 2011. All right, so I mean, listen, you're not going to tell anybody in Indianapolis, what they don't already know, because they watch Anthony Richardson and this offense be up and down every single week. There's a lot of highs with the big. I mean, it's crazy to think that he's got the lowest completion percentage in the NFL, but he's got the highest yards per completion in the league. So it's
That's
a lot
wild.
of boom. It's a lot of boom and bust.
Yeah.
It's a lot of make or break. Whatever you want to call it. This offense is kind of feast or famine, and you've seen some just hellacious highlights in a great way with Anthony Richardson throwing off his back leg. He's got guys climbing all over him, and he's still completing huge chunk play gains for this offense. And quite frankly, if they didn't have those, they wouldn't have 6 wins. But again, that's what you're trying to hopefully even out with Anthony Richardson as he continues to play and continues to grow, get better, and to use a baseball metaphor, hopefully, hit more singles and doubles instead of the strikeouts and the home runs that have seemingly defined his career so far.
Maybe he should be an MLB player. Strikeouts and home runs. Hey, you can make $35-50 million a year being a strikeout.
I'm
That's what Tebow went to. Hey, so are teams just loading the box and daring him to throw it over the top? Because that's what happened with Tebow.
Yeah.
No, I think you're seeing teams spread. I don't think the numbers in the box are going down, but I think what's happening is that with Josh Downs being a threat in the slot, and you've got Michael Pittman Jr. on the outside, Adonai Mitchell on the outside, that the number of players in the box are widening out a little bit. And they have to respect the fact that Jonathan Taylor is out there as well with Anthony Richardson, and either guy can really bust one at any time. I mean, Taylor has really, really proved over the course of his career that if he just has a little bit of a crease, he can take a 5-yard gain and turn it into a 58-yard touchdown. So, I think teams first and foremost are going to, sell out to stop the run, but it's not like they can just completely load the box and forget about the passing game, because there's enough playmaking ability on the outside, for Anthony Richardson to still get the football to some weapons and move the ball down the field that way as well.
Does it break the heart of Indianapolis people to know that Peyton Manning will be at this game rooting for the Broncos?
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
I think he does a good job. I think he does a good job of spreading out the allegiances there. But there's there's no question when he's going to be in Denver, he's going to be rooting for the Broncos.
Yeah, I just wonder what people in Indianapolis.
You know what? He had to wear one of those dual jerseys of his own, right?
Right,
an orange and a white 8.
Well, didn't he sort of do that at the Hall of Fame? He did both colors.
Yeah. Hey, Matt, we hope you have a great call, and thanks for coming on with us. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys.
There you go, Matt Taylor on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident. You need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. He didn't laugh at that line. He did not find that humorous.
Well, it is an
Manning
interesting
thing.
question because obviously Peyton did so much that there's no chance that fan base could dislike Peyton Manning. But there's got to be at least a contingency of that fan base that is frustrated with his allegiance to the Broncos.
Well, I tell you a funny story. We were going to play the Pacers, and we went to a sports bar. It must have been a Sunday night or whatever, but the Broncos were playing that evening game. And obviously you can tell we were all from Denver. I think I traveled with my Bronco jersey or whatever.
Okay.
But it was amazing, the Colts fans that came over to our tables and said, man, we're really pulling for you guys. We hope you guys – I mean, there was converted Colts fans / Manning fans that were cheering for the Broncos those 4 years he was here.
But in the post-retirement, when it comes to the Broncos, has come out of his mouth a lot.
I mean, almost every time you listen to Monday Night Football, he says something.
It does happen quite a bit. The amazing story of Travis Hunter. What a day he had yesterday, and what we anticipate will happen tomorrow. Huge article about him on ESPN.com going into his backstory, because we all just think about him with Prime. He does have another family, like his real family where he came from, and there's quite an article. Some details that are fascinating you probably don't know. We'll give it to you coming up next.
All right, guys, if you are am I hot? Check. All right, guys, if you are looking for a new vehicle, now is the time to go car shopping. Go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. The end of the year is always a great time to shop. There are deals to be had. But when you go to Phil Long Ford, you're not going to have to haggle for it or negotiate for it. You're just going to be given the best price possible. Matter of fact, at Phil Long Ford, they will beat any car dealership by $500. So no reason to shop anywhere else. When you go to Phil Long Ford, we're talking about one-stop shopping. No reason to shop all over the state of Colorado. Just go to one car dealership, Phil Long Ford. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care if you're looking for new or pre-owned, car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles. They've got it all at Phil Long Ford. Over 1,000 cars, trucks, and vans on their lot. The inventory has never been better. So go check out Phil Long today. Guys, I built a long-term relationship over there. Bought all my cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year in the NFL because I value relationships. And once you buy a vehicle from Phil Long Ford, you're going to be a customer for life, just like I am, because you'll realize it's a different kind of car dealership. They'll get you in, they'll get you out, you'll get the best price, you'll find the vehicle of your dreams. They've got an award-winning service department, so keep your vehicle serviced at Phil Long Ford. Feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at PhilLongDenver.com.
4th down and 8 at the 34. Sanders guns it. Sanders in a pocket. Oh, what a catch! Travis Hunter! Give him the Heisman now!
We are live at Joe Willie's on Broadway, where there's live music every Friday night. Burger Madness on Tuesdays, drink specials all day Tuesday. And what an amazing place to watch the game. We've had some delicious food already. I think more is coming on the way. So if you're looking for a great place to have food and watch a game and just hang out, Joe Willie's has got you covered top to bottom. Travis Hunter. I think we just need to take a little bit of a time to appreciate what has gone through here, because I don't think we'll see anything like it. And I'm sad that this game that they're playing doesn't have more consequence. I really am. Because watching Travis Hunter compete at the highest level has been really incredible. There's a huge article on ESPN.com featuring him. So often he's tied to Shedeur and to Deion for good reason. But what about this kid? I mean, how much do we really know about him? And they go through his past. His mom and stepfather, with a couple of siblings, moved from Florida to a suburb in Georgia, lived in a hotel before his freshman year, one room hotel. By his sophomore year, he ended up living with the coach, showing up at school at 5:30 in the morning because really there's no other place for him to really go. Not a problem. No discipline problems. No issues with school. No issues with anything. Great student who worked hard taking summer school classes so he would be able to graduate school to start early, initially at Florida State before he committed to Jackson State. Guys, how much are we really
not to mention he's a 4.0 student today at the University of Colorado, 4.0 student.
How remarkable is it, and what does it say about somebody who has that mental fortitude to do what he did in life to get to where he is? And yesterday, what was it? The Bednarik Award, right? The Oblitnikoff Award. So best off that Walter Camp Award.
Rolling in.
I mean, it's unbelievable what he, and it's ridiculous, absurd, of course, that he doesn't win the Jim Thorpe Award. He's voted the best defensive player in college football.
Best receiver.
Best play, AP best player, and he's not his best. He doesn't even get nominated for his own position. I mean, that, of course, is ridiculous and embarrassing for the Oklahoma Hall of Fame, whatever they are. That's on them, not on him, obviously. But what are your appreciative moments here? Maybe a little bit of moment of reflection before this kid wins the second Heisman Trophy in the history of the University of Colorado.
Well, it's pretty amazing when you look at stories that I didn't grow up anything like that, obviously, and everything was relatively easy for me to see kids that come from situations that find the internal drive like that. I don't even know how you explain it. I mean, his parents probably can't even explain it. He's one of those kids that was driven to be perfect, whether it's school, whether it's football, whether it's whatever. He's going to be perfect. And I do find it fascinating. There are more and more stories coming out. He was asked in a podcast the other day, what would you say to an NFL team that says, yeah, we'll draft you, but you're going to play corner or you're going to play wide receiver? And he very calmly, not cocky, not arrogant, just said, call Coach Prime. Call Coach Prime. I'm playing both ways. That's what I've done my whole life. That's what I'm going to continue to do. And it's pretty fascinating to go back. I think we all just assumed from day one when he got to Jackson State that Deion Sanders had him playing both ways. Well, it wasn't the case. Even Deion Sanders told Travis Hunter that, look, master the craft of corner. If you can prove to me that you can master the craft of corner, I'll allow you to attempt to play wide receiver. And it doesn't matter what the dude does, whether he's playing rec basketball or being the best in the world at corner and wide receiver. He just finds a way to get to the top, and there's an argument to be had. Greatest player to ever come through the University of Colorado.
What do you think?
I think he is. Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a lazy argument to say just because he played both ways. Like, to be like, well, it's never been done before. Mm-hmm. There's never been a person that's played both ways. Well, it's not just that. It's the fact that he's literally the best on either side of the ball. And he could get drafted as the number one wide receiver, the number one defensive back. It doesn't matter. He's just the best at what he does. I truly do think he's going to go down as the best player to ever come out of the University of Colorado.
Well, we saw Shohei Ohtani do something no one's ever seen in Major League Baseball. With the arm injury, getting hurt, so he didn't get to pitch this year.
He'll be pitching next year, and he's a world champion already, yes.
Yeah. The whole thing with Travis Hunter, when I read that article and was thinking about him, Shedeur, we've done, hold your breath, mock drafts.
Yes, sir.
That have them both going in the top 3 at the worst.
Almost all of them.
Yeah. What if Prime would have never taken the CU job?
Mm-hmm.
They both in the top 3?
Probably not.
Right?
They're probably first rounders.
Out of Jackson State.
I think Travis Hunter probably cracks the top 10 either way. Shedeur Sanders, probably not.
You think they would have stayed at Jackson State?
Well, I don't know. It makes me think.
Good question.
Yes.
Think so?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I think as long as Prime was there, they would have stayed in Jackson State. But it makes me think with part of the motivation of Prime moving from Jackson State to go to a Division I program in a Power 5 conference, Power 4, whatever they are now. I think he was thinking that out, that I need a bigger light than I'm getting for these guys down in Jackson State, which also put a bigger light on him and everything else. But I wondered, because you're right, he by far the greatest athlete. I mean, Dave Logan always gets mentioned in there because he was drafted in 3 major league professional sports. But as far as what he's doing in the football field, it's never been done. So, I mean, you got to put him in that thing. But I wonder if we would really know much about him if they'd have stayed in Jackson State and Prime would have stayed down there.
I think Prime, that's a great question.
But which also shows you how many great athletes we never hear of, really.
Sure.
Because there's probably, maybe not like Hunter, but like Hunter in a whole bunch of schools that aren't getting on ESPN every night or Fox or whatever for televised games.
And the vast majority of the mocks, what they have right now, Raiders, Giants, Patriots. Shedeur, Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Patriots. Okay, he's a Patriot. He's got Drake May as his quarterback. He playing corner 2? What do you think New England would do with him?
I don't know what NFL teams are going to do.
Right.
I don't. Look, my gut tells me NFL is going to try to wean it back because that's what logic. And now you've got
Champ Bailey said it in an article today.
What did he say?
So he's got to pick one.
Well, if you ask Travis that, he's not going to accept it. Now, that doesn't mean a team can't force it down his throat. But he was asked that question yesterday, and he said, I'm going to play both ways. I don't care what anybody tells me.
Would it be a mistake if a team tried to pigeonhole him?
I don't know, because now we're talking about protecting an investment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I do think things change when you're protecting an investment. And it's not just NIL money. It's not just some boosters' money. I mean, this is an owner's money. This is a team that has to protect it. And I don't think there's a possibility that he can go full-time on both sides of the NFL, but I think there's a very realistic possibility, and the best chance to play a lot on both sides is to be a full-time starter on offense and to be a nickel guy on defense.
Is that the way to go?
I think that's the best way to get the most amount of reps on the field.
Well, certainly by salary, you'd be making more money if you went in that direction based on the difference between corners and wide receivers. I'll be disappointed if the Patriots, if they happen to be the team, don't give it a shot to a degree. It seems ridiculous that you would do it play in and play out like he's done it at CU. The kid is incredible, has another year of college eligibility if he wanted to come back.
Look,
Don't forget that, too.
The only thing, Travis Hunter should go down when the career's all said and done as having a better NFL career than Shedeur Sanders simply because he's, in theory, a better athlete. But the only thing that could derail that is injury. And I talk about this all the time. It's a 100% guaranteed injury sport. So you put him out there for 70 snaps versus 35 snaps. Well, what's that do? You put him out there for 90 snaps, I should say. Not 70, 90 snaps.
I hate to rain on any parade whatsoever because I'm thrilled with this year. It was so fun watching CU this year. And, whatever they want to do in the Alamo Bowl, whatever. I'm not going to be a naysayer and say don't do this or do that. Whatever. Do whatever you want to do. Doesn't matter. It's a made-up game. Have fun with it, whatever you want to do. It kills me that they lost that Kansas State game. I mean, it really, at this point, that is such a tough one to swallow right now.
Yeah.
And it makes me like, wow. Did they, I know this sounds crazy, but did they slightly underachieve based on the talent that they actually had?
No, I don't think they underachieved. I mean, I guess you could make the argument. Sure, you could, because the argument is, would CU be dangerous in the college football playoffs? And I think the answer is yes. So maybe if you just want to look at it that way, but, dude, not even just 2 years ago. Talk about where they were last year. How could this be underachieving? From where they were last year to be a 9-win football team, I don't know how anybody can call that underachieving.
Yeah, I don't think you can call it underachieving, but you can also say you got 2 picks in the first 3. I mean,
you think that's ever going to happen again?
Did Tad Bowles' team underachieve last year?
I think they did.
They had 3 picks in the first, 2 or 3 in the draft.
I do think they
2
did.
2 in the first round.
Yeah. No, I think they should have done better, don't you?
Well, I mean, draft position would say something. I mean, how many guys will get drafted off this team next year? Or this February?
Probably 5, I would guess. I mean, I think you got at least 3 receivers that are going to get drafted at one point or the other. You got Shedeur, 4 for sure.
I think they'll get in some defensive play. I think they'll get more than that. I think they may get like 6. I mean, 7 would be a stretch, but I'll tell you this, it might be the most CU's had in a long, long time. I do not know what the record is for CU players being drafted, but I bet it gives it a run this year.
Well, if they had 1.5 more and quality, when I say more, they're quality, D linemen and offensive linemen,
yeah,
they win 11 games this year, and they might be in that top 12.
Yeah.
But it goes back from the outside in as opposed to the inside out, building your
God,
team.
don't you wish you could have gotten Deion Sanders instead of ever going to Jackson State, just straight to CU? Can you imagine where they would have been after
Do you think he could have been hired like that? Do you think CU would have taken a chance if he couldn't prove it at Jackson State?
Well, it's going to happen now because of Deion. And maybe not the same thing here, but Trent Dilfer went from a high school coach to, UAB or whatever.
I think, yeah.
And I think that was in large part to Deion Sanders. Probably not pre-Deion, post-Deion, yes.
Well, listen, man, we're proud of Travis Hunter. He'll always be a CU buff, ain't no doubt about that. Possibly the greatest one of all time. Be fascinating how him and Shedeur will be honored by the university post-playing career as they're about to enter in some serious history.
Can you retire a number in college sports?
Who is going to wear number 12 again? Seriously, who's that kid going to be?
Well, it's
best of luck.
It's difficult just based off the amount of bodies that are on a football team to retire numbers.
I think you're making.
Now, they do have a lot of duplicate numbers in college football.
Absolutely, they've got one guy on offense, one guy on defense wearing the same number. Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah, I would stay away from 12 or bigger question, is 12 now that number for CU?
See, that's a fun way to honor it. When you can't retire it because you need the number, well, it goes to him.
Well, that's what Syracuse has been.
It's what Michigan does with number 1, right?
Syracuse is number 44. Yeah. It's that. It's actually a huge honor.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
I think that's a cool way to honor it.
Do it like that.
Yeah.
That 12, we're going to wait on 12. Somebody's going to get it.
Instead of coveting number 1, which is the most coveted number, you covet number 12.
At CU from now on as a way to honor him.
Yeah.
Woo! I got chills just thinking about that.
Well, let me ask you this. They didn't do that with Salam. That guy ran for over 2,000 yards and won their first Heisman. You figured that might have been a special number.
I'm actually trying to think.
What number was he?
19. I know what number he was, but I'm trying to think if I could think of any other 19s since then. I don't know. I'm sure there's been.
But I mean, think about it. I mean, that was a special year also.
No doubt.
That was a phenomenal year.
No doubt about it.
2000 club.
And Travis becomes the second CU player to win the Heisman. There's not even any debate about it at this point. Interesting argument from our buddy Joel Klatt saying Shedeur should have been in that, even though he wasn't going to win. as a fifth guy to be brought to the Heisman. Shedeur should have been in that mix,
Joe
too.
Klatt is living high on that CU thing that he's kind of disowned for about 10 years of college broadcasting, to where now he is owning CU again finally.
Him and the rest of us.
Hey, I'll tell you this about Joel, too. They don't even hide it on the Fox broadcast. They don't hide it for a second. Like, usually you would say, hey, whatever, this, that. Nah, he's just like, see you, this, that, the other thing. It's been a remarkable time, and tomorrow will be a remarkable day for Travis Hunter. Live for Joe Willie's, no dumb questions around the corner on PhD on 92.5. What's going on? It's C-Mac for my long-term partners at Premier Heating and Air. The name says it all. They are the premier heating and air experts in town, bringing their comprehensive knowledge to you with the Premier Heating and Air Show, hosted by yours truly, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Thank you, pal. I know you're a big fan of that show. And you can hear it not only at 7:30 Saturday mornings here on Altitude, but at AltitudeSportsRadio.com, wherever you get your podcasts. Listen, they have some great deals for you right now. $49 furnace tune-up, 0 down, 60-month financing to make things affordable for you. Trade-in credit of up to $1,000. And my guy Reed and Tom at American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning are so great. They will look out for you as well with some special promotions. Throw my name in there and find out for yourself. Give them a call. Ask about DMAC, and they'll unlock the door for you. 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. Live at Joe Willie's on Broadway. What a gorgeous, little windy, huh? And everything was, are you okay? Everything just blew over outside. But come on, it's nice and warm. Oh, Scotty's putting his hoodie on.
Well, I'm saying about a big window.
Well, it's a little chilly there. I mean,
My toes are cold.
Oh, it's wintertime. It's what you get for wearing sneakers. Live music every Friday. Burger
Did you
Madness.
not ride your bike today?
I did not, because it's going to the Nuggets tonight.
Are you going from here to there?
I don't have. Yeah, I know.
What are you going to do from now until the game?
Yeah, I don't know. I might chill out here at Joe Willie's.
I just say, why don't you chill out here, have a couple drinks, and then catch a light rail.
It's the big decision. Do I want to hear what Michael Malone says at 5:15 or not? So if it's no, then I'm going home.
Oh.
And if it's yes, then for me it's like, okay, suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah.
But today I do. Today I'm kind of curious, and I'll tell you what I'm curious about. And come down here to Joe Willie's. Great place for food, for drink, to watch a game. I am curious about the vibe. I'm curious about Jamal. I'm curious what was going on for the past few days. This Clippers team. I was not curious about the Avalanche last night. I was not curious about them. Did not go to the game, but I am curious about the Nuggets tonight.
I'm curious to see is when's Kawhi come back.
Oh wow. Okay.
Because I read an article a couple of days ago that it was supposed to be soon.
Okay. Like soon tonight?
Well, that's the only thing I'm curious about.
The NBA is fishy like that. It's like, hey, they're coming back. Oh, really? And it's like, yeah, tonight.
That's what happened when Jokic was gone for maternity leave or whatever we were calling that. He
Yeah.
just showed up. He was back.
By the way, real quick update, Jared Bednar, and in terms of the Avs, I hate to make excuses. You don't want to use it. I do think after long road trips, that first game back is tricky.
Hard. So it was always the hardest thing after a long road trip, and that's why Denver, although they're not playing tons of games, they're gone 7 days, and then their first game back is a back-to-back against, oh, by the way, Phoenix, who's playing pretty good right now.
You know, I never played a sport that I was on the road like that, but I could easily see how it happens. It's all, when you're on the road, you're dialed in, man. It's like we're here for a purpose. And then after you return from a lengthy stay, you come back, you got the kids, you stay up a little bit late, you read them stories, whatever. You wake up, maybe you try to go to breakfast with the kids, whatever, and you feel like you're back to home life rather than being in work life.
We heard that with the Rockies, too. Charlie Blackmon used to talk about, like, that was the biggest problem is, you know, going on the road is what it is, but you'd come back and you'd just be discombobulated, and that would impact the Rockies more than other teams because the Rockies would have to do it over and over and over again, whereas team comes here is, maybe once or twice a year. All right, okay, we'll take that for whatever it's worth. But Jared Bednar earlier today, I bet the Avs bounce back, and I bet they have their way with Nashville. Although, do you know what's going on with Nashville right now? Do you know who's, playing lights out for Nashville?
Juice.
Justus Annunen.
Yeah,
He's
Juice.
doing great. He's Soros.
Hey, Georgie got a win last night.
Did he? I did not catch that. Did he really?
They both got wins. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Good for them, man.
Look, they're both capable goaltenders. There's not a real surprise there. They've both been very successful in short stints.
I don't think there's any bad blood. It's just things weren't working out.
I think there might be with Georgie.
Oh, I don't. But with who?
Why do we keep hearing so much about the locker room guys? Why do we keep hearing so much about that with these guys?
Because he was a doorknob. He wasn't a bad guy, but there was no net positives either. He was just, wallpaper, whatever. He was just like nothing.
Okay.
It wasn't bad blood. He wasn't, I don't think.
Bad blood's strong. I'm not trying to insinuate
I don't think he had
the guy or something, but
I don't think he had a lot of close connections to anybody, frankly.
He wasn't relational.
I don't think so.
No.
And Justus was like a younger guy. I'll tell you this too. I think language is something. And Justus had a little bit harder time with the language. His English was okay. Georgie was fluent. He was more than fine. He was just a doorknob. Justus was still a young guy kind of trying to become more fluent with English, and I think that might have had a little bit of an impact there. Plus, he's a young guy anyways. Bad blood, I don't know. It wasn't working out. And now you got the Woods. You got the Woodshed in net, And they're like dudes. You see,
every time we say we got wood, do you guys think about Dumb and Dumber? We got worms. We got worms.
Well, we got
we
wood.
got wood.
I don't remember that.
We got Blackwood.
You serious?
Yeah, I don't remember that part.
You got to be kidding me. We got worms. Oh my gosh, I don't have time for this right now, Scott.
Well, I don't remember that. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I don't remember that line.
Blackwood is missing his first 4 teeth, not just 1 or 2. He's missing his whole front 4 as a goalie.
Oh, I just assume they all are. I just.
What?
Well, that's a fair point that you bring up there as a goalie. How do you lose your teeth as a goalie? Now that I think about it, is that left over from youth hockey or something?
It was as a pro. They were telling the story on the air. Riker was saying it was just he did have a mask on and he just caught one that just. I mean, can you imagine that shot?
It's stuck between the bars.
Imagine how that would feel.
I mean, somehow it just can you imagine? It sounds insane. And 4 chompers, man. 4. And he's getting them fitted soon, and he's going to have them in. But, and then Riker said this, and I just.
I'm sorry, which wood was this?
How's he peel meat off a bone?
Blackwood. I think he's struggling with all of it. My wife goes, because she heard him talk, she goes, does he have a little bit of a lisp? I go, honey, he's missing 4 teeth.
He whistles while he talks.
He's got no teeth.
Yeah.
Riker said, think about this for a second. To repair 4 teeth, 30 hours in a dentist chair.
What?
That's what he said.
That's crazy.
Doesn't it sound insane?
You can't just plug them back in?
When Riker,
you gotta take bone out. You mix it with the thing, and
they put screws in, right?
And then you gotta let the screw set, which is 2 or 3 weeks. Then you come back, and then you gotta get the tooth to match, and they gotta make those. And it's a lot bigger.
The new thing in the NFL is guys are all getting veneers just because, not because they had their teeth knocked out. They're just buying veneers.
Well, all right. Well, good for them. Here's a little bit of an update on Gabe Landeskog from Jared Bednar earlier today. Go ahead, Dan.
He's actually doing really well right now. So I'm not going to share all the information on what he's doing. I don't have an update. But things are going pretty good for him right now. That's all I can say.
Guys, are you hopeful, not hopeful about Gabe Landeskog playing hockey again sometime this year for the Colorado Avalanche?
I'm not hopeful.
Not hopeful.
No, and there's a small part of me, I hate to say this, and people are going to yell at me. I just wonder if it'd be a huge distraction, even if he did come back. Trying to figure it out, trying to get the right fit. There's very little chance he'd come back and be very, very productive. I just wonder if it'd be a giant distraction.
Scott?
I'm hopeful. I think it'd be neat, and I think the moment that he's able to skate on the thing, no matter how he plays, that to me is a whole nother question. With the procedure he had to go through, it'd be a small miracle. And the juice, boy, can you imagine him skating out before a game? The juice in the building when the people see.
Oh my God, it'd be insane.
It'd be unbelievable. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Okay.
I'm hopeful. I'm not necessarily optimistic.
Okay.
Because, like I said, I listen. This is one of those surgeries that until him and Ball up in Chicago.
How's Ball doing, anyways?
I haven't
Did
checked
he get
in
hurt
in a
with
while.
something else, or there's
hurt
something?
his wrist or something.
Okay, something else. Yeah.
But I'm it's tough, man. It's absolutely it's never been done before.
I'm not that hopeful.
You're not even hopeful.
All right, let me put this.
Dog, it's a season of hope.
Okay, I agree. Let me say this, though. I like the fact for Gabe that they have this 2-week break for this Four Nations face-off thing. I think that's good. It's longer than usual than for an all-star game, and I don't think there's any reason for him to come back any sooner than that. It'll get you towards March. I think the Avs will absolutely be in the playoffs, and it'll be a good time just to see how it goes. So maybe I am a little hopeful, but it comes with a condition that I don't think anything can happen, frankly, until after that tournament.
There could be a very uncomfortable conversation in the offseason, man. I hate to even bring it up, but you guys know how long he's under contract?
I don't, actually.
I thought he signed like a 10-year deal.
Until 2029.
Okay.
I mean, a long, long time with a cap hit of $7 million. There could be an uncomfortable conversation in the offseason of if he's not healthy and if he's not himself, how do you ask him to keep that contract off the books if it gets to that point?
Well,
how do you get the contract off the books?
Well, he retires.
Tricky deal. Tricky conversation. Time for no dumb questions, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place. I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Thank you to Old Chicago. Order online to oldchicago.com. Scott.
If you had to put one, and you have to, mandatory, which I wouldn't suggest anymore because all cars' bumpers are made of plastic, but you had to have one bumper sticker on your car, what would it be?
Wow.
Why you? Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
Colorado Buffaloes. Easy PC
Wow,
answer.
okay.
There's my easy PC answer.
Well, I'm saying we talked to Forrest Gump yesterday.
First off, Scotty's got 150 stickers on his truck
on the window.
So the better question,
and I got to replace
the
them,
better
though.
question would be for Scott. If you had to rip all but one of them off of your truck, which one are you keeping?
American flag, America.
Make things clear.
America.
So if anybody doubted it.
Yeah, America.
I don't know, man. I'm not a huge bumper sticker guy.
Well, you have to have one.
You got one on yours.
Do I?
Yeah. You got like an ASU dad or something.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
It's something like that.
I
right?
think it's an ASU mom.
ASU mom.
Oh, so you actually drive a mom's car?
Oh, yes, I drive a mommobile. When I drive a car, which I limit for my own little weirdo Colorado.
For environmental reasons.
I have my poser hippie Colorado vibes. I know. I got them. That's one of them right there.
We did a bunch of Forrest Gump yesterday.
Yeah.
And remember the guy made the oh man, you stepped in a big pile of
right.
It happens, and all of a sudden from that movie, that bumper sticker blew up.
Yeah.
I mean, every gas station in America had "It Happens" for bumper stickers, and there was a time when bumper stickers were huge. I mean, absolutely huge. Every political season, people would pass out bumper stickers, and you'd put a bumper sticker on your car.
Yep.
And I'm like, they still, some of them have got to be great sayings, but what happened to the bumper sticker?
Can I tell you, my dad, who very politically liberal, growing up in Massachusetts, used to make his own bumper stickers around politics. He used to make his own bumper stickers.
Wow.
I tell you, I swear to God.
Goes to the print shop and asks for some stickers?
It was simple black prints on white, and he would come home and he would have look at this one. And he would, have.
Save the whales.
His most famous one, the one that he was the most proud of because he was anti-Ronald Reagan, was Send Bonzo Back to Hollywood. This is circa 1985. We're rolling around with Send Bonzo Back to Hollywood.
A 50s movie that Reagan starred in called
Reagan starred in. And
Bonzo Goes to Washington or something
like that. Bonzo was a monkey, just for those that don't know. And my dad would call Ronald Reagan Bonzo, Send Bonzo Back to Hollywood. He would make his own bumper stickers.
That's next level right there.
That is next level.
My dad also wanted to get us into the 1980 Winter Olympics in Lake Placid, so he made up a fake business card that said he was a writer for Rolling Stone magazine. Just a little business
That's pretty
card.
good.
And sure enough, he was trying to get us he to this day says that we got a better parking spot for the luge because he flashed that business card in 1980. And I don't know if I buy that or not, but
so he's a con artist.
My dad had a little Slim Shawny in him. I'm not going to lie. There's a little of this, there's a little of that growing up. We always did things, but they were always a little bit different. He would get tickets to Red Sox games, but there wouldn't be 4 seats or 3 seats together. You know, it'd be like 2 seats here, 1 seat there, 1 over there. Hey, let's, see how things shake up and maybe we'll sit together. I'll tell you what, it has scarred me as an adult. I am neurotic when it comes to, like, getting places and doing things and tickets for things and events and whatever. You can ask, I take pride that I can figure that stuff out. But my parents never did.
I had a bumper sticker in high school that said, "This vehicle takes frequent stops at your mom's house."
I bet the young people love that one.
Yeah, they did.
Scotty, I got a bunch of coexist stickers. Would you like
not
several of those?
No.
You don't want any of those? No? Okay.
That's a given.
All right.
I don't need something that's given. I want something that should be.
Is there a sticker you're thinking of in particular?
No, I just saw a car and I'm just thinking, and I hadn't any.
Have you ever put stickers on your car with the kids and the this, that,
the patriarchs? You got the the little
the
stick
dog
figures
and the cat and all that. Have you ever?
Yeah.
The stick figures.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that?
No. Well, the big one. I talked about this one other time. The big one that I see now is be patient, student driver.
Ah.
Oh yeah. And I want to. I'm like, I want to go by the car and honk at him when it's the dad driving. I'm like, what? False advertising.
What about the custom license plates? You ever had a custom license plate?
I never had, never will.
One in my life.
Yeah. What did it say?
My dad was paying for my tags, and he did it unbeknownst to me, and he got it to me for I guess it was almost like a Christmas present. So I got my new tag.
G1ANT.
No, it was Hogs 44.
There you go.
That was my number.
There you go. There you go.
And I had back in Arkansas, you had the front and back. Was it? I can't remember. If it was Arkansas or Missouri tagged it in. And the front one got stolen. So someone stole it. So
there you go. You should sign it for him.
That's the only one I've ever had.
Some outhouse in Indiana has
This is kind of like your little stickers of the stick figures, the
Yes.
parents and the kids.
Yes.
My sister's got 5 kids. She had 2 kids. She went for her third, and she ended up with triplets. So it went from 2 to 5 overnight. And they got one of those giant vans, like
Sure.
industrial vans,
Does the sticker just say "Whoops"?
No, it's not a sticker. She's got it. She's got a license plate that says 5V2.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cute.
Yeah.
Cute. Well, good. If it makes you feel better about getting in your car, whatever it takes.
Yeah, the vanity plates. I call them vanity plates. The vanity plates that I can't. When you're bragging. Like somebody's driving a BMW 7 Series, Miss Cool.
R1CH.
I mean, okay. Dude, you're already driving the 7 Series BMW. You don't need to have a vanity plate that says "stick it up your nose."
Yeah, I mean, vanity plates in general to me are like, what's wrong with you? But that's okay if they're,
It's short for vain.
A little bit, no doubt. Hey, we had a crazy moment in the NFL last night. Quitting on your team, crazy. Also, Broncos get back to work. The Colts are in the not the front, not the rear view mirror, but right ahead. We'll get to it. PhD live from Joe Willie's on 92.5.
Happened with Devondre Campbell. He didn't play, and he went into the locker room at some point.
Yeah, said he didn't want to play today.
Play today?
Yep.
The coaching staff?
He did when I asked him why he didn't want to go in. So.
During the game or before?
No, that was in the third quarter.
Thank you for listening wherever you are on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Kyle Shanahan must have been furious, and there's a lot of ways that he could have not answered that question honestly, but clearly wanted to.
Yep.
And I'm just sitting here wondering when the news is coming out that this guy's been cut. And I don't know how you face your team after what he went through.
Well, you got to look at contract. You got money ahead, so why you wouldn't do it immediately if you say, well, you refuse to come in, that goes against some sort of part of your contract.
Yep.
And now, not only you're cut now, we're not paying for the rest of the season. That prorated bonus of $10 million, you owe us 1.5, and also it's prorated next year at 3.5, so you owe us that also.
Yeah, that's the only holdup there's going to be here. They will be looking for a way to get out of whatever money he's either already been paid or that he's owed, but he's out of there. Kyle Shanahan already said as much. He said that they'll figure it out, but he's not going to be on the team any longer. George Kittle announced he was going to get cut. They had another player after the game that was talking about it.
Well, the cornerback said he was going to get cut, and Kittle said, I've never seen any teammate do that ever, that you don't basically care about us.
Oh,
right.
I'm getting a text right here, and Dan, maybe you can follow this. On the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. They already announced the cut 50 minutes ago. Is that right? Help me out a little bit there, Dan, with a little research. It wouldn't surprise me.
No.
Another text. They announced an hour ago they released him. Okay.
There you go.
Well,
Dan made me turn my phone off and put Twitch up.
Okay.
So I can't look up
Well,
stuff.
clearly Dan's fault. So on that. All right, there you
Should've
go.
set a camera.
There you go. That's happened. That's done. The end. How dysfunctional right now is San Francisco? What is going on there?
Man, I saw something before the game, and I can't remember if it was 16 or if it was 18. But it was either 16 or 18 starters that the 49ers have lost this year. Starters! Okay? I mean, we're talking about over half of their starters have missed a significant part of the season due to injuries. So they're officially out of the playoffs now. I've been in that spot when you've got a lot of ball left to be played and you know you've got no chance of making the playoffs. And it's a weird place to be in a building, and you can go one, two directions. You can either make it the most miserable workplace environment of all time, or you kind of back off the gas a little bit. And when I was with Mike Shanahan and we were in this situation, he took his foot off the gas, matter of fact, and he was just like, all right, boys, we're not going in pads the rest of the year. We're all miserable. We'll get out of this thing as much alive as we possibly can. It's not that you quit or gave up by any means, but he chose to not make it more miserable than it had to be. But I don't know how any team – I think it's amazing the 49ers have functioned as well as they have this year, given how many starters they have lost.
Well, you got, a top 5 running back, a top 5 left tackle, a top 10 wide receiver.
Yep.
Deebo Samuels, hey, by the way, he looked like he wasn't wanting to play last night.
Throw me the
either.
ball.
You know,
Whoops.
he had a couple big drops. Yeah, so listen, I'm not surprised when you got that many injuries. And you know what? They're still going to be a good team if they get it back next year. So go ahead and hey.
Yeah, but the fascinating thing, so help me out here, D-Mac, maybe you know, is Brock Purdy up after this year, or is it one more year?
Boy, I could have sworn he's a free agent.
I think he's
look
got
it up.
one more year, if I remember correctly. But this would be the time you'd be looking at it. But if he doesn't, if he literally is a free agent, man, I think he's good as gone. I think he's as good as gone because they're going to have to fight. They're probably going to have to hit a hard reset here. A free agent or no?
He is a free. No. I'm sorry. He has one more year.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. So
2025.
It's time.
Do you know what his base salary is in 2025?
$3 million.
Not even.
1.1.
Yeah.
1.1.
Yeah.
Wow. That's mind blowing.
Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant, man.
Yeah, that's wild.
Making league minimum.
So they don't have to do anything.
No, they don't. I we've always talked about this on our shows, T-Mac. Who's going to be the first team that just goes rinse and repeat with young quarterbacks? Kyle Shanahan might be that dude. He might be that dude because he's had so much success with unnamed quarterbacks. That team's got so many superstars that you got to make a decision. Do we want to retain all the weapons we've got, or do we want to retain Brock Purdy?
I tell you what they do. You tank the rest of the season, get a high pick, and then you sell your future out and draft Shedeur Sanders.
Like they did with Trey Lance.
How many wins they got?
They're not there, man. They're not close to that.
Like 4 or 5.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, there's so many. They're 6 and 8.
Yeah, they got no chance.
Oh man, I mean.
Oh, you get up to about 7th or 8th in the draft, then you give them this first round, next year's first round, this in the first round.
Here's a lukewarm take. The Raiders and Giants aren't moving if they're 1 and 2. How's that for a very lukewarm sort of take? Like nothing could get them to move from 1 or 2. Nothing if they have it. And unless they screw it up somehow. Now, if you want some real chaos to happen, have the Patriots somehow land to that number 1 pick who want to keep Drake May. And then you may see some considerable chaos going on. Because can you imagine if you were sold on your quarterback like Drake May, what exactly would you get in a quarterback depleted, not strong year with serious needs by several teams?
Well, then if you're a team like the 49ers who would, show the propensity to do something like that, you're hoping that the Raiders and Giants start winning some games accidentally, that New England
we'll
loses.
See,
yeah.
man.
And then you say, hey, New England,
I mean, there's a bunch of teams that if the Raiders and Giants accidentally win one game, it'll get fascinating really quickly because you've got the Titans with 3 wins, you've got the Jags with 3 wins. The Browns are 3-win team.
How do you tank? Maybe we can ask this on the other side too, as well as our Broncos predictions. But how do you tank a season without tanking a season?
We got a long ways to go in this season. They could easily accidentally win a game or two.
Ain't no doubt about it.
You play preseason football.
It's a fascinating battle to see with these teams right now. We're live from Joe Willis on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, the day that you realize you're starting to lose your hair, I know it sucks. It's a bad feeling, and you probably go online, you're looking for solutions. You might have already tried the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working. It's time to invest in yourself. Do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found in Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine, and now it's your turn. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best. I'm telling you, you're going to love the folks that you're going to work with over there, and it's going to be a super easy process for you. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. A lifetime guarantee, folks. That's a comforting feeling when you go to a company that believes in what they do so much that they guarantee it for life. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day with a lifetime guarantee. Nobody's going to offer you anything like that, and that's why you want to pick up the phone and call Advanced Hair Restoration today. So stop spending your money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Invest in yourself with Advanced Hair Restoration. Call today. You're going to get $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Thank you to Joe Willie's for hosting us. Fun to be back here at Joe Willie's. Incredible place with all sorts of great deals going on. Joe Willie's is the absolute best. We love being here for Friday afternoons. They have live music. I was joking if they had death metal here. Apparently jazz.
They said they have all kinds.
Well, if you said all kinds.
I thought you were trying to get a gig for your band.
For Fatty's Last Chance?
Yeah.
Fatty's Big Chance.
Fatty's Big Chance.
I can't get away from Last Chance.
Maybe it wasn't.
Well,
Last
you
Chance.
know what? If you guys
Maybe
get
that's
back
come and
together,
gone.
you change the name to Fatty's Last Chance.
Andy came up to me the other day. He goes, "How long would it take you to get up to speed?" And I'm like, "I'm the drummer, bro. It's like I'm the last person you got to worry about. Like drummers can just fake it. Really, seriously. If you're worried about your drummer, whatever.
No, if you're in 4/4 time or 2/4 time, you're good, right?
Any complicated song can be 4 on the floor, and you're just going to get through it one way or the other. It's going to ride or die with your singer and your guitar player. Swear to God. And anybody can play drums. Not great, and I know there's a lot of great drummers out there, but trust me, I've done it. the degree that it sounds good is another question. But, yeah, they do have live music here at Friday nights. They have Burger Madness on Tuesdays. The food is absolutely delicious as we plow through it yet once again. So, man, we thank Joe Willie's for being such a great host. All right, give me your prediction on the game. Broncos, and we'll go from there. What do you think?
27.
Okay, very nice. Tyler?
27-17. They win by 2 scores.
I got it 27-13, something like that. I agree. They win by 2 scores.
By the way, you want some a little squirrel, but your next opponent, the Chargers? Do you know the Chargers lead the NFL in 11 times this year? They've held their opponents under 20. 11 times.
I did not know that. We're looking ahead. We're looking past
the most ever. Well,
so here we are. We're looking past the
you
Colts.
guys just got them blowing them out, so why not we?
Well, I guess we're just the game's over.
I think it's going to be. Shoot, this is going to be close. Depends can any play any defense at all?
Inconsistent.
I think they've got
kind of all over the place.
I believe they've got the 23rd ranked defense, if I remember correctly.
But they have a lot of takeaways. They have a lot of giveaways too, but they're only -2 in giveaway takeaway.
See, I think they're going to if they're able to run the football, then the possessions are going to be shrunk. So you're not going to have a pew pew pew.
Oh, I agree with you.
You won't have a laser show.
You're not going to have a laser show. You know what? You
Cincinnati.
This may be ICBM time, like bombs away time. Like we're launching things from all over the place.
From our end or their end? I'm sorry.
From their end.
From their end. Well, they've got their running game. They've got Jonathan Taylor, who's obviously a really good running back. And he's got like 800 yards on the season. So having a very respectable season, but not an explosive season. He's averaging 4.3 per carry right now, which is fine. It's nothing special. But what they do is they just reps. And at the end of the day, Jonathan Taylor ends up with 80 to 100 yards in the majority of their games. But it's not through super explosive plays. Look, I don't think it's overly complicated. Load the box, dare him to throw it on you. If he's going to beat you, let him beat you by doing something that he's not very good at. And if they beat you over the top early, okay, you can back off, go into shell coverage. But look,
you got to be careful. They'll know where Governor Wallace is.
Governor Wallace? Going old school?
Yeah.
Levi Wallace is Governor Wallace now.
I mean, might as well.
Is Governor
he was chasing receivers in that wheelchair last game.
Hey, brother, let me give you this. Does Levi Wallace get on the field for this one?
Yeah.
He does?
Yeah. What options do they have?
Chris Abrams-Drain.
Well, he may start. Wallace will play.
No, I think I would guess Levi Wallace still starts.
Okay. Pretty rough. I think he could start too because I don't think this is that kind of game.
You've only got so many players on the team.
Yeah, I get it, man. I mean, hopefully he doesn't walk off if he doesn't start, like Mr.
Good.
Campbell.
Yeah.
No, I this isn't. I think you got much bigger issues in that department when you play the Chargers and the Bengals. And I'm not even sure about the Chiefs. Who knows what the Chiefs
you better cross your fingers, hope, and pray, and get on your knees at night and ask the good Lord to heal Riley Moss because you do not want to face Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow without Riley Moss. You can get by okay against Anthony Richardson. Joe Burrow, I don't know about that one.
We are looking past this game.
I'm not.
23-17.
I'm not looking past this game at all. The Colts are a dangerous team because they're unpredictable. That doesn't mean they're a great team, but they're good enough. They're competitive in every game that they play. They're one game back. Look, the Broncos and the Colts are the two teams competing for the same playoff spot. So we're not talking about a pushover team here.
Is this the biggest game in Denver
since the AFC Championship game? We just had Adam Schefter.
Adam already told you that. Didn't
Is
you
it?
listen?
Is it?
It's hard to argue too much. When you look at the impact of what happens if you win or lose, you win this game, the odds of making the playoffs,
91%.
See, I read today that if
89.
they win, they clinch it.
All right, 89%.
Yeah, I read 89. They make the playoffs. If they lose, it goes down to 47. So under 50% if you lose the game. Seems pretty big to me.
Is it the biggest?
Well,
Since 2015.
It feels weird calling it the biggest because it's not like a huge opponent. And generally speaking, when you talk about the biggest, you talk about the Chiefs, you talk about the Bills, something like that. But I do think the impact of the win or the loss is probably this is impactful of a game as we've had in a long time.
Well, I'll tell you this. How about this one? This is definitely what it would do. You haven't had a winning season here in Denver, Colorado, our glorious state, since 2016. Think about your life, everybody that's listening right now. 8 years ago.
You know what they
8
do?
years ago.
You know what they should do?
What?
They ought to bring Trevor Siemian back in for this game, and so when they get he can pass like a game ball.
He could be like the kickoff kid. He could go get the team.
Well, no.
To honor him.
You win the game, and then he can bring a ball into the locker room and hand it to the coach at the end of the game. And say, here, we've been holding on this since 2016.
If Trevor Siemian
I don't think just bring Paxton to do that.
Well, Paxton did get a win that year.
Hey, Paxton is available. I think Simeon's a backup somewhere.
You
still.
realize Siemian only got 8 of those 9 wins. Paxton Lynch was the starter for that Jacksonville win that year.
That was another one of those, how the hell did you win it? But he won it.
So without Paxton Lynch, they don't have a winning record even in 2016. Couldn't have done it without Paxton.
What do you go 1 and 2 as a starter?
It was something. He won one game as a starter.
Was the next game the Raiders game when he was crying on the bench?
He cried.
I was working that.
He went into the game.
I think he kind of pulled himself out of the game.
I think he kind of did
too.
If
I remember correctly, I honestly think he kind of. I think he tapped out.
Kind of, and then Trevor came in and they kind of rallied.
Yeah.
Do you remember what even happened that did them in on that game?
No.
It was that cornerback receiver guy that they couldn't figure out.
Brendan Langley?
Good damn memory.
You want to know why?
Yes.
The only reason I remember that name
Yes.
is because I happened to – do you remember this now? Do you remember what Brendan Langley was famous for in retirement?
In retirement, no.
Yeah. He got in that fight with the United worker where the United worker clocked him first, and then Brendan gave it to him. And it was all over TMZ and everything.
Wow.
And Brendan was not in the wrong in this one. It was self-defense. It was.
Yeah, I think he got something out of that.
But do you remember – I'm sorry, I'm going back to that Raiders loss. Do you know why he was in the game? And he sucked as a cornerback and they kind of got over on him. Do you know why? Aqib Talib got kicked out for Yank Chains.
Oh, okay.
Was that a Yank Chain game?
Yep.
Yeah, I was working.
Yep.
I was working that game on the sideline.
Well, I mean, there were a couple of Yank Chain games, but that was the one that Aqib got kicked out of.
This was the second one. This was the second one.
And they put Langley in.
And this is the one that it turned into a full-on team melee.
Right. And he got dish. And that's the game. That is a pretty famous game, man. You got Paxton Lynch crying over here, Aqib Talib getting kicked out, Brendan Langley not having any clue, and Siemian actually kind of rallying him a little bit. I mean, a little bit. It was interesting. And that was 2016, man. And look how close they actually got, bro. Like, it came down to that game against, boy, that was a hell of a year, too, because that's when Gary told Elway he's tapping out right before they played the Chiefs on, like, Christmas.
Yeah, and Schefter broke that story before the last game when I'm not sure if he was supposed to or not.
We've talked to Adam about it. He had the story for a week, and he held on to it. And Adam has said it was one of the most nervous he's ever been in his life as a reporter because he knew he had the story, but he was trying to wait till that morning of the Broncos'
But
final
it came
game.
out. But it came out like an hour before the game. Do you remember that? It came out like an hour before.
Well, I was doing the pregame show with my guy, back in the day.
The unofficial pregame show?
That's right. So it was a little bit more than an hour. It was enough time that if you were driving into the game as a player, theoretically you should have heard about the news.
Well, that's my point. I mean, the players found out like in the locker room.
Well, we found out some of the players after the game still didn't know.
Yeah.
Which is amazing to me that doesn't gossip get passed along. But they played the Raiders in that game. Boy, we're going down memory lane here, but that was the most memorable game to me because that's the game that Kubiak, even though they had nothing to play for, refused to play Paxton Lynch. Elway goes down at halftime, like, what are we doing here? And Gary goes, I'm not playing him. That's that. And Elway was actually, as it turned out, okay with it, which is bizarre. And
Elway knew. He wasn't stupid.
Well, yeah, but there was a lot on the line there, man. I mean, Lynch is a first-round draft pick, and Gary's out. He knows Gary's out. Elway wasn't going to hire any of his assistants. None of them. They let Greg Knapp coach the team. I'll never forget it. Gary was like 30 yards away from Greg Knapp, and Knapp was with all the coaches. Gary just gave him the game. Like, go for it, guys. Gary Kubiak.
Well, he let him call the offense.
Well, yes. But Gary was basically saying, I love my assistant so much. He was such a loyal guy that he was just like, up yours. He didn't care. And the fact that management, Elway, and Gary remain friends and whatever after that, to me, to this day, is one of the most incredible things. It is one of the biggest snubs up yours I've ever seen a coach do to management based on what was going on. Really remarkable.
Well, maybe only friends can get away with that, though.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe because,
Because I guarantee they had conversation, John, he can't play. And John goes, no.
I mean, I don't blame Kubiak. Are you kidding me?
You're up.
He knows what's going on. He's got a guy that he believes in Trevor Siemian. He doesn't want to do that to Trevor, a guy that he respects. He doesn't want to pull it away from him.
Fine.
And it's the last game he's ever coaching, and he probably wants to win the dang game.
All very fair, except that Gary said in the week, because he was pressed on it, they would split it. And they were up 24-0 in the third quarter, and he still wouldn't play Paxton Lynch. You would have easily won that game playing Paxton Lynch and getting him reps for the next year or whatever in that game, and he refused to do it. And Lynch was the second guy off the field. We were tracking it. Like, how quick is he going to get off the field? And he was number 2. Somebody else was near the exit.
Well,
it was a remarkable game in Broncos history.
Here's the funny thing, and we can look back and say, oh, my God. Was Gary wrong?
Hell no.
No.
Wrong about what?
Not wrong.
About
not
Paxton
playing
Lynch
him.
can't play.
Okay, fine. But I do not think that gives the coach the right to veto over management a decision that was made.
I do.
Yeah, it does.
In
He's
a
the
meaningless
coach.
game? In a preseason? Preseason late game?
He's the coach.
Wow, man.
He's the coach.
Not for long.
They don't have win-loss records for the management.
No.
But you realize this game was meaningless, right?
Well,
it doesn't
hold
matter.
on. Did Gary?
And you had a lead. You were up 24-0.
Did Gary had a bonus in his contract for a winning season?
Well, maybe. But
24-0.
But listen, I think you guys are overcomplicating this thing. As a coach, when you see a player that you feel like is not putting in the work that is needed,
you don't want to reward that.
or is not giving the respect to the game that his peers deserve, then you're not going to reward that kid.
In my country, we heard last week, in my country, one thing you do is you don't play guys.
You don't reward kids that you don't feel like are respecting the game.
And I think Gary's old school like that.
Gary was old school.
I think Gary's in the right.
Listen, so much of it, I don't know if it was Paxton Lynch, but had they given him iPads yet and you could go home and study?
Yeah.
And know that.
Yeah, for sure. Because I had iPads, yeah.
That basically, and I thought it was Lynch, that basically they could track back in the
they could see how much you're on it.
What you're on it. And basically he'd spend in a 7-day period 15 minutes on the iPad. That's not what they want.
No.
That's not what they want from a quarterback.
Hell, they don't want that from anybody.
Awesome, man. Man, that's one of my favorite memories of that 2016 season. It was incredible. So much drama.
Let me ask you this.
So much interest.
Hindsight now,
wild.
are you willing to say that maybe Siemian was better than the town gave him credit?
He was for a while, and I know when he broke. It was
when he got crunched that one game.
Giants game.
You're wrong.
Yeah. And
it was before it.
Oh, you think so?
It was the Chargers game.
Okay.
I was there.
right.
It was at the soccer stadium.
Okay.
And gosh dang it, I'm drawing a blank on who the linebacker was.
He about had his shoulder blades touch each other.
Yep. That's
remember,
right.
I remember the hit.
And after that, he was rattled.
Yeah.
And he never bounced back.
Was the Giants game after that game?
I don't know. I don't remember that well enough, but I remember, in my opinion, that season it was that hit that he never recovered.
I don't remember the opponent, but I do remember the hit. And I remember I talked to Andy about it. He said, yeah, he became a little gun shy after that. But, I mean, he got literally his shoulder blades touched in the back.
Well, it would make sense because that Giants game, if you remember, the Broncos were actually doing kind of okay. Giants may have been the worst.
What year
team
was
in
that?
the
I'm sorry.
NFL.
16.
Was it 16 or 17?
It was 17 because the 16 season went well.
Yeah. They almost made the playoffs.
Oh, it might have been the 17 season.
Yeah, I forget. I just remember that Giants game, primetime game. Giants were hopeless, and they killed the Broncos. And we just thought Simeon would always be a good game manager. And that, fell apart.
He'd be great with Sean Payton.
Well, that's what a lot of people thought. There were some people here, broadcasters, smart people.
That Giants game was like week 3 of the season.
It was that early?
Yeah.
Well, that to me
week
is
4,
where it fell.
Week 4.
Where it fell
When
apart.
was the Charger game?
That was week 5.
Well, right. I mean, it all kind of lines up,
Yeah.
right? Like you took a terrible loss, then you got killed, and then you're kind of a dead duck from then on in. And you know what? Here we are. And you can erase the sins of the father, I suppose, and the sins of the Simeon with this win on Sunday. And you have a 89% chance of making the playoffs. You have your first winning record, and it's a team you should do it against. We want to thank Safeway. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. We have everything you need to create a holiday menu for your whole family. They're going to love it. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Let's football go with Dan Tanner coming up next. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They are the absolute best. Huge football weekend here in the Mile High City. Dan Buds, Quinn Tanner, let's football go.
All right, we heard from Garrett Bowles yesterday after his 4-year extension with the Broncos. Let's hear from Sean Payton, who spoke just a couple of minutes ago there down at Dove Valley on why was it so important to Sean and George Payton to lock up Garrett Bowles for the next 4 years. Okay, so there is Sean on Garrett Bowles' extension, calls him one of the premier pass blockers in the NFL. Now, I want to play another cut here from Sean Payton on the importance to him of building a team from the inside out. All right, so basically what Sean's saying there is it's easier to find these guys in the draft versus free agency, and that's why they ended up extending Garrett Bowles. Do you agree with the philosophy there of drafting these guys and building the team inside out?
Yeah, left tackle is just a scooch below quarterback. It's kind of the same philosophy.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Garrett Bowles can be frustrating for fans because you've got a memory bank that you can't get rid of. And you got some PTSD of all the holding 72 calls. And you know what? It wasn't just the hold. To be fair to the fans that have got bad memories, it wasn't just the holds. Garrett wasn't good in his first couple of years in the NFL. He was just not a good player. He had the holding penalties. He gave up sacks. He gave up pressures. It was a bad experience. He was looking like an outright bust, and he turned into an incredible redemption story. He still has penalties, which is frustrating, but left tackles in this league, they get paid the big bucks for one reason, to keep their man off the quarterback in pass protection, and he does that pretty damn well.
Yeah, where you're going to draft this year, you're not going to find a starting left tackle.
They would be taking the 5th left tackle off the board.
Maybe, right?
So something like that.
Yeah, you're probably not. And free agency, you're probably going to pay more than you end up paying him.
I wonder how much that factored into it, Scott, because Garrett's been asking for a contract for a long time now, okay? He wanted in the offseason, he wanted a contract. I'm sure during the season he's been open for business, and the checkbook's been open. They didn't do it. And now I do wonder if it took them getting to a point of looking at the draft and be like, yeah, it's not realistic to get one.
Sure.
Now we have to re-sign him.
Yeah, and how is the whole year going to go, and what are we going to need, and is it good enough? Listen, man, again, we're praising Garrett Bowles a lot. It was another prove-it year for him, and he did it. He did do it. And listen, he said, it's reported that had he gone to free agency, it's likely he would have made $9 to $15 million a year more, somewhere in there, with 3 years guaranteed. So maybe even way more than that. And he took a hometown discount.
Garrett's got some technique that drives me insane. And as a dude that lived as a technician, it's the only reason why I survived in the NFL. I look at some of the things that Garrett does, and it drives me nuts because he's putting himself in more difficult situations than he has to. But it's a got-man league, and he got man.
All right. The interesting, too, is it gives you the opportunity to take a flyer on a 3rd or 4th round guy that has great potential but maybe hasn't shown it, and now you've got a couple years to develop a guy.
You know what's amazing?
In the offensive line.
You know what's amazing about that, though, Scott? We have not had better depth at the tackle position, starters and depth, in 10 years. I like our backups right now in that room.
Palczewski, yeah.
Palczewski, I like Matt Pert.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some guys that are very respectable in that swing role. So, yes, it's like drafting a backup quarterback. You constantly are drafting tackles, but I don't even know that it's a necessity.
Do you think Frank Crum has some potential?
I don't know. Look, Frank Crumb's had very limited roles as like as an extra tight end. I don't have any film to give me an educated guess one way or the other.
But he's another big tackle guy. I mean, to your depth point.
Yeah.
So they kind of have those guys actually. They actually do kind of have them already.
Hey, by the way, did you guys know this fact? This again, I don't know why I thought about this, but if the Broncos beat the Colts this week, the Steelers clinch a playoff spot.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't even know how that math works out, but
well,
it does.
we owe Russ a solid, so there you go.
Why? Should I even ask why?
I don't know. I just read it actually. It said either Steelers win or if the Colts or Miami loses, they clinch.
Okay, the Ravens can't catch them.
I guess.
I mean, I guess. So that's what you're saying. They are 10-3. It's crazy how good the Steelers actually are doing this year. Broncos, Steelers in Pittsburgh. But you're probably going to have to be the 6th seed.
Sexy.
Might be. Next story, Dan.
All right, we heard from Kyle Shanahan earlier about the 49ers linebacker Devondre Campbell leaving the game in the third quarter. Here is Niners tight end George Kittle responding to him leaving the game.
Not disbelief or disconnection like as a team. That is one person who just decided not to, play for his teammates. And I don't think that doesn't make our offense look like, wow, man, we're falling apart. It's more of a, or like the defense, hey, we're falling apart. It's more of a one person making like Mooney said, a selfish decision. And I'm with Mooney on that. And I've never been around anybody that's ever done that. And I hope I'm never around anybody that does that again.
Okay, so just thoughts on Kittle's comments there, and fellas, what do you guys think the Niners do with Brock Purdy? Do they sign him to a big deal? What do you think happens with the Niners and Brock Purdy?
I think they eventually give Purdy a Baker Mayfield like $30 million a year offer, and we'll see if he takes it or not. But that's going to be like half the money. Wait and see from some of these bigger name guys that come available in the next couple of years.
But he's making, what'd you say, $1.1 million
next year.
Next year.
Next year.
So you might be able to say, hey, Brock, we're going to give you 3 years, $65 million, and we're going to give $55 of guaranteed and a $25 million signing bonus.
Sounds pretty good to a dude that doesn't have a whole lot of money in the bank.
Yeah, and living in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't know he lives in San Francisco.
Well, he does for 9 months of the year.
I mean, he could commute. Who knows where he really lives?
Oakland's getting expensive too.
All right. Next story, Dan.
He can live in Marshawn. He's renting a small flat in the bottom of Marshawn's house.
Side of the bay. Yeah.
All right, so this gentleman, I can't remember his name, but this is from the preseason. It's the exact same song, but this clip is resurfacing online because the Broncos obviously play the Colts this week. So I wanted to bring back this little ditty here for you guys. The Colts song, their hype song about the Broncos.
Okay.
This is our Colts, this is our team, we bleed blue. This is our Colts, whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Broncos, let's nix them in their big fat bows. This is our team, go Colts.
All right, now here's what I want to know. Here's what I want to know. All right.
Scott threw his headphones down. I'd hear that again.
This song is terrible.
The morning show had him on, didn't they?
Oh, really?
I'm pretty sure they had am I crazy there?
Good call by them.
I don't know. But do you think
a dude that can't sing making a stupid song with average lyrics and you like that? That's cool.
Another miss for us for not getting him on.
He's their guy out there in Indianapolis.
This is our Colts.
Could Tyler
does he do
and
like
Scott
songs a week for them guys?
He does.
Just be a little careful with the guy. He's got yeah.
Okay.
Could Tyler and Scott
do
a Broncos hype song like that for the station? Could you guys pull that off? I want a duet.
No.
Maybe rap.
Do whatever you want.
Rap.
Make it your own.
Yeah.
I don't care. I just want something from you guys.
Could we sing off key?
No. This is for Tyler and Scott exclusively. I want to see what they can come up with.
I've got one tone, and it's deep. That's it.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, the weather outside is frightful, and the Broncos look mightful. And if the Colts come in here, no.
That doesn't rhyme. If the Colts come in here, have a beer.
I was singing the song.
Okay. I was doing my practice.
Well, there you go.
Gig.
Hey, now you are a drummer. Woo!
Next up, Dan.
Go, Phil Collins, go. Go, Phil Collins, go.
All right, fellas, last one for you. We've touched on this a little bit, but the Atlanta Falcons say they do have a plan for Michael Penix, but that does not include putting in the rookie, quote, too early. This is according to their head coach, Raheem Morris. He said, I told you right from the beginning he's our future, and to be able to have the respect, to be able to have the confidence, to be able to have the wherewithal to support Kirk and all this stuff too, it's a great learning lesson for Michael Penix. Are we at the point in the season where it's still too early for the Falcons to replace Kirk Cousins with Michael Penix?
Are they in first place in their division?
Well, they're a half game behind Tampa.
They're a half game. Oh, my God. Wow, that division. Holy smokes.
Well, hey.
Damn.
Well, you'd like to get them on the schedule. Wouldn't you like to get that division on your schedule this season?
Man, can you imagine what our record would be?
Laser show.
Holy cow. We might have a winning record.
Wow. The crap on Bo Nix train. It just took a slimy little
How is that a crap
road.
on him?
Oh, I think that's clearly a You're talking NFC South.
You started the talk on
sensitivity.
You go, oh, man, look at that division.
I agree, but I wasn't taking a left turn to crap on Bo Nix.
I didn't either.
I sure did.
I'd say you'd be very fortunate. Kansas City, Chargers, Oakland. Okay, hold on. Can I do it the old way? Kansas City, Oakland, San Diego, Denver.
There you go.
You'd be happy to play that division this year.
Just draft a tight end. We'd be all set. Can you imagine if we drafted a tight end?
He's so freaking sensitive.
Well, he was doing trained crap Phil.
He was just speaking facts about who we played, you know.
I know what he was doing.
Well, hey, hold on.
It's the crap on Bo Nix argument.
We weren't the only team that from this division that lunched on that division. Chargers lunched on that division. Chiefs lunched on that division. Division got the lunch on the Raiders.
Look at football this year. There are so many bad teams with losing records. So isn't every winning team?
How do you do that?
Do what?
How do you sit there and just basically say that was a crap division, and then we point out it's good that you got to play that division this year, and you're like, oh my God.
Because I know what's really being said.
Oh, well, you're assuming.
I'm smarter than the average bear on that.
Do you know what they say about when you assume?
What's that?
You make an ass out of you.
Not me.
Dan, do you have anything left?
Let's hope not.
I'm done.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Scott's happy.
Praise the Lord. It's Friday.
Live from Joe Williams, PhD on 92.5. What's going on? It's your boy D-Mac for Premier Heating and Air tomorrow morning, 7:30. It's the Premier Heating and Air Show, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning right here on Altitude and on our AltitudeSportsRadio.com on all the podcasts. You can hear it as well. I have a great time with Reed and Tom talking about everything going on in the world and making sure things are right in your world for your HVAC system. With some wintry weather coming around the corner, it's still not too late to get a $49 furnace tune-up. But that's a deal just because you're hearing me say it. So make sure you give them a holler, throw my name in there, and that's one of the deals. 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. Premier Heating and Air is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. They've got all sorts of great deals, trade-in credits, 0% financing for 60 months, and a company that I've trusted for more than 13 years being in partnership with Premier. So again, hit them up for all of your HVAC needs, 720-547-8009, PremierAirColorado.com. I got some crazy Jokic numbers to give you guys before we wrap things up. But thank you to Joe Willies for having us here again. What an outstanding place on Broadway. Food is delicious. The libations are great. The atmosphere is next level. So Joe Willies on Broadway. Keep it in mind to watch whatever game you want to. All right, guys, I'm just looking at the schedule. I'm like, whoa, there's a lot of football games here. Tell me, you like it, you don't like it, big game, not a big game, if it has your interest. Let me just go through them a little bit. You don't have to make a prediction, but just what you think of the game. Kansas City at Cleveland. Interested, not interested. Good game, not a good game.
Not a good game.
Not overly interested.
Okay. Cincinnati at Tennessee.
No.
Ooh, I'm a little bit interested in that one.
About what?
I want Cincinnati to lose, man. I don't want them to have anything to play for.
Okay, that's fine. But, I mean, just in terms of a viewing experience, I'm not overly intrigued in seeing Cincinnati versus Tennessee.
Did you see Joe Burrow try to shut down all the media on his Olivias and everything going on in
I did
his
not,
life?
no.
Oh, yeah. He came out. Everybody, you know what's going on. I don't want to talk about it. That's at the end.
Okay.
It was like, I ain't talking about it.
Okay.
Most interesting quarterback in the world.
You guys see Tua? What happened with Tua?
No.
Oh, yeah. Tua, on his own, preemptively at a presser said, all right, I know there's some robberies going on with quarterbacks around the league. You come in my house, you better be ready. I got armed security.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, Tua.
Yep. He got ahead of it, and he just said, hey, you want to come at me? You better know what you're coming at.
All right. Not messing around. Washington at New Orleans.
No.
I got nothing on that one. Baltimore at New York.
There's a lot of bad games.
I
I
guess
was
so.
going to say which New York.
I thought you were telling us.
Giants.
Didn't you start this segment out by telling us all the great games there were?
Well, there's just a lot of games. I don't know if they're great. I mean, there's
They're
one.
not always the same amount of games every weekend.
Game yet.
Oh, no, there's definitely not the same games every weekend. It's the first weekend everybody's through their bye. Like, this is the most games that we have had since, week 5.
Okay.
You've yet to call up a good game.
Hey, not my fault. Dallas at Carolina.
No.
Carolina's
Hell
favored.
yeah, baby. Give me them dogs.
They're favored. The Jets at Jacksonville. Oh, my God.
No.
Wow, that is awful. Miami at Houston.
Maybe.
I'm always interested in watching Miami. So, yes.
Miami for the Broncos
And
reasons.
you know what? Both teams got a lot on the line.
They do? That's a good one to me. Buffalo at Detroit.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Super Bowl preview,
now we're talking about some big dogs right there.
That is a hell of a game.
Do you know Detroit has a chance to win their 13th game, and they've never in their franchise history had 13 wins.
Is that right? I have no idea. Pittsburgh at Philadelphia.
That'd be a good game.
Good one, right?
Yeah. State Cup.
It's a good matchup. I bet you it's an incredibly boring game. Jalen's hurting. We know what the Pittsburgh offense is.
New England at Arizona. Who cares?
Nope.
Tampa at the Chargers.
Sure. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Atlanta's
Well,
watching.
I mean, if nothing else, just from a rooting perspective, be curious to see what the Chargers are looking like.
Hey, at this point, man, we are rooting for the Chargers to lose.
Really?
Oh, yeah. All right. Who would you rather have the Broncos face, the Steelers or the Bills?
Steelers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you got to get your ass to
Although
6.
last time you went into went into Buffalo, you won.
Okay. That is true, but we don't have Russell Wilson anymore.
That's true.
Yeah. Green Bay at Seattle.
No.
Who cares? Chicago at Minnesota.
That's actually not a bad matchup right there. Seattle's not playing bad football.
Well,
Okay.
and the Rams, with their ugly win last night, took a half-game lead in that division.
Yep.
So
Okay.
Yep.
it is a big game for Seattle.
Yeah.
Chicago at Minnesota. That's a Monday night. There's 2 Monday night games
No.
this year. And Atlanta at Vegas. God, is Vegas going to win a game here or there? Are they going to figure out how to?
Hey, it's their chance. They're playing this division.
You're right.
We got 4 games left, and it's hard to lose 4 straight games.
Okay, well, that's the slate. Pretty good.
How'd I do my math? 4?
Yeah, we got 4 left.
Okay,
I think literally everybody has 4
Okay,
left.
Yeah.
Stretch. It's a stretch that everybody has 4 left, but I think that's
All
how
the
it
bye
goes.
weeks are over.
All the bye weeks are done. Tons of games. Travis Hunter wins the Heisman.
We got Saturday football rolling in here. You know,
We got Army-Navy tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do you watch Army Navy? You guys watch Army Navy?
I went to that game once. It was fantastic.
I do want to put it on the bucket list as an in-person experience.
Not only, and I don't know how you were able to go. I went through USAA.
Yeah, that's what
you did too.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, Tyler. If you
They
could
take
figure that
care
out,
of you, and it was awesome.
it might have been the best.
So they paid you to go root them
Oh
on.
yeah,
Okay.
they have
Well, I
a
don't
rate.
know if we get paid, but they took care of everything.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. I don't think I've ever been treated as a media person as well on any trip I've ever been on than the two
Let
times.
me tell
that
you
I've
my
done
funny
that.
story at the
Army
Navy game.
Yeah.
Going down the elevator, bim, 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 and Army general walks in. 3 stars. I've never first seen a 3-star general. That year, Air Force had beat both Navy and Army.
Mm-hmm.
Going down, and I see him. I go, man. You know, you guys are playing for second place.
Wow.
He goes, I said, I'm from Colorado Air Force. Said, we already took care of you guys. He goes, oh. So Mike Evans and I are doing the show.
Yeah.
We walk over to the place where Mike and I are doing the show. Who's our first guest?
That guy.
3rd star.
That is fantastic. Travis Hunter wins the Heisman on Saturday.
Yes, he does.
He does.
No question about it. I don't even think you could sell me a pin on a way that he doesn't win it.
I agree.
Yeah, it's automatic.
So,
tell me when I can give you good news on the Nuggets.
My next story was about the Nuggets. I got a little quick hitter on the Nuggets.
Let me give you a quick hitter. Do you realize between Joker Murray and Gordon this season, they've missed 18 of the 22 games?
Okay.
Really?
18 of the 22 games, those 3 guys miss it. Do you know when those 3 guys are in the lineup with obviously MPJ and Christian Brown?
Is this everything's fine here? Nothing to see?
They're the 3rd highest rated group of 5 in all of the NBA.
And I think I know why. And I have the numbers to prove it to you, too. Nikola Jokic, with the Nuggets, him on the court. Offensive rating, net rating, field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, assist to turnover ratio. First. All those categories, your Denver Nuggets with him on the court. With him off the court in those categories, respectively. 30th, 29th, 30th, 28th, and 28th. He is having his best MVP season. How about that one? And he's scoring more. So it'll be more glaring when it comes to, that number. Because sometimes you say, oh, is this guy scoring more? He's scoring more.
Yeah, but there's people out there hating on him on the defensive end this year. I heard the morning show talking about it, the anonymous NBA coach that was saying that Nikola Jokic is looking heavier, he's looking out of shape, and that this is the worst he's ever played on the defensive end. Scott?
And yet he's top 5 in the NBA in steals and number 1 or 2 in deflections.
And 5
He doesn't block shots.
5 offensive team categories. They're 1 with him on the court and last or next to last.
Send me that, would you?
I sure will. No problem. I'll put it in the old group thread.
There you go.
We're going to use that on the broadcast tonight, maybe?
I'm doing a pregame hit, and I'm going to use it on the pregame hit.
Well, there you go. Boom, boom. And you got color graphics, too. The TV likes color.
Hell yeah.
Like bright lights.
I'm going to act like I did studying. That's what
Gotcha.
Scott, I did drop an orangetickyfingers.com on CBS last
what
night.
happened?
I sure did. Well, we were talking about Garrett Bowles, the extension, so I dropped in I was looking at orangetickyfingers.com, and they had Bowles ranked as the 17th tackle. But if you ask me, Bowles is a top 10 tackle any day of the week.
When is that going to be? Do we have the audio?
I asked him to email it to me. He said he's not going to be in the office today, so we'll send it tomorrow.
So we'll have it Monday.
We should.
So he's not going to be in the office today, but he's going to be in there on Saturday?
Yeah. News people.
When is that show airing?
I think Saturday night. I don't know.
You're not even sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So we got to look up the Romy show.
Yeah. Ask Mike Sanford. I was filling in for Mike.
Okay. Is Mike available?
Mike was out of town. What are you trying to do something here?
No, I'm saying, Scott, why don't you take us out and give us
Heard a story this weekend. I'll try to be fast on it. Guy wakes up. He's having a dream. He's in the middle of this field. And in the middle of this field is a fence. And on one side of the fence is God, good, positive. The other side is the devil, bad, evil.
Okay.
God said, come over here. I'll teach you to be humble. I'll teach you to be respectful and be a servant of other people. Devil guy said, "Hey, come over here, man. We're gonna party. We're gonna do some blow. We got some.
Wow.
We got some hoes. Come on,
Wow.
man. We're gonna have fun."
All right.
Guy goes, "Well, don't know if I want to go there, but got a bright idea." Runs over, jumps on the fence, and just sits there, smiling, proud of himself. Devil goes, "Okay, let's go. You're with me." He goes, No. I'm on the fence." He goes, "Yeah, I own the fence too." So just remember, you may think you're safe in this life by sitting on the fence between good and bad. You ain't sitting on the fence. That fence belongs to bad.
Got to know who the property owner is in life. And with that, Nate and Andy, they ain't sitting on the fence. But I don't know if they're on the right side either. That's
Well,
next.
they might be on the fence.
We'll see. Altitude Sports Radio 925. We'll see y'all. Come on now.
Happy Ska Friday to all who celebrate, which is all of you. We are Kreckman and Lindahl. I am Kreckman. He is Lindahl. Mark Springer produces the show. We're with you today until 6 o'clock. We have so much to do on this program. Our friend Cynthia Freeland, she didn't ghost us this week.
Nice.
Cynthia,
We're back in good graces.
Cynthia picked up. Cynthia Freeland is going to be with us today at 20 minutes after 3 o'clock, talking about the NFL weekend that will be. What an NFL weekend that it will be. Good slate of games coming up here, obviously highlighted by the Broncos and the Colts. I don't want to hear about the Bills and the Lions. Broncos, Colts. Dan Hyatt will join us. Nuggets clips tonight. The Nuggets back in our life this evening. Jeff Legwald jumps aboard the show today as well. We have much to do here on a lovely Friday.
Look, and we're getting the new goalie.
We got Wood today.
The wedge?
Yeah.
Scott the wedgie?
Scott Wedgwood.
He's got to be wedger, doesn't he?
We're going to be wedged. He's going to be wedged into the lineup today. We don't know when he's going to join us.
Yeah, you better just listen.
Yeah, so Scott Wedgwood, whenever he feels like calling, is going to be with us today on the show. He's got some of the commitments. He's got Children's Hospital. He's a man of the people.
They're good people. You know, it is
Scott
cool when an
Wedgwood.
athlete just gets to town and right out into the community. Good for him.
That's right. So tough luck game for a guy Wedgwood last night.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. You know what that was? Scotty talks about it with the Nuggets all the time, but I think it goes for every team. And I maybe just is literally every team, period. Yeah. The first game home from a road trip is always the toughest, they say. Now, last night, there was a lot of bad luck and some weird bounces and things that make you hate hockey, but...
Yeah, you know what last night actually was? It was stupid. That's what last night was.
Well, you forget Utah again. I remind everybody they're the Phoenix Coyotes, and you forget how dumb and frustrating they can be when they get a lead.
The first two goals were both like, one of them like somehow bounced off a skate and then went over Wedgwood. The other one was just a shot that hit Cole DeHaan in the leg and then went past Wedgwood. Yeah, stupid hockey game. But Scott Wedgwood going to be with us today here on the show. We're very excited about conversing with him this afternoon. We got Broncos-Colts drinking game. That's going to be fun. By the way, Broncos-Colts, they caught some strays last night from Allen.
Yeah, you told me about that.
And Herb Street at the end of that game. So I was watching the end of Thursday Night Football last night. A little tinf. Not a good football game last night. Whew. It was rainy, but not like rainy enough to make it like a muddy slog.
Yeah.
It was just rainy enough to make the game suck.
Here's the deal. I'm not going to lie to you. So we did our thing at Stoney's, and I stayed till the half, and I gave away prizes at the half. By the way, join me. Nate and I will both be there for our show a week from, well, it's this coming Thursday now.
Thursday.
Week from yesterday. I'm going to stay for the whole game. We're going to do a Bronco watch party. We're going to give away prizes all throughout the game.
All right.
We're really going to do it up because that's
there.
The last Thursday you and I will be there. By the way, normally, you know me. I like to have fun when I do things.
You're a real fun kind of guy.
Right? Get on the stage, you try to get everybody kind of fired up. Let's chat with you. Really great crowds out at Stoney.
Uh-huh.
Kind of had a cranky young lady last night.
Do you have a heckler?
No, it just was like, because we always do a toast.
Uh-huh.
Right? We do a toast. Here's a toast.
Did you toast with Nog?
Some Tullamore Dew. We did.
Nice.
We did 6 of them. And she's like, I don't know if I want to try. And I go, well, now's your chance to just have it a go.
The Irish Nog, delightful.
Yeah, you almost couldn't get enough of it, but you were smart enough to make sure you had just enough before you went home.
Just enough.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
just
so
enough to
toast.
wet the whistle.
And so she grabs one, and I'm like, all right, comes up, do the toast. And I just asked, did you like it? I'm just curious. She seemed resistant. I'm drinking it. All right. Does that mean you like it? I told you I'm drinking it. I'm not going to get it, bro. I was like, damn, calm down. Sorry I asked. Never mind.
Was this my Aunt Janie reincarnated?
There's a part of me was like, hey, you got a real winner there, pal. Good luck tonight. Jeez. Whiskey's apparently firing things up. So anyway, after I left that experience, I did not watch any more of that game. The half that I caught at Stoney's was enough. I did not need to see. I didn't go. You know what? When the Avs got down 3-0, I think they got to the It was probably 8 minutes of the third period, and I could just tell this ain't going to be our night. It's just nothing is going to quit being stupid in the third
They
period.
didn't score until there was like 4 minutes left in the game.
And then immediately, they turn around and give up an empty netter right after that.
Whoever
right?
the hell that goalie is for Utah, that guy was playing out of his mind last night.
Again, he's an old Coyote. They always do that. I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah.
But anyway. I didn't. By the time I turned on the game, it was over, and I saw it was 12-6, and I was like, gosh, did we not have a touchdown?
Let me ask you this.
We had no touchdowns last night.
To paraphrase you, let me ask you this, okay? If that goaltender,
what's his name?
Vejmelka?
Sure.
Am I saying that right? Spring Vejmelka? I heard Mose yell it a few times last night. Vejmelka! If next year Vejmelka's on, like, I don't know, like the Devils.
Okay.
Pick a team. You refer to him as the old Coyote. Next year, what would you refer to him as?
That's a great call. I don't know.
The old clubsman?
Yeah. The old Taw?
The old member?
Yeah. The old Ute?
I guess that's what they are. They're members.
I don't know what they are.
I don't know. The old
hockey club.
I don't know. He played for hockey club.
What am I going to do next year? You're right.
I don't know. Vejmelka.
What are they going? Do we know, Spring? Are they actually giving us a name next year?
They're supposed to. That's the word. Is that we're supposed to get a name next year.
I don't get it. Why not just do a name this year?
Commit. Just commit.
Yeah.
How hard is it?
We've seen all the rumors going around. It's all the usual suspects. Just pick one.
Though you know the
it's
one
gonna have a mountain snow theme.
You know the one that I thought was good? Really simple. You know Utah, it's the Beehive State.
Okay.
The Swarm. You're done.
That ain't hit me.
Swarm.
Let them be Yetis. We got a Kraken in this league. Let them be the Yetis.
Well, the Avs used to have a Yeti
I don't
as their
care. He's
mascot.
gone now.
They had Howler.
We're not supposed to talk about it.
Where is Howler?
Well,
where'd he go?
I don't think things went the way they hoped.
So you want to name him after an expensive cooler?
Well, dude, Connor writes it for Connor right there.
You go.
Force of nature versus expensive cooler
versus $400 to cool your 6-pack
versus a tumbler. I don't know. Call them the Yetis. Just
Yetis.
Whatever.
Okay, I like Swarm. Plus, you could always play the clip from Seinfeld when Uncle Leo is in the bookstore.
When I mention
Swarm.
When I mention Utah to you, you think a swarm of bees?
You could.
But you don't. Now, look, I don't think of jazz either, to be honest with
exactly.
you. But, I mean, I'm just saying.
What do you think of? When you hear the word Utah, what's the first thing you think of?
Well, not being in the club and being made well aware of it.
You know what I always...
After that, I don't know.
Anytime I've ever been in that state, you know what I've experienced? I'd call them the Utah dirty looks. Just nothing but the Utah judgmental stares.
Yeah, the Utah RBFs.
Uh-huh. That's all I've ever dealt with. So...
Utah, would that be the side eye that they give you? The old...
the Utah side eyes. The Utah skunk faces.
You know who does that? You know who's a big side eye guy? Is Mark Stout. It's his jersey. You say something, he'll give you. Like he won't look at. If he's so disgusted, he won't even look at you the whole. He just gives you the half turn. Not even that, like the 8th turn.
Is that exclusive to you, or is that just what Stout does to
everybody?
everybody?
No, I've seen him do it a lot of people.
Okay.
Dude, he nearly got half the Chicago Rush. Remember the old indoor football team? He mouthed off to the fan base to where we had to go. I'm like, shut your mouth. You're about to hop on my back like Yoda, and I'm about to run us the hell out of here. Quit talking to these people.
Also, why was there an arena football team named after a Canadian rock trio?
They're close enough to Canada, right? You
Yeah,
live there?
It's
Stone's throw.
It's cold.
They like drummers.
It's chilly. So last night, the Rams beat the Niners.
Yeah,
okay?
with no touchdowns, right? I just want to confirm. No touchdowns?
Not a tutty.
Yeah.
Scored in the game.
Fantastic.
Niners didn't even run any plays in the red zone last night.
Wow, that's good. Well, I saw the one where Deebo Samuel pretty much had a touchdown dial in, and after complaining they weren't throwing him the ball and he wasn't actually dropping it, he then dropped it.
Yeah, he was terrible last night. Deebo, 3 catches for 16 yards after complaining he doesn't get the ball enough. He was targeted 7 times in that game. Okay, a couple of takeaways from that game. Number one, I know he's a fantasy stud, we need to talk about Puka Nacua like what he is, which is a top 5 wide receiver in football.
Yeah. How close is he to best wide receiver in the game? I mean, he's not Justin Jefferson.
He's not
Jamar
Jefferson.
Chase.
He's not Jamar Chase, but
we do this with our quarterbacks. If Chase and Jefferson are the elite, and am I forgetting anybody? Tyreek Hill hasn't really been Tyreek Hill this year. Who else would you?
Hasn't exactly been that guy.
Like Nakua's hanging out in that.
He's unbelievable.
He's about to get paid. He's going to be a very rich receiver.
He's unbelievable. When does he ever not make a tough catch? He's just a fantastic player. Number one, that's the first takeaway from that game. Number two, I take issue with all of the criticism of Devondre Campbell. All right?
Okay.
And let me tell you why. I think only one person in that building made a good decision last night.
That's Devondre Campbell.
For all those numbskulls that were sitting there getting soaked in the stands watching a touchdownless football game, they were all like, well, we want to leave too, but we paid to be here. Devondre Campbell was the one guy last night who was smart enough to say, I'm out.
Not for me.
I'm good. I don't need any more of this.
This all sucks, and I'm leaving.
I don't want to play this game. I don't want to watch this game. Everything about
I don't want to
this
stand
is
in the
crud.
rain anymore.
I'm just going to walk back to the locker room. I'm going to change my clothes. I'm going to leave, and I'm never going to talk to any of you people ever again.
Help me out.
The Irish goodbye that Devondre Campbell pulled last night, I'd slow clap the man.
So did he fake like, I got a potty problem and then just never came back?
They went to put him in. And he was just like, nah, I'm good. And then he pieced out.
He just stood there in his coat?
The footage,
did he literally leave?
The footage of, did you see him? And they always have to send.
All the footage I've seen is of the drop by.
Oh, it's right behind you. There's the walk-off. He's just like, nah, I'm out.
Oh, okay. I saw that. I didn't realize that was him.
And they have to send
a trainer with him?
They always got to send a personnel guy. Somebody has to be with any player that walks back down the tunnel.
Is that a Santa uniform he passed to? What is going on?
Do you think the employee that was walking him back there was just kind of like, you're really doing this, huh?
Do you think he even knew what he was walking back there for? Someone probably said, hey, go with DeAndre.
Yeah,
what?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and Campbell was just like, I'm going to go now.
Devondre, my bad.
He's pulling his keys out and just being like, I'm taking off.
Wow.
All right, Scott Wedgwood coming up at 4 o'clock.
We got to get back to the slight
today
at our
on the
Denver
show.
Broncos.
Yes.
Look here, Kirk Herbstreit.
We'll talk to... I was on Herbstreit's side on this one. We'll talk to Wedgwood coming up at 4 o'clock. Dan Hyatt at 3:45. But after the break, we talk about the upcoming NFL weekend that will be in Hull. It's going to be a good one. Our pal Cynthia Freeland of NFL Network next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories for Christmas? Well, today's the 13th. You've got a week from today to get on in there, get your truck measured up, get them ordered, and get them by Christmas. Jerry can usually turn things around pretty quick. So get on in there and talk to Jerry Jones by the 20th of December. If you're looking for a bed cover, if you're looking for step rails, if you're looking even for floor mats, I recommend you go by the showroom for this reason. Let Jerry show you all the things that he has. Let him show you his displays and how things work, especially with the bed covers. Again, they work in all different types of ways. Some are like lids, some fold up in threes, some are power, some just roll up. Go and see what works for you the best, what's going to work for your lifestyle the best, because, again, I would have made a bad decision on the bed cover that I chose had I not gone into Colorado Off-Road and talked to Jerry. You can do the same. They're 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Real easy to find the showroom right behind ACC there. They're right in front of the cemetery, if that helps you figure out where it is. Also, give them a call at 303-761-1264. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road.
Pretty good NFL weekend coming up right here. Oh, we got some games. Bills-Lions, yeah, not bad. Kind of looking forward to that one. Battle for Pennsylvania, that one ought to be fun. Steelers and Eagles. Fangio v. Russ, all of our old pals. Hey, Sunday night game, going to be good. Of course, we all know the headliner. Sunday afternoon. And Power Field at Mile High. Broncos, Colts joining us right now to help preview that matchup and the upcoming weekend that will be. It's our friend Cynthia Freeland of NFL.com and NFL Network. Hi, Cynthia.
How you doing? Happy holidays.
It's great to have you back on the show. We are doing quite well. We have a Broncos team that's a win away from a winning season. All right, Cynthia, interesting matchup. Broncos coming off a bye. Indianapolis is coming off of a bye. Richardson has looked better since the benching, even if his stats aren't necessarily pretty. Broncos have absolutely been rolling. You're big on the analytical models. What does yours tell you about this matchup?
It's a good week to be a Broncos fan. I think it's very interesting to see how Bo Nix will be able to handle the type of if there's one thing that you can count on from Gus Bradley, it's zone defense, right? Like, whether or not it's working, the man plays it. So it'll be interesting to see all of the different combinations of who he's throwing the ball to, because we know he spreads the ball around quite a bit. But this is a good matchup. Matchups make for fights, and a lot of the things that the Broncos do strong on both sides of the ball are things that are not quite strengths for the Colts.
All right, you know what? It's so funny you bring that up because I'd mentioned to Nate earlier in the week that I feel like the Broncos have played Bradley a couple times in games where he should have got out of that zone that you're talking about and just never does. Why? Why? Do you have any idea why have you been able to talk to him in your past work? Why does he refuse to change?
I'm going to be honest with you. I got so close to asking him one time. However, I had a bad memory because I one time asked Wink Martindale why he always blitzed even if it didn't work, and he got mad at me. So I was like, I was a little scarred. You know, my trauma came back, and I was like, maybe I just don't want to make this man mad.
Well, hey, Cynthia, I get it. Remember Dick LeBeau? We're not too far from coming up on the anniversary of the Tim Tebow game against Pittsburgh where they won in overtime. Dick LeBeau, you refused to get out of man coverage. Everybody knew that Tim couldn't read his own, hated throwing against his own, and he just played man his whole time to his detriment. You know what? You were the one that told us in preseason after working those preseason games that you had high hopes for Bo Nix. Looking at his numbers, are you surprised the journey that he's been on to get to this point where he's kind of, it feels like, a national rising star?
I'm not surprised that he's doing well. Do I have some questions about whether I would have anticipated him being really, truly squarely in the mix for being the offensive rookie of the year? Like, I didn't see that coming because I don't know if anyone thought the team would be a playoff team this early, right? Maybe it's like a year before anyone thought that would happen, especially with all the kind of the drama from that other guy from last year. So he's exceeded my expectations. I thought he would be good, but I don't know if I thought he would be this good. How about that?
Oh, he's been, again, and he's gotten better every single month, which is what you want to see out of a rookie quarterback. Cynthia Freeland, NFL Network. She joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Let's talk a little bit about Richardson. When you've looked at how he's played over the last couple of weeks, they've won 2 of those 3 games. Got spanked by the Lions, but a lot of drops. We've seen Steichen use him in more design run kind of things. What have you seen out of Richardson here of late where he's playing a little bit better, or is he actually playing all that much better?
Well, I'm going to give some credit to the offensive line because credit is due for that Colts O-line. Richardson has played better. I don't know if I'd say it's interesting because you talk about Bo Nix and then we talk about Anthony Richardson, and they couldn't have had more different profiles coming out of college in terms of years of experience, number of games as starters in the college level. And I think what you're seeing from Bo is actually the opposite of what we see from Anthony Richardson, where his college experience and resume being longer than majority of people's is really helping him, whereas Anthony Richardson played very few games, and now that's making it harder as he transitioned to the NFL. And then it's really hard to break bad habits once you have them. So I don't know if he's able to kind of fully break some of those tendencies, given the cadence of our season in the NFL and the speed of the game.
What do you make of the Broncos' run game right now? Has it been good? Has it been good enough? What is your read on that at this point in the season?
Well, it's funny because, I love that Sean Payton gets so like in the weeds on it because he cares so much about it. But I think it has actually gotten, a good enough, right? Like, of course, you would love to be able to run like Saquon Barkley every single down against any team and be basically defense proof. Every team would love that. And every team would love to be able to rely on that every single down. Like, that's fantastic. However, there's a lot of injuries in the NFL at the running back position always, and offensive lines play, it's difficult. Like, this is a good offensive line. Now you have Bo Nix's threat of the run himself, which is keeping defenses more honest, which is helping the run game, which is helping the pass game, et cetera. So I think it's good enough. That's my long-winded answer for saying between how good of a coach you have and the ability for Bo Nix to be a dual threat, it's good enough.
Talking to Cynthia Frelund. Frelund, you were on the sidelines for those Broncos games in the preseason. We talked to you back then, and we talked about Devon Vele then of like, hey, this seventh-rounder out of Utah who's 26 years of age. He looks like he's going to be something. He had a down game against Cleveland, but outside of that this year, when he's been healthy, he's looked like a bona fide number 2 wide receiver here in the league. When you've watched him, have you felt validation of like, hey, I saw it way back when?
Yeah, I mean, it actually helps me even more when, I live out here in Los Angeles, and so I can talk to some of the Chargers a little more often, and they're like, this guy runs great routes. I'm like, told you. Not necessarily when he's a subject of a target, but also when he's the guy who's helping out in the scheme and blocking or being asked to do other things.
I am curious, how do you feel about this Broncos defense? Were you surprised by them? Again, you got a chance to see this team in the preseason. I didn't expect them to be this good. Matter of fact, frankly, Cynthia, I wasn't sure what they were going to be. Are you surprised by the level they've reached?
I mean, to be the best defense in the league, yeah. I mean, extremes are always hard to anticipate ahead of the season. A lot of it has to do with how people come together when they play on the actual field in circumstances. I mean, Riley Moss, we didn't know much about. Obviously, his injury is a big deal. But, we knew that Pat Surtain was good. Known. Got it. We knew there were some good pieces. Did I think the pieces would play this well together? No, I thought it would be a good defense. I didn't think it would be probably the best defense in the league.
Yeah, as good a group as we have seen all season long. By the way, you mentioned the Chargers. That's going to be the Broncos' opponent next, and it's going to be on a Thursday night out at SoFi. Justin Herbert is banged up coming into this week here against Tampa Bay. Ladd McConkey has been hurt as well. Obviously, a lot to see after that team plays Tampa Bay, but what version are the Broncos going to see on Thursday night of a Chargers team that came into Denver and got them earlier in the season?
Well, I think the version is going to be the J.K. Dobbins factor is really interesting as well, because we know that if there's one thing that I know about Jim Harbaugh, other than that he wears cleats when he's on the sidelines, which I love, it's that he wants to run the football. And with J.K. Dobbins, they were far more efficient and effective. In fact, since he's been injured, they haven't gotten those yards after contact. They've been contacted before, ahead of the line of scrimmage, so behind the line of scrimmage more often. Like, it just hasn't come together as well as it had been, and to the tune of like almost 1.5 yards per carry. That's a big difference. And you're going to surrender any yards per carry to the Broncos defense, good luck. That's going to be far more difficult. And between Ladd McConkey's injury and Justin Herbert, I don't know the degree of banged up he is. I would imagine he plays this week and also next week, assuming everything's okay. But I think you're seeing them on, kind of like the college pitch count, right? Like, it would have been great if they only had to play 10 games. But now we're kind of seeing some attrition late.
All right, I only got a couple more for you. I'll start with a serious one, and it's about Garrett Bowles. Were you surprised that the Broncos extended him? I think there were some quiet questions at the start of camp. He was the one contract they chose not to mess with and push money, down the road to get salary cap room. I think some of us, 2 guys in this room, weren't real sure we were going to see him back, and yet he gets the extension yesterday. Did you like the numbers on the extension? Were you surprised that he got extended?
I'm not surprised at all he got extended. This is a very light offensive line class, and you're picking nowhere near where you're going to be able to get a guy who's a day one starter at that key position. So, number one, I think it was a shrewd move that opens up so many different opportunities this, free agency and draft season to be able to make the team considerably better. I mean, there are still some considerations from that other guy's contract that are a big deal. So you have to rely more on rookie contract production in other areas. You don't want to have to pay, what I believe we'll see in free agency this year is, how much are the Chiefs going to have to pay for left tackle? It's going to be astronomical. So I think the Broncos were so smart. And Garrett Bowles has had a great season. Probably not like, I think Broncos fans always want more from their O-line. Like when people think Broncos, like I think the trenches are scary for them. That's just how I feel about it. It's just because I have so much respect for kind of the way that things have been done there. But you have to remember, it's about supply and demand in the marketplace, and what he could have commanded on an open market is probably a lot bigger than the number they signed him for.
Talking Week 15 and talking Broncos Colts with Cynthia Freeland, NFL Network. She joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Cynthia, let's take a look at some of the other key matchups coming up this weekend. Let's start with the game with Pittsburgh at Philadelphia. Fascinating game, and in this matchup, because you got Saquon Barkley in that great Eagles run game going up against probably the best run defense in all the NFL in Pittsburgh. In fact, they've only allowed one 100-yard rusher so far this season. On the flip side, you have got Russell Wilson without George Pickens having to go up against a Vic Fangio defense. Break this matchup down for us. Who do you like?
Yeah, I like the Eagles in this one. And fun fact, in the modern football era, the Steelers have never won in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild? That's crazy stat. But I'm looking at the opportunity here where the deep pass is going to be defended so well by the Eagles that one of the main things that Russell Wilson's been able to do well is taken away from them. And especially if George Pickens isn't fully healthy or isn't able to go at all, that's just going to bring everything in front of the Eagles defense, which makes things a lot easier to defend. So while I think Pat Freiermuth, like if you're looking for a fantasy start, sure, go ahead, start the tight end. But other than that, I think this is going to be an Eagles win. And I think Saquon Barkley, he also hears these MVP rumblings. And I think this is where he's, both he and Josh Allen are going to want to show up and show out in this one, because this is right about the time when people are voting.
Bills-Lions. Speaking of people that are voting for MVPs, Bills-Lions in Detroit's favored, and there's a massive total in this game. Bills coming off of one of the great games of the year last week. Now they go into Detroit to take on Campbell and the Lions. How do you see this matchup working out? Because, I mean, you talk about strength on strength. That's really all there is in this game.
I think that the points are the thing I feel the strongest about. The injury reports, especially today, have been bananas. I mean, the Lions, I made a joke, like they're playing with like the 2019 Pro Bowl teams and they signed half those linebackers like, the day before the Green Bay game or the day of the Green Bay game. But, there's so many injuries. So many guys are even on IR. Like the linebacker level is not healthy. So that's going to be a source of, where Josh Allen can dice them up. But on the other side, Rasul Douglas isn't playing either. So you've got missing pieces on both sides of this defense, which to me drives just the ability to score tons of points. So I feel better about points than anything else. To me, this one is as close to a coin flip as they come. I do actually have the Bills winning model-wise, but ultimately, I'm from Michigan, so I'm losing my Michigan card because, number one, I'm picking the Bills because I do it based on math. And number two, I've lived in California for so long, like I now get cold when it's 50 degrees. So Michigan people are mad at me now.
All right, last one for you. What is it like sharing a complex with two pro teams? You mentioned you get to see the Chargers. Are the Rams not around as much? I mean, you guys all have the same campus, for those that don't know, with NFL Network out of the SoFi building. How often do you run into the guys from those two pro teams?
Yeah, you know what, you do. I do end up running into both teams pretty often. It's interesting because on game days you can judge what Angelinos think of the opponent team by how much they charge for parking. So far, the most expensive parking has been the Eagles at $100 close to the stadium. Most of the time, it's between $60 and $70, but Eagles was $80. So it was $100, which is hilarious.
That's a good measure right there. I like that.
Yep.
Cynthia Freeland, everybody, NFL Network. Cynthia, good stuff as always. Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And if you're coming to town, I'll tell you where to eat a really great breakfast burrito. So let me know.
Oh, talking my language.
All right.
Nate's a little thin there, Cynthia. I'll eat his too.
All right, perfect.
All right, Cynthia Freeland with us there today on the show.
Are you a breakfast burrito guy?
God, yes. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then you go ride your e-bike? You get your rad power bike?
I ride my e-bike to get breakfast burritos.
You don't turn on the power? You ride it there?
Pedal assist on the way.
Right.
Pedal assist off on the way back.
See, to me,
gotta
work
burn the
up
calories.
the hunger and then slap the bomb in there.
See, the thing is at that time I'm in a hurry, so I want to be there quickly. That's the whole thing. God, what a good week of NFL. This Sunday is it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The afternoon slate it's all-time good. what we've got coming up right here. I mean, Bills-Lions could easily be the Super Bowl. That's not gonna shock anybody. That stat about, by the way, Pittsburgh never wins in Philly.
Yeah, how is that possible with all the good teams they've had?
I know, it's a wild stat. I believe in the modern era, they're like 0-10 on the road in Philadelphia, which is just crazy. But also at the same time, it's like, look at the history of Tomlin as an underdog. He's typically great in these spots. I want to hand Pittsburgh the coaching advantage in this game, but Fangio's on the other side, and you know he's going to have something cooking. I worry about Pittsburgh without Pickens out there, able to stretch the field. I think that's going to get tough. Also, do you see the total on Saquon's rushing yards?
No, what is it?
In some books, 100.5. This is a Steelers defense that has allowed one 100-yard rusher this season. One.
Help me out real quick, too. I'm trying to remember. Did Fangio face Russ in that famous 70-20 Dolphins-Broncos matchup? Wasn't Fangio the Miami DC that day?
No, that was during his wasn't that during
his year off?
It was his sabbatical year, I believe.
Right. You're probably right.
Yes.
So then that's right, because he was Miami last year. And so
that game was last year. Yeah, so he would have.
Gosh, was it last year?
It was
Why does
last
that
year.
feel like 10 years ago?
It was last year.
No, you're right. His sabbatical year was, I forgot. It was not.
He spent a year in Miami and he hated it. And everybody hated him.
Well, it's hot and he likes sweatshirts. I get it.
Exactly.
Not ideal. Not ideal. By the way, for everybody asking, my guess is Cynthia was in the makeup chair because I believe she does like nothing but TV for 8 straight hours starting at 4 o'clock.
She's busy.
That's what you're hearing in the background. They're all getting the makeup done, and then she's got like a fantasy show. She's got a matchup show. Then I think she's got 20 hours of TV tomorrow.
She made time for us. Busy room.
No, I think
busy people.
Look here.
Hey.
I'm glad because again, I think all those NFL Network people, I think this is their Monday.
You're only getting booked on K&L if you're in demand, baby.
That's it. Now we got to get Adam Rank back. We didn't find out if she likes Sky like Adam Rank.
No.
May not let Friday. I mean, it's supposed to be his day. They both were ghosting us. Did they have was there a union?
Did they have a meeting?
Was there a plan?
These jackasses from Denver
No
hit you
more
up.
calling us.
Speaking of jackasses, our friend Dan Hyatt is going to join us coming up here on the other side. Nuggets clips tonight. 2 stats you need to know. 1 you don't, which is always weird. You want to tune in as Dan Hyatt goes inside the numbers to explain the ever-frustrating 24-25 Denver Nuggets. That's next. Oh, we hope you're having a delightful Ska Friday. Nuggets back at it this evening. Haven't played since they blew out the Hawks in Atlanta on Sunday. This evening, it's the NBA Cup makeup game against the Clippers. Clips come in at 14-11, Denver at 12-10. 7 o'clock tip. You listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You'll watch it on Altitude Television, where the talent will benefit from the expertise and contributions of our next guest, NBA statistician extraordinaire. It is our pal Dan Hyatt. Hi, Dan.
How you guys doing?
We're doing great, Dan. And look, we haven't seen this team play in a while, and so far this season, when they've had breaks of at least 4 days, they've always lost. They're 0-2 in that spot so far this season. Could things change tonight? Well, let's dive into it. 2 stats we need to know, 1 we don't. Let's start with what we need to know, and let's talk about this team's defense, which Michael Malone has lamented oh so much here of late. They're 15th in the NBA in defensive efficiency. Don't look at that net rating. It's not all that terribly good. Dan, what is going on with this team on the defensive end of the floor?
Well, the theme here is inconsistency, right? You're talking about a 500 team, basically, so they're winning and losing about the same, but it comes down to the defense, 5-5 in their last 10, and if they just hold an opponent under 120, they win, which seems like that should be easy. It has been in the past. But Coach Malone talked about very specifically, get an offensive rebound, pass it out in transition, and you create the offense from the defense. But it starts with getting stops and getting stops down low. And he basically said it's a miracle that this team, and here's the stat you need to know, is essentially they are 27th in points per game allowed in the paint. They are 28th allowed in offensive rebounds allowed to their opponent. Yet, despite that, they are the best transition offense in basketball. They lead the NBA in points per game on the fast break. And he basically said, imagine if we get just 1 or 2 more stops a game, right? And everything from there continues to spread out that net rating, give a little more offense, get better on the defensive end. And then you don't have these situations where you lose to the worst team in basketball who had lost 16 in a row, and then the next day you win by 30 against a team that had won 6 in a row. That's the kind of inconsistency that really is kind of hard to believe. But according to him, according to every single player who talks, they all speak the same language. It starts with defensive effort. And the question is just, when will they give it? All the time.
27th in paint defense, 28th in offensive rebound rate allowed, and yet they can still get out and run the way that they do. I don't know, Dan, the simple explanation for that, like anything else that's good with the Nuggets, it's just Nikola Jokic, right?
They are going to be extremely inefficient when Nikola is not out there. Mm-hmm. But in years past, when they won a championship, when they had great runs in the playoffs, they were still efficient enough without him, mostly because Jamal drove it. Now you've got Westbrook being able to fill that gap, but you essentially just have to hold water, right? Just make sure you're not giving up an 8 to 10 point swing in 3 minutes at the beginning of the second quarter and the beginning of the fourth quarter, and give Jokic a few more minutes of rest. And again, that's also something Malone's talking about. How do we have 4 guys, 4 starters who are in the top 25 in minutes played on average per game. That's hard to manage, especially they're not 23 and 24 except for Christian, right? They're a little bit on the older side, a little bit more wear and tear. So, yeah, without Jokic, you're not going to have that efficiency. You should still be able to have the defensive effort when you've got Brown and Watson and Westbrook. Now Strawther's starting to be at least formidable on defense. He's not good, but he's getting better. And they're starting to have a little bit more of an identity. But again, if the same team scored 87, and then 5 games later they scored 144. So you're talking about this inconsistency, this variable, but if you really look at what's driving the success, it is not the shooting. They can shoot. They always have. It's the defense.
Nuggets and Clippers tonight, 7 o'clock. Listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're getting stats here with our guy Dan Hyatt, Nuggets and NBA statistician. All right, Dan, I'm looking right now at first quarters so far this season. Nuggets have a minus 5.9 net rating in first quarters this year, which is a little odd because those are big Jokic minutes typically in the first quarter. Defensive rating is over 118 in the first quarter, which is absolutely puke, but that kind of tracks along with every other quarter. What's going on with the starts of these games?
That's the part that is starting to become a little bit frustrating for everybody because, again, they'll get into a groove later in the game. They're basically beating their opponents in the rest of the game by a significant margin, by basically what they were when they were a championship team. But the first quarters are setting them back. They're 0-2 against the Clippers. They were at least 8 points down at the end of the first in both of those matchups and just couldn't quite come back from them. And you're talking about a team, and the second quarter is not terribly better because those first couple of minutes, Jokic gets, 3 minutes, 3.5, 4 minutes of rest, and they're falling even further behind than they were. But right now, you're talking about a team that is 7-0 when they lead after the first quarter, but they've played 22 games. And that's the second fewest first quarter leads that any team's had. And you're talking about a team that's also, getting to halftime with an average of about a 3.2 points per game deficit.
Oof.
That's seventh worst in the NBA. So when they hit their groove, and they do every single game, typically in the third, they're outscoring opponents in the fourth. But it's just these holes that they're digging early, and it's hard to kind of tell why, other than you really don't have a lot of consistency in that starting lineup. Westbrook stepped in for Murray. Watson stepped in. They're playing well individually. You look at all these guys, and they're all playing individually well. The five-man unit has good net rating, but they're just not gelling on defense. So you're losing these first quarters by scoring 28-30, but you're allowing 32, 34, 35, and that you just can't do that.
Hold on. I want to make sure that I got that right. Did you say 7-0 when they lead at the end of the first?
They're 7-0 when they lead at the end of the first, and they're 5-0 when they lead at halftime. But that's 5 out of the 22 games you've had a lead at halftime. That's it.
Wow. That's I mean, it's not a massive sample size, obviously, and it's an indictment when you've only had 7 first quarter leads after 22 games played so far. Incredible. All right, let's get stupid, Dan. Tell us a stat we don't need to know going into Nuggets Clippers tonight.
You did already call me a jackass earlier, and that's like the nicest things anyone said about me today, so stupid's good too.
All right.
Jokic is still doing pretty incredible things. We're talking about a team where we're basically, we've spent all this time, and everyone else is spending the time, talking about how the Nuggets are frustrating. They're struggling. They're not where they should be. Jokic just put up 104 points in the last 2 games, right? He's averaging a 30-point triple-double. He's first or second in all the major categories. And Malone talked about him again. He still has to find a way to reference him. And he says, this guy, this is his quote this week, that guy's the best player in the world, galaxy, in the Milky Way. Now, I've covered a lot of coaches and managers in 20 years of doing this. I love Malone the best because he brings numbers and stats and reasoning, statistical reasoning to his criticisms, to his meetings. But this is incorrect, and it felt like a nice time to be able to bring this to the viewers or the listeners. And the Galaxy, right? So, yeah, he's the best player in the world. I think we can establish that.
Yeah.
The Galaxy is a little more unknown, right? It's a little bit more vast. But the Milky Way is the galaxy we live in. A galaxy is a collection of stars. And the Milky Way galaxy is where we are. It's one of several dozen galaxies that basically make up a galaxy cluster. And to be really more specific, because I think this is really more important than anything else, right? Where we are in terms of space and time, we're in the Virgo supercluster. Okay. So what Malone should have said,
as opposed to me when I was in high school, the Virgin supercluster. But yes, continue, Dan.
This one's way worse because it's infinite in terms of depth and black holes, and yeah, it's not good.
Okay.
But we're just a very small part of it. What he should have said was essentially the world, the galaxy, and the Virgo supercluster.
Because we're technically the Milky Way galaxy, thus it was redundant to say galaxy twice?
Yes.
All right.
And I to be honest, I didn't truly know. I knew that was a galaxy, but it definitely took me being able to dive into intensive research and not actually do basketball numbers today to really make sure I dove in. Plus, the stat that's important is that the Milky Way bar, the chocolate bar, and you guys have had heated discussions on candy on the show.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with the actual galaxy. Frank Mars, who founded this, wanted to make a chocolate bar that tasted like a milkshake back in the 1920s. So actually, the Milky Way is the oldest Mars product, older than M&Ms and Snickers, but it has nothing to do with the actual galaxy.
Did you realize that Milky Way was the oldest?
It's a crap bar. I don't care. It sucks. It doesn't taste like a milkshake. I am a milkshake aficionado. It sucks.
Does it make it taste
No.
better or worse knowing that he had feelings about making it taste like a milkshake.
My feeling is try again, pal. That's my feeling.
He was going through hard times.
Okay, we all do.
He was disconnected from his son, and the only way they could bond was over a milkshake.
Well, go write a song, okay? Go write a song like Cats in the Cradle or Cat Stevens or whatever. I mean, go do that. Don't unleash a crap subpar candy bar so that I get tons of it in my bag trick-or-treating as a kid. All right? You know who you are, Dan? You are our Hembo. Do you know who Hembo is from the morning? I realized this morning when they were doing their sneaky Hembo stuff. Do you realize you're him?
I didn't know that. I thought I was just.
Do you know who he is?
No.
He's like the stat producer and guy for all the ESPN people. They're all quoting him all the time. And I felt bad for it because I'm like, this poor guy's stuck with all the altitude people. Meanwhile, Hembo's on TV wearing nicer clothes every week.
I was going to say
getting credit from everybody.
I thought Dan's got it better than Hembo does.
No, I'm just like Cynthia. I'm sitting in my makeup chair.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not ghosting anybody because I got nothing better to do.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
With your brain, I'd like to see. Here's what I want: grudge match you and Hembo.
I'll take anybody on. I'm just sitting here.
I know
on the
you
other side of
will.
the phone.
I'm gonna make this happen. I don't know how.
All right. There we go.
Are you down?
I'm always down.
Like an ultimate Trivial Pursuit Genius Edition, you and him for all the pie pieces?
Let's book him.
Let's do it.
Let's make this happen.
Somehow I'm sure he's not allowed to talk to us.
See, that's
I'm
the thing.
surprised Dan's allowed to talk to
Dan's contractually obligated. He actually has to. Dan, good stuff, buddy. As always, we appreciate it.
All right, boys. Good luck.
Virgo Supercluster.
Did your guy just try to sell me on a Milky Way?
He sure did.
It's disappointing.
It's got nougat. I like a Milky Way.
I know you do.
I think it's a good candy bar.
Yeah, it's crap.
You know, Snickers is the exact same thing. They just threw peanuts on it. That's all it is. Just peanuts.
Don't care.
And that's enough for you? Do we have Matt Nagy? Is he still around? Anyway. It's Craig at Lindahl.
We got Wedgwood coming, baby.
Yeah, we got Wedgie. Coming up next, we're looking forward to a conversation with Avalanche goaltender Scott Wedgwood. That's next.
1 down low in front. Save made by Wedgwood. Follow-up attempt. He makes it with his left leg. Great Scott.
Boys, I said it when I got traded here. You guys are never out of it with this squad. That was fun. 4 lines, 60, 2 tendies all year. Let's go. Let's move this.
Yay made his debut in a 5-4 victory over the Buffalo Sabres. The native of Brampton, Ontario. We are joined right now by here's what's weird. He's new Avalanche goaltender, but he's not the newest Avalanche goaltender.
Currently the longest tenured.
That's true. We're joined right now by Avalanche netminder Scott Wedgwood. Scott, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Thanks, guys. I'm good. How are you guys?
It's great to have you on. Welcome to Denver. Welcome to the Avalanche. Let's start here, Scott. Last night, I say this, and I say it to poke my co-host every now and then, but sometimes hockey is just so stupid. And last night, to me, was one of those nights. Those first 2 goals that you I'm not even going to say that you gave up, that happened to go into the net behind you last night. Sometimes as a goaltender, you just like what the random bounce of a hockey puck, of a piece of rubber at 90 miles an hour. How frustrating can that be to do your job like that?
Yeah, I know. I was laughing because yesterday that NHL commercial came out with all the goalies talking about tipping being out of control, and oddly enough, that was my fate. But it's just a game. I mean, I love the game and I hate the game. It's kind of the love-hate relationship with that part of it. You know, you beat me with a great shot, go bar in or something, and you can tip your hat, and then you can throw a 20-mile-an-hour floater and hit a shin pad or whatever the case may be and bounce the other way, and that's your luck. So I've been on both sides of it. I've had goals that should have been in that hit posts or hit me when I'm not in the right position, and then you have nights like that, and that's why there's 82 games in a season, I guess.
You know, you guys, it's a part of the job description is to have the short memory, but like when especially that first one last night, the other one off the leg, whatever, that's going to happen. The first one felt like a 1 in 100 situation. How do you kind of bounce back after that? Do you just view that as an oh well? Do you get frustrated? How do you handle that mentally?
Yeah, usually I don't, no matter how the puck goes in, I usually don't get frustrated. I mean, you go back to the 5-hole standing up goal in Pittsburgh, more of a goal that's just straight on you, let alone a bad bounce. And a guy came in, and I'm like, I got the entire net covered, beat me with your best shot. And he goes on the ice, and you're like, not that best shot. Like, try and pick a corner, let me make a save, and you try and read it. And, it's a 1v1 battle, and those are the ones where you kind of, kick yourself. Like, I definitely could have played that a little differently, but I don't hate my decision. It was more of a read, and you just kind of look at it that way, right? I kind of have a scale of, could have had it, should have had it, and no chance. And those no chance ones are ones you just shake your head at, give a little chuckle, and that's the game. But the ones where you should have or could have, that's the ones where you like to always be a work in progress and see what you can do better or what you can do next time. And that's kind of the nice part about the goalie position is no one's ever perfect in it for the most part.
All right, I got a serious question after this, but do you ever just tell a guy, don't celebrate that? And I will tell you, I'll tell you where this comes from. I play lacrosse, the field game, and one time I had to fill in at goalie, and I went to throw the pass on the clear and literally chucked the ball on my own net after making the stupid save. And I looked at my guy, I'm like, get me the hell out of here. I hate this position. Do you ever just want to yell at anybody? Just don't party. That wasn't good. Do you ever say that to anybody?
No, I don't think so. The nice thing about the position is, even if it's 6-on-0, I've always find it's my fault if it gets behind me. It's never, a guy trying to block it or a guy missing coverage. I mean, how quick the game is these days and how decisive guys are and hiding passes and hiding shots or fake shots to passes. It's just, if they can cover off the one-timers and let guys on off wings collect passes, usually gives us time. But no, I usually don't, I'll walk away from a game upset if I don't perform, but it's always more of an inside battle of, show up the right way, prepare the right way, and give your best effort and understand that some nights it's going to go your way and some nights it's not. It's the only way you can really get through an 82-game season in this position. I feel like if you get too high and too low on it, you're just looking to crash, and that's when the issue starts coming if you're getting over-analyzing on yourself.
All right, here's why we had to have you today, and we appreciate you taking some time out because, look, I think you were aware of what was going on before you got here. You talked about how you just kind of laugh some things off. You don't like to get flustered. Nathan McKinnon, after the game the other night, after the nice win in Pittsburgh, he talked about what a great guy you've been and the personality and so friendly. Casey Middlestat echoed those thoughts. Actually, he was the first one to say it that I heard in a game interview a couple games ago. And they're all just talking about your great personality, how you're calm in the room, but they always laugh about he's such a goalie. What does that mean to you? What is the personality of a goalie that these guys keep referring to for maybe those of us that aren't educated?
Oh boy, I don't even know. No, I think I've been through so much now. I've always felt like I've been a better goalie than my numbers show, and I don't even have an excuse or a reason for it. I think back in Jersey, I was looking for an opportunity, got a debut. Came into camp next year, a couple injuries, shoulder surgery, high ankle sprain, missed some time. Come back after that, and I'm looking to make a team, and spots are taken, and then Arizona picks me up, and went on my whirlwind tour. Went back to Jersey. Arizona picks me up again, and I'd played on some bottom of the league teams, and left with 3 goals against average and a .900 and a losing record, and then I get on Dallas and get some games back. But I don't know. I think it's a little bit of I've been around so much. I love to talk. I feel like I'll be sitting next to you guys, and once the career's over or something with one of these broadcasting jobs, I feel like that's down my alley. But I don't know. I stay light. I don't get too over the top, and I kind of have that little bit of a nerd personality. But I don't know. The goalies, when I think of goalies, are introverted and I don't know, like just weird and quirky. I don't know if I'm weird and quirky. I don't really analyze myself that way, but maybe just being a happy-go-lucky guy and crazy enough to take these slap shots at my head might just be the reason they're looking at.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you hear out of the Finnish school of goaltending or anything like that. Go and live in the woods by yourself or whatever. You don't really seem to have that personality. Scott Wedgwood, big.
By the way, shoot higher than our jobs, please, Scott. We'd like you to make a better living than that. But
Scott Wedgwood is our guest right now, number 41 of your Avalanche. When you're a goaltender and you get acquired by a new team mid-season, and you've been out on the ice, I believe, for 5 games now in an Avalanche uniform. On the one part, your job description is just see puck, stop puck. But what do you have to learn when you get to a new team? What systems do you have to know? What language do you have to know? What is required for you to be fully comfortable out on the ice as a goaltender, if anything?
I think one thing that I probably do differently than a lot of most, and Blackwood and I were talking about it, he's a little bit on the side of not as much information, see puck, stop puck, like you said. But I like to get in the habits of almost a ton of information, and that's the nicest thing I've kind of come into custom here with Bednar is analytics are on the board. He gives you every option, every sight line, a lot of video. So I really appreciate the information overload that's come out of the Avalanche locker room. Probably the most prepared team I've been a part of going into games with just the amount of information the coaching staff give you. Guys' tendencies, I like to get behind the net and just make a quick first pass. Obviously, there's been a couple miscues with Cale and Gerard already, just with the fact that sometimes they like to pick the puck up from the goalie. So a little bit of just players' tendencies. Obviously, what hand my D-men are and what they like to do is kind of the biggest thing. And then the D-zone, for the most part, they play a pretty standard, zone coverage with a man-on-man up top, and then we got box outs and the odd block in front of the net. So that's kind of what you're really looking into, but more just, guys' habits and, I guess, superstitions around the room, what time coach comes into the locker room, throws things off for different teams. But it's more just kind of the lay of the land and, the operating systems of the locker room. And, I've been lucky that it's been a pretty smooth transition here, and the guys have been super, welcoming and, talkative to the sense where I don't feel like I got to go out of my way to, make new friends. And I've been through the trades on different teams and claims and waiver wires and things like that. And for the most part, it's gone relatively well. And there's the odd time where you kind of feel like, you got to find your spot and find your people. But I think just being the outgoing, talkative personality and maybe the lack of what the room had at the time that I got acquired has been almost like I filled a hole for them, and it's been a relatively warm welcome and a home feeling right from the get-go. So missing the family and the baby and the wife right now and trying to get all those logistics done. And once that's settled and we can maybe get Christmas with the time the movers come, we'll have everything we need come the new year.
See, and I'm really glad you said that because this is what I'm kind of curious about. And you got two. I know all professional athletes, at least the ones that I've been around, are all uber competitive to the point where I don't think you can even explain it to the public how competitive some guys are. But you hear the stories about Nathan MacKinnon in particular, and I think Cale quietly has it. Like, there's a lot of intense dudes, and I think Nate in particular. There's been podcasts about his habits and the chickpea pasta and no candy bars and all that other stuff. We talked to Ross Colton about this in the past. I know in baseball they say you can't grind, you can't burn hot every day because how long the season is. What is that for hockey? Do you ever have to remind guys, and I'm not necessarily saying that you've had to do it with Nate, but do you have to remind guys sometimes with a personality like yours that we got 82 of these things and you can't grind the whole 6 months? Or where do you fall on that for the grind of a season?
Well, it's going to take some time to obviously feel guys out. I mean, you've played against Nate. I've seen, like you said, clips of, expecting the best at everybody else. And some of these guys operate at such a tremendous elite level that I don't even know if I can even fathom what goes through his mind and what he, really sees. And, he's obviously a student of the game and understands what works. And you get guys maybe that aren't, accustomed to the way you operate or the way that you think things are right. And, you can look at it like, mom's always right or, listen to dad. And then, someone's a good cop, bad cop. But, he's been great since I got here. Super talkative to me. I've got to know him, a little bit of his life story. We've saunted together a couple times. And you almost have to respect that, to be as elite as he is and to operate at like the level he does, to also then work out, ride the bike after games, care about the nutrition at that level. You'd hate to have a guy that's an elite player and then just kind of, eats pizza and goes out and drinks beers and doesn't seem like he cares. Like the ability that he cares, he almost heightens everybody else because, not in a bad way, but if he's going to yell at you for not being good or doing the right things to make the team better, he's right. You're not doing the right things to make the team better. And I don't have any issues with him in the room right now. He's been elevating guys. He's been positive. Believes we can come back in the games that we have. He's a big voice in the Buffalo win. Even last night, treating the same way. We're going to the third. We can do it again. Let's go. Saying the right things. So, I have nothing negative to say on the behavior side of it. But, if things come where he's running hot and the team is, not following suit, maybe, there's a situation where I just, pick the guy that he's picking on and we go have a conversation about what works. And it's a team that way. And, you're going to have, your hot brother and we're a family in there. And no matter what happens, we're all trying to do the right thing and win a Stanley Cup. And you need those guys because without his, excellence, obviously the team would falter. And there's going to be times that we're all, I might get angry. I don't know if I will, but one time I might get angry. And that's why there's another day and a chance to get better and learn more about each other. And it's been a good family so far since I've got here.
I think Landeskog's actually your hot brother, Scott. By the way, before we wrap up, what is your nickname inside the dressing room? We need to know.
Because it's usually an IE or an ER. Where did we go here?
Well, Wedge and Wedgie always go, but some people I remember Rick Bowness never wanted to call me Wedgie, so he always liked Wedge. But Wedgewall comes out of a guy's name. Sand Wedge, they always joke about just because of the golf analogies. I mean, I should have been a golfer with the name, but maybe my post-career. But no, Wedgie usually goes. My mom calls me Scott, but I'll let her be the only one to do that. And then, I don't take Woody. I've played with Woods, obviously Miles Wood, and Dylan Wood was a friend of mine growing up, and he was Woody. So Wedge and Wedgie has always been the one that sticks.
Last one. We have a great question from the text line. Do you want to score a goal?
Oh, more than anything. I was a defenseman until I was 12 and signed a player goalie card at 13 and swapped every game until a goalie partner back in minor hockey quit, and I was a goalie ever since. So I still get out sometimes in practice. If we have a later day, I'll take off my gear and throw some gloves on a stick and still feel like if I pause time right now, I could come back as a defenseman. But I do miss it, and obviously I think when my career's over, I don't know if I'll ever put the pads on again. It's just once you do it, you never want to do it again.
Well, Scott Wedgewood, congratulations on being a new member of the Avalanche. Obviously, happy holidays to you and your family. We hope you guys get to be together and get settled in Denver and everything. But everyone's thrilled to have you, man. So thanks so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it, Andy and Nate. Nice meeting you.
All right. Scott Wedgewood stopping by the show.
I like him, too.
That was FOP stuff right there.
There was There was a Scrubs where they got this new surgeon that everybody just liked and nobody knew why. That's him.
Yeah. I mean, look at his face right now on
Twitch.
Twitch.
Me feel better about myself. I love that I said, I'll go talk to the guy after Nate rips him.
Pick him up a little bit.
Dude, I'm serious. Great job by Spring. Thank you to Avs PR because, first off, there was a loss. We broke some rules to do that interview, shall we say.
We've never talked to an Avalanche player the day after a loss,
especially not the guy that had to be in net. And
right.
Again, it wasn't his fault, not like he stunk. But, dude,
That's
when
awesome.
you listen to that guy, again, I don't know what was going on inside that room. I'm not trying to be – I don't have the connections inside that room that I would have, say, in the Broncos or something like that. See you. But, dude, listening to that guy talk – yeah, I can see why that personality was maybe needed, especially at the goalie position after what we've watched for a couple months.
I would probably say that that's the case as well. Nuggets tonight against the Clips. We'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avalanche in action tomorrow night. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, we have got Broncos-Colts conversation with Jeff Legwold. We also have a Heisman Trophy ceremony tomorrow night, which we'll be discussing with Jeff Legwold. That's next. Sport Trade is Colorado's newest premium sports betting app. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. Download Sport Trade onto your phone. Great conversation right there with new Avalanche goaltender Scott Wedgwood. You want to bet hockey on Sport Trade? It's a lot of fun the way that you can do it because on Sport Trade, you can view the odds as probabilities. All right, let's say you're betting a hockey game, okay? Let's say you bet Colorado to win pregame at 40% odds. Well, they take a 2-0 lead in the first. You can then sell your bet at 70%. That's right. Buy low, sell high. For first-time bettors out there, it's real simple. You don't have to understand confusing odds like plus 115 and minus 175. No, just buy low and sell high. Real simple. Can't go wrong. Go to getsporttrade.com and check it out right now. Again, that's getsporttrade.com. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. They have everything you need to create a holiday menu your whole family will love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Let's get into some local flavored football talk with our friend Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Leggy, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing quite well. Leggy, Broncos back to work this week. The performance against Cleveland, what did that do to inform Sean Payton and the coaching staff about what needed to be corrected, focused on, etc., for the home stretch in these final 4 games?
Yeah, Nate, I mean, you got the best of both worlds. You get the win, and you also get to stand in front of the team and sort of do the old, don't get too full of yourselves. You won the game, but they went about the business of having a pretty normal practice week this week. Peyton has said several times that a discussion with Andy Reid long ago about simply cutting your players loose for the bye week was beneficial, and he does believe in that. And he said they came back and we're ready to go. And I think that having a late bye and still being in the playoff mix helps them get their attention immediately. You don't have to sort of ramp things up. They come back ready to go because they know they're still in it. And I thought it was interesting this week, Patrick Mahomes was asked in Kansas City, because they're in sort of like the Broncos. They're going to end up having, 3 games in 10 or 11 day span like the Broncos will. And Mahomes said something about, I think Chris Jones, actually. I think Chris Jones said something about, boy, it would be nice to have a late bye. And, the Broncos got that late bye, and their injury report shows they're in pretty good shape health-wise, beyond Riley Moss.
Yeah, Riley Moss. You still expecting? What do you think? Bengal game for him? What's your best guess?
I think Andy he was ruled out today, and he didn't participate in any of the team portions of things this week. But this week was a big step. He was on working with the training staff on the side field, after the opening portion of practice. He is doing like some back pedals and the usual rehab for a knee injury, but he's at least doing all of the movements a corner would do in a game, and now it's just a matter of getting it healthy enough to play. And I still think, unless something happens they don't expect next week, the Bengal game is still pretty good target. But I think you would have to practice early in that week for that to be a go. And, it wouldn't shock me if they left him behind from the Los Angeles trip just so he could rehab more fully. But we'll see what they do when next week rolls around.
Who will be the third cornerback on Sunday against the Colts?
I wish I could give people the definitive answer, but I think they've prepped both ways to either play the rookie Chris Abrams-Draine more and to just wave it off as what Levi Wallace himself called the worst game of his career. Mm-hmm. Wave it off as a veteran guy knows better than to have 2 of those in back-to-back weeks. And I think they will be far more aggressive doing things with Surtain over the last 4 weeks. The Browns game was pretty much a reminder that it's pretty good to use your best guys in as many of the situations as possible. And Sean Payton has said a couple of times this week, part of the debrief from the Browns game was the old, what would you do differently if you played them again type of thing. And I think Surtain on Judy or Surtain in more of a matched up situation on particular downs was part of that discussion.
All right, before we get into strategy with the Colts, look, Jeff surprised. I'm surprised Garrett Bowles got the extension. It didn't feel like anything in the offing. You had said many times on this show that, hey, they hadn't messed with his contract. That seemed to be intentional. But you know what? They decided to go and hold on to a guy that probably would be highly sought after on the market. Were you surprised at the fact that he decided to stick around?
I think Garrett was surprised. I mean, I asked him, as recently as a couple of weeks ago about how things were going, and he didn't express much confidence. So, like the Jonathan Cooper deal, it came together pretty quickly, and I think two things happened. I think Bowles has played better than maybe the Broncos expected. His metrics, which GMs all look at these days, it's part of the equation now, whether we like it or not. But his pass blocking metrics are, top 6, top 7 in the league right now. And Sean Payton wants a pass blocker on the left side with his rookie quarterback prospect moving forward when he isn't a rookie anymore. And I think they came to the realization, okay, if you let Garrett Bowles walk, will the replacement be a better player? And I think the free agency crop is not expected to be all that great at tackle. And beyond the top 2 guys on the board, the draft isn't going to be particularly deep at tackle either, at least right now. So I think they came to the conclusion. I thought it might hinder them. I mean, Jacksonville just gave Walker Little $40-some million over a 3-year deal, and he's nowhere in the category of Garrett Bowles as a player. So I thought that may inflate what the deal could be, or even make it not happen. But once it's essentially a 2-year, maybe 3-year deal, but that second year is pretty much guaranteed. And I think once the Broncos were willing to do that, the deal got done.
We're talking to Jeff Legwold. It's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Leggy, this is a really good Broncos defense. I know it's oversimplified, but that's what I would call them. I'd call them really, really good. And taking a look at the schedule this year, I mean, the 2 most mobile quarterbacks that Denver has gone up against, Justin Fields only rushed for 27 yards in week 2 against Denver. Lamar Jackson only rushed for 4 yards in that Baltimore game. Granted, he threw for 1,000, but still. Anthony Richardson's averaging 47 rushing yards per game since he returned from his, we'll call it, sabbatical for the Indianapolis Colts. Is this a Denver defense, as you have watched them sort of schematically, that is just well-positioned to stop or contain mobile quarterbacks?
Well, they're what they do well is they're very sound, Nate. They don't get greedy in the pass rush against those guys. A mobile quarterback counts on you getting greedy in the pass rush, that one of the outside edge guys will go deeper than the quarterback. That old adage, against a mobile guy, don't go deeper than the quarterback. And because once you allow a mobile guy the ability to go vertical to escape, you're going to have a huge problem. And they're just really disciplined. He's a defensive, he's sort of an interior guy on a 3-4, but Zach Allen is just having as good a season as anybody can have in the defensive line. And that's a big part of it. He is rarely out of position. He rarely, if ever, has a down where he isn't just going at, pedal to the metal. So and John Franklin Myers has been just a great addition. So when you're solid and disciplined on the interior, you're going to handle mobile quarterbacks better because you take away their favorite escape routes. And that's what they do the best. Now, they got in trouble in the passing game sometimes, against Lamar because they tried to play so much zone, and that's what I'm intrigued with, because if you play man against the quarterback that can run, the minute he sees the DBs with their backs to him, that can be a cheap 10-yard gain over and over again. So that's the line you're walking. You'd like to match Surtain up and all of those things, but the minute you play man defense, against a mobile guy, you're almost giving them what they want, at least as a runner.
How good is this Colts team, Jeff? I'm looking at the schedule. 1-point victory over the Patriots, not a very good team. 1-point victory over the Jets, not a very good team. Hearty victories for the Bills and the Lions over them. Vikings got them all right, pretty good. The Texans beat them only by 3. What do you make of them? They a good team? They a scary team? Or are they just living off of some momentum after beating a couple of bad teams?
Well, and in some ways, they're like the Broncos.
Okay.
I think of the playoff, of the teams that would make the playoffs in the AFC right now, the Broncos have the lowest strength of victory. It's just you play who's in front of you, but their issues have been largely on offense with the quarterback situation, and he is statistically, Anthony Richardson is having almost the exact season Tim Tebow did in 2011. That year, Tim led the league in yards per completion and yards per attempt, and he was last in the league in completion percentage, and that's where Richardson is right now. A mobile quarterback who will occasionally hit the big play over a lulled defense or a defense more intent on defending him as a runner, and that's the exact formula, Tebow had in 2011 with the Broncos. He had those games where he would complete single-digit pass. I think he had one game where he had 9 completions and 2 of them were touchdowns. He had the 2 of 8 game in Kansas City, and one of those is a touchdown. So Richardson's having that kind of season, and that always gives them a puncher's chance. You might defend them very, very well for most or virtually all of the game, but the one time he makes a completion, it's this big play for a score, and that's what the Broncos really have to avoid.
Yeah, he can hit those things. Jeff, before we get you out of here, you wrote about Travis Hunter today on ESPN.com, and man, you went right to the source. Why don't I just talk to the greatest corner that I've ever seen play? And oh, by the way, this guy was a hell of an offensive player in his time as well. You talked to Champ Bailey all about Travis Hunter, both about what Travis does so well and also about Travis's future pro prospects. As you picked the brain of an all-time legend, what did you learn about Travis Hunter?
Yeah, and it's interesting because I actually covered multiple games, Champs last year at Georgia. That was part of my NFL duties back then. And he played every down for those teams. He returned punts and kickoffs too. And he may be the only comp we have in the modern era for what Travis Hunter is doing and has done. And Champ loves him as a player. He hopes somebody gives him a chance in the NFL to do at least some two-way, playing. His concern, not concern, but his theory is that the preparation part, the defensive backs meet at the same time the wide receivers do. The defensive team meeting is the same time as the offensive team meeting. That just the hours in the day will limit what Travis Hunter may be allowed to do. But he said if he gets the right coach, who knows? But he loves Travis Hunter as a player. They ended up moving some things around in the story, but my favorite quote, I don't think made it, but he said he's a revolution. And I just thought for him to say that was remarkable. And he just said Travis is so much more so much more progress has been made in training and recovery that Travis knows more about doing it than, Champ was just kind of doing it without any knowledge. And he said no trainer or coach could even help him because nobody had ever done it to the extent he was before. Again, you're talking about a guy who played in the SEC, who played almost every snap on offense, every snap on defense, and returned kicks and punts in the same year. And, his quote was, if the ball was out there, I was out there. But I just thought it was fascinating. It just occurred to me that Champ Bailey may be the only guy who really knows what Travis Hunter has done this year and how cool it is. And he said, if that's not the Heisman Trophy winner, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it was a great piece, and that part that you mentioned about Champ sort of citing the sports science and the advances there these days of like when Champ was doing it, we didn't know anything, and it's like now they have an idea how to get the body prepared. We talked to Dr. Eric McCarty about it. There's that part of it, and then there's also the part of like unicorns like Travis Hunter and Champ Bailey come around, once in a lifetime if we're lucky. Jeff Legwold, everybody. Read his latest at ESPN.com. You talked to Champ Bailey about Travis Hunter, who should be getting the Heisman Trophy tomorrow night. Leggy, good work as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you.
Jeff Legwold, as always, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Big night, by the way, for Travis last night. Got the Biletnikoff, got the Bednarik, got the Walter Camp. Didn't get the Maxwell. Ashton Genty got the Maxwell.
What was Maxwell? Is that best player too?
Also best player.
Okay.
And Genty obviously got the Doak Walker as the best running back in the country. I don't even know why you would have nominated anybody else for that award. But yeah, good haul for Travis last night. Probably a Heisman Trophy in his future tomorrow. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. We've been real guesty. We got things we got to get off our chest. That's coming up next. We are taking warning, Operation Ivy, on a Ska Friday. Andy, why are we taking warning? Because Bo Nix might be playing in some elements coming up here.
Well, we're going to, according to Chris
on
Bianchi, he just tweeted out we could be looking at 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. It could affect some things, the kicking game, the passing game a little bit. So
Could be
see.
gusty.
Wouldn't be just Bo
out
Nix
there.
fighting that thing, and Anthony Richardson likes to toss one deep here.
Sure does.
So that could be also. We'll see.
Bo was quite bad in the rain earlier this year. Threw for negative yardage in the first half, 60 yards total in that game. We haven't seen Bo Nix play a snow game yet. This could be Bo Nix and front range wins for the first time. Hey, these are tests you got to pass.
Yeah.
If you're going to be a Broncos quarterback, you got to go out there and be able to sling it around a little bit.
But doesn't that also, let's say it is a windy day.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the Broncos relying more on that short passing game may play to their benefit than trying to lob it up in the air and see what the wind does with
The
it.
dink, the
now,
dunk,
I understand
and
that
the
Richardson's
whatnot.
got a heck of an arm.
Oh,
that he can really toss one.
It's
but
a howitzer.
It is, but you still,
Yeah.
I've seen some. Didn't we? I felt like we had one in Boulder a couple of times this year. At least one early in the season where a couple of the kicks even were real weird because of the wind.
Wasn't the Baylor game really windy this year?
Yeah, I feel like it probably was, even though it was nighttime.
Yeah. Still hit some deep passes, obviously.
They did. But
No, we know how that game went.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You know what? All the guys, I love all our guys, as I've talked about before, but I did not see those slick roads coming Monday night, so maybe I'm a little bit angry at everybody right
Those
now.
were brutal.
It's not psyched.
Yeah, it was not a good time.
Hey, you got stuff to get. You want to get chesty?
I want to get real chesty.
We were guesty.
Yeah, we were
now
guesty.
You're going to get chesty.
Now we're going to get chesty. So last night, Andy, I'm watching Thursday Night Football. Watching Stafford driving down the field at the end of that game for the field goal that would, it was still a one-score game, let's be honest. It made it a two-score game at the very end of that crap fest. But the Rams get the win over the Niners last night, 12-6. Niners got dudes quitting on them. Ugly situation right now for San Francisco. But late in that game, Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, about 30 seconds to go in this game. Again, Rams are bleeding clock, trying to kick the field goal to make a 9-6 game, a 12-6 game. And in the midst of their conversation, as they're filling time amongst myriad timeouts,
Waiting for a touchdown, they're hoping.
that was never going to come.
That never showed up.
Herbstreit and Al, they started talking about a prior Thursday night experience, another game that they had where no touchdowns were scored. And listen to the game that they ended up bringing up. This is from last night, Amazon, about 30 seconds to go in the game.
Well, back in year one of Thursday Night Football, I think we had a 9-6 game.
Was that Indy Denver?
How can you forget?
I forgot the score. That was OT, right?
That was the game.
That was painful.
And you said to me, how can they leave going over? I said, well, they'd seen enough. Not this game. This was for a 9-6 game or whatever. It's going to wind up maybe 12-6.
30 seconds.
Tough conditions.
Strategy. Yep, tough conditions for sure.
I think Al was trying to be like, this thing is actually pretty good. And even he was like midway through the sentence and he was just like, no, actually, this thing hasn't been very good.
Now help me out. So 9-6. Didn't that game end up 15-12? What was the final score of that fateful Denver game? Did we think they were going to tie at 12 at one point?
This was October 6th, 2022.
Everyone had to get home and get ready for Halloween early.
Yeah.
Because they didn't stay for the end of that game.
If you recall, it was a 9-6 game throughout the fourth quarter when Chase McLaughlin kicked a 31-yard field goal with 5 seconds remaining in regulation to tie the game at 9 and send that thing to overtime. So the game would go to OT. This is the last time the Broncos and Colts would have played in a regular season game. The game would go to overtime, and the Amazon cameras, they caught a lot of people streaming to the exits with the outcome of the game still very much in question. If you recall, here we go. Thursday night, 2 years ago, Broncos-Colts.
Last 9-9 game, I was doing the San Francisco Giants. The great Lon Simmons, who was also the announcer for the 49ers, said at the end of 7, it's Padres 9, Giants 9. Unfortunately, the Giants are playing in German. Anyway.
They're leaving. The Broncos fans are bailing.
They've had enough.
It's 9-9. They're like, the heck with it. I'm out.
Yep.
I'm out of here. That's crazy.
Sometimes you just got to beat the traffic.
Okay. Said the heck with this. I've seen enough.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm not gonna crush Devondre Campbell for leaving during that crap fest last night, and he was paid to be there, I support every single one of those Broncos fans that left that game.
Yeah.
You didn't need to watch any more of that thing.
Yeah, I remember that. And remember the Colts and Broncos did play last year.
Oh, they did.
I'm trying to remember.
Why do I not remember?
Because Minshew beat him again. Didn't they? I swear we played in Indy last year against Minshew.
Did they? I'll take your word for it.
Or am I confusing that with the Detroit? I know they also played Detroit last year, but I thought lost in Indy was one of the bad games. No,
they didn't play the Colts last year.
Oh, I thought for sure Minshew beat us with the Colts a year ago.
No. He beat him with the Jags a few years back.
No, I remember that.
Big Leonard Fournette
Trust
game.
me, I remember that.
No, that's how bad last season was, Andy. You're now inventing losses that didn't even happen.
Did they play in the first? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That was somebody sent the video out. Remember the game you're talking about with Herb Street and Michaels?
Yeah.
First off, did Ryan, who was their quarterback that's now the CBS commentator?
Matt Ryan.
Mm-hmm. Did he make it through that game? He got hurt, right?
No, he finished.
He did?
He did.
God, he was bad. I just remember.
Listen to the stat lines.
Was it Benito? Like everybody was sacking Matt Ryan, and then they couldn't get to him anymore.
Sacked him 6 times.
And then they couldn't.
In that game. They sacked him 6 times. Here were the final stat lines for the two quarterbacks. By the way, Russ got sacked 4 times in that game. Matt Ryan, 26 of 41, 251, no tutties, 2 picks. Russ, 21 of 39, 274, no tutties, 2 picks. He got sacked 4 times. The QBRs, respectively, Matt Ryan was at 18.0, Russ was at 16.5 for that crap fest.
I remember they put the video out there of KJ Hamler running free in the back of the end zone or whatever. Russ never saw him.
Yep.
And then he chucked his helmet.
He threw his helmet. Yeah. Which, can't blame him.
Now, was that the game that followed the Charger Bronco 12-9?
Bradley Chubb had 2.5 sacks that night.
Yeah, Chubb had a couple sacks. I want to say the guy we traded, I can't remember anybody's name. The linebacker.
Chargers game was the next week, 19-16. The Broncos would lose in OT.
So another nice, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Following week after that, they would lose 16-9.
Didn't Baron Browning have some sacks that night too?
Probably.
Like I felt like every guy on the Broncos in the first half was feasting
on Matt Ryan.
They had like a decent first quarter or something, and then it just went at the way of the.
It was so decent they were up 3-0 at the end of the first.
Yeah. Okay.
They were up 6-3 at the half, and they blew that lead.
Who cannot forget, though, everybody? That was when they gave us the first shot of the owner's box, and I think all of them were like, what have we gotten into here?
Yeah, this is
People are
awful.
leaving our game.
This is just heinous. Yeah, it's better now. It's so much better. Again, like, that game deserves to catch strays. I laughed at it when they brought it up last night. I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember that game. It deserves it. It's also an indication how far we've come. From the Nathaniel Hackett disaster to Russ and Sean hating each other's guts to a team that's a win away from a winning season right now in mid-December. It's great.
Yeah, it really is. It's nuts.
It's unreal what Sean Payton has been able to do this quickly with all the dead cap money and everything else. He and George they've pulled the right levers, man. It's incredible. I think they're going to score more than 12 points on Sunday.
Yeah, I don't, golly, I was just about to ask.
Maybe even more than 9.
Please don't get too cocky. Don't do this to us.
This is my prediction for the game. Broncos will score in double digits. That's the take. Uh-huh.
I hope we get another fun shootout. You know what I learned through Cleveland? I like shootouts.
Shootouts are fun. Yeah. By the way, total,
especially if you win.
Total on Bills-Lions, 54.5. Is the total on that game. They're looking for some big-time points getting scored in that one. We've got NFL news. Sean Payton discussing a big contract that the Broncos handed out, plus injury news that you can use going into your fantasy playoff matchup on Sunday. That's coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Apple Air. Whether it's fixing an existing heating, air, plumbing system, or if you need a new furnace like I did, call Apple Air 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. Get a free estimate, or if you've had another HVAC company out, you've gotten a quote that doesn't quite feel right, the pros at Apple Air will come out and give you a second opinion for free. Right now, they got a great December special, $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace. Give them a call, 303-733-2813. They'll come out, they'll give you a quote, they'll give you an idea what it's going to take to get the job done. They did it with me. I got a Daikin 2-stage high-efficiency furnace just this year. Love the thing. House has never been warmer. That thing purrs like a kitten. Give them a call, 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. You can also get a furnace safety checkup right now for $43.95. That's a new customer exclusive offer at Apple Air. Again, 303-733-2813, appleair.com. Play it, Spring.
Apple Air, the experts that
Oh, what a sports weekend we got ahead of us. Nuggets will be in action tonight against the Clippers. We'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll tip it off at 7 o'clock. Drop the puck on Avs in Nashville tomorrow night at 7 p.m. as well. We'll have that for you here on Altitude Sports Radio. Plus the Heisman Trophy ceremony tomorrow. New York City. Travis Hunter probably going to be picking up the Heisman and bringing it back to Boulder, being the second Heisman Trophy winner in program history. Fun stuff right there. We got a good sports weekend ahead of us and a huge NFL weekend. Let's do football news right now. Go ahead, Spring.
Friday High Five is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Broncos Colts Sunday afternoon. It'll be the first game that Garrett Bowles plays after he got paid, after he got a big 4-year contract extension. Sean Payton talked to the media today. First time he was able to answer about that contract extension. Here's Sean today.
Look, man, the way he's played, he's available. You know, he's someone who's in incredible shape. I didn't realize he was 33, and George and I were talking. I just never had paid attention to that, but you know, he does a great job of taking care of his body. And then besides that, the most important thing is he's one of the premier pass blockers in our league. He stays in front of his guy, regardless of. And there's times where we got to help elsewhere, and that's hard to find. So he's excited about it. We are as well. It's much deserved, and you guys know how important I feel like that position group is when you're building a team. So, yeah.
Pass block win rate, according to ESPN, for Garrett Bowles this year, Andy, was 93%. According to True Media, he's allowed 14 pressures, 1 sack on 481 pass block snaps so far this year. Bo Nix, his emergence this year, he's right there in the Offensive Rookie of the Year conversation. He's quarterback of the future. He's QB1 next year. There's not even any question of that. You know, we talked about how much Garrett sort of played his way into getting this contract that maybe the organization wasn't necessarily planning on at the start of the year. Maybe they were looking to get cheaper at that spot, get younger at that spot. But how much is the performance of Bo and the fact that the Broncos actually have a viable NFL starting quarterback right now, how much did that then lead Sean Payton to say, well, I love him as a great pass blocker, and I like my passer, therefore this is a worthwhile investment for me?
Yeah, we kind of talked a little bit about it yesterday. I do feel like some of these contracts are seen is because they believe they're going to see the end of the rookie contract with Bo most likely. And because of that,
and because they're winning faster.
To your point, I think that not only means sign your left tackle so that he can continue to be. You need constants around a young team and a young quarterback in particular. So you get consistency in your offensive line with this move, and you know, at the end of the day, you feel like you got the money to spend because you got the rookie deal. Now we'll see how it plays out. You know, I like the move.
Yeah.
And I thought Cynthia Freeland did make a great point. Had Garrett hit free agency, I didn't even think about the Chiefs looking for a tackle. Dude, he might have ended up on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Could have.
Okay. And he is going to get paid. He could have been paid the way Powers and McGlinchey were paid when they were both free agents 2 years ago. It's a smart move by the Broncos, and like you said, because you want to keep your young quarterback upright, and the fact that he is on that rookie deal, you're able to do this.
Get the advantage of a guy that likes being here. His family has roots here. He has a massive family, so you don't necessarily. Again, you're saving him the trouble of having to deal with any kind of move or anything else like that. Maybe there's a little bit of hometown discount that goes into that as well. It all works out well for the Broncos. Garrett Bowles extended. Good move for Denver. They take on the Colts on Sunday. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, and then on Thursday Night Football, they will go to L.A. and play the Chargers. The Chargers host the Buccaneers, a battle of a couple teams who currently have playoff spots. Justin Herbert has been dealing with some leg injuries this week. He did return to practice. Jim Harbaugh talked to the media today. We got another good one here.
Nice.
Got another good one. Jim Harbaugh was asked if he has to remind himself not to take Justin Herbert's toughness for granted. Here's Jim.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's just, it's admiration. He's got the strength of 10 men.
He's Paul Bunyan, the quarterback.
Well,
first off, whoever that reporter is that asked that question, I'm just like, how important is it not to take the toughness of Justin Herbert for granted? You know that guy was just like, here, Jim, here's a bottle of syrup. Dump it all over us right now.
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, I wondered if it was asked too in the spirit of, hey, man, you need to watch out and make sure he's not, he's got a bad ankle and bad legs.
Right.
You need to get him out of there.
Strength of 10 men.
He's got the strength of 10 men. Why not?
You know the problem with 10 men, Andy? That's 20 ankles that could get sprained.
That's true.
You got to be careful.
But not as long as one of them's not Herbert's. I'm telling you, this is going to be very interesting with this quick turnaround with the Broncos.
Yeah, it's something to watch out for. And Ladd McConkey is questionable going into this game. He didn't play last week. Real quick, and I don't want to throw more applause on Justin Herbert than Jim Harbaugh because I'm not capable of doing what he can do. But did you realize right now Herbert has only thrown one interception this year? 14 tutties to one pick. That's his touchdown to interception. And the reason why I bring it up is, and Ladd McConkey is banged up, his receivers suck.
Yeah.
And he's been able to put up those kind of numbers this year like that. And they needed to move on from Keenan Allen. They needed to move on from Mike Williams. Like, they had to get younger at that position. But, like, right now, like, Quentin Johnson is, like, his most reliable target with Ladd McConkey banged up, and he's still able to go out there and play pretty well. It's quite impressive. That team, we talked about Denver needing to upgrade at the skill positions. Man, the Chargers are right in that same boat.
Yeah, yes, there's no, I hope they don't. How about I leave it at that? I hope they don't. I'm glad that they don't have a lot of great receiving. It's also, it's just the Chargers. They don't. What do you think? Can the Broncos catch them if they get the win? Like, aren't they both at 8-6 right now? Right?
8-5.
8-5. Both teams are 8-5. Chargers schedule the rest of the way.
Can the Broncos leapfrog them? And I asked this because ultimately that's the key to getting to your Steelers matchup in the playoffs.
No, it's so what you're hoping for right now, because technically the Chargers have the tie break at the moment. Chargers got Tampa Bay at home this week, then they got Denver on a Thursday night. Obviously, Broncos have to win that game if they're going to jump the Chargers. They finish at New England and at the Raiders. So two pretty favorable matchups to close out. Broncos, like we said, Indy this week, at the Chargers, at Cincinnati, and home against KC. Broncos have a really tough schedule the rest of the way. I know the numbers are a little bit skewed because Kansas City is 12-1, but the Chargers do have the easier schedule. The Ravens also have the easier schedule down the stretch here. They got a road game against the Giants this week. If the Broncos are going to jump either of those teams, here's the cool thing about it. They're going to completely earn it. Broncos are 7-0 against teams that are below 500 so far this year. I know Indy doesn't technically qualify as that, but this is the time of year to start beating some winning teams. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. We have Eagles-Steelers Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, we do.
George Pickens will miss his second straight game for Pittsburgh with a hamstring injury. All right, Russell Wilson talking to the media. He was asked if he has any good state championship memories. They're framing this, so the Battle of Pennsylvania.
Ah, yeah.
Philly versus Pittsburgh.
I get it.
Russ, do you have any good state championship memories?
Yeah, I won them all. That was always a good in high school. And then in college, I guess, NC State versus UNC was always a big one. We won those. So in Washington, you don't really have anything up there. I was up in Seattle. But, I think, Coach always finds a way to motivate us in such a way. We have such respect for this football team we're about to play. And, this is a team that's been to the Super Bowl. I was telling the guys, this is a team that's been in the Super Bowl recently. Some of these guys on this team have played in it, been in it. They got, one of the world's best running backs, too, as well. That's been added to this football team. They got great players. We got to be ready to play our best football. This is what it's all about, these moments. And it's going to be a heavyweight fight, and we got to find a way.
Thanks, Russ. Always good to hear from you. How many targets is A.J. Brown going to get in this game, Andy? A dozen?
That's going to be the question.
Two
Do they
dozen?
go ahead and try to do the overcorrection,
Yeah.
force it to him?
Force it to him.
Because the Eagles are good because they're able to run the football.
Yeah.
But look, the Steelers are a very good defense. We know that all too well here. We saw these two teams play each other.
Best defense against the run in the NFL right now.
I thought the Steelers had a pretty good shot at this, but without George Pickens being available, and I believe he was ruled out, right? There it is right there.
Yeah, he's ruled out. I mean, it really takes away any kind of deep middle thing that you want to throw. It's going to be tough for those guys.
Well, you watched last week. Who did the Steelers play? Was that Cleveland?
Yeah.
Russ just doesn't have the same chemistry on the deep balls as some of the other guys that he had with Pickens.
Yeah, Pickens is a great player.
Russ takes advantage of it.
You take that away. It's kind of a pedestrian passing game. You'd have to win it on the ground. I like Vic Fangio over Russell Wilson. So,
and that's in Philly, we've been saying,
it's
right?
It's in Philly. I'm going to take the
Steelers
Eagles.
never won there?
Yeah, I'm going to take the Eagles to go and get this one. But, man, heavyweight fight. Good stuff. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Dolphins are 6-7, and they are at the Texans, who are 8-5. So if the Dolphins can get an upset win in Houston, they'll get back to 500. They did release wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. today. Mike McDaniel was asked if that was a mutual decision, as has apparently been reported.
Yeah, no. Conversations led us to determining that it was the best for both parties. I think we've been, Odell and I have been very communicative. Since he's been here, he had a tough start in terms of having to rehab his way into the season, and then just looking at it as simple as all right, what's the best for both him and the team moving forward, and we just thought it was a good time to go that direction. That was the motivation behind it. That's all.
I mean, McDaniels is being kind about it. It's 9 catches in 9 games. Here's the subtext to that. I didn't feel like listening to that guy whine anymore.
Right.
Okay? Like, it's not worth it to me. I've got other weapons. Like, Jonnu Smith has emerged. We know the quality of other receivers they've got in that offense. Like, I don't need the headache for a guy that is old, not anything close to what he used to be, and has caught the ball 9 times in 9 games.
All right, but where does he end up? It seems like a weird move. Here's why I ask you. There's a Kansas City Chiefs team that still doesn't have things figured out at receiver. Now they're getting Hollywood Brown that was announced today.
Yep.
He has a little thing going on with the LA Rams. I think the Rams are pretty good, but there's a guy that knows the system and was pretty good for them their Super Bowl year.
Or does the NFL just look at it and go, dude's washed?
Could be. Could be, man.
What is to be gained?
I will say this. It feels like I'm glad you said what you said, because I kept trying to think, why would you release this guy? You're in the playoff hunt.
Yeah.
People think that Miami could be the biggest threat to Denver's playoff spot. I know we've talked a lot about Indy, but if they were to get on a roll and the Broncos were to hit a rough patch.
Yeah. Yeah. To me, it feels almost like a vibes move of just like, well, you're not doing anything anyway, so why is this worth it for me? And I'm willing to bet you Odell Beckham probably not thrilled about his target rate. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, and finally, probably the biggest game of the day will be the Lions and the Bills, also Sunday afternoon. For the Bills, they will be without cornerback Rasul Douglas. He's out with a knee injury. DeMar Hamlin is questionable to play with back and ribs injuries, but the Bills might get tight end Dalton Kincaid back. He hasn't played in a month. He is questionable with a knee injury.
Yeah, Lions have still everybody out on the defensive end of the field as well. This is going to be a great game. Let me ask you this, though, Andy. We've talked about MVP, and I think right now it's a 2-horse race between Josh Allen and Saquon. But let's just say Lions win this game comfortably on Sunday. Bills go in, Lions beat these guys by 2 touchdowns, 2-score win. And Goff throws for 403 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns, whatever. And Josh Allen might have one of those days. His turnover rate is down. He's kind of had, quite frankly, he's put up the same numbers he always does. He's just had better turnover luck this year. Let's say that finally turns on him. Josh Allen throws a couple of picks, maybe coughs up a fumble. Does Jared Goff move to the top of the MVP conversation? Given what that team is doing?
Oh, man.
I mean, Allen's been spectacular. Saquon's been spectacular.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little more about the individuals this year.
Yeah.
I guess it could. You know what? Jared Goff is, you don't know what you got till you're gone. guy is so good, and yet it's not sexy.
Right.
I don't know how else to put it.
He's not super mobile. He's just a good, strong pocket quarterback. Good arm, accurate thrower of the football. He's not going to do anything spectacular.
And he's perfect for his team.
And they have a great run game. They have an excellent offensive line. Penei Sewell might be the best damn player in football.
I laughed though because again, Jared Goff was the number 1 overall pick of his draft class.
He was.
I feel like we all forget that because it was a weird deal with the Rams and
he's in the Super Bowl with the Rams.
I know.
And it was one of
He
the great
should've probably
offenses.
been in the Super Bowl last year, for being honest.
It's one of the great offenses we've ever seen. Like Jared Goff, that's what's so funny about it is he kind of became a punchline, and yet you look at it, he's had a great career, and he might win a ring this season.
But again, it ain't sexy.
No,
it's just really good.
Yeah, nothing about it. He's very steady. I don't want to deride him and call him a system quarterback or anything like that. But Jared Goff, obviously, he benefits from being on that outstanding team with that great O-line and Ben Johnson as a play caller and everything else. But, I don't want to take any credit away from him because he executes it fantastically. It's arguably the best offense in all of football, and he's the guy that's captaining the ship.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Incredible player, man. Really, you've got to give him credit. I don't think, when you talk of the elite, right? Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow, Allen. I think Herbert is starting to push his way back into that conversation after a couple of down years. He's had a fantastic season. So, I don't think anyone's going to put Goff top 5. But after that, he's as dependable as anybody in the league.
Yeah. No, I know.
And he's on a great team.
But when you got Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and guys like this,
yeah.
Jared Goff just feels look, Matthew Stafford's got a little of that going on too, ironically, the guy who's traded for.
And that's what's wild about it is Stafford's a future Hall of Famer. Again, and he had a really bad start to that game. I think midway through the third quarter, he had 35 passing yards last night. And yet, when they needed drives and they put together 3 field goal drives in the fourth quarter, him and Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, and when you watch Stafford inside the pocket, just a freaking laser arm, a great player. The problem with Stafford is his athletic prime was kind of wasted on Detroit, on bad Detroit teams. He got the Super Bowl with L.A. He's a great quarterback. He's a future Hall of Fame quarterback who ultimately his career has just been it's been uneven just in terms of what he's been able to achieve at what different stages of his career. But God, that Super Bowl season, he was lights out. He was incredible. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We got Broncos-Colts drinking game coming up here. Oh, what a fun football Sunday. Plus, we could have a Heisman Trophy tomorrow. That's all coming up next. All right, Sunday, 2:25. This is a CBS affair. Spiro Dedes, our buddy Spiro, going to be on the call along with Adam Archuleta and Didi Kinkabwala. Going to be a fun one. Broncos and Colts on Sunday. Denver, a 4 or 4.5 point favorite, depending on where you get this thing. Andy, a game that only local markets could love because this game's going to be happening at the same time as Bills, Lions, and Eagles, Steelers. So, we're going to watch this game in Denver. They're going to watch this game in Indianapolis, and the rest of America will check in on the score. That's all right.
Yeah. I kind of wish we could get a little Bills, Lions in our life too, but that's okay. We'll go back, watch it on NFL Plus or whatever.
I know, and the early window sucks. There's no good games in the early window.
Know. This is one where you're like, guys, both teams are East Coast teams. Throw them in the 11 o'clocker.
Come on.
Do they not care about the 11 o'clocker anymore?
Not at all. Apparently not.
There?
I don't know. I don't.
We used to be a proper country, Nate.
The old 11 o'clocker. Get too tired from those nooners. I got to do a nice 11 o'clocker.
Wow. Yeah. Well, you get older, you get up earlier.
You got to do everything earlier. Yeah. You're waking up at 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Suddenly the 11 o'clocker is fitting more into
The
your
old
schedule.
11 o'clocker. Yeah.
I'm glad we were able to coin that phrase today. I think Freud Lapeep liked a nice 11
Good old
o'clocker.
Freud Lapeep. Well, when it wasn't daylight savings time, you got to do things an hour quicker.
But yeah, your early games, KC and in Cleveland. You got the Bengals in Tennessee, Manders Saints in New Orleans, Baltimore at the Giants, Cowboys, Carolina, Jets, Jags. Ooh, guess Miami and Houston's okay. That's about as good as you're going to do in the early window. But yeah, late window is Bills, Lions, Steelers, Eagles, Broncos, Colts, and then actually Bucks, Chargers. That's two teams with winning records as well.
Wow, Bucks, Chargers is interesting.
Yeah.
Both the Chargers and Broncos have what I'll call interesting matchups prior to their meetup.
Yeah, and I'll say both Bucks and the Chargers both need that game desperately, just like Broncos, Colts. Both teams desperately need to get this victory coming up here on Sunday. Could lend itself to some fun football. And you may want to have a couple of drinks during the game. We're here to help you out. It's time for your Broncos-Colts drinking game coming up here on Sunday. All right, Andy, we start here. Going up against a Gus Bradley defense. Boy, he likes that zone. Boy, he really likes to sit back
Any
in
Tampa 2 guy?
that zone.
Two high safeties and all that?
You know it. You know it. He's going to try and keep everything in front of him. Well, every time Bo Nix completes a throw behind the line of scrimmage, you should drink.
You want to go behind the line? How about behind LOT up to 5?
Okay.
Because if the wind is howling, they may just quick passing game them to death.
Bo Nix throws a screen pass. Go ahead and drink.
Yahtzee?
Yeah. If Bo Nix should run for a first down.
Drink and high five.
Yes. How about this one? I'm going to look at the running backs on this one, Andy. If Javonte Williams runs for positive yardage, drink. If a Javonte Williams carry gains yardage.
Half a drink. No. That's a drink.
That's a drinker.
Half a drink if it's for a first down over 5 yards. Something like that.
Yeah.
Add some length.
Tone it down.
Boy,
but
it kind of hurts me. I like our guy Javonte.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
Perfectly nice individual.
Tis what it is.
That yards per carry average continues to plummet on a weekly basis. Anthony Richardson designed run. Go ahead and drink. If Steichen calls the designed run, go ahead and drink. This next one, I'm going to stick with it. I'm proud of it. I think everybody should enjoy it. We're going into the holidays. Enjoy yourself a little bit on a Sunday afternoon. Every Anthony Richardson incompletion, drink.
All right. What'd you say that completion percentage was?
50%.
Yeah, okay.
It's quite poor.
So half the passes you're about to see, you might be having a little sippy poop.
You may have to have a few drinks. Actually, technically on the year, Andy, I was giving him too much credit. 47.4%. It's at 51% for the career. Ooh. Yeah. You know what his long completion is on the air?
50 yards.
69.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. You know why I asked. There you go.
You know, the item I purchased at I thought about you guys. I nearly sent you the picture. The item I purchased at Altitude Authentics yesterday was $69.
But not a big hat.
No, I told you I had a limited budget for that. I'd love for us all to have a big laugh. I don't love it that much. I just literally told you the hat would have been more than what I ended up purchasing.
Apparently, there is a price you can put on a good laugh.
There's a price of love for you two. Yes, you and Spring. Sorry, and the rest of the listeners.
Anthony Richardson fumbles. Go ahead and drink.
Have a drink. What about a pick?
Yeah, let's put it in there as well. Anthony Richardson turnover in general. Have yourself a drink.
How about a sack? Listen, you're already trying to everybody all lubed up. You're trying to gas up you're getting the car gassed up before dinner anyway. Why not just all the bad things?
I want you to just repeat the sentence you just said.
Look, how about a sack? Yeah.
Just caught me off guard. Holding on number 72, you should drink.
Now, with the new contract, should that be a larger or a smaller drink?
That's an $82 million drink right there.
Jeff said it's 41 mil.
41
we'll see
guaranteed.
about the rest.
Yeah, exactly. Holding on 72. He's third in the NFL in holds this year is Garrett Bowles. False start on 69. Go ahead and drink. I don't know if Indianapolis has a 69 or not, but you should probably have a drink on that as well. Patrick Surtain, should he have a pass breakup? You should drink. If the Colts blitz, they are blitzing at the fifth lowest rate in the NFL at 18.6%. Go ahead and drink.
The whole drink.
On a Colts extra rusher. We talked about it before. Any mention of 12-9 from 2 years ago. Go ahead and drink. If Levi Wallace should allow Alec Pierce or any wide receiver to get behind him in this game, go ahead and drink. That's probably going to be a touchdown if it happens. Nick Bonito continues to consistently get to the quarterback. If Nick Bonito should sack Anthony Richardson, go ahead and drink. By the way, does Richardson weigh more than Bonito does?
Gosh, you might be right.
Probably pretty close.
I'll check.
What's Richardson at? 240, 245?
He's quite a big boy. How big a boy are you?
Large human. We're assuming Peyton Manning will be in attendance at this game. Any shot of Peyton Manning at the game, go ahead and drink. Along those lines, any shot or display on screen of the Broncos' stern, grumpy-looking ownership group, you should probably go ahead and drink. They always have consternation all over their faces.
Yeah, they should be having a better time. You own the team, baby.
Exactly.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, you're right.
Why don't they play the drinking game?
According to ESPN, Nick Bonito's 240 at 6'3", Anthony Richardson 6'4", 245. So appropriately measured for each.
That's a big, big boy.
1 more inch buys him 5 more pounds. What?
Should you see any fan in a Grinch costume?
Yeah.
Any Grinch masks or costumery in the stands, drink.
What about Santa?
Definitely drink if you see a Santa.
What other holiday things do they like to... You keep drinking this much, you may see Santa by the end of this thing.
When I was a kid, me and my buddy,
yeah,
we went to a Bears game. It was the day after Christmas.
Okay.
All right. I couldn't even tell you who they were playing. Day after Christmas, though, me and my buddy and his dad, and we had a Santa in our row. Okay. This was the 80s, so there weren't designated smoking sections. Santa was just ripping cigs the whole game in his Santa costume. He just had like ashes all down, like gray and black speckles throughout his Santa beard.
Did he keep the beard up? He didn't have the beard down?
No, the beard was up. He was committed to the costume. He was also committed to the several flasks that he had stowed away under his Santa costume.
You know what? You ought to call Moj. Moj was curious, is Santa in on a good stick? Sounds like that it is. That he is.
Eats the stick.
Yeah.
Santa. Yeah. Santa likes the tobacco. But yeah, Santas or Grinches, go ahead and drink. If Joe Flacco should take the field and take a snap in this game, you have to drink. I'm rooting for it. Let's get Flacco out there.
Do they have a package ready for Flacco's time in Denver should he have to enter this game?
It's just throw it as deep as you can.
Yeah.
Maybe Raheem Moore will miss. In this case, it'll be Levi Wallace.
Oh, I hate you for bringing that up. Why would you bring that up? God, I hate you. If that happens, everybody hate text Nate on Twitter.
By all means. Have at it. It's all I've been getting all week anyway. So it'll fit right in. Anything else we missed? Are we Spring? You good?
Yeah,
Andy?
see, I'm trying to think.
Anything you want to
figure out
add?
what other Halloween? If you want to keep the holiday, the cheerleaders will have their Santa outfits on. You could drink that. If there's going to be one shot of them,
Do
right?
they wear the beards?
That's a great question. They ought to. If you're really going to commit, I'm with you.
Go all out. Come on.
Let's see. Yeah. Do we get a QB graphic? Look, Monday Night Football was chef's kiss with the elevator and Bo's backpack.
That was good.
That's a challenge to CBS.
This is also.
You want to impress me? Give me a nice QB graphic like that.
We're also getting the. I'm not trying to diss these guys because I think Spiro's the best in the biz, but we are getting the Spiro and Arch crew. We are not getting the A-team on the graphics package.
To your point, they're not working up a lot of side bits.
No.
So
no, this is a game that is being seen by a small fraction of the country.
Last one for you. I just thought of this late.
Okay.
So many Bronco fans have supported Travis Hunter. If we get the Heisman mention, having a drink.
Yeah, there you go. If any mention of the Heisman Trophy,
Maybe
going
even
to Travis
shots
Hunter.
of the shirt or whatever.
Cortland Sutton and Pat Surtain, they wore him to the last game.
Oh, they did. I think that a couple more Broncos did too, but definitely those two have been really.
DeAndre Jordan, Peyton Watson been rocking the
there it is.
The Hunter
Yeah.
for Heisman stuff right there. This is awesome, man. Travis Hunter is going to win a Heisman Trophy tomorrow. It is so cool that this is going to happen, that a guy that is like – there's a unicorn thing that's happening directly in front of us that we all got to start to see last year, that the country caught on to, that everybody finally realized they had to get it beaten into their heads. A quarterback doesn't have to win this award every single year. In fact, I believe, Andy, this is only going to be the fifth time, I think, since 1980 that the 1 and 2 finishers were not quarterbacks.
Boom.
Yeah, with
you know
Hunter
what?
and
It's
Genty.
fun. Let's have it a couple more times.
Yeah.
By the way, someone says, "What about the Mims handoff? Are we getting rid of that?" Or a Mims pass?
Yeah, it's becoming
it's too common.
De rigueur. Yes, it's just it
Now,
happens
look,
all
in
the
fairness,
time.
I understand where you're coming from, but in fairness, the old McFlinchy and the old Hold are they're common, but we don't get rid of them.
No, we really
So maybe you
don't.
don't need to be hating on Mimsy.
I don't know if it's hate. It's just
you're doing him a favor.
we've all gotten used to it by now.
He doesn't get one because you took it out of the game.
Plus, holding on 72 to me, it harkens back to a simpler time, doesn't it?
It's our foundation. We all have to have stuff that's in our roots. It's like McDonald's not selling a cheeseburger.
He's become an excellent player.
Yes, and he's been rewarded with 2 contracts.
He still holds all the time, so
Yeah.
that's just a part.
There's
of
no
it.
doubt.
Real quick, as long as we're talking about Garrett Bowles, do you remember the I told Russell Wilson, no one's going to be touching you now.
Right.
Yeah, he got sacked 100 times in 2 years.
Little did Garrett know.
Yeah.
That wasn't all on Garrett.
No, it's not. That is not the offensive line's fault.
Russ enjoys a good gander at the secondary.
Russell Wilson likes to stand there, and then he likes to shrink his head into his pads.
Yeah, and then he looks.
Yeah.
And he tries to get out in the open.
That is your
Ooh,
Broncos.
a Burton handoff. Keep the Burton handoff in there.
You want a Burton handoff?
drink. Good job, 970. You came in under the wire.
I don't even care if it was a touchdown. I still hate that play. It's the Carthen and Lindahl show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, it's the holiday season. You know, I've told you before, if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, you could talk to somebody about this. You don't have to take any of the merriment of the season out of your life because you're having a little bit of a problem. There's a good person, good folks to go talk to over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, you can change it up and give yourself the best gift ever. Try to get your love life back. All you have to do is find the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic that's closest to you. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that can even have you lasting an hour or more. To all a good night on that one. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if you're medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. Go and check them out. Have a conversation, see what they can do for you. Again, 5 locations throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, what a weekend we got ahead of us, Andy. Broncos Colts on Sunday. Avs in Nashville on Saturday. The Nuggets and the Clippers this evening for the Nuggets. All right, haven't played since Sunday. Last time we saw them, it was really good.
Yeah.
That Hawks game was really good. We talked to Dan Hyatt today earlier in the show. Great conversation with Dan. And Dan, I mean, it's so good what he does because he looks at problems with the team and he wants to know, why is this the case? Why are these the issues that the team is having right now? And for the Nuggets, their biggest issues are, number one, defensively, they're getting killed in the paint. They're getting killed in the offensive rebounding rate. They're still getting out in transition, even if that's the case. But right there, that's just, look, rebounding as an issue. Paint defense as an issue. There's really easy stuff for Malone to be able to illustrate for his guys and say, this is where we absolutely have to button up. And sadly, some of this is just flat out effort stuff.
Oh, it is.
And it just requires them being able to play hard. Like, look, they don't have a good rim protector. You're never going to have elite rim protection with Nikola Jokic. Okay, that is one of the trades that you make, and you happily make it for the best player in the world and to have the most efficient offense that the game has almost ever seen. All right, that's fine, but also you got to recognize, okay, there's other areas where we have to work harder. We do. They have to contest better on the 3-point line. They got to sprint out better. They got to get over screens. They got to be faster in transitions. Clean some of this stuff up in film. Hopefully, it was a good week for the Nuggets. Hope that that's going to be the case.
I don't know. I hope it was a good week for the Nuggets. Apparently not totally. I don't know how to read this. Katie Wingy tweets and Spring sent it over.
Yeah.
Murray going through his warm-ups. Murray's going to be a game-time decision after the warm-up.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe to be expected. I guess you.
I mean, he didn't really get a ton of work in this week, and he's going through a hamstring.
I know, dude. I know. But
yeah. I'm okay with him not going tonight.
I want us to be able to put this behind. I get it. I'm with you.
Yeah.
If he doesn't go, he doesn't go. But at some point, let's get this handled.
Well, and think about it. You get another full 2 off days before you go to Sacramento on Monday. I mean, you can buy the guy like basically a calendar week in the middle of the season to be off. Also, a night where you have to defend James Harden and you've got a hamstring issue, not necessarily a perfect situation.
Nate, all fair enough. Fair enough. But we've already done a long sit out because of this.
Yeah.
It just is frustrating.
Of course
it is frustrating because, look, we talked about this earlier in the week. They signed this core. Jamal Murray, when right's one of my favorite players on that team, period. I mean, really, we all love the core, right? We all love the core. He's got to get right for this thing to get back on the tracks completely.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I'd sit him tonight. Yeah, I sit him tonight, and I take advantage of 8 days off.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they need to push it. And
okay, but how long was
I'll be surprised if he plays tonight.
How long did we go between the hamstring rests? I mean, do we need to go longer than the 8 days? Do we just need to wait till January? What are we doing here? Only like 2 weeks?
I think you bring him back when he's comfortable.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I don't think this has to be a shut it down or anything like that situation. Avalanche in Nashville tomorrow night.
Oh, did you see the Preds? The Preds beat up on Dallas pretty good. I believe.
Is this going to be the Blackwood debut, by the way? Are we assuming he's going spring?
We think so, right?
Yeah.
Spring. And then, do we think Juice gets the start against the old team?
Eustace started last night.
Okay.
That win in Dallas. Dude, he's got like a .950 save percentage in 2 starts with Nashville.
Of course. Of course
he will.
Naturally. By the way, thanks. If anybody missed it, we had Scott Wedgwood on the show today. That was at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
We had a lot of guests today. Yeah. He was with us today at 4 o'clock. Great conversation. Spring's going to isolate it and tweet out the video clip of our conversation with Scott Wedgwood. He was awesome.
He was. He was great.
He was as advertised, the kind of personality that he's bringing to the position, and just a guy that takes it easy, doesn't take himself too seriously, loves the game, and a good personality. So if you missed it, that was back at 4 o'clock. But check out us on Twitter at AltitudeSR, and we'll tweet that out. Right now, it's time for the weekend preview. Now, everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole. Uh-huh. Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game? Oh, you do. And you want to watch Nugs Clips tonight on Altitude. Plus, we'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. College Buckets, Buffs in action tonight against South Dakota State. That's the Jackrabbits. That one tipping off at 7 o'clock at the CU Event Center. Tomorrow, the Avalanche and Nashville at 7 o'clock. Connor has the call here on Altitude Sports Radio. 2 games in College Buckets. Tomorrow, CSU and VCU, Wyoming and BYU, which I'm assuming will carry on AM 950. College hockey, Andy. Gold Pan this weekend. DU and CC tonight. I believe tonight they're down in the Springs. They're at Magnus tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. So, yes, Gold Pan series this weekend between Denver and Colorado College. I believe both top 10 programs right now. So plenty on the line right there. Army-Navy tomorrow, 1 o'clock. 2 really good seasons for those programs. Plus, Andy, I know that they're working towards a common cause. Those guys hate each other.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be good.
Yeah. It's still
the midshipmen and the Black Knights.
Real quick, how long before we get the playoff games going? Is that 2 weeks?
Next weekend.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we get it going next weekend.
Before
is when
Christmas.
We start the playoff. Bowl season, I believe, opens up on, I want to say on Wednesday.
By the way, Mammoth Seals tonight, if you're around, 8:30 Altitude.